There was scarcely any fog over Keksha Sea City this early morning. The sky was rarely so clear. This was a planet called Aosalantia, known in short as Aoya. It was a peculiar world that had endured 6 entire epochs only to have its technological tree skewed awry by the grotesque collision of steam and the supernatural. Here the act of tracing back the void was the wellspring of all enigmatic power, the ultimate treasury of chaos and madness. Between the material realm and the void lay the spirit realm, an ocean of magic, psionic force, and life energy. By stealing power from this realm, humanity had birthed innumerable extraordinary professions. Beyond the 3 ecclesiastical professions of the 3 principal deities and the extraordinary callings of the 7 minor churches, there existed countless other paths: occult arts, alchemy, bloodlines, abominations, and more. His father Busi Tlukijuo, a marquis of the empire, was a chief of mechanical engineering and strategic command, a formidable transcendent, and a true power-wielding noble with his own fief. His family, the Waikijuo lineage, was a node that could not be ignored within the empire's intricate web of power. And he himself, the transmigrant Lin Waikijuo, was the heir to this house. In such an environment, the craving for power was not ambition, but a primal instinct for survival. It was the 12th month, marked by the old calendar as the month of the Ouroboros. This month signified the imminent end of a year and the impending birth of a new cycle. This was the western district of the imperial capital. As Lin walked along the road back to the city, the icy touch against his ribs put him in fine spirits. This deal had been a blood-level profit. What seemed like worthless scrap to ordinary eyes was something entirely. He recalled the seemingly random scratches upon the surface of that metal device. To him, they were ancient, abstruse characters. They were in the ancient Matayu tongue. A stream of information flowed like quicksilver across his retinas, finally converging into a single line of oracle shimmering with a dim blue radiance. By the oracle of the god of machinery, let the resonance of 10,000 mechanisms be awakened. At the mouth of the alley leading to repair shop No. 44, the light was abruptly cut off by a bizarre figure wrapped entirely in a heavy black cloak simply stood there, his form blending seamlessly into the surrounding shadows, sealing off Lin's retreat. Indeed, murdering for treasures was a basic operation that spanned countless worlds. The thought flashed through Lin's mind. His feet did not hesitate in the slightest. He did not choose to turn back into the more chaotic trading market. That would only expose himself. Instead, he suddenly accelerated, body lowered, plunging headfirst into a narrower, deeper, deadened alley to the side, thick with the stench of rot. Broad daylight. This was a slum, the rust-colored gutter deep within the imperial capital Aosalantia. Here there was never such a thing as day. The frenzy and ferocity of these jackals far exceeded his expectations. Behind him, the Mago-Tathabone-like footsteps suddenly vanished. Lin slammed to a sudden halt, his back snapping against the slick, icy wall. The wall was coated in a layer of slimy moss, the chill seeping through his clothes in an instant, piercing straight into his marrow. His heart clenched tightly at the abrupt, unnatural silence. This was no good sign. It was an omen. A killing intent colder than the December wind settled upon the nape of his neck, soundless, invisible, yet terrifyingly precise. This near-death intuition had saved him more than once before lab explosions in his previous life. He slowly turned his head. Beneath a gas lamp that flickered fitfully, a cloaked figure had somehow appeared there without a sound. "Give me the thing." "You know what I mean," the figure said. The voice rasped out like 2 rusted iron plates grinding harshly together, unbearably grating. Lin could not even be bothered to reply. He knew all too well the old warning that villains perish from talking too much. His wrist flicked slightly, and 2 metal spheres the size of watermelons flew from his hand. The instant the small mechanical devices touched the ground, the miniature steam boilers at their bases began to pressurize furiously. They propelled themselves straight toward the cloaked man. In almost the blink of an eye, the man moved. He crossed the few meters between them in an instant, his target clearly Lin. On the path he had to take, the 2 mechanical devices appeared at just the right moment to intercept him. "Out of my way." The cloaked man roared, his stride unbroken. He did not consider for a moment that these 2 pieces of junk could pose any threat to him. Facing the device that had rushed ahead, he did not even look at it, his right hand swept down casually. It was like swatting a bothersome fly. That hand, sheathed entirely in source power, came crashing down on the metal shell of the pursuing device. In his expectation, this fragile mechanical toy would instantly become a heap of scraps scattered in all directions. However, at the microsecond his palm touched the cold metal, everything changed. Lin's boot dug into the ground, using the force to slide half a meter backward. Detonate. There was a click. The red monocular eye of the device flared drastically in brightness, turning into a blinding white. Within an unstable fire-respected magic crystal collapsed in an instant under the pressure of the mechanical. There was no sound of metal shattering. Only a single, incomparably dull boom. A mass of orange-earth flame burst without warning in the palm of the cloaked man's hand. A tremendous shockwave surged back up along his arm, his fine black cloak snapped and cracked in the blaze, its edges instantly curling and charring. A muffled groan sounded from beneath the cloak. That figure which had seemed unstoppable was forcibly checked midair by the wave of the explosion. He had never imagined that such an inconspicuous lump of iron concealed a miniature alchemical array. But it was not yet over. Before the smoke and flare of the explosion had fully dispersed, another faint, yet piercing whine of something slicing through the air could be heard. It was the second pursuer device. Cunningly using the blast wave for cover, it slipped agilely to the side. Its chest plate suddenly parted, revealing a dark gun barrel. Deep within the barrel, runes flickered. Bang bang bang. 3 metal projectiles no larger than fingernails, yet gleaming with dangerous red light, shot in a triangular pattern toward the figure framed in the firelight. They were explosive rounds. On the surface of each projectile, a miniature explosive flame rune was engraved. The cloaked man had only just steadied himself from the first blast. His protective source power had been blasted ragged. He had yet to adjust his breathing when the 3 deadly projectiles were already upon his face. He was forced to jerk his head aside in a clumsy dodge. The first round grazed his hood and slammed into the brick wall behind, blasting out a charred crater. But the remaining 2 struck solidly against his shoulder and chest. Boom boom. 2 small fireballs detonated in quick succession. Though not as powerful as the earlier self-detonation, the magical flames they carried still drew a howl of pain from the cloaked man. The black fabric was blown apart, exposing beneath it a suit of soft armor with a metallic sheen and the skin reddened by the intense heat. A stench of burnt flesh mixed with ozone filled the alley in an instant. Standing at the edge of the blast radius, Lin watched as the firelight danced upon his goggles. His right hand had already in a lightning motion closed around the alchemical pistol at his waist. He did not aim. It was pure muscle memory forged through endless tempering. He squeezed the trigger. The muzzle spat a ghostly blue alchemical flame as a specially made armor-piercing round spun at high speed, tearing through the damp air straight for the opponent's chest. The anticipated scene of flesh and blood flying did not occur. Instead, there was a dull metallic thud that made one's teeth ache. The bullet had struck something like an immovable plate of thick steel, its head viciously deflected, scraping a long trail of sparks along the wall, before finally dropping helplessly into the filthy water. The cloak shredded inch by inch under the bullet's impact, and what was revealed made Lin's heart seize for a beat. A cyborg. Beneath the torn cloak lay a cold, grotesque mechanical skeleton. Half of his face was replaced with intricate brass gears and complex hydraulic tubing. A mechanical prosthetic eye glowing with ominous red light whirred at a furious speed, coldly scanning him. Degenerate, the strange figure's mouth opened and closed, emitting a mechanical synthesized tone devoid of emotion. Target, in possession of extraordinary firearm. Threat level elevated. Executing final recovery protocol. Before the words had fully left his lips, the armored plate over his chest flipped open with a click. A metal tendril tipped with a high-speed rotating sawtooth blade shot out, like a viper lunging from its den. The distance was far too close. The air itself was torn open in an instant. That ghastly metal tendril, its deathly alloy teeth churning at a terrifying speed, scythed through the air and closed upon Lin's throat in an instant. Its speed had surpassed the limits of human neural reaction. The sawteeth shredded the air with a shrill scream as they hurtled toward Lin's throat. The reek of death was so thick it seemed almost solid. Dodging was impossible, yet Lin's gaze remained, his finger pressed down on the crown of the antique pocket watch against his chest. Time-space anchor engage. In a voice only he could hear, he whispered softly. Rewind. In that instant the world lost its sound. The drifting coal smoke in the air, the droplets of water sliding down the walls, the dust motes suspended between them, all froze bizarrely in that single heartbeat. The next heartbeat, all things flowed backward. The lethal metal tendril snapped back into the creature's chest even faster than it had emerged. The deflected bullet traced an inverted arc through the air, returning precisely to the barrel. Lin himself withdrew soundlessly from the mouth of the alley back to its midpoint. Not a fraction more or less. 3 seconds. Time had flowed backward for a full 3 seconds. Threat level elevated. Executing final recovery protocol, the mechanical voice began again. The creature's cold mechanical tone rang out once more, its intonation and pauses identical down to the slightest nuance, like a recording being replayed with precision. Lin stood where he was, watching dispassionately as the armored plate on the creature's chest prepared to flip open. This time he did not retreat. He did not even raise his gun. In the 10th of a second before the enemy struck, Lin's body lunged forward, executing an incredibly swift slide tackle. Flattened against the slick, greasy ground, he shot ahead like a shadow skimming along the floor. The deadly metal tendril scraped past his scalp close enough to raise gooseflesh, the terrifying wind pressure whipping his black hair into a frenzy. The tendril slammed into the thick wall behind him with brutal force, sending shards of stone spraying. Old force spent, new force not yet born. Now was the moment. Sliding to a stop at the creature's feet, Lin flipped his wrist. 3 silver metal plates, engraved with dense precise runes, flew from between his fingers in a triangular spread, embedding themselves faultlessly into the ground around the enemy. He clapped his hands together sharply before his chest. A harsh crackle sounded. Magnetic interference array activate. All that seemingly panicked flight before, every step, had been him secretly measuring distances. It had all been to lure this damned killing machine into this narrow stretch of ground, whose width and length were perfect for the array to perform at its best. Bluish high-voltage arcs of electricity leapt wildly between the 3 metal plates, forming in an instant a visible warped magnetic field of intense interference. GRK, TCH, GK, the creature's once fluid lethal movements seized up at once, becoming jerky and disordered. Countless precision gears within its body screamed under the chaotic magnetic field, joints spewing torrents of lubricant, as if in a final desperate struggle. This was an alchemical sigil array that Lin had devised by combining knowledge from 2 lifetimes tailored specifically to counter the mechanical armaments of this world. 2 seconds of shutdown, more than enough. He sprang to his feet, the muzzle of his alchemical pistol nearly pressing against that frantically flickering red. In your next life, Lin's voice was soft-edged with a faint icy mockery. Remember to choose a model with magnetic shielding. Bang! The specialized spiral armor-piercing round laden with explosive alchemical flame blasted the crimson prosthetic eye into a spray of crystal shards. Without losing momentum, it bored deep into the skull cavity, shredding the core processor within into a mass of black smoke-belching scrap. The hulking mechanical body convulsed violently a few times, the red light in its eye socket extinguishing completely before it finally crashed down into the filthy, standing water with a heavy thud, splashing up a spray of rust-tainted muck. Lin panted heavily, his breath ragged. The overexertion of his spiritual power left his mind throbbing with waves of dizziness. But he did not dare pause for even a moment. He quickly stepped forward and snatched up the 3 metal plates, now scorching and glowing before anyone could be drawn by the sound of gunfire. He was not about to joke with his livelihood. Those plates represented half a month of living expenses. He could not afford to waste a single coin's worth. Once he had confirmed that the creature was thoroughly scrapped, he did not spare the remains another glance. With a swift movement, he vaulted over the wall at the end of the alley and vanished agilely into the thick fog of the slums. Less than half a minute after Lin's departure, a slender figure appeared silently at the mouth of the alley, as though it had been standing there from the very beginning, never having moved. The newcomer wore a perfectly tailored black tailcoat, his polished leather shoes gleaming utterly out of place amid the filth and grease of the surroundings. Upon his face was a smooth, pure white porcelain mask devoid of any features. Lowering his head, his gaze swept over the smoldering mechanical wreckage at his feet. From beneath the mask came a low, amused chuckle. Magnetic interference array, the mysterious man murmured, snapping his fingers with elegant ease. A pallid flame blossomed from nowhere upon the cyborg's corpse. The early morning sunlight pierced through the thin mist, casting golden rays upon the stone exterior of No. 5, Tulip Avenue in the imperial capital Sixtius. It was the last Saturday of the month of the end and the birth, the Ouroboros moon, commonly known as December. The air carried the dry chill typical of deep winter, but inside the spacious dining room on the first floor the fireplace blazed fiercely, dispelling all the cold. Lin sat at one side of the long mahogany dining table, the silver butter knife in his hand precisely slicing into the half-cooked Iberian ham on his plate. "What are you thinking about, Lin?" At the head of the table, Marquis Buster Rowe Victor set down the Imperial Morning Post. This Imperial commander of mechanical engineering and strategy had striking golden hair and sharp emerald eyes. Even at his own dining table his back remained ramrod straight. Lin's movements paused not a whit. He put a perfectly sized piece of ham into his mouth, chewed, swallowed, and only then looked up. After swallowing, he finally spoke. "Just thinking about a book I read last night on the variant pronunciations of ancient Muta." This wasn't exactly a lie. He had indeed returned to his room and read it. The Marquis casually placed the newspaper closer to Lin's side of the table. "Learning is good, but don't push yourself." Lin glanced at the newspaper. The front page headline was in bold black letters: "Gas explosion in slums, no casualties reported." The accompanying photo was exactly where Lin had fought last night. "The old man is testing me." Yesterday's operation was covert, but it didn't escape his eyes. Lin's fingertips lightly brushed the edge of the newspaper, his mind racing. "He's covering for me. As expected, nothing in this household can slip past that old fox. Don't just stare at the paper. Your breakfast is getting cold." Across the table, the Marchioness Isabella smiled gently. She was the daughter of the Grand Duke of Valois, every gesture elegant and noble. She pushed a warm glass of milk toward Lin. "Try this, just sent from the estate." Lin obediently picked up the milk, the warm liquid sliding down his throat. "Brother, have you finished debugging your skull crusher?" A crisp voice cut in from the other end of the table. 14-year-old Emily was wrestling with a fork and fruit salad on her plate. She had a playful short golden bob eyes, the same emerald green as her father's, and lips so red they looked like a delicate porcelain doll. Lin set down the glass, his fingertip unconsciously tracing the smooth rim. That night during the battle, the recoil from the skullcrusher had nearly snapped the ulna of his left arm. In this era where supernatural powers were gradually awakening, the skullcrusher was already falling behind. In his mind, he rapidly disassembled the blueprints of the arm gauntlet, considering whether adding certain supernatural materials could upgrade the skullcrusher into a supernatural weapon. Brother. Emily, seeing him not respond, tapped her fork against her plate, producing a clear ding-ding sound. Lin snapped back to reality, withdrawing his thoughts, and resumed his usual gentle demeanor. Who would have thought that such a wild heart beat within this delicate frame? Lin didn't answer immediately, merely recalling the skullcrusher mechanical arm gauntlet in his room. He was already accustomed to the left-hand external armored brace. Now he needed to figure out how to evolve it into a supernatural item. Almost there. His voice was steady, as if discussing the weather rather than a lethal weapon capable of smashing. The hydraulic transmission system's delay has been reduced by 0.3 seconds. Oh, and I've had the shell replaced with carboized tungsten steel, increasing the impact resistance threshold by 3%. Lin paused, his gaze sweeping over his sister's excited face, and added calmly, but that's not enough. I'm considering installing a core for it. A core. Emily's eyes lit up, even the strawberry in her hand forgotten. Exactly. A core that can bring a lifeless object to life. Lin's lips curled into a meaningful smile. Of course, it's just an idea for now. So cool. A trace of envy flashed in Emily's eyes, and she stabbed a piece of apple fiercely with her fork. When I join the Holy Light Knights, I'm going to build a set of external armor too. Even if those old fossils in the church forbid it, I'll wear it secretly under my plate mail. Celia needs to go with you to the main contact point. She is familiar with the layout of the inner city. If you don't take her, you won't even know which way the door opens. Recklessly pounding with a power, he pressed his throbbing temple, making a last-ditch effort. Emily, your mother, and I still believe the sacrificial choir is a better choice. Clergymen are respected, and... No. Emily refused outright, shouting with her mouth full of food. Standing in the back row chanting spells is too boring. I want to be like my brother, able to solve problems myself. Preferably smashing heretics flat, with a single hammer blow. Lin's hand holding the milk glass paused slightly. This little sister of his had awakened a holy light affinity at the age of 5, but the god of light seemed to have played a joke by allocating all her attribute points into physical critical hits. Let her be. Lady Isabella elegantly cut a piece of small steak, giving her husband a give-up look. Buster let out a long sigh, turned to look at Lin, and his expression suddenly turned cold and stern. He pulled a thick, large envelope from his briefcase, pressed it on the table, and slid it over to Lin. The envelope bore no postmark, only a complex emblem composed of countless geometric lines. Heirs. Has it arrived? Lin put down his knife and fork, and the moment his fingertip touched the envelope, a strange, icy sensation traveled up his finger. It wasn't paper. It was some kind of alchemically treated creature hide. Yes, I used favors from the military and the Senate. The process was troublesome, but the result was worth it. Buster's fingers rhythmically tapped the table, producing a steady thump-thump. Lin raised an eyebrow, his fingertip unconsciously rubbing the rough texture of the envelope. The Eris Academy was not a school with walls and classrooms as the world saw it. It was a supernatural organization that merely existed in the form of an academy. I know. It's an organization, a loose alliance of Covenanters. A vast supernatural network hidden behind the world map. Exactly. You've done more homework than I imagined. Buster nodded approvingly. Heirs is a lifelong society. Joining means you're entering a top-tier supernatural organization. The students of Eris Academy permeate every field worldwide, wielding immense influence not inferior even to the Holy See. In fact, one could say it is the other side of the world. Marquis Buster's voice was deep and forceful. It sounds like it can rival the Holy See. Rival? Buster gave a cold smile. Those 4 words are too light. From the chief alchemical advisor of the Victoria royal family to the mechanical archizage who controls the core steam technology of the North, even the never-revealed hidden helm behind the Far East Heavy Industries Group. When you open this letter, these monsters standing at the peak of the continent become, in name, your alumni. The Marquis leaned forward, lowering his voice. There are even rumors that the Red Archbishop in the Cathedral of the Holy City responsible for judging heretics is also from Eris Academy. Although Heirs encourages its students to hold dual organizational identities, other organizations are repelled by this. He paused, his tone turning solemn. The Academy requires you to go to Solarion City, so try not to reveal your identity as an Heirs student. Solarion. Emily forgot to chew the apple in her mouth, staring wide-eyed at her father. These words clearly exceeded the comprehension of that little head of hers. Lady Isabella elegantly cut her steak, seemingly deaf to the conversation, clearly already aware of the situation. Sounds like a pretty good protective charm. Lin's lips curled into a playful smirk as his fingers rubbed the rough texture of the envelope. They will first confirm your grade and credit. Buster cast a displeased glare at his son. That place is not only the intersection of several major church powers, but also one of the densest deposits of supernatural resources on the continent. It is also a trial. Buster explained, only 5 people from this year passed the preliminary selection. You need to survive in Solarion City. Forget your identity as the young master of the Victor family and live as an independent heir's supernatural being. Open it. Buster gestured with his chin. Lin wasted no more words. From the envelope, he pulled out a uniquely shaped fountain pen and a book bound in black leather. This is the projection carrier of the Book of Myriad Sympathy. Once you get there, you need to bind it with your spiritual power. Courses, missions, intelligence trading, all conducted through this. The cover bore no text, only obscure patterns etched in formbone script. The touch was ice cold, and the magical circuits flowing inside breathed like a living thing. This was heir's core technology, a cross-spatial information interaction alchemical marvel. When do you want me to depart? Lin asked. The sooner the better. Buster looked at his son, his eyes a mix of expectation and reluctance. I've arranged a simple dwelling for you over at Solarian, but the rest of the path you'll have to walk yourself. Also, the Marquis lowered his voice, scanning the servants in the dining room to ensure no one was listening. That city runs deep. The several churches are fighting fiercely for believers and resources behind the scenes. You are an alchemist. In the eyes of some fanatics, we are either heretics or tools. Keep your trump card. Lin touched the cold silver pocket watch in his pocket and the spherical mechanical life form that was slowly revitalizing. His trump cards went beyond what his father knew. Rest assured, father. Lin put away the envelope and notebook, a calm smile curling at the corner of his mouth. I know what I'm doing. Brother, you'll send me gifts, right? Emily waved her fork, breaking the tense atmosphere at the table. I want those explosive alchemical dolls. Emily, Lady Isabella gently scolded. There will be gifts as long as you don't tear down the house before I come back. Lin stood up, straightened his collar. I'm heading to my room to pack. Also, I need to verify a few alchemical formulas. Watching his eldest son's upright back disappear around the stairwell marquee, Buster picked up the newspaper again, but this time, he did not turn a page for a long time. He's calmer than I thought, the Marquis murmured to himself. Calmer than an 18-year-old should be. The door locked, the thick oak panels sealing off all outside prying. In an instant, the deference and calm on Lin's face vanished like smoke. He casually pulled off his tie, tossed it onto the bed, and strode toward the full-length dressing mirror. The mirror reflected a golden-haired black-eyed youth. Pale, thin, but deep within those pupils burned a mad ambition long suppressed. Finally, free. Solarion City. Lin whispered to himself. In the imperial capital, under the watchful eyes of the Victor family, he had lived like a carefully bred canary. Every alchemy experiment required him to seal the doors and windows like a thief, layering 3 alchemical arrays to cover his tracks. Every collection of bizarre intelligence about ancient gods and forbidden objects had to circumvent the family's airtight intelligence network, walking on eggshells. Leaving the imperial capital is liberation for me. Without his father's scrutiny, without the shackles of family honor, that city known as the meat grinder of theocracy, Solarion, to others a breeding ground for evil gods, to him was an experimental table strewn with gold. Lin opened the bottom drawer of the desk. The interior of the drawer was lined with thick black velvet designed to absorb vibrations and prevent prying eyes. On the velvet lay the spoils of last night, a mechanical polyhedron the size of a fist. It was there, quiet as a lifeless object. But Lin knew it was not. The surface of the sphere was covered with etchings finer than human hair, reflecting a cold metallic sheen in the dim room. These were not mere decorations, but some form of ultra-high precision functional grooves, pathways for energy flow, and channels for information exchange. This craftsmanship did not belong to this era. Lin's alchemical knowledge rapidly searched through his mind. He could be certain that even the most renowned alchemist in the imperial capital's royal workshop, the old man revered as the god of clockmakers, would have found it impossible to create such a level of miniature gear meshing on such a small curved surface. This was a lost technology, the ingenious work of another civilization. Lin took a pair of tan leather gloves from a nearby tool rack and carefully put them on. Then he picked up a pair of long tweezers made from memory metal. The moment the tips touched the sphere, buzz, a high-frequency vibration was clearly transmitted along the metallic rod to his finger bones, then along the arm bones, spreading all the way to his cranial cavity. It was moving, or rather it had never stopped moving. This vibration even caused subtle resonances in the air, producing infrasound hums inaudible to the human ear, causing his temples to tighten. Lin held his breath, carefully pinching it with the tweezers and gently placing it on a thick asbestos mat prepared on the table. Hiss! A sharp white smoke rose from the point of contact. The surface of the asbestos mat visibly darkened and carbonized at an alarming speed, quickly spreading a charred circular stain. The heat was surging. The metallic lump, which was cold just moments ago, now exceeded the temperature of boiling. The intricate patterns on the surface of the sphere began to glow dark red, the light flowing through the grooves like magma surging beneath the Earth's crust, sketching out complex and deadly alchemical circuits. Something was amiss. Lin En's pupils contracted, his bodis response faster than his thoughts. His right foot stepped back half a pace, and his right hand was already pressing on the brass buckle of the holster at his waist. The energy reaction inside this object was extremely unstable. It was heading towards a loss of control. Lin En's mind quickly constructed a model of energy dissipation. At this density and growth rate, once fully released, not only would the study on the second floor, where he was located, vanish from the foundations, but half of the Victor family's estate would be flattened. At that moment, a sharp pain came from the pocket of his shirt. It was not heat. It was cold. A chill that could freeze the soul penetrated through the fabric, piercing flesh and reaching his heart. The muscles in his left chest instantly went numb, and even his breathing halted. Lin En's left hand shot into his chest, pulling out the silver pocket watch. Temporal Ash Journey. The only relic he brought from another world. At this moment, the watch, which had never shown any signs of change, had completely transformed. A thick layer of white frost had formed on the originally smooth silver case, with wisps of cold air visibly seeping out. Snap! The cover of the watch sprang open by itself. Inside, the hands were spinning wildly in a way incomprehensible to any god. The hour hand was racing clockwise, blurring into a haze. The minute hand was turning counterclockwise, emitting a piercing shriek akin to glass being scratched by diamond, while the second hand had completely gone mad. It was jumping erratically on the dial, each landing creating an instant, extremely subtle distortion in the surrounding space. The mechanical sphere on the desk, which was about to go out of control, clearly sensed the presence of the watch. Buzz. The buzzing sound suddenly rose an octave, transforming into a piercing shriek that pierced through the eardrums. The dark red light intensified, and signs of liquefaction began to appear on the metallic shell of the sphere, which then strangely reassembled. Countless tiny gears released their internal locks, surging and rolling over the surface of the sphere, creating a boiling, seething metallic sea. Two creations from different worlds resonated with one another. An indescribable attraction formed between them, distorting the airflow. Bang! The ink bottle on the desk exploded. The splattered ink had not even hit the ground before being instantly evaporated into a purple-black mist by the high temperature radiating from the sphere. The alchemical manuscript paper on the desk curled up, the edges igniting spontaneously, turning to ash. Lin En did not move. His body screamed, every cell urging him to throw these two cursed objects out the window and to find a sturdy table to hide under. This was the instinct for survival. But the alchemist's instinct, like a red-hot steel nail, pinned him firmly in place. This was an once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for observation. Time and mechanics. Lin En endured the excruciating pain that felt like his left hand was about to freeze solid, slowly bringing it closer to the imminent melting mechanical sphere. 3 inches. 2 inches. 1 inch. As the distance between the two was minimized to the extreme, a sudden change occurred. From within the watch, a visible torrent of silver surged forth. This was not liquid, nor was it light. It was the personified fragments of time, the condensed power of temporal force. This torrent acted like an invisible hand, instantly gripping the agitated mechanical sphere. The violent heat was instantly suppressed. The boiling metallic sea was instantaneously frozen. The dark red light was swallowed and devoured by the silver. The silver torrent did not stop. Instead, like greedy mercury, it crazily seeped, infiltrated, analyzed, and covered the countless grooves on the surface of the mechanical sphere. The explosive heat that was about to erupt was forcibly pushed back into the sphere's interior by an irresistible force. Lin En's left fingertips had lost sensation, yet he did not let go. This was the almost pathological obsession of an alchemist in the face of truth. Even if his palm might be blown to bits in the next moment, he had to witness the instant of structural collapse. The sphere did not explode. It levitated, breaking free from gravity, quietly floating 3 inches above the watch, completely enveloped by the silver temporal torrent. Crack! A crisp sound echoed, the sound of some hidden precision lock being violently broken. Immediately after, there was a dense, spine-tingling sound of metal grinding. Crack! 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 The sphere began to disassemble. No more accurately, it was in the process of reconstruction. Thousands of micron-level gears, linkages, and bearings scattered through the air. They defied the laws of gravity surrounding the silver pocket watch, constructing a complex, precise, and continuously operating mechanical ring. Every component was spinning, meshing, and separating at high speed. That unparalleled precision surpassed any industrial machine Lin En knew, and even transcended the limits of imagination. This was not craftsmanship of mortals at all. At the center of the storm of parts, the original metallic shell had been stripped away, exposing the most protected core. A dark golden metallic core. It took on an irregular polyhedral shape, each facet as smooth as a mirror, yet seemingly containing infinite depth. There was no light source inside the core, yet it radiated a suffocating ancient and sacred aura. On the surface of the core, alchemical runes that were difficult to capture with the naked eye raced rapidly, each flicker causing Lin In's retina to feel a sharp stabbing pain. Lin In's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a pin. In the most fragmented copy of the Relics of the Old World, there were a few words describing this iconic hue and aura. Boom. His brain felt as if it had been violently struck by an invisible battering ram, and a sharp ringing in his ears instantly drowned out all external sounds. His brain seemed to receive a whisper. This was a remnant of the age of divine ruin. It was the long-fallen god of steam and machinery, Dorthrus, who left this creation in this dimension. It's actually a mechanical life form. Lin In's voice was hoarse, each word feeling like it was squeezed out of his throat. He stared at it intently. It had rhythm, it had will. This was not a mere mechanical device. This was an embryo of mechanical life awakening after being sealed for numerous epochs. The moment Lin In realized this, the floating core abruptly contracted, turning into a stream of light, without any warning crashing into the temporal ash journey watch below. All the suspended parts instantly lost their support. Clatter. They fell onto the desk like rain, resembling a brief metal downpour. Lin In felt a sudden heat in his palm, the extreme cold instantly transforming into searing heat, as if he were holding a freshly forged branding iron. Immediately after, a cold, monotone, mechanical voice sounded directly within his skull. Not through his ears, but through a resonance on the level of thought. The hands on the watch face ceased their frantic spinning, the second hand, minute hand, and hour hand, all precisely aligned at 12 o'clock simultaneously. Agreement reached. Host 1 temporal ash journey watch main control. Host 2 divine mechanical embryo execution end. Consciousness integration complete. The scattered parts on the desk flew up, rapidly spinning around Lin In's palm, ultimately assembling into a complex polyhedron composed of countless geometric shapes lightly resting in his hand. The originally scorching temperature disappeared, replaced by a warm metallic touch. It was no longer a rigid sphere. Now each face continuously changed and meshed. Countless tiny structures flowed and restructured on the surface, as if engaged in some endless ultra-high-speed calculation. Lin In looked at the small object in his palm, then glanced at the watch in his other hand, which had returned to normal. One consciousness, two bodies. The watch was the core responsible for temporal calculations. This mechanical polyhedron was the peripheral device responsible for physical interference. Who are you? The polyhedron in his palm ceased its dazzling transformations, and several frontal armor plates silently slid open and flipped over, revealing a single eye. It was a deep red crystalline lens, appearing as if lava was slowly flowing within. The aperture of the lens contracted precisely, focusing clearly, reflecting Lin In's face, filled with astonishment and scrutiny. That cold, toneless stream of consciousness vibrated again. I am Ash. A slight, nearly imperceptible pause appeared in the stream of consciousness, as if searching for some ancient file long buried. Factory code Executioner 001 has been discarded. I prefer my current name, it represents. Lin In weighed the polyhedron in his hand, surprised that this creature's logic circuit even contained a program for preferences. Quite interesting. He suppressed the waves of emotion within him, and continued to ask, what can you do? The polyhedron floated again, this time all of its armor plates blossomed like petals, revealing an even more complex and intricate internal structure. The deep red single eye's glow flashed briefly. The next moment, a massive, cold, and well-organized torrent of information surged directly into Lin In's cerebral cortex, without being asked. Core permissions unlocked. Stage 1 ability, infinite devouring description, forcefully plunder extraordinary materials or mechanical creations, transforming them into kinetic energy and structural strength. Ability 2, structural reorganization, substance deconstruction, description, manipulate matter on a microscopic level. Analysis efficiency increased by 500. Comes within subspace folding storage compartment. Note, as long as there are enough raw materials, I can handcraft a mechanical army for you. Ability 3, temporal anchor point, top secret, description, mark current temporal coordinates. Within 10 minutes, the host can ignore spatial distance and physical barriers, forcibly trace back to the coordinate point. Cost cooling period of 24 hours. Ability 4, containment execution, description, special attack against Cthulhu-type anomalous creatures. Strip the core, imprison the divine, and even the aberrants can provide energy for Ash. Lin In returned to his desk, laying the black-covered Book of Resonance flat before him. He stared at the book with its black cover. The cover felt cold to the touch, bearing the texture of some kind of biological leather, with a dark, golden Ouroboros emblem printed in the center. Analysis of the item completed. Name, Book of Universal Resonance, inactive. Rating, standard alchemical armament. Functions, spiritual realm projection, encrypted communication, material, transmission protocol. This is the token of Eris Academy, the Book of Universal Resonance. According to his father's words, this item was not merely a communication tool, but but a vast alchemical network terminal. Lin In bit his fingertip, pressing a drop of blood onto the dark golden Ouroboros emblem on the cover. A low hum resonated in his mind. The Ouroboros emblem on the cover was no longer a lifeless object. The ancient serpent devouring its own tail glowed with 2 points of crimson light in its eye sockets. Its metallic scaled skin began to peel away and reassemble, breaking free from its 2-dimensional imprint and transforming into a 3-dimensional spiraling mini metal snake. With blood as the key and soul as the guide, Lin In's throat moved as he recited an ancient and complex incantation. This was not just a simple language, but a resonance of spirit and matter, the only secret phrase to unlock this alchemical armament. As the final syllable of the incantation fell, the spiraling metal Ouroboros suddenly disintegrated, transforming into countless dark golden light points that like fireflies entered the book. In the next moment, Lin In's consciousness was pulled away from his body by an irresistible force, plummeting rapidly. It felt as though he had fallen into a cold, silent deep sea. Countless fragmented streams of whispering information swept past him like a school of ghostly fish. He saw encrypted transaction requests, bounties for monster hunts, and glimpses of forbidden knowledge shimmering enticingly in the darkness. There was no warmth of the academy here, only cold, efficient, and bare exchanges of value. This was an underground trading hub for the extraordinary, a vast dark web hidden beneath the reality of the world. Just as his consciousness was about to be lost in this torrent of information, a clear stream of command locked onto his spiritual coordinates. Identity verification in progress. Spiritual beacon match successful. Inheritance sequence confirmed. Victor family, 17th generation heir. Welcome Lin In, prospective member of Eris Academy. A cold mechanical voice rang in Lin In's mind, starkly different from the voice of Jean, devoid of any emotion. Immediately the dark space of consciousness was illuminated. A simple yet starkly cold interface appeared directly in front of his retina, in the form of a spiritual projection. The interface was clearly divided into several sections. World channel, all terminal holders can speak anonymously. Current online users 1742. Mission bounty entrustments issued by the Academy senior members or external organizations settled with contribution points. Knowledge Tower, a tiered open database from basic alchemical formulas to mythological creature encyclopedias, all available for exchange. Material exchange, a platform for members to freely trade materials, alchemical tools, and intelligence. Lin In's gaze swiftly scanned. His father was right, this was not merely a token of a school. It was a resource integration platform, a vast profit network connecting countless extraordinary individuals. At that moment, a scarlet pop-up window abruptly occupied his entire mental view. It was not a system notification, but rather a named email. Sender Office of the Dean Zero Instructor. Recipient Lin In, special observation target. Subject regarding your admission qualification. Content: your identity beacon has been marked. Given your uniqueness, the regular admission process has been closed to you. You must arrive at the designated coordinates within 72 hours. The attachment has been encrypted to undergo a special qualification assessment. Failure to arrive by the deadline will result in permanent denial of admission and your identification as a deserter in the Academy's network. A strange pulling force emanated from the book. Lin In did not resist, allowing his consciousness to sink along with this force. The surroundings began to twist and stretch, and the once dim bedroom instantly collapsed into countless fragments. When he opened his eyes again, Lin In found himself seated at a massive stone round table. Surrounding him was a thick, unyielding gray mist obscuring boundaries, with only an ancient-looking candlestick floating above, emitting a faint glow. 5 high-backed chairs surrounded the round table, and at that moment aside from him there were 2 others seated. Opposite him sat a young man dressed in a deep blue scholar's robe with a badge engraved with a balance symbol pinned to his chest. He had meticulously combed light golden short hair sitting upright with a serious expression, giving off an extremely rigid and meticulous feeling. On the other side of the round table sat a silver-haired girl. She appeared to be quite young, around 18, dressed in dark form-fitting leather armor for ease of movement, with her silver-white hair braided into a thick braid hanging behind her head. Her purple eyes held a sense of alienation as she regarded the newly arrived Lin In with the gaze of one as, "It seems we have another newcomer seated. There are still 2 empty spots." The blue-robed man broke the silence, first his voice steady and powerful, revealing little emotional fluctuation. "I am Adrian Brett, a second-year student of Eris Academy and the temporary leader of your group." He extended his finger and lightly traced a rune in the air, which glowed briefly before dissipating. "This is the mental projection space constructed by the Book of Resonance, absolutely safe and completely confidential. Lin, an alchemist." He briefly introduced his name and professional inclination. Teocellus. The silver-haired girl's voice was somewhat hoarse, as if she hadn't spoken in a long time. Shadow Hunter. Adrian nodded, crossing his hands on the table like a judge presiding over a meeting. From today we are members of Eris Academy's 37th group. The Academy is a loosely structured lifetime society. We do not need to attend classes in specific campuses, and we can freely choose our lifestyle, profession, and even our faction. However, through this book of resonance we can share information, accept tasks issued by the Academy, and even conduct limited material exchanges. As he spoke, Adrian glanced at Tia, seemingly noticing her hesitation to speak. Feel free to ask any questions. Here information is the only hard currency. Tia remained silent for a few seconds, her purple eyes fixed intently on Adrian. We should all be extraordinary individuals with heritages. I want to know how ordinary people can become true extraordinary beings. This question was fundamental yet core. Although Lin In possessed memories from 2 lives and that mechanical sphere, he did not have a comprehensive understanding of the mainstream extraordinary system in this world, so he perked up his ears. Adrian did not seem surprised by the question, raising 4 fingers. There are actually many pathways. The most mainstream ones are: first, join an Orthodox church. Whether it's the 3 major churches or the 7 minor sects, they all have complete promotion sequences. Second, join certain secret organizations or cults. They possess some shortcut forbidden methods, but usually come with a high death rate and mental contamination. Third, the most uncontrollable method is to come into contact with high concentrations of anomalous essence, resulting in beneficial mutations on the brink of death. Fourth, there are families like ours with heritage. Of course, one can also purchase potions with gold pounds, but as you said, ordinary people likely do not possess gold pounds. Tia's eyes dimmed a bit after hearing this. Clearly these were not the answers she desired. She bit her lip and reached out her palm in the void, summoning a piece of yellowed parchment that appeared on the table. I need gold pounds. I've spent all my savings to join the Academy. I don't even have travel expenses left. She pushed the parchment towards the center of the round table, her gaze passing over Lin, In, and Adrian. This is a potion formula I obtained during a cleaning mission called Cauldron of Regret. Those who consume it conceive visions of the paths they did not choose in their lives while dreaming, and although they will wake up accompanied by intense feelings of regret, it is an invaluable treasure for those trapped in a bottleneck. Lin In raised an eyebrow. As an alchemist, he possessed a natural sensitivity to formulas that pertain to the spiritual realm. Such items could indeed fetch a high price on the black market, but for someone in urgent need of money, the cashing out channel was a significant issue. How much? Lin In asked lightly, tapping the stone table with his fingers. Tia turned to look at him, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. 300 gold pounds, or equivalent alchemical materials. This price was not expensive, one could even say it was a bargain. He'll take it. Lin In did not haggle, making a quick decision. As the son of a marquis, a few hundred gold pounds was merely the cost of not buying a few mechanical parts for him. But how do we trade? Lin In looked at Adrian. This is just a mental projection space. Adrian adjusted his non-existent glasses and explained, the Book of Resonance has a material transmission protocol, but it requires the consumption of contribution points, and must be approved by the Academy. Transmission of dangerous forbidden items is strictly prohibited. Since it involves a formula and gold tickets which are considered regular items, the approval will be quick. He tapped a few times in the void before him, seemingly operating some invisible interface. The transaction request has been submitted. You just need to place the items on the book pages in reality to initiate the transmission ritual. Lin In nodded. This was indeed convenient. Since the transaction is settled, let me share my itinerary. Lin In looked at the two. I will set off for Solarion City early tomorrow morning. This is the first order the Academy has given me. Hearing the words Solarion City, Tia suddenly lifted her head. Are you also going to Solarion? The sense of alienation in her eyes faded a bit. I am currently in the lower district of Solarion City. Hearing the words Solarion City, Tia suddenly lifted her head. Are you also going to Solarion? The sense of alienation in her eyes faded a bit. Having a local native to guide him would indeed save a lot of trouble. Sure. Lin In nodded in agreement. No need to rush. Adrian, who had been observing, suddenly interjected. The signals of the other 2 team members have also appeared near Solarion. It would be more prudent to wait until everyone has arrived before starting the official Academy task. The waters in that city are deep. Since you are an alchemist, it is best to register an identity in the craftsman district once you arrive there. After Adrian spoke, his figure began to blur, seemingly indicating that the time to maintain the projection had expired. Today's meeting is concluded. I look forward to meeting you all in reality. As Adrian vanished, the surrounding gray mist surged rapidly, engulfing the round table and chairs. Lin In felt a slight dizziness as his consciousness returned to his bedroom. The black notebook on the table had already closed, and the light of the Ouroboros emblem gradually faded. He took out a stack of gold tickets that he had prepared earlier from the drawer, and placed them on the book page according to the method he had just learned. With a flash of light, the gold tickets vanished, replaced by the yellowed parchment formula. Lin In picked up the formula and glanced at it, a hint of playful amusement curling at the corner of his mouth. With this transaction channel combined with the knowledge base from the era of the fallen gods in his mind, his start in Solarion City might turn out to be far more exciting than he had imagined. Time-Space Ash Journey analyzed this formula. Analyzing. Components confirmed no toxic residues optimization possible. Lin stood up and walked to the window, pushing it open. A piercing cold wind mixed with snowflakes rushed in, dispersing the warmth within the room. In the distance, the clock tower of the imperial city chimed the midnight bell. As the midnight chimes faded, the imperial capital sank into silence. The only sound in Lin's room came from his left arm. Click, click. The silver external armor that had snugly covered his left arm was now growing in a strange manner. Countless dark red biological membranes pierced through the metal barrier, resembling a network of activated blood vessels greedily breathing and writhing. Each pulsation radiated a searing heat. This object had long departed from the realm of machinery. It was distorting, evolving into a true forbidden item, a living weapon birthed from the high-dimensional radiation emitted by Gene. Base logic correction completed. A cold, mechanical, synthesized voice echoed in the depths of his mind. In the next moment, a tsunami of vast information flooded into every nerve ending. Not just the refined formula for the cauldron of regret, but the entire errata of the contemporary alchemical. In his mind, the foundational theories from the Book of Resonance were marked with countless blood-red crosses. Before the knowledge repository of the era of divine collapse, contemporary alchemy resembled shamans of the primitive age performing rituals. A sharp pain pierced through his temples like a needle-cold sweat trickling down his jawline. For an ordinary person, their brain would have been reduced to a boiling mush in this storm of information. However, Lin did not even furrow his brow, even having the capacity to analyze the remnants of war interspersed within those data fragments, burning floating city-states, steam cities submerged by iron golems, and the overwhelming stench of sulfur and charred corpses in the air. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking was gentle yet rhythmic. Lin focused his thoughts, and the living tendrils greedily breathing from his left arm instantly retracted, the protruding metal plates rapidly converging and flattening, transforming back into a layer of smooth silver armguard that clung to his skin. He casually grabbed the morning robe from the chair next to his bed, concealing his arm within the wide sleeves. Come in. The doorknob turned, and Emily peeked in with half her head. The 14-year-old girl wore a well-tailored dark green academy uniform, her beautiful golden short hair meticulously styled. Her green eyes, belonging to the Victor family, scanned the room critically before finally resting on Lin's slightly pale face. Brother, what are you doing? Emily's voice was soft, tinged with a hint of probing. Why do I feel like there's always a sound coming from your room? As she spoke, she stepped inside. Her footsteps fell silently on the thick carpet. She carried a hefty dark clothing bag in her hand, made of matte dark gray fabric, the texture lying between canvas and a kind of durable synthetic fiber. She placed the bag next to the pile of scattered blueprints on the desk, her movements gentle. Lin spoke, his voice flat and devoid of emotion. He leaned back in his chair, adjusting his posture, the wide sleeves slipping down, completely concealing his left arm. The living weapon that had just been greedily breathing now lay docile, like an ordinary ornament. Emily pursed her lips. The Solarian city that father mentioned. But I checked the internal archives of the Public Security Bureau, and the missing persons report rate in Solarian is 12 times that of the imperial capital. The power dynamics there are intricate, even the lower-level forces, the insignificant gangs fighting it out, use retired military exoskeletons. The patrols there, their only task is to collect corpses. I know. You know. Emily's temper flared, her voice rising a few notches. What do you know? Do you think reality is like those social balls? That place is a true lawless territory. Lin raised his gaze, his black pupils still as a bottomless ancient well. Emily felt a sudden halt in her heart at that gaze, the remaining words lodged in her throat. She pointed awkwardly at the clothing bag on the desk, stiffly diverting the topic. I had father's exclusive tailor rush this formal outfit overnight. Stab-resistant fabric with a cut-proof lining. Thank you. Emily opened her mouth, wanting to say more, but the sound of a carriage urging outside interrupted her. It was the special carriage taking her to St. Margaret's Academy. She gazed deeply at Lin, and seemingly searching for a hint of fear or hesitation on his face, but found nothing. Come back early. The girl threw down this blunt remark, leaving without looking back. The moment the door closed, Lin heard the sudden chaotic breaths outside. The footsteps faded away until the sound of the carriage crunching over the gravel road completely disappeared into the morning mist. The room fell into silence once more. Lin then raised his left hand. The wide sleeves of the morning robe slid down silently with his movement, exposing the silver colonization that starkly contrasted with human flesh. He quietly gazed at it. The wide sleeves of the morning robe slid down silently with his movement, exposing the silver colonization that starkly. Immediately after, countless dark red patterns finer than hair seeped from within the metal, rapidly covering the entire arm guard, according to some arcane geometric principle. They were no longer the previously wild-growing membranes, but were more reserved and intricate. This body is too fragile. Lin muttered to the air. This frail flesh, let alone harnessing the power of Gene, even in a place like Solarian, would not qualify as a proper prey. Retrieve enhancement plans. Searching. Plan A. Implant the third-generation mountain mover steam spine. Advantages: permanent increase in carrying capacity by 300. Disadvantages: 98 nerve rejection reaction rate, requires lifelong use of anti-rejection medication and regular maintenance. Plan B. Inject Titan sequence gene medication. Advantages: muscle density enhancement, gain rapid regeneration ability. Disadvantages: 40 chance of irreversible intellectual decline, requires long-term blood dialysis. Plan C. Ancient extreme body refining technique fragment. Advantages: no mechanical rejection risk, no risk of intelligence damage. Disadvantages: process extremely painful, high mortality rate. C. Lin did not hesitate for even a second. Confirmation of choice: ancient extreme body refining technique. Warning: this plan carries extremely high risks. The physiological pain index will exceed the normal threshold. Continue. Continue. As soon as Lin N's words fell, a torrent of complex information etched itself into the defenses of Lin N's brain. No text, no sound. Only distorted, bizarre, dynamic human anatomical diagrams, as if crafted by a mad artist, were forcibly branded into his memory. They were not exercise methods at all. More like a self-harm manual aimed at tearing, crushing, and then reassembling every muscle fiber, every nerve ending in the most extreme manner. Counterjoint counterhuman ergonomics. One of the poses required the practitioner to fold themselves into unspeakable angles while twisting both arms from behind, fingers interlocked at the back of the neck. A normal person attempting this would likely end up paralyzed. The guy who invented this must have a grudge against humanity. Lin N's brow twitched slightly, his expression still unchanged, as if evaluating a dish. The technique requires the use of specially formulated potent drugs to soak in to repair the torn body and catalyze its regeneration. A new line of information appeared. Prescription. Lin commanded. Main ingredients: fresh bile from the black swamp giant crocodile, high-purity mercury, dust ground bark from 100-year-old iron birch. Auxiliary ingredients: high-purity industrial alcohol, finely ground volcanic rock powder. A long list of items was laid out, most of which could only be found in the black market and were quite expensive. Quite particular, he murmured, as if chatting with someone. The room was empty. He stood up and walked to the empty space in the center of the room, the hem of his morning robe gently brushing against the carpet as he moved. He recalled the first movement from the diagram in his mind. A seemingly simple starting pose. Feet apart, body sinking, left arm slowly raising back. Raising up. Raising again. Until his arm formed a painfully acute angle with his scapula. Crack. A faint cracking sound came from his shoulder joint, like dry rotten wood being forcibly snapped. Excruciating pain surged through his entire left arm like a burning iron rod. Cold sweat instantly poured out, soaking his dark hair at the front. He reached for the velvet cord by the bed. 2 minutes later, the door was knocked on again. In came Alfred Graham, the butler of the Victor family, a contract guardian steward who always concealed himself behind a crisp tailcoat and a proper smile. Young master. Alfred bowed slightly, his temples graying, yet his posture remained like a javelin. Lin grabbed a pen from the table and quickly scribbled 3 lines on a notepad, tearing it off and handing it over. Fresh bile from the black swamp giant crocodile. High-purity mercury dust. Ground bark from 100-year-old iron birch. Alfred took the note, his gaze lingering on it for only a moment. These toxic organs, lethal heavy metals, and plants as hard as steel. The combination of these 3 items was not for alchemical materials. The old butler did not even raise an eyebrow, carefully folding the note and placing it in his inner pocket. The storeroom has ready mercury and iron birch. The crocodile bile needs to be urgently sourced from the black market, expected to arrive at your room within 2 hours. Should I prepare a special lead-lined bathtub for you, young master? Alfred calmly observed Lin, asking in a tone as if stating a fact. No one but you is to approach. As you wish. The butler bowed and withdrew, the door closing softly, leaving the room in silence. Lin stood up, stretching his stiff neck, the bones cracking like popping beans. He walked to the dressing mirror, looking at the thin, pale boy reflected within. Gene, how many individual weapons from the era of divine collapse can the current permissions unlock? The mechanical polyhedron in his palm vibrated, the deep red single eye projecting a line of blood-colored characters. Current body strength rating F, extremely fragile, unlockable blueprints 0, warning, forcibly loading advanced weaponry will result in catastrophic skeletal failure of the host. Recommendation: prioritize enhancing carrier strength. Lin stared at the glaring F, his facial muscles twitching slightly. Very well. Then let's start by toughening this skin. Lin took a deep breath, donned the left arm armor, and punched towards the air in front of him. Boom. Not the sound of wind, but the dull roar of air exploding as it was rapidly compressed. Record data. Power 0. 5 tons with left arm enhancement. Speed 2 meters second. Overall evaluation poor. In the era of divine collapse, you couldn't even kill a mutated chicken. Lin In looked at that evaluation, the corners of his mouth curling into a cold arc. Alfred's efficiency was astonishingly swift. In 40 minutes, 3 lead-sealed metal cans were neatly arranged on the operating table. Lin In's fingertips traced over the condensation on the canister's surface. The contents within, calculated by regular dosage, were enough to cause an adult to drop dead on the spot. Pour it all in. He pointed at the half-height brass bathtub. The butler donned heavy protective gloves, his movements steady, as if pouring milk for afternoon tea. The viscous dark green bile slid into the water, followed by the shiny mercury dust. Hiss! At the moment of contact, a sharp yellow smoke rose from the bathtub. The originally clear water rapidly became murky, transforming into a boiling slurry akin to strong acid, with a layer of eerie metallic oil film floating on the surface. When the iron birch bark was thrown in, it even produced a crisp sound similar to metal clanging. The air circulation system in the underground alchemy chamber was operating at full power. The massive blades of the exhaust fans sliced through the air, producing a dull hum. Even so, the pungent odor emanating from the brass bathtub in the center of the room still could not be completely dissipated, resembling a blend of some metal and rotting flesh. The dark green liquid churned in the tub, occasionally bursting a bubble that splattered drops of an oddly eerie juice. Fresh bile from the black swamp crocodile. High-purity mercury dust. Powdered bark of 100-year-old iron birch. If the antiquated members of the Victor family had witnessed this scene, they would undoubtedly have called the mental hospital immediately, or simply tied Lin into a pyre, dousing him with holy water for a cool respite. This thing hardly seemed fit for human use. Alfred stood by, holding a neatly folded white towel. As a qualified butler, even if the young master requested to drink magma, he would thoughtfully prepare a straw and napkin. The water temperature is 85 degrees with a deviation of 0.01. Alfred reported the water temperature. This potion can only take effect at 85 degrees. Lin In removed his morning robe and stood naked in front of the bathtub. His frail body appeared particularly pale under the dim light, with ribs distinctly visible, resembling an underdeveloped skeleton. Only his left arm bore a silver metallic exoskeleton tightly adhered to his skin, with dark red magical patterns flickering in sync with his heartbeat, exuding an ominous vitality. Do you need an injection of military-grade pain suppressants? Alfred's tone showed no variation, as if he were asking the young master whether he preferred tea or coffee for breakfast. What's the point? Lin In tugged at the corner of his mouth, revealing a semblance of a smile. Alfred, remember, pain is the whetstone of the soul. To suppress it is akin to covering a red-hot iron block with a damp cloth. One cannot forge good steel. Alfred had evidently heard this twisted logic more than once. He slightly inclined his body, reminding with the tone of introducing a dinner menu. The medical team is waiting outside. The chief surgeon from the Empire's 3rd Field Hospital, accompanied by 2 A-class life system alchemists, along with a portable life pod. The more professionally the old butler stated, the more bizarre the scene became. Let them go back. Lin In waved his hand. He paused, his gaze turned toward the tub of dark green liquid, his eyes swirling with an almost greedy desire. I know what I'm doing. No dangers are occurring as you might think. Before the words fell, one of his legs had already stepped. Sizzle, a light sound. Blue smoke rose. Lin In lifted his leg and stepped into the bathtub. Sizzle. The moment his skin touched the liquid surface, the potion evidently provoked a strong reaction in the human body. Pain. The wave of pain engulfed his consciousness in a fraction of a second. There was no gradual process, no possibility of adaptation. It was like a massive wall of red-hot steel crashing towards him at an unparalleled speed, instantly grinding the existence known as Lin In into dust. His mind went blank. His vision was overtaken by pure boiling white light. The perception of time and space was stripped away, leaving only the most primitive nerve endings screaming madly, transmitting the same signal to the already uncontrollable central nervous system. Destruction. Muscle fibers tightened uncontrollably, coiling, cramping. His bones groaned, as if this internal raging force was about to snap them. His body trembled violently in the dark green potion, like a fish thrown onto a hot iron plate, each convulsion splattering lethal juice, producing a hissing sound in the air. Uncertain how long had passed, perhaps a century, perhaps just a moment. The momentary blankness of consciousness finally receded, replaced by a clearer, more structured, and consequently more brutal agony. Lin In abruptly regained control over his body. He could feel his skin every inch dissolving. The epidermal tissue was liquefying, transforming into wisps of murky white smoke that merged into the... He could sense the potion seeping through the disintegrating flesh, greedily licking at his fascia, his bones. It was not merely a burning sensation. It felt more like billions of tiny ants made of sulfuric acid and mercury were burrowing into each of his cells, gnawing, tearing, and exploding from the inside. Huh. Broken gasps squeezed out from deep within his throat, tinged with the metallic sweetness of blood. He tried to grit his teeth only to find them trembling, uncontrollably clashing against each other with a crisp sound. I take back what I said before. Lin En's voice was hoarse, each word squeezed out with all his strength. High-level cultivation often only requires the simplest methods of self-destruction. He gritted his teeth, forcing out this sentence as his body convulsed uncontrollably from the excruciating pain, muscle fibers twitching madly. Pain. To the extreme, it birthed a strange clarity. He even had the leisure to ponder that this pain was 10 times worse than when he was electrocuted on the garbage star in his past life. No, it was 100 times worse. It was a pure physical energy impact, whereas now it was a dual invasion of chemical and magical energies, a total deconstruction from the material to the energetic level. Warning: surface temperature rising. Warning: detection of mysterious liquid intrusion, cell walls dissolving. Warning: overload of pain nerve signals, cerebral cortex on the brink of crashing, disconnection suggested. Consciousness was like a small boat on the verge of capsizing in a storm about to be smashed by the next wave. No, he could not lose consciousness. Once unconscious, the will's control over the body would drop to its lowest. The cell's survival instinct would overwhelm the desire for evolution, and this expensive body refinement would completely fail. He bit down hard on his tongue. The sharp pain and taste of blood forcibly pulled his plummeting consciousness back. Mental strength. Lin En forced himself not to feel the omnipresent pain, but instead concentrated all his thoughts diving into his own body. He saw it. Saw his cells bursting and dying one by one. Saw the dark green potion's energy charging and violently impacting everything. Saw those surviving tougher cells greedily consuming the remains of their dead counterparts, and the energy from the potion beginning to divide and reorganize at an incredibly slow pace. This was a bloody battlefield. The battlefield was within his body, and his will was the supreme commander of faster. Not enough. Devour. Evolve. Survive. His spirit roared, guiding this brutal war occurring at the microscopic level with the strongest will to survive. Every second, billions of cells died. Similarly, new, stronger cells were birthed from the ruins. This process was accompanied by unparalleled agony. The transmission speed of nerve signals had reached its limit, with frenzied electrical signals bombarding the brain, making his entire skull feel like it was about to explode. Warning: overload of pain nerve signals, cerebral cortex on the brink of crashing, disconnection suggested. The voice of Jean remained cool and infuriating in his mind. Lin En could clearly feel that his muscles were becoming denser, and after absorbing the metal elements in the mercury dust, his bones were growing, hardening, and gaining weight at an incredible speed. Even the metallic exoskeleton that originally covered only his left arm began to stir, like a shark sense. Silver metallic cells spread from his shoulder to his chest, greedily consuming the metal ions in the potion, outlining grotesque patterns beneath his skin. High-energy external material intake detected. Left arm charging efficiency increased by 300. Structural strength is being reorganized. Gene lock is being unlocked. Seconds passed. The originally dark green liquid in the bathtub gradually lightened, eventually turning into a murky water, floating with grayish-black dead skin and dirt. Huff! Lin En exhaled a long breath of turbid air. The white vapor lingered in the air, emitting a sound akin to an arrow slicing through the air. He slowly straightened his body. His spine emitted a series of crisp cracks, no longer the sound of fractures, but rather the muffled noise of some precise gears meshing. He stood up, stepping out of the bathtub. Alfred immediately handed him the towel. "What time is it?" Lin En dried his body and took the clothes Alfred offered. "4 in the morning," Alfred replied calmly, though a ripple of emotion flickered in his otherwise calm eyes. He walked to the dressing mirror. In the mirror stood a man dressed in a meticulously tailored charcoal gray double-breasted suit, with a crisp white shirt underneath and a deep red silk scarf tied at the collar. This was the outfit Emily had sent. The Victor family's aesthetic was impeccable. This attire fit perfectly on his newly reborn body, the suit's shoulder line accentuating his muscular contours. The deep red scarf was tied meticulously at the collar. At that moment, he had regained the elegance of a young nobleman. Jean assessed the current physical data. Strength 0. 8 tons with external armor on the left arm. Physical strength D, beginner level. Explosive speed 5 meters second. Evaluation: congratulations, host, you have evolved into a strong ant. It is still advised to surrender immediately in the face of heavy firepower. Only D. Lin En's hand paused while buttoning. After spending so much money and enduring such pain, nearly turning himself into a chair, he had only achieved a D. This result truly left him feeling both amused and exasperated. This body refinement technique belongs to the military training syllabus of the era of divine destruction, aimed at screening out inferior genes. The system's voice was devoid of emotion. Given the host's original body foundation, it is acceptable, but persisting through this is indeed not easy. The starting point is too low. These 4 words struck Lin En's most sensitive spot, like a red-hot. He did not retort. He merely felt that Jean always managed to deliver the most heart-wrenching truths in the calmest tone. Moreover, what it said was the truth. Lin En no longer argued with the system, silently finishing tying his tie. He raised his right hand, his fingers slowly closing together. His knuckles showed no sign of paling, as if he had merely completed a simple action. But this body was telling him that with just a bit more force he could shatter the dressing mirror before him along with the 0.8 tons of strength D in intensity. It didn't sound high, but compared to before it was a world of difference. An ant indeed. Lin En looked at the comied youth in the mirror. Yes, an ant. But from today onward this ant had grown teeth strong enough to crunch steel. That was enough. All right then. Lin En donned leather gloves concealing the layer of metallic sheen on his left hand that had not fully faded. The leather of the gloves rubbed against the newly roughened tips of his fingers, providing a peculiar sensation. At 7 in the morning in the city of Kexios, the sky was a shade of gray that seemed impossible to cleanse. In Lin En's training room, there was only one sound. The sound of bones pressing, rubbing, and misaligning against each other. Lin En's upper body was bare, and beneath his skin the flow of blood gave his form a cooked reddish hue. Sweat seeped from every inch of Lin En's skin, sliding down the lines of his muscles and pooling into a puddle on the floor beneath him. A pose. Lin En's left leg arched upward from behind the ankle, firmly locked against the back of his head. His right arm threaded through his thighs, grasping his left ankle, forming a closed loop. His entire body contorted into a shape that eluded verbal description. Every bundle of muscle fiber trembled at a high frequency, constantly pulled to the brink of rupture by external forces. A surge of energy erupted from his heart, washing over the tissues on the verge of collapse, forcefully conducting repairs and reorganization. The puddles on the floor were not singular, as sweat had evaporated and condensed several times. Warning: the third vertebra of the spine has bent laterally by 31 degrees. Structure integrity nearing threshold. Warning: minor cracks have appeared in the right 9th and 10th ribs. Fracture risk assessment 48. Recommendation: the host should immediately cease current training. The system's prompt echoed in Lin En's mind, devoid of emotion, merely data. The sensation of pain had long since dulled. Lin En's consciousness blurred, his vision tinted crimson. He was sustained solely by sheer will. Those high-grade mechanical alchemical armaments, each was a monster that devoured the user's vitality. Without a body of sufficient strength, pulling the trigger could shatter one's own arm into pulp. A disassembled body is not merely a description. It is a fact. Current pain level assessment 8. Physiological functions monitored, nearing shock. Initiating forced interruption procedure. Countdown 30, 29. Lin En's teeth clattered to 10 more seconds. Just 10 seconds. With each passing second, the agony in his body geometrically increased. Time lost its meaning here. Every second felt like a century. Just as the countdown was about to reach 0. Click. The sound of a doorknob turning. A tiny sound that was incredibly clear at this moment. With a half-eaten colorful lollipop stick in her mouth, her cheeks puffed out. Brother. Emily had changed into a neat riding outfit, grasping a handful of hard candy she had taken from the kitchen. Her emerald-like eyes shrank to pinpoints upon witnessing the scene inside the room. The girl pushed the door open, circled around the contorted human sculpture, twice her face written with shock. What is this new trend in self-mutilation martial arts? Emily crunched the candy in her mouth, the sound crisp. It looks hideous. Like a lizard that has been repeatedly crushed by a wagon wheel. Lin En ignored her. Speaking would interrupt the flow of air within his chest. Lin En felt that if he opened his mouth, his organs would spew forth along with his throat. Dad was right. Your alchemy has ruined your brain. The girl's voice was crisp with the sound of candy shattering as she plopped down on the nearby soft cushion, tossing the hard candy into the air and catching it again. The military-promoted mountain-cracking fist is so good, every punch lands. Men should practice that. Don't practice this absurd contortion of yourself. Countdown finished. Structure calibration complete. Forced end of training. Lin En's fingers, which had clutched his ankle, instantly relaxed. Snap. The bones and muscle fibers of his body, freed from their constraints, emitted a series of crackling sounds. A drop of sweat flew from Lin En's hair tip, striking the padded wall and leaving a dark wet spot. Pooh! A rush of hot air burst from Lin En's lungs, forming a lingering white mist in the cool. Training summary: body structure integrity improved 0. 13. Neural resilience strengthened 0. 28. Pain tolerance upper limit increased 45. Metabolism efficiency overclock mode sustained for 120 minutes. The system panel refreshed in Lin En's consciousness, the data stream crystal clear. In this chaotic world, the only thing that matters to survive like a human is power. Lin En grabbed the towel hanging on the rack, wiping the sweat that continued to seep from his skin. His golden hair was soaked, clinging to his scalp. Emily, you must remember we were born into a marquis family. It was merely luck. Without this family background, we wouldn't even be able to grow up safely. Who wants to listen to your rambling? Emily snorted disdainfully, yet her gaze uncontrollably drifted to the spot where Lin had just been standing. On the hard alloy floor, sweat had soaked 2 complete footprints, the surrounding moisture still evaporating. I just came to see how our esteemed Marquis heir is preparing for his journey. How is the packing going? This girl, clearly worried and unable to sleep all night, she rushed over at dawn to check Lin's condition, yet could not utter a single kind word. He'll be careful. Once I settle down, he'll call Samuel to help me. Lin walked towards the alchemy cabinet in the corner of the room, made of dark wood and alloy. As the cabinet door opened, hundreds of labeled glass bottles and test tubes were neatly arranged inside. That place will only be the starting point for my trial mission. Lin picked up a bottle containing a deep red liquid, skillfully using a dropper to extract the liquid. It will also be the starting point of my magnificent life. TCH. Emily stood up, brushing off non-existent dust from her riding skirt. As long as you are careful, if there's an opportunity, just return to the imperial capital. After all, the imperial capital is the strongest city of our family's influence. After saying that, the girl turned and left without a moment's pause. The training room once again fell into silence. Lin gazed at the test tube in his hand. The red liquid was a stamina recovery potion, a potion designed to quickly restore physical strength. Indeed, alchemists can be willful. Solarian City, though a chaotic mix of various forces, was just right for Lin at this moment. Returning to the room, Lin took out a small metal box from the cabinet. Opening the box revealed a gray crystal the size of a fingernail, its surface covered in irregular patterns. Fragment of abyssal demon crystal. This was something Lin had dug up from the black market last week, spending all his savings. This item contained a faint trace of spatial energy, the core material for crafting flash runes. Lin placed the crystal fragment in a grinding dish, carefully crushing it into powder with a silver grinding rod. The powder exhibited a strange gray hue, as if it could absorb light. Next, Lin took a piece of symbol paper made from specially tanned beast skin, and using a pen dipped in mercury blood, he intricately drew energy circuits on the paper. Each stroke required intense concentration of mental energy. If the energy circuit went awry, this symbol paper worth thousands of pounds would be rendered completely useless. 10 minutes later, a precise rune formed on the beast skin paper. Lin evenly sprinkled the gray powder over the nodes of the rune, then folded the paper and stamped a sealing mark at the closure with an alchemical iron. One flash rune was completed. In a critical moment, tearing the rune could instantaneously create a short-distance spatial jump sufficient to evade any lethal attack. This was the first life-saving card Lin had prepared for this mission. Lin did not stop. He dragged out a heavy lead box from the very bottom of the alchemy cabinet. The surface of the box was engraved with patterns that blocked energy perception. Upon opening the box, an ominous aura wafted out. Inside lay 3 black spheres the size of eyeballs. Shadow explosive. A military-controlled item, each one possesses an explosive power capable of leveling a 3-story building. Lin had crafted special alchemical fuses for these 3 explosives. The conventional triggering method was collision or timing. Lin's modification allowed them to be detonated remotely using mental energy. This meant Lin could place them anywhere and at the most opportune moment deliver a grand surprise to his enemies. After completing all this, Lin also prepared 3 tubes of corrosive potion and 2 tubes of neurotoxin. The former could dissolve metals and rocks, while the latter could paralyze the nervous system of large creatures. Lin sorted all the finished products and packed them into the tactical pockets on both sides of his belt. Every pocket's position had been meticulously calculated by Lin to ensure he could retrieve what he needed in the shortest time possible, regardless of his stance. Lin's movements came to a halt. A question he had deliberately ignored now surfaced clearly in his mind. How to transport these items out of the imperial capital? The journey to Solarian City was long, with the fastest transport being the steam train from the imperial central station. As the transportation hub of the empire, the security level at the central station was the highest. Every passenger entering the station must pass through a detection gate constructed from alchemy and runic study. That gate could easily distinguish whether a traveler was carrying large-scale destructive alchemical weapons or unstable energy sources. Lin glanced down at his waste equipment. 3 shadow explosives, military-grade explosives, had energy reactions so intense they could not be concealed. 3 tubes of corrosive potion, 2 tubes of neurotoxin. While lacking violent energy fluctuations, their unique alchemical components would be as conspicuous as a torch in the night under the detection gate scan. Not to mention the flash rune made from abyssal demon crystal fragment, which contained spatial energy that, if discovered by the Empire's rune masters, would result in Lin facing not mere questioning, but direct arrest by the Imperial Secret Police. Illegally crafting and possessing spatial attribute runes is a serious crime in the Empire. Lin's brows furrowed slightly. Smuggling? No way. Although there were many underground channels in the imperial capital, not one could he fully trust. This mission was crucial. He could not hand over his fate to others from the very first step. Disguise. Even less likely. The designer of the alchemical detection gate was the dean of the Imperial Royal Alchemy Academy, who boasted that his invention could distinguish over 13,000 different alchemical potions. Lin In did not believe his disguising methods could fool such a high-level alchemical creation. Abandoning these equipments. That thought flickered for just a second before Lin In snuffed it out. Solarian City was synonymous with chaos. Without these trump cards, Lin In was uncertain how long he could survive there. He was not going on vacation. Lin In paced back and forth in the training room, the alloy floor echoing clearly under his military boots. His thoughts seemed to have entered a dead end. Possessing the power to slay dragons, yet being tripped up by the first hurdle. This sensation made Lin In feel a twinge of irritation. He was accustomed to resolving issues through alchemy, crushing enemies with knowledge and technology. But now this knowledge and technology had instead become his greatest burden. Lin In halted his steps, forcing himself to calm down. There must be a way. There must be some detail he overlooked. He began to review all the abilities he possessed, from alchemy to runic studies, from the power of his family to his own connections. Yet every path seemed to lead to failure. Time passed second by second. The light outside the window grew increasingly bright. Frustration surged within him. Lin In instinctively tightened his fists. At that moment, a cold stream of consciousness abruptly appeared deep within his mind. Detected the host is trapped in a low-level logical dilemma. Initiating thought pattern analysis. Analysis complete. Conclusion: the host's excessive reliance on the external world's knowledge system has led to a severe deviation in the understanding of his core abilities. Initiating guidance program. Question: ability 4, containment execution. What is its basic function? This stream of information struck like a bolt from the blue. Lin In froze completely. Right. How could he have forgotten this? The greatest reliance he had in this world was never the identity of a marquis heir, nor his past life's alchemical knowledge, but rather this thing bound to his soul. Because the rules of alchemy in this world aligned too closely with his former knowledge, he became addicted to the thrill of solving everything with technology, nearly forgetting he possessed this unreasonable rule-defying ability. Lin In's breathing steadied. He felt a twinge of embarrassment for his previous foolishness. He possessed the simplest answer, yet wandered like a fool in a maze. Containment. Lin In murmured the word softly. He raised his right hand palm open. Then Lin In concentrated his mental energy in his palm. There was no light, no sound. In Lin In's perception, a point that could not be observed appeared in the space of his palm. This point did not belong to the real world. It was an entrance to an absolutely independent dimensional space. Lin In's thoughts stirred. He took a tube of corrosive potion from his waist. When the test tube touched the air above his palm, a strange scene unfolded. The test tube, made of high-strength crystal glass along with the dangerous liquid inside, simply vanished into thin air. No dissolution, no decomposition, just purely and completely disappearing from this world. Yet in Lin In's perception, he could clearly see that the potion was quietly suspended in an endless gray space. The test tube, made of high-strength crystal glass along with the dangerous liquid inside, simply vanished into thin air. No dissolution, containment. The moment he issued the command, all the pockets at his waist along with the neurotoxin stamina recovery potion, flash rune, and the lead box containing 3 shadow explosives all vanished in an instant. The heavy burden disappeared. The belt felt entirely empty. Lin In moved his body, experiencing an unprecedented lightness. He opened his palm again, and with a thought, the tanned beast skin symbol paper instantly appeared in his hand. The surface of the symbol paper still retained the warmth from its creation. Once more containment. Once more retrieval. The entire process flowed smoothly, faster than pulling something from a pocket. This was a divine technique. Although the space was still small with the evolution of Ash, the future possibility of storing large mechanical devices within the space was not out of the question. Having resolved the biggest challenge, Lin In's mood completely relaxed. Noon. Having solved the dilemma, Lin In's mood completely relaxed. The calmness of his spirit allowed him to handle the upcoming matters with greater efficiency. Lin In walked to the desk where a high-backed chair covered in deep red velvet awaited him. The curve of its back perfectly conformed to his spine, making it his most accustomed sitting posture while pondering. He pulled out the chair and sat down. In the center of the table lay a heavy book titled The Book of Res. This was the medium through which extraordinary individuals connected mentally over vast distances, a vast network established in the realm of consciousness. Lin In extended his index finger, the temperature of his fingertip slightly lower than that of an average person. He pressed his finger against the eye symbol. His mental power surged forth like an invisible stream from the depths of his consciousness, flowing into the book through his fingertip. In an instant, the warm leather texture beneath his fingertip vanished. A peculiar sensation of detachment emerged. Everything in his field of vision began to warp. The nearby mahogany bookshelf, the glass alchemical instruments on the shelves, and the gas lamp on the ceiling emitting dim light, All the scenes of the real world faded rapidly like thick oil paint washed away by water dissolving into nothingness. In its place surged countless silver streams of data. Each stream of data was a meticulously structured alchemical rune shimmering with a faint glow. Together they formed an endless silver tunnel. The sensation of weightlessness lasted less than a second. When his vision stabilized and refocused, Lin found himself standing before the round table with 5 chairs evenly distributed around it. Before he arrived, 4 figures had already taken their seats. Projected images often reflect a person's current mental state and self-awareness. Lin's gaze first fell to the left. Tia Celeste. Her virtual image today had abandoned her usual elegant gown in favor of a black tight leather armor that showcased her perfect curves. Her agility and lethality were maximized. The waterfall-like iconic silver hair was neatly braided into a scorpion tail braid, cascading down her back. She did not look at anyone, merely lowering her head and playing with a dagger. The material of the dagger was peculiar, formed from ever-flowing shadows, the light at its edge completely swallowed, revealing an absolute darkness. The dagger whirled, spun, and leaped between her agile fingers, yet it produced not even the slightest sound of friction with the air. Lin shifted his gaze to the right. Adrian Brett. The sitting posture of this contract sorcerer was exemplary, his back straight as an arrow. The deep blue robe he wore seemed to have every crease measured with precision, exuding an undeniable. Before him floated a virtual parchment radiating a soft glow. Countless contract runes flowed across the paper, his fingers constantly gesturing and sketching in the air, as if rehearsing a complex contract structure. Focused and meticulous, Lin's gaze passed over these 2 familiar companions and landed on 2 unfamiliar faces. These were the other 2 team members. The man sitting directly opposite formed a stark contrast to Adrian's posture. He leaned back, 1 foot clad in a severely worn-out battle boot, carelessly resting on the edge of the white chair, every part of his body emanating a wild and unruly aura. Alex Tesray. The virtual projection of this man seemed as though it had been torn directly from the bloody wasteland and forcefully shoved into this pure white space. His deep brown hair was as messy as a bird's nest, and stubble covered his face. The most striking feature was the 3 deep crimson scars on his left cheek, grotesquely crawling across his face and extending down to his neck, concealed by his collar. Even as a mental projection, a lingering, inescapable stench of blood seemed to envelop him. It was not a true scent, but a mental imprint. Years of battling beasts, drinking their blood and consuming their flesh, had long since stained his spirit with that primal ferocity. Alex was now lowering his head, leisurely scraping non-existent dirt from under his nails with a rough bone knife. He noticed Lin's arrival. He raised his head. Those eyes caused the temperature in the room to drop a few degrees. His left eye was the normal brown of a human, with a hint of indifference in the depths of the pupil. The right eye, however, was a cold, amber vertical pupil. Lin remained silent. He walked to the empty seat, pulled out the chair, and sat down. He slowly adjusted his cuffs. Alex Tisray, the Beastmaster of Calamity. Adrian announced the details of the other party, his tone as flat as if reading a shopping list. 3 months ago, he single-handedly killed an adult shadow leopard in the Ashen Forest. 2 weeks ago, he was wanted for assaulting 3 members of a mercenary guild who attempted to cheat him out of his bounty. Huh. Alex suddenly grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Lin turned his head to look at the last member around the round table. VD Ariel. If Alex was a bundle of restless fire, this woman was a block of silent ice. She sat in the shadow of the corner. Her complicated gray and white ceremonial robe resembled both a priest's garb and something from the funeral attire of past memories. Her long black hair was meticulously tied, yet the ends were a ghastly bone color. She did not raise her head or speak throughout. Only when Lin looked her way did her fingers resting on her lap twitch slightly. Those hands were pale to the point of transparency, with black painted nails. A matte black straight sword lay horizontally on her knees. The Inn's apostle. A special profession responsible for funerals and soul guidance. Everyone is here. Adrian tapped his fingers lightly on the table. A massive holographic map unfolded in the center of the round table. It was a territorial map with a red circle marking the destination, Solarian City. I believe everyone already knows that this will be the city where we reside for the next few years. Adrian pointed to the red circle on the map. Not for a few days or a few months, Adrian said in a somber tone, but for 3 years. This is the starting period. Solarian is one of the most prosperous dens of vice on the continent. The more glamorous a place, the darker its shadows. It is a paradise for assassins and a breeding ground for information. Adrian finally scanned each individual present. I trust everyone knows that although our academy is powerful, there are still many unfriendly opposing forces. Members of the society generally conceal their identities. Therefore, upon arrival in Solarian, everyone must remain silent. We must possess legitimate identities and lawful occupations. In short, we need to blend in there and pretend to be ordinary people. Adrian summarized, regarding your routes to Solarian. Lin In took the initiative to mention his travel method. The Empire's Central Airport tickets for the Iron Whale armed airship tomorrow. Tia Celeste and I are in the same city. We will travel together. Steam airships. Adrian adjusted his monocle, expressing doubt. The route from the Imperial City to Solarian is notoriously high on the insurance company's blacklist. Adrian's tone remained unperturbed as he traced a red line along the route on the map. High-altitude thunderstorms are merely an appetizer. The airborne bandits lurking in the cumulonimbus clouds are the main course. According to intelligence, the Vulture Air Pirate Group has recently equipped military floating engines smuggled from the black market and is eager to test them out. Land route. Lin encountered, riding that old steam train jolting along the tracks like sardines for at least it's safer. Safe, but cumbersome. Lin In leaned forward, tapping his knuckles on the table with a crisp sound. There are 19 checkpoints along the way, each requiring identity verification, body searches, and asset checks. Adrian fell silent, seemingly weighing the pros and cons along with Lin In. Lin In did not fully articulate his concerns, or rather he couldn't. He himself was manageable. Most of the illicit alchemical materials and high-risk potions he possessed had already been transferred to the subspace storage of ashes. Now he was quite clean. The trouble lay with Tia Celeste. Relying on her to pass the land checkpoint smoothly was akin to expecting abyssal beasts to turn vegetarian. If they went by land, the first checkpoint soldiers could easily turn her away. Even if she managed to board the steam train, the subsequent stops would be too numerous, causing endless frustration. Only the first-class cabin of the Iron Whale has inspection exemption privileges. Lin In offered this information. That's the backdoor left for the nobility by the Empire. As long as the gold pounds are sufficient, even if you stuff a young bipedal dragon into the cargo hold, the crew will smile and compliment its beautiful scales. Provided that you don't actually hang a steam bomb on your belt on the airship. The tickets have been booked, 2 first-class seats. Lin In stood up, adjusted his collar, and ended the topic. We depart at 9 tomorrow morning. As for the air pirates, he glanced at the red zone of danger on the map. His tone is flat, as if discussing tomorrow's weather. If they truly come looking for trouble, then consider it a distraction on the way. With the main business concluded, the heavy atmosphere finally lightened. This meeting was nearing its end. Tia Celeste, unable to sit still, snapped her fingers in boredom, and her figure began to fade. Then I'll see you in Solarian City. Her figure completely vanished into the air. Alex also stood up, hoisted the virtual bone knife, whistled, and dissipated. VD Ariel, sitting in the shadow of the corner, moved far more quietly. Throughout the process, she emitted not. She merely held the black sword without uttering a word. She slightly inclined her head in the direction of Lin In and Adrian. That was not a gesture of camaraderie, but rather akin to a mortician assessing an upcoming client. Professional, cold, and devoid of emotion. In the next moment, the chair was empty, as if no one had ever sat there. The meeting room was left with only Lin In and Adrian. That beastmaster should be quite strong, Adrian commented while tidying up the papers on the table. The stench of blood on him is too strong, but can easily attract trouble. I know, Lin In replied, looking at the red circle on the map. But he's also a fine blade. As long as the hand wielding the blade is steady, a little extra sharpness isn't a bad thing. I hope so, Adrian said, slightly leaning forward. In this chaotic world, the spirit of contract is more precious than gold. I will fulfill my duty. With that, he also exited the room. In the pure white space, only Lin In remained. He stared at the empty round table, pondered for a moment, and then disconnected. His consciousness returned to reality. Sunlight streamed through the heavy curtain, seams illuminating the dust dancing in the air. Lin In stood up and walked to the dressing mirror. The person in the mirror wore a tailored charcoal gray suit with a deep red scarf tied meticulously. The metallic exoskeleton he usually wore on his left hand now rested squarely on the desk. Lin In looked like a gentleman preparing to attend a garden tea party. Who would have thought that this gentleman's interdimensional pocket contained enough firepower to flatten half a block? The massive steam airship Leviathan belched out white plumes of vapor as it slowly descended onto the air traffic control tower in the western outskirts of Solarian City. After a week of long travel, Lin In finally set foot on this land known as the capital of divine. Compared to the ceaseless industrial smog of the imperial capital Kexios, the air here carried an unsettling purity and solemnity. Beside him, Tia Celeste held a delicate leather suitcase, her silver hair neatly braided, and her violet eyes scanned the surroundings. The two did not linger at the airfield and immediately called for a carriage to head straight to the Red Peony district, known for its chaotic reputation and as an information hub for various factions. The carriage jolted along the cobbled road for nearly 2 hours before finally stopping at the entrance of a narrow street named Albatross. A silver coin stamped with the imperial double-head eagle emblem arced through the air and landed precisely in the rough palm of the coachman. No need for change. Lin In adjusted his cuffs and turned his gaze toward the wooden sign, swaying precariously in the wind. The paint on the sign had long since peeled away, depicting a panting hound with its tongue hanging out with the words Overtime Tavern written in crooked common script below. The name had a unique taste, brimming with the resentment of wage slaves. Lin curled his lips into a playful smile as his right hand, clad in a black leather glove, rested on the brass doorknob of the oak door. Creak. The heavy wooden door swung open, and the previously raucous noise was suddenly choked into silence, as if an invisible hand had seized it by the throat. The interior of the tavern was dimly lit, and the air felt thick enough to suffocate. The acrid scent of burning low-quality tobacco, the sharpness of aged rum, and the stench of unwashed ruffians mingled together, forming an invisible barrier. Lin stepped inside his charcoal gray tailored suit, standing out like a peacock that had wandered into a wolf. Taya Seerist followed closely behind, wrinkling her nose in disdain as her silver hair shimmered with a cold luster under the dim light. Dozens of gazes instantly converged upon the two. Greed, inquiry, malice. These stares were like tangible blades seeking to peel away the flesh from these two fat sheep. Hey, where did this noble young master come from? You must have walked through the wrong door. A burly man with a face full of flesh swayed his drink, blocking the passage. A sinister black snake tattoo slithered along his exposed arm, and his murky eyes brazenly roamed over Taya. Her violet eyes narrowed slightly as her fingers brushed against the waistline of her garment. Lin, however, stepped forward first, gently pressing his left hand on Taya's shoulder to quell the murderous intent that was about to erupt. He advanced a half-step, standing before the burly man with a flawlessly polite smile. Excuse me. His voice was not loud, yet it penetrated the chaotic background noise clearly. Just as the burly man was about to sneer, a faint buzzing sound suddenly emanated from the metallic exoskeleton worn on Lin's left arm. It was the sound of a high-pressure steam valve opening and closing in an instant, followed by a bone-chilling, killing intent crashing toward the burly man like a tangible force. The burly man's pupils dilated sharply. In that moment he felt as though he was facing a deep abyssal beast clad in human skin. Cold sweat instantly soaked his back, and his survival instincts made his legs react faster than his brain. He stiffly turned aside, clearing a path. Thank you. Lin nodded slightly, as if the other was merely a diligent doorman. He and Taya walked through the crowd with unwavering gazes, the soles of his shoes rhythmically tapping against the sticky floor. The originally restless patrons around them withdrew their gazes upon seeing the burly man's pale face, lowering their heads to drink in silence. Behind the bar, the balding middle-aged owner halted his polishing of the glass, casting a murky glance at Lin before lowering his head. Lin made his way directly to the corner. A young man with short, light golden hair sat directly opposite him, clad in a deep blue scholar's robe, with several tokens hanging from his waist. It was Adrian Brett. To his left sat a burly man draped in a beast-skin cloak, Alex Tesley, whose heterochromatic eyes glimmered faintly in the dim light. On the far right was a girl with black hair and white tips, Vidi Ariel, who sat quietly like a statue, emanating a chilling aura that warned others to stay away. Lin, you're still the last one to arrive, Adrian remarked, pulling out his pocket watch with a teasing tone. The airship was delayed due to unforeseen circumstances. I didn't expect you to arrive before us despite having a longer journey. Lin sat down casually, snapping his fingers to order 2 mugs of rye beer. Taya elegantly settled beside him, placing her suitcase at her feet, her gaze sweeping over everyone present. This was the first offline gathering of the new students from Eris Academy. Although they had interacted in the Book of Resonance, this was the first time they had met in person. After a brief silence, Adrian took the lead in breaking the ice. Now that everyone is here, let's get to the point. He lightly tapped his fingers on the table, his expression serious. I assume everyone is already aware of the complex situation in Solarian City. The eyes of the major churches and various factions are everywhere. We must quickly integrate into this new environment. Alex grunted in acknowledgement, lifting his cup to take a large gulp, clearly uninterested in such roundabout. Vidi kept her eyes downcast. I have submitted an application to the municipal hall to participate in the judicial examination the day after tomorrow. Adrian's words stunned everyone. My goal is to enter the tribunal under the religious court as a clerk. Lin raised an eyebrow, looking somewhat surprised at this righteous contract lawyer. Could it be that this is the otherworldly version of a civil service exam? Are you planning to leverage your position to gather information? Lin pointedly identified the other's intentions. Not just information. Adrian adjusted his glasses, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. The law is the embodiment of order, and being at the core of that order allows one to better harness the power of the rules, while also providing the best cover. That indeed aligns with your profession. Taya spoke softly, her voice cool and melodious. Since everyone has their own plans, we must establish a fixed method of contact going forward. Adrian nodded and suggested every Monday at 6 p.m., we will hold a regular meeting on page 17 of the Book of Resonance. Agreed. Alex replied succinctly. No problem. Vida's voice was soft with a hint of rasp. In case of emergencies, leave a message on the page or activate the emergency beacon. Lin added, as was the habit of alchemists, always leaving a backup plan. With the communication mechanism established, the topic naturally turned to survival. In this precious Solarian city without legal identity and stable income, one could hardly move. What are your plans? Adrian looked towards the others. Alex shrugged. I'm going to the underground fighting arena. It pays quickly, and I can collect beast materials. Simple and crude, very much in line with the style of a disaster beast tamer. Viti raised her head, her emotionless eyes scanning the crowd. The cemetery in the north of the city is recruiting night watchmen and planning to go there. Lin twitched the corner of his mouth. This girl was indeed quite in her element. I haven't figured it out yet. Taya frowned slightly, her fingers unconsciously stroking the delicate suitcase. As a shadow hunter, her skill points were all in hunting and stealth, making it difficult to adapt to conventional jobs. Moreover, she had already depleted her funds for purchasing cultivation materials. Everyone's gaze settled on Lin. Lin leisurely took a sip of beer, pulled a string of brass keys from his pocket, and placed them on the table, producing a crisp sound. I'm not in a hurry to find work. He leaned back in his chair, his tone flat to the point of being infuriating. My family has reserved a villa with a garden for me near the intersection of the Rose District and the Red Peony District in the southern part of the city, and I plan to go receive it tomorrow. The atmosphere around the dining table froze for 3 seconds. Alex's hand gripping the wine glass tensed with veins bulging. Even Viti, who had remained indifferent, showed a flicker of surprise in her eyes. That's a wealthy area, those vile capitalists. Alex mocked with a laugh. Adrian took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure. Since Lin has resolved his housing issue, we have one less concern. It can serve as a temporary base when necessary. I heard it happens to be at the intersection of several districts, making it very well located. Lin smiled, not rebutting, just replying the family's support is limited to this house. They won't provide me with any financial assistance, and the Academy does not advocate such practices. This is what resources are, but Lin did not intend to rely too heavily on his family's assets. By the way, I have something here that might interest someone. Taya suddenly spoke, breaking the sourness lingering in the air. She opened the leather suitcase at her feet and took out a small box wrapped in black cloth from its compartment. The box opened to reveal a grayish-white feather lying quietly within. Mysterious patterns faintly emerged on the feather's surface, exuding a subtle chill. The tail feather of a grim-face owl. Alex's eyes instantly lit up, his slit pupils contracting sharply. This was top-grade material for taming dark-type magical beasts, rare on the market. What do you need? Alex's voice became urgent. 300 gold marks in cash, or an equivalent gold pound. Taya closed the lid, stating her terms. What she lacked most was liquid funds. Bartering could be considered a deal. Alex did not hesitate at all, pulling out a heavy pouch of money from his pocket and tossing it directly onto the table. That was his savings accumulated over a long time in the underground black market. Taya counted the amount and nodded in satisfaction, pushing the box over. A simple, extraordinary transaction was completed in just a few minutes. Lin watched this scene, his fingers lightly tapping against the table. Although this small group was Lieutenant, each person had their own unique skills and resources, providing strong complementarity. As long as it was managed properly, this would be his first trump card for establishing a foothold in Solarian City. Now that everything has been discussed, let's disperse. Adrian stood up, straightening the hem of his robe. Remember, act discreetly. This is the territory of the major churches. The Academy's relationship with them is not antagonistic, but it is also tense, as the Academy's growing influence has indirectly led to a decline in the faith of the churches. After saying this, he was the first to walk out of the tavern. Alex, having gotten the material he desired, also hurriedly left, likely eager to try out the new taming ritual. Viti vanished like a ghost, silently disappearing into the shadows. In the blink of an eye, only Lin and Taya remained in the corner. Taya stuffed the heavy pouch of gold pounds into the hidden compartment at the bottom of her suitcase, pausing her fingers on the brass clasp for half a second. 300 gold pounds was a fortune for ordinary people, but for a shadow hunter aiming to advance to the second tier, it was barely enough to purchase extraordinary materials. Where are you staying tonight? Lin glanced out at the darkening night sky. He'll just find a random inn. Taya responded, having arranged her suitcase. I can't finalize the paperwork for my house until tomorrow, so I also have to stay at an inn tonight. Lin stood up and picked up the enticing keys. Let's go together, it's safer on the way. Taya did not refuse and nodded. The two exited the Overtime Tavern. The church bells tolled dully in the distance, startling a few circling crows. In Solarian City, this massive divine authority machine was slowly revealing a sinister edge, and this group of outsiders had only just begun to dip their toes into this bottomless whirlpool. Let's go. Lin lowered the brim of his hat and stepped out first. In the shadows at the end of the street, it seemed as though a pair of eyes were watching the backs of these two young figures. The Golden Rose Inn is located just across the street, its sign half peeled, revealing the dark wood beneath. As I pushed open the creaking wooden door, a faint musty odor mixed with the scent of cheap perfume rushed toward me. The landlady behind the counter was stuffing her plump body into a recliner, not even lifting her eyelids at the noise. 2 rooms. Lin placed 2 silver coins on the counter. Only one suite with a window left, the rest are single rooms at the end of the hallway, and there's no hot water. The landlady yawned and reached for the coins. Tia was quicker, pressing down on the coins with her fingers, which turned slightly pale from the effort. I want that room without hot water. She counted out a few copper coins and neatly stacked them on the counter. 300 gold pounds lay in the leather case in her arms, but she didn't want to spend even a single copper coin more. Lin said nothing, covering the price difference for the suite, and took the key with the brass number tag. The stairs felt soft underfoot, and the second-floor corridor was dim and cramped, the gas lamps flickering, stretching the shadows of the two into long, distorted shapes. Knock if you need anything. Lin stopped in front of room 203. Tia nodded, squeezing into the small room diagonally across, and locking the door with a particularly crisp sound in the silent corridor, followed by 2 dull scraping noises. She was using a chair to wedge the door. It turned out that even extraordinary professionals did such things as wedging doors with chairs. Lin shook his head and pushed open his own door. The room was simply furnished with a double bed, an old sofa, and heavy curtains. He walked to the window and pulled it open a crack. Outside, the fog in Solarian City was much lighter than in the imperial capital. In the distance, the spires of the church pierced the night sky like swords. In this city where divine authority reigned supreme, even the night felt oppressive. Lin did not change clothes. Instead, he sat on the sofa, closing his eyes to rest. He stood up, adjusted his collar, and stepped out. The Overtime Tavern was much quieter than when he had come earlier. A few oil lamps were turned down to their dimmest, and the air was thick with the smell of stale alcohol and tobacco. Behind the bar, the bald owner was polishing a glass with a white cloth. Seeing Lin return, Willem's hands did not stop moving, though his eyelids lifted slightly. Did you drop something? Lin sat on a high stool, tapping his knuckles twice on the oak counter. I want to inquire about something. Willem set down his glass, a professional smile tugging at his lips, yet his gaze remained murky. What would the guest like to ask? Which lady in the red light district is good, or the black market's gold pound exchange rate? Neither. Lin leaned forward, lowering his voice, his gaze locked onto Willem's murky eyes. I want to know if there's a place nearby that only opens at night selling some old items. The cloth used for wiping glasses paused in midair. Willem's gaze swept over Lin's face, scanned his tailored suit, and finally landed on his left hand, clad in a leather glove. Sir is joking, Willem resumed, moving his pace languid. There are antique shops all over the city, plenty on St. George Street. Oh, why bother with the hassle at night? Daytime is for the tourists. Lin did not waste words, his right hand revealing a gleaming imperial gold coin between his fingers. He did not pass it directly, but pressed the coin onto the counter, his fingertips applying force, pushing it slowly toward the inside of the bar. Under the dim light, the gold coin traced a golden line rubbing against the rough wood grain, creating a sound both grating and intoxicating. Willem's throat noticeably rolled. The hand that had been slowly polishing the glass suddenly covered the coin with surprising agility for its size. The palm turned, and the coin vanished into the sleeve. Old Clock Tower Square in the Red Peony District. Willem's voice dropped low. It's happening tonight at 2 a.m. That's the ghost market. However, guest, it's a mixed crowd there. If you buy counterfeit goods or attract unwanted attention, don't blame me for— Thank you. Lin smiled slightly as he stood to leave. A gold coin for a piece of information. This price was enough to buy a life in the imperial capital. But this expenditure was worthwhile. Being new here, information was the most scarce resource. Back in the inn room, Lin felt no drowsiness. He sat in the dark, his fingers unconsciously rubbing against the hard metallic shell of his left arm. In his past life, he had been obsessed with hunting for treasures in flea markets and antique shops. The excitement of finding a gem in the rubbish was addictive. In this extraordinary world, this passion was not only intact, but intensified. After all, the leak here might just be an alchemical wonder that could save his life. The minute hand of the pocket watch pointed to 1:30 in the morning. Lin stood up, changed into an inconspicuous dark gray coat, and donned a flat cap lowering the brim. The metallic exoskeleton of his left arm was thoroughly concealed by his long sleeves, leaving only his gloved hand exposed. Pushing open the door, avoiding the sleeping night watchman downstairs, he blended into the night like a shadow. The early morning of Solarian City resembled a slumbering giant, with only the distant cross atop the church glimmering coldly in the moonlight. The streets were empty and desolate, occasionally patrolled by steam-powered armored guards, whose heavy footsteps echoed in the alleys. Lin moved forward in the shadows, passing through several narrow alleys, arriving at the old Clock Tower Square in the west of the city. It was much quieter than he had imagined. There were no bright lights, no clamorous vendors. Scattered across the square were dozens of stalls, most of the vendors wrapped in thick cloaks, huddled in the shadows with a dim oil lamp or candle flickering in front of them, the flame shivering in the cold wind. Is this the ghost market? Lin En frowned slightly. Its scale was far inferior to the black market of the imperial capital and even less impressive than some rural markets. He slowed his pace, starting to wander from stall to stall. The first stall was filled with various animal bones and teeth, emitting a faint odor. The stall owner was a thin old man who immediately poked his head out of his cloak upon seeing Lin En stop, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. "Young master, take a look at this authentic double-footed lizard's dog tooth, only 10 silver coins. This is top-grade material for making armor-piercing arrows." Lin En glanced at the yellowed tusk and sneered inwardly. That was clearly a tusk from some large wild boar, polished and treated with acid to look antiquated. The base even bore marks left by a file. "Keep it for yourself to clean your teeth." Lin En turned to leave, hearing the old man cursing behind him. The next few stalls were even more disappointing. The so-called ancient magic scrolls were merely sheep parchment soaked in tea, scrawled with a logical common language lacking even the most basic magical circuits. The dagger, claimed to be an ancient relic, was just a slightly better crafted modern artifact without any enchantment. The art of forgery truly transcended realms. Lin En browsed for half a circle, his shoe soles caked with mud, yet he found nothing. Most of the stall owners were ordinary people, or occasionally low-tier practitioners trying to make a living by deceiving. It seems that gold coin was wasted. Lin En felt somewhat disheartened, and was about to head back when his gaze swept across a corner of the square, and his steps suddenly halted. That stall was located in a very obscure position, almost entirely hidden in the large shadow cast by the stall owner. Was a figure wrapped in a black robe, his face obscured. Unlike other vendors who were looking around to attract customers, he sat quietly, like a weathered statue. On the stall cloth was a chaotic heap of metallic junk. A rusty watch case, a broken copper pipe, and dented silverware. It looked like garbage just dumped from a recycling station. Lin En spotted a mirror-like brooch. He approached without a sound, crouching down to casually rummage through the pile of junk, the metallic clinks producing crisp sounds. "How much for this pipe?" Lin En picked up the broken copper pipe and casually inquired. The black-robed figure slowly lifted his head, revealing a wrinkled old face beneath the hood. His eyelids drooped and his voice was as hoarse as sandpaper rubbing together 2 silver coins. "That's too expensive." Lin En shook his head, setting down the pipe, his hand seemingly casually brushing over the pile of metal, his fingertips touching a palm-sized brooch. It was an oval brooch, its surface covered in thick dirt and copper rust, hardly revealing its original material. In the center, a dull piece of glass was embedded, appearing cheap and lacking beauty. However, at the moment Lin En touched it, a faint chill coursed through his fingertips. It was not the coldness of metal, but a chilling sensation that penetrated his spirit, like suddenly being shoved a block of ice at the nape of his neck on a hot day, making his scalp tingle slightly. "Good stuff." Lin En suppressed the excitement surging within him, maintaining a faint expression of disdain. "What about this piece?" He picked up the brooch, weighing it in his hand, and wiped the dirt off with his thumb, only to dirty his glove instead. "The mirror is all foggy, even kids wouldn't want to play with it." The old man glanced at it, his murky eyes shifting slightly, as if recalling its origins. "That used to be something worn by maids in noble families. If you want to take it for 5 silver coins." 3 silver coins. Lin En countered directly, his tone filled with impatience. "It's all rusted, he'll have to spend money on rust remover. If not, then forget it." Saying this, he pretended to toss the brooch back onto the stall. The old man seemed a bit impatient, waving his hand, as if to shoo away a fly. Take it, don't block my business." Lin En fished out 3 silver coins from his pocket, tossed them onto the stall cloth, snatched the brooch, and stuffed it into his pocket, standing up to leave. It wasn't until he exited the old clock tower square and turned into a deserted alley that he slowed his pace. "Commander, I didn't expect your eye to be quite discerning." In his mind, the cold mechanical voice rang at the right time. Lin En did not respond, confirming that no one was following before asking in his mind, "Jean, what is this thing?" "According to energy spectrum analysis, this is not a regular ornament." Jean's voice carried a rare hint of admiration. "Commander, your luck is good. This is an ancient artifact. Although its surface has been disguised by alchemical seals, its core structure is intact. Preliminary judgment indicates it possesses some spatial or mirroring properties." Lin En's fingers gently rubbed the rough brooch in his pocket, feeling the refreshing chill. It emitted a smile, curving on his lips. 3 silver coins for an ancient artifact. That is the allure of the ghost market. Dawn's golden light pierced the perpetual mist hovering over Solarian City, casting pale amber patches upon the plaza before the municipal hall. Lin adjusted his collar and stepped into the grand Baroque edifice, the Solarian Municipal Bureau of Real Estate. The lobby bustled with people. Uniformed clerks darted behind counters like industrious ants. The air carried the mingled scent of ink, aged paper, and cheap coffee. He bypassed the long queues at the public windows and ascended directly to the second-floor reception chamber. He pushed the door shut, sealing the clamor outside. "Good morning, sir." The middle-aged clerk behind the mahogany desk looked up and adjusted his gold-rimmed spectacles. His gaze flickered across the family crest pinned to Lin's chest. whereupon his expression shifted instantly from bureaucratic neutrality to polished professional warmth. I shall personally oversee your request. You may call me Harvey. I'm here to complete the formal transfer of property at 109 Rosewood Street, Lynn said. Very well, sir. Please wait a moment. Harvey Rose retrieved a thick manila dossier from the wall-mounted safe behind him and placed it gently on the desktop with both hands. Per directive from the Noble Trust Authority, the property situated at the boundary between the Rosewood and Red Peony districts has completed all reclamation procedures. The former tenant, a clockmaker, vacated 3 days ago. Our staff conducted a final inspection and deep cleaning yesterday, confirming structural integrity and absence of outstanding liens or disputes. Lynn accepted the dossier and untied its cotton cord. Inside lay the land deed, architectural blueprints, and an exhaustive inventory list. The deed bore the address 109 Rosewood Street. Here are the keys. Harvey slid forward a heavy iron keyring bearing 4 distinct brass keys, each labeled front door, rear door, shop, entrance, attic, hatch. Please sign here. Lynn picked up the fountain pen on the desk and signed his name in the lower right corner of the transfer documents, the nib rasping softly against the parchment. Pleasure doing business with you. Harvey reclaimed the papers and stamped them with a crimson seal. One additional note, though this residence is registered under Rosewood District jurisdiction, as you know it lies immediately adjacent to Red Peony. Regarding security, while no incidents have ever occurred, we nonetheless recommend securing doors and windows after dusk. Thank you for the caution. Lynn gathered the dossier and keys and departed. Emerging from the municipal hall, he did not hail a carriage. Instead, he walked westward along St. George Avenue, the architecture around him gradually shifting. Beyond spacious, immaculate streets narrowed, graffiti bloomed upon gas lamp posts, pedestrians' attire transitioned from elegant formal wear to patched workman's garb. After roughly 40 minutes, Lynn halted before a square. To his left sprawled Rosewood District. Cobblestone pavements gleamed beneath orderly rows of freestanding villas adorned with private gardens. Their exposed brick facades glowed warm and dignified, exuding quiet bourgeois refinement. To his right loomed Red Peony District. Its pavement less pristine, its tenement blocks stacked like precarious building blocks, multicolored shop signs jutting chaotically from every facade. And there, precisely at this stark binary frontier, stood 109 Rosewood Street, a 3-story brick townhouse in classic Imperial Revival style. Its slate roof was deep gray, wrought iron railings blackened with age. The street-facing shopfront preserved its antique charm, though weathered, its patina possessed far greater elegance than any freshly whitewashed wall. Moreover, its structure appeared remarkably sound. Standing roadside, Lynn's gaze swept across the shuttered second-floor windows, then lingered upon the lively alleyway spilling from Red Peony. This place was an island, neither wholly belonging to the affluent enclave nor fully absorbed into the slum. A position of singular advantage. It granted access to Rosewood's infrastructure while placing him within effortless reach of Red Peony's intelligence networks and black market resources. Lynn withdrew the keyring from his pocket and selected the largest key, inserting it into the front door's lock. Click. The tumblers turned with a crisp, resonant chime, evidence of meticulous maintenance. He pushed open the heavy oak door, its hinges sighed, stirring a faint current of air. No musty odor of abandonment greeted him, only a delicate, clean fragrance of machine oil and beeswax. Sunlight streamed through floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating motes of dust suspended in the still air. The ground floor housed the commercial space, spacious, approximately 180 square meters. Dark hardwood flooring stretched beneath his feet, yielding a muffled, solid resonance with each step. The original clockmaker's counter remained intact, a Ushop display case framed in rich walnut, its glass panes polished to flawless clarity. Behind it stood an entire wall of shelving, dense grids of tiny compartments once doubtless reserved for timepiece components. At that moment, Lynn made his decision: he would become a shopkeeper. As for what kind of shop, he already knew. He moved behind the counter and pulled open a drawer. Its runners glided smoothly. No resistance, no hesitation. The drawer was utterly empty. Not even a scrap of paper remained. That clockmaker was a man of exacting standards. Lynn ran his fingers across the desktop. No dust clung to his fingertips. This space required minimal alteration. The display cases would serve perfectly for alchemical elixirs and low-tier curiosities. The back compartments were ideal for categorizing herbs and mineral reagents. He circled the counter and approached the rear of the shop, where a half-open door beckoned. He pushed it inward, revealing a narrow corridor leading deeper into the building. To the left stood a stairwell. Beneath the stairs had been converted into a storage closet. Lynn opened its door. A wave of cool, dry air rushed forth. Windowless and dim, the chamber swallowed light. He struck a match. Its fragile flame illuminated the interior. The floor had been treated against dampness, layered with thick limestone slabs. Rough-hewn wooden shelves lined the walls. This environment was ideal for storing light and temperature-sensitive alchemical materials, such as abyssal creature blood or volatile solvents. He extinguished the match, closed the storage door, and mounted the staircase. Its solid oak treads groaned softly, the handrail worn smooth by generations of touch gleamed with a deep, lustrous patina. The second floor comprised the residential quarters, layout impeccably ordered. A 30-square-meter living room welcomed him at the entrance, anchored by a set of deep brown leather sofas. Their upholstery showed gentle, where yet the cushions retained full, resilient plumpness. Opposite sat a fireplace, its hearth immaculately swept and neatly stacked with birch logs. Lin approached the window and drew aside the heavy velvet drapes. Beyond lay the square. From this vantage, every movement below unfolded clearly within view. He tested the window's latch. Immovable. He attempted to open it. The double-glazed panes rendered exceptional acoustic insulation. Once sealed, the clatter of carriages and cries of street vendors faded to near silence. Two doors flanked the living room's left wall, leading respectively to the study and master bedroom. He turned the spherical brass lock of the study door. Constructed from solid red pine, its soundproofing likely surpassed even the double-glazed windows outside. Immediately dominating the room stood a black walnut writing desk, centered with austere authority, paired with a matching chair. Behind it rose two tiers of built-in bookshelves. For accessing upper volumes, a wooden ladder with sliding rails hung neatly from the top shelf. The shelves stood barren. Not a single volume remained. Only faint rectangular impressions on the wood attested to past occupancy. Next came the master bedroom. A double bed occupied most of the floor space, its mattress draped in pristine white dust covers. A wardrobe stood in the corner, its door inset with a full-length mirror. Lin opened the wardrobe and inspected its backing panel. No hidden compartments, no concealed cavities. Utterly clean. Adjacent lay a private washroom. He twisted the copper faucet. Gurgling echoed through the pipes, followed seconds later by a clear, steady flow of fresh water. In this era, independent, reliable plumbing constituted a hallmark privilege of Rosewood Properties. In Red Peony, residents still queued each dawn at communal water pumps. Two dark brown doors stood side by side along the right corridor. He opened the first. The guest room, though more compact than the master suite, remained generously proportioned. A single bed pressed against the wall, its sheets smooth taut, as if recently ironed, corners folded with geometric precision. Beside it stood a writing desk paired with a hardwood chair. Lin brushed his fingertips along its backrest. His skin came away spotless. The previous owner must have been either a severe obsessive-compulsive, or a man who lived his life calibrated to the tick of a chronometer. The second guest room replicated the first down to the minutest detail. Even the angle of the drawn curtains matched identically, as though measured with calipers. Between them sat a shared washroom, lacking a bathtub, yet its showerhead shone so brightly it doubled as a mirror. Leaning against the doorframe, Lin tapped his fingers rhythmically against the wood. He had budgeted for extensive renovations, yet now realized they were entirely unnecessary. Next came the third floor. The attic remained undivided, an open, soaring volume. Its sloped roof soared over 4 meters at its apex. Dominating the center was an immense skylight. Sunlight poured unimpeded, flooding the entire space with luminous clarity. The skylight featured a manual shading mechanism, activated by turning a brass wheel beside the hatch. The floor was laid with sturdy, rough-sawn pine planks firm underfoot. Lin stood beneath the skylight and gazed upward. The view was extraordinary and profoundly silent. A perfect laboratory. He swiftly mapped its layout in his mind, the alchemical workbench positioned directly beneath the skylight, harnessing natural light for precision tasks, exhaust ducts installed along the perimeter wall, venting directly through the roof to expel hazardous fumes. A folding campaign cot could occupy the corner, ready for rest during extended experiments. And with only one access point, the trapdoor, he could transform this loft into an impregnable private sanctum. After circling the attic and confirming no signs of leakage, Lin descended to the second floor, then continued straight down to the ground floor, traversed the corridor, and arrived at the rear entrance. The iron bolt screeched with rust as he wrenched it open. Beyond lay a small, exquisitely tended garden. Approximately 80 square meters in area, it was enclosed on all sides by a 3-meter-high stone wall crowned with sharp iron spikes, designed explicitly to deter intruders. A pebble path wound through the center. Ferns and unnamed shrubs flourished in shaded beds bordering it. Though neglected, the garden held no air of decay, only quiet, resilient wildness. In one corner stood a stone table flanked by 2 matching benches, its surface veiled by a fine layer of moss. Lin approached, wiped the tabletop with his glove, and seated himself. Overhead, a neighbor's plane tree branch cast dappled shadows across the stones. Here silence reigned, an oasis severed from the city's ceaseless din. He withdrew the inventory list from his coat and spread it across the stone table. His pen moved methodically, checking off each item's structural integrity intact. Doors and locks functional. Water supply operational. Furnishings complete. All items verified. Lin folded the list and returned it to the dossier. Reclining against the cool stone bench, he exhaled slowly deeply. In the imperial capital Kizios, he had dwelled in cramped academy dormitories, or vast ancestral mansions. Now in this unfamiliar city, he possessed something wholly his own, a sovereign domain. Here he could delve into forbidden alchemy, assemble perilous mechanical constructs, even pursue matters best left unnamed. His hand slipped into his inner pocket, brushing the cold, smooth surface of a mirrored brooch. A trinket acquired from the ghost market. He did not remove it. Not yet. Though this was his domain, it was not. He needed defensive wards. Alarm systems. This sanctuary must be forged into an impenetrable fortress. Rising Lin brushed dust from the hem of his trench coat. He surveyed the walled garden once more, his gaze finally settling upon the second-floor window tightly shut. Sunlight struck its glass, blazing back with blinding intensity. From this day forward, 109, Rosewood Street belonged to him. He lifted the heavy keyring, tossed it lightly in his palm, then clenched it firmly. The metal's sharp edges pressed into his palm, a visceral, grounding affirmation of control. Occupancy secured. Turning, he strode back inside and closed the iron garden gate behind him with a resonant final click. Lin closed the iron gate leading to the garden with a swift motion, the sound of the metal latch sliding into place echoing through the empty hall on the ground floor. He did not go upstairs immediately, but instead retrieved a stack of banknotes worth £1 gold from his coat pocket and placed them on the walnut counter at the entrance. Early the next morning, a group of men dressed in coarse work clothes gathered in front of No. 109, Rose Street. Lin stood on the steps pointing towards the roof and the basement while giving instructions to the lead craftsman. All the tiles on the roof need to be replaced with thicker slate, and the attic windows must be fitted with embedded iron bars. Lin said, handing over a hand-drawn sketch. The basement walls need to be repainted with a moisture-proof coating, and a layer of lead plates must be laid on the floor. I require absolute dryness and soundproofing. The lead craftsman took the sketch, his rough fingers tracing over the paper, producing a rustling sound. Sir, lead plates are not cheap, and this job will take a week to complete. Lin handed over another banknote. I want to see results in 3 days. The craftsman pocketed the banknote and waved to the people behind him as the sounds of sawing wood and hammering quickly filled the entire building. Lin avoided the flying wood shavings and walked to the shop window facing the street. He installed a custom cast iron mail bin outside the door with a narrow opening and a tamper-proof lock added to the bottom. For the next few days, the first thing Lin did every morning was to open this mailbox. He subscribed to every newspaper available in the city, from the officially published Solarian Daily to the Red Peony Weekly, which specialized in reporting trivial matters in the slums, as well as the Imperial Environment Report and the Solarian Entertainment Report. He even spared the Imperial Daily shipped from the capital. Lin sat at the black walnut desk in his study on the second floor with a dozen newspapers spread out before him. He held a red pencil in his hand, continuously recording data in the corners of the newspapers. The third page of the Solarian Daily published a notice about the prevention of spring flu, claiming that due to recent climate fluctuations, there had been a small outbreak of respiratory diseases in the city, advising citizens to reduce their outings at night. Lin's gaze shifted to the adjacent Red Peony Weekly. In this week's missing persons column, the number of disappearances had reached 42. He marked the addresses of these missing persons on the map with a red pen. These points densely clustered in the depths of the Red Peony district, and the majority of the missing individuals were dock workers, vagrants, or solitary seamstresses. Lin flipped through the obituary list of the Solarian Daily. He compared the names from the two newspapers. In the list of those who died of flu, more than 30% of the names overlapped with the missing persons listed in the Red Peony Weekly. The authorities were using deaths from illness to cover up the disappearances. Lin set down the pencil, his fingers tapping unconsciously on the tabletop. The scale of this population loss, if not due to a plague, indicated some form of large-scale consumption. He stood up and walked toward the attic on the third floor. He installed a copper door ornament on all 7 doors of the building at No. 109. This was the 7-fold copper door alchemical array, an ancient formation that did not pursue lethality, but provided excellent defense and concealment. The needles I was placed in the attic. Lin felt a faint wave emanating from the attic, spreading throughout the entire building. He returned to the experiment table and took out the mirrored brooch he had purchased at the ghost market. The dirt on the surface of the brooch had been cleaned off, revealing the dark green metal base underneath. Lin donned a monocle, examining the internal structure of the mirror. Gene analysis progress. He commanded in his mind. Analysis completion 100. Name the gaze of the betrayer. Category ancient oddity. Mirror type function. The wearer gains all-around vision and can detect malicious fluctuations aimed at them, anticipating attacks from blind spots. Cost long-term, where may cause visual overlap, resulting in slight hallucinations. Lin fastened the brooch inside his shirt. Instantly, a sharp pain shot through his cerebral cortex. The previously limited field of view exploded open. He could see the bookshelf behind him, the wall to his side, and even the whirl of hair on the back of his head. This sensation was extremely bizarre, as if he had been dissected into countless fragments, each observing the surroundings. Lin closed his eyes, acclimating to this torrent of information. He attempted to throw a punch backward. In his field of vision, he clearly saw the trajectory of his fist slicing through the air without a hint of deviation. For Lin, who had Jean assisting him in processing data, the pressure brought by this visual overlap was diminished by more than half. Soon Monday evening arrived. At exactly 6 o'clock, the clock tower of Solarian City emitted a dull rumble. Lin locked the study door behind him and sat in a chair, his consciousness beginning to sink. He entered the 17th page of the Book of Resonance. Around him was a thick, unyielding gray fog. A massive stone circular table hovered in the void with 5 high-backed chairs arranged in a row. Lin's figure materialized. Shortly after, 4 other ethereal figures appeared in succession. Adrian remained seated straight, his deep blue scholar's robe appearing somewhat dim in the gray fog. Alex was draped in a worn fur cloak, his body slightly leaning forward. Vidi wore a ceremonial robe that resembled mourning attire, her hands clasped on her knees, her presence nearly void. Tia sat opposite Lin, in her silver hair shadowed by the gray mist. Let the first formal gather. Lin's voice echoed in the space devoid of any emotional color. Adrian spoke first, pulling a phantasmal scroll from his sleeve. I passed the judicial examination and gained access to some internal information from the Solarian City Court. He paused for a moment, his gaze sweeping over everyone. Last week, over 200 civilians in the Red Peony district were secretly arrested for disturbing public order, but their names were not in the prison intake records. Where were they sent? Tia asked softly. Adrian shook his head. That's where the information ends. I can't access any further details as I have not officially started my position. Alex's voice was a bit hoarse. I found some things in the underground fighting arena as well. The magical beasts recently sent over are in abnormal conditions. They no longer consume fresh blood and flesh, but exhibit extreme anxiety, constantly ramming against their cages, some even bleeding from their heads. I attempted to establish a sense connection with one of the shadow leopards, but all I felt was endless fear, as if something terrifying was emerging from beneath the ground. Vidi raised her head, her face appearing even paler in the gray mist. The number of corpses in the northern cemetery is increasing. Her tone was as flat, as if stating the weather. Every night, horse-drawn carriages covered in black cloth transport wooden crates in. Those crates contain corpses that have died untimely deaths. The atmosphere around the round table grew oppressive. Lin listened to these pieces of information, comparing them with the data he had analyzed from the newspapers. Not just Solarian. Lin broke the silence. I received news from the imperial capital of Zyos, where similar disappearances and unrest among magical beasts have occurred. Additionally, reports of similar incidents have surfaced in the southern industrial town of Fronte. Adrian's body trembled slightly. This means that this is not merely the corruption of some local officials or cult rituals. This is a conspiracy that spans the entire empire. Lin nodded. Someone is using the guise of war and flu to collect materials on a large scale. As for what these materials are being used for, it remains unclear. The meeting lasted about an hour. The 5 exchanged secret signals for their contact information and agreed to meet again next Monday. Lin felt his consciousness beginning to blur, a sign that his mental energy was nearing exhaustion. The meeting is adjourned. As his words fell, the others almost simultaneously vanished, clearly affected by the news, as everyone went to prepare their contingencies. Lin opened his eyes, his gaze returning to the black walnut desk in the study. Outside the window, it was already late at night, and the fog in Solarian City had thickened. He stood up, preparing to wash his face in the restroom. Just then he felt an extremely faint tremor from the array beneath his feet. That was the feedback from the 7-fold copper door set at the shop entrance. Someone had triggered the edge of the array. Lin did not turn on the oil lamp, but silently walked to the window. He pulled back a corner of the curtain and looked down. The street was deserted, with only the distant gas lamps casting a dim yellow light. Lin frowned, confident that the array would not give a false alarm. He turned and went downstairs, gripping the alchemical revolver in his hand. When he reached the shop door, he did not open it directly, but observed outside through the gaze of the betrayer. The mail bin stood quietly beside the steps. Lin pushed the door open, and a cold wind mixed with moisture rushed toward him. He walked over to the mail bin and circled to its side. On the cast iron exterior of the mail bin, a clear mark appeared. It was an inverted cross drawn with black charcoal pencil with a twisted circle at its end. The charcoal powder had not yet been blown away by the wind. Lin reached out, his fingertips touching the mark. It was cold, carrying a faint scent of sulfur. He suddenly turned his head, his gaze sweeping across the empty street. In the shadow at the end of the street, a figure cloaked in black briefly flashed. Lin did not chase after it. He looked down at the inverted cross mark. In the context of alchemy, this mark represented a sacrifice awaiting harvest. He had been targeted. Lin returned inside and locked the door behind him. Lin In approached the mailbox, extending his gloved finger to wipe a bit of grime at its edge, bringing it to his nose for a sniff. A mixture of corpse oil and charcoal powder with a hint of hallucinogenic mandrake flower powder. Lin In pulled out a handkerchief from his pocket, carefully wiping away the traces on his gloves before turning to ascend the stairs. His footsteps echoed in the empty stairwell as he made his way directly to the third-floor attic. Pushing open the hatch, the attic was bathed only in the moonlight filtering through the skylight. Lin In lit the gas lamp, its dim glow dispelling the darkness. He walked over to the alchemical table against the wall, deftly opening labeled glass jars one by one. Since they have been marked, they must be repaid in kind. He retrieved a wide-mouthed flask and set it on the alcohol lamp. 3 grams of silver powder meant to neutralize the negative magnetic field of the curse. 10 milliliters of holy water concentrate used to disrupt the structure of the foul. Lastly, the juice of the mandrake, which could induce a pain response in the dead. Lin In's hand was steady as he poured the silver powder into the flask, without spilling a single grain. The liquid boiled rapidly under high heat, its initially clear color turning murky, finally shifting to a bizarre pale purple. He stared intently at the swirling purple mist, his fingers rhythmically tapping the table. Sizzle. The liquid in the flask ceased boiling, transforming into a thick, gel-like substance. Lin In donned heavy heat-resistant gloves and gave the flask a shake. The potion clung to the walls, flowing slowly. Perfect. Meanwhile, deep within the Red Peony district. This was an abandoned textile factory with enormous printing machines scattered all around and broken windows tightly covered with black cloth. In the center of the factory burned a pile of bonfire, the flames not a normal orangered, but a sickly green. A figure clad in a gray robe stood before the fire. The hood was pulled low, revealing only a pale chin. Before him knelt 9 ragged men. Some were missing arms while others bore festering sores, yet their eyes gleamed with a terrifying fervor, fixated on the black wooden box held by the gray-robed figure. God says the world has decayed. The gray-robed priest's voice was hoarse and grating, like 2 pieces of rusted iron scraping together. Only destruction can bring rebirth. He opened the wooden box. Inside, lined with red velvet, were 9 glass test tubes neatly arranged. The liquid within the tubes appeared dark red, looking particularly eerie under the firelight, as if still faintly pulsating. This is the martyr's serum. The priest picked up 1 test tube and approached the man on the far left. Drink it, and you will no longer be a lowly ant. You will gain the power to tear apart those hypocrites, and your blood will become the key to unlock a new world. The man trembled as he took the test tube, without a hint of hesitation, uncorked it, and drank it down in one gulp. Ugh! Just 3 seconds later the man clutched his throat and collapsed to the ground, convulsing violently. The sound of breaking bones echoed clearly in the empty factory. His back arched high, the skin stretched, so thin it became translucent, the veins beneath turning black, writhing like worms. His once frail body swelled, as if inflated muscle fibers forcibly tearing and reconfiguring. Roar! The painful howls gradually morphed into a beast-like growl. The man stood up again, his height having increased by a full 30 centimeters, his eyeballs, bulging pupils reduced to pinpricks, and viscous drool dripping from the corners of his mouth. The remaining 8 watched this scene, their fervor not only undiminished, but intensified. The priest nodded in satisfaction, distributing the remaining test tubes one by one. Go forth. Looking at the 9 monstrous figures before him, the priest spread his arms wide, as if embracing the chaos that was about to unfold. Lurk before those marked sacrifices. When the midnight bell tolls 12 times, it will signal the beginning of the fall of Solar Yin. No. 109, Rose Street. Lin In returned to the first floor holding the still steaming flask. The inverted cross mark appeared particularly glaring in the night, like a watchful eye. Lin In raised the flask and splashed the purple viscous liquid over it. Sizzle. The sharp sound of corrosion erupted instantly. The black carbon marks that had adhered to the cast-iron mailbox twisted and shrank as if alive, emitting a series of teeth-grinding scraping sounds. White smoke billowed upwards, carrying the acrid scent of burnt protein. In a moment the black marks vanished. The surface of the mailbox was as smooth as new, even shinier than the surrounding iron, leaving only a faint scent of mint in the air. Lin In took out a piece of white cloth from his pocket and wiped the surface of the mailbox, confirming there were no remnants before turning back into the house. Since the other party wanted to play hide and seek, he would first blind their eyes. The next morning, the fog in Solar Yin City was thicker than usual. Lin In sat in the study on the second floor, a cup of freshly brewed black coffee at hand. He opened today's. The headline was an official report about a sewer gas leak, claiming that the explosions and strange sounds in the Red Peony district last night were due to this, and that the situation was under control, urging citizens not to panic. In a less noticeable corner of the newspaper, there was a brief obituary: 3 night watchmen perished in the line of duty due to sudden heart attacks. Lin In set down the newspaper and took a sip of his coffee. Heart attacks. 3 robust night watchmen simultaneously experiencing heart failure. It seemed the authorities were desperately suppressing information to maintain a facade of stability. Such a glossing over of the situation could not last long. Lin stood up and walked to the wardrobe. He selected a deep, gray, double-breasted trench coat paired with a dark red scarf, and finally pinned the family crest to his chest. Half an hour later in the reception room on the second floor of the city hall, Harvey was bored trimming his nails, and upon seeing Lin walk in immediately set down the nail clipper, his face breaking into a signature smile. Mr. Lin, are you settling well at No. 109, Rose Street? Is there anything you need help with? Lin pulled out a filled application form and pushed it across the table to Harvey. The house is great. I am here today to apply for a business license. Harvey picked up the form, glanced at its contents, and his brows furrowed slightly. A pawn shop. Mr. Lin, this is not an easy business to run. According to the latest regulations from the City Hall, the approval process for special industries is very strict, requiring triple verification from the Public Security Bureau, the Tax Bureau, and the Business Association. Going through this process will take at least a month. He removed his glasses and wiped them with a cloth, his tone sounding somewhat troubled. And lately things in the city have been unstable. The higher-ups are very strict about places that are easy to fence. Lin remained silent. He pulled out an envelope from the inner pocket of his coat and gently placed it on the table, pushing it forward. The envelope was thin, but the contents were weighty. It contained a bank draft from the Imperial Royal Bank. Harvey's gaze swept over the envelope, and his action of cleaning his glasses paused for a moment. Of course regulations are dead, but people are alive. Lin pulled out another letter from his pocket. The envelope bore the wax seal of the Zio's family. This is my letter of recommendation. I believe that as a law-abiding citizen, opening a small shop in my own property should contribute to the tax revenue of Solar Yin. Harvey quickly picked up the letter, and upon seeing the wax seal, his pupils constricted. Money opens doors. The troubled look on Harvey's face vanished, instantly replaced by a nearly obsequious enthusiasm. He swiftly swept the envelope containing the bank draft into a drawer, his movements proficient. You are absolutely right. It is our honor at the City Hall that a gentleman of your caliber is willing to invest in Solar Yin. We will expedite your request. This is our consistent policy. He picked up a pen and quickly signed the application form, then retrieved a red stamp from the drawer and pressed it down. I will speak to the Public Security Bureau, and I will handle the registration at the Tax Bureau for you. You just need to prepare for the opening. Harvey stood up, handing the stamped documents to Lin. By tomorrow, the official business license will be delivered to your residence. Lin accepted the documents, nodding slightly. Thank you. Exiting the City Hall, Lin did not head straight home. He hailed a carriage heading directly to Gray Street in the Red Peony district. Most shops along the street had no signs, with windows tightly shut. Pedestrians hurried by, many wearing hats or scarves to obscure their faces. Lin walked into a shop named Old John Hardware. Inside, the lighting was dim, and the air was tinged with the scent of rust. The old man behind the counter was wiping a huge wrench with a greasy cloth. I want to order a set of protective barriers. Lin got straight to the point. The material should be tungsten steel alloy, the densest available. Additionally, I need 10 pieces of bulletproof glass at least 2 centimeters thick that can withstand the impact of alchemical bombs. Old John stopped his actions, raising his murky eyes to appraise Lin. Tungsten steel? That stuff is currently controlled. And bulletproof glass, young man, what are you planning to do? Lin tossed a bag of gold coins onto the counter, producing a dull thud. In buying, why ask so many? Old John weighed the bag of coins in his hand, a glimmer of light flashing in his murky eyes. Got it. Given the state of the world lately, it indeed pays to be careful. He tucked the bag away and pulled out a tattered ledger from under the counter. Address: No. 109, Rose Street. Delivery by tomorrow afternoon. Tonight. I want everything set up before tonight. Lin tossed out a gold coin. This is for the rush fee. Old John grinned, revealing a set of broken yellow teeth. Deal. Leaving the hardware store, Lin keenly sensed that the atmosphere on the street felt off. It was already 3 in the afternoon when he returned to No. 109, Rose Street. Old John's efficiency was high. The delivery carriage arrived almost right behind Lin. For strong men shouted as they carried the heavy bulletproof glass and tungsten steel barriers into 109, followed by the sounds of tools and hammers. Lin stood to the side, directing. By 6 in the evening, the workers took their wages and left. Lin pulled out a pre-prepared sign from the corner. The sign was made of black walnut wood with no fancy decorations. Only a scale pattern depicted in gold paint. On the left side of the scale were piles of gold coins, while the right held a vague shadow. Below the scale, a line of cursive lettering read Time Ashes Pawn Shop. Lin brought over a ladder and personally hung the sign above the entrance. The sunset's afterglow bathed the sign, and the gold paint reflected a cold sheen. He stepped back a few paces to examine the sign. Time burns away, leaving only ashes. Lin quietly repeated this phrase. He turned and walked back into the shop, shutting the door behind him. Click. The lock clicked shut, the clamor faded away. Lin returned to the counter, sitting down. Now only 742 coins remained. This sum was not negligible to anyone, but for Lin In, who was stepping into the extraordinary realm, it was just a mere whisper. Alchemy materials were priced by the gram and mystical books by the page, not to mention the costly materials used in alchemical rituals. The path of the extraordinary was in essence a road paved with gold coins. Write a letter home. Lin In glanced at the stack of letter paper embossed with the family crest on the table, his fingers rhythmically tapping against the surface, producing a crisp sound. Though that stingy old man was strict and believed in a wolfish education, if he cried poor at this juncture, a bank draft of several thousand gold coins would likely arrive next week. After all, the Zio's family lacked not money, but an heir capable of standing on their own. As long as he lowered his head and admitted he couldn't handle things, money would flow in like a river. Lin In scoffed lightly. Using leverage was a tactic, while begging for money was a sign of incompetence. In the world of adults, relying on family background to solve troubles is called resource optimization, while sucking blood from the family ledger is termed waste recycling. The former is charm, is wisdom. The latter is disgrace, is the epitaph of incompetence. Lin In Zio's could not afford to lose face. Moreover, if he couldn't even manage this bit of startup capital, how could he talk about exploring the mysteries of the bizarre? He might as well go home early to inherit the family fortune and be a rich man living off others in this crumbling world waiting for the end to come. Opening a shop is to make money, not to do charity. Lin In pulled out a gold coin from his pocket, flicking it lightly with his thumb. The gold coin rolled under the dim light, producing a crisp ringing sound, finally landing steadily in his palm, cold and hard face up. Good luck. Since he hung the pawn shop sign, business naturally had to come knocking. As for whether this business involved the living or the dead, whether it was legal or dancing on the edge of legality, that would depend on the customer's sincerity. In this chaotic yet orderly Solarian time and life often equated. And he precisely was a murder. Dingling. Lin In raised his eyelids behind the counter. The wind chime at the door was made of brass, its sound crisp, shattering the laziness of the afternoon. A man stood at the door, backlit, resembling a rough stone sculpture. He wore a work outfit that had been washed to the point of stiffness, stained with indelible machine oil and rust, making him feel awkwardly out of place. He dared not step inside, one foot hovering outside the threshold while the other was planted within the shop, frozen in place. His murky eyes were fixed intently on the brand new black walnut sign above the door. Shurjin Pawn Shop. And that scale symbol. The man's Adam's apple bobbed as he tightened his grip on the item, and it was an object wrapped in coarse burlap, distorted from being gripped too tightly, like the only lifeline he had grasped while drowning. Do you take things? His voice was dry. Lin In nodded towards the opposite side of the table with his chin. Put it there. A simple action that relaxed the tense shoulders of the man. It was as if he had been granted a pardon, cautiously making his way to the counter, yet he didn't dare sit down, fearing that the dirt on his body would tarnish the seemingly valuable chair. Boss, the man opened his mouth, then swallowed his words, simply placing the burlap bundle on the table. Lin In's gaze fell on his rough hands. Black dirt was embedded beneath his nails, his hands bore cracks and thick calluses, and the knuckles of his index finger and thumb were unusually large, a testament to years of working with wrenches and hammers. A standard lower-class worker. Lin In leaned back in his chair, arms crossed over his abdomen, presenting a relaxed posture. I take anything here. His tone was flat, and the man looked up. Anything can be taken. Yes, anything can be taken, Lin In repeated, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, provided your item has value. Before coming here, he had visited every pawn shop in the southern part of the city, where the well-fed shopkeepers either dismissed his items as suspicious or offered him a mere 3 silver coins to shoo him away. Unwrapping the bundle revealed a brass pocket watch. The case was heavily worn, its edges exposing the copper core within, but the insignia of the Royal Navy could still be discerned. Lin In picked up the pocket watch, finding it heavier than he had anticipated. The brass exterior was cold to the touch, and as his fingertip brushed over the case, he could distinctly feel the uneven scratches left by time. The blurred Royal Navy insignia under the dim light resembled a slumbering metal. Click! A soft sound, and the case sprang open. The man's tense body visibly relaxed for a moment. Lin In ignored him, bringing the pocket watch to his ear, listening quietly. The sound of the gears meshing was sluggish and heavy, akin to the labored breathing of an aged man. The movement mechanism clearly lacked maintenance, the oil and dirt dried up, and the parts emitted a silent protest. Yet this item was indeed from 90 years ago. In that era, the Empire had not yet learned to skimp on materials. Items produced then were not concerned about cost, but rather about legacy. Lin In closed the case, pausing briefly on the button. Click. This time the sound was off. The spring was weak and feeble, the case only popped open halfway before getting stuck, swaying like a skeleton with a dislocated jaw, requiring a finger to nudge it fully open. The color drained from the man's face in an instant, his lips quivering as he attempted to explain, but no. Lin In's gaze fell on the yellowed watch face, The blue steel hands were still moving, but the sound was truly torturous. The dry friction between the gears each second felt like a blunt knife scraping bone. In the year 734 of the Empire, supplies ordered for the HMS Dreadnought fleet officers from the 3rd shipyard. Lin In spoke without looking up, his tone as calm as if he were commenting on the pleasant weather. Brass with gold plating, white enamel dial, a total of 3,000 produced. Your piece is numbered 1728. He paused and gently pushed the pocket watch across the table, sliding it before the man. It's maintained terribly. The hairspring is probably on the verge of breaking. Those fools in the southern part of the city treating it like trash worth 3 silver coins is hardly unjustified. The man was utterly bewildered, his mouth agape as he stared at the young man before him, and then at the pocket watch that had been dismissed as worthless. He had run around all day, those shopkeepers had barely glanced at it, and now this young boss hadn't even asked for a price, yet had revealed its entire history. Lin In leaned back, resting against the chair back, fingers interlaced. So he finally lifted his gaze, locking eyes with the man's murky yet shocked eyes. Do you wish to pawn this piece of scrap copper for some money to eat? Or do you wish to pawn something else? The all-brass gears with ruby bearings were worth 3 years' salary for an ordinary worker back in the day. Unfortunately, even good things fear being squandered. The bearings are filled with sludge, and the hairspring is deformed. This watch hasn't been maintained for at least 20 years, it's a miracle it still ticks. So, how much can I get for it? His voice was dry, tinged with a hint of hope. Lin In leaned back in his chair, rhythmically tapping the ledger with his fingers, producing a sound that echoed like if it's a dead pawn. 5 gold coins. This amount would be enough for him and his family to live for several years. But if it's a live pawn, Lin In paused, his gaze sweeping over the man's calloused hands. This piece must have belonged to your grandfather, right? An old veteran of the 3rd Fleet. It's not easy to have kept this thing until now. The man froze, his lips moving silently, unable to utter a word, though his grip on the burlap tightened, dirt wedged beneath his nails. For a live pawn, it's 3 gold coins. Interest is calculated weekly, and there's no grace period. Lin In picked up the pen again, writing a line on the paper, his tone as flat as if discussing the weather. Choose one. Lin In closed the case, his tone as calm as discussing the weather. The worker's breathing grew heavy like a bellows. His original psychological price was £2, maybe even £1.5. Pawn. Dead pawn. Right now. Lin In opened the drawer and counted out 5 crisp banknotes. The man snatched the money, his fingers trembling, not even able to say thank you before turning and bursting through the shop door. The urgency conveyed that if he delayed even a second, the money would turn to scrap paper. Lin In tossed the pocket watch into the sorting compartment behind him. 5 gold coins had bought out the decades this watch held. This transaction was profitable. The afternoon business was dismal. It wasn't until dusk that the second customer arrived. It was a woman wrapped in a headscarf, her eyes sunken and cheekbones prominent. She produced a silver ring, the inner circle engraved with a name already oxidized and blackened. My child is sick. Only 4 words. Lin In gave her 1 gold coin. The woman clutched the banknote tightly, standing at the counter for a full half-minute before bowing deeply and disappearing into the rising night fog. Lin In watched her receding figure. In this world, dignity and memories were luxuries. Only surviving was the hard truth. And he was merely a fair recycler. The night was as dark as ink, thick fog enveloping Rose Street. Lin In hung the closed wooden sign and extinguished the gas lamp on the first floor. On the second floor study, the curtains were drawn open a crack. Lin In held a cup of coffee, his gaze directed at the street. It was too quiet. Even the wild cats, usually fighting over territory, had gone silent. Tap, tap, tap. Eerie footsteps shattered the stillness. It wasn't the sound of shoes on cobblestones, but rather the scraping of a metallic prosthetic on the ground, heavy and sharp. Lin In set down his coffee cup, feeling the betrayer's gaze insignia on his chest warming slightly. His vision suddenly stretched. In the gray world, a dark red figure was moving swiftly along the wall. What was that? Over 2 meters long, with a deformed spine protruding, its limbs unnaturally long. It stopped under the streetlight, its head completely covered by a black metal mask, leaving only a gaping mouth filled with fangs. The monster twisted its neck, mechanically calibrating its orientation before twitching its nostrils towards the direction of number 109. In the next moment, it powered off its hind legs, the concrete floor, cracking the shadow, shooting into the alley like a cannonball as the muffled chimes of the clock tower struck 6. Lin In locked the door, his consciousness sinking. The feeling of weightlessness was fleeting. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a world filled with alchemical symbols. At the round table, 5 figures arrived as expected. Things in Solarian have become increasingly unstable these days, said Alex with a hint of gravity. Adrian adjusted his monocle, picking up a fragment to examine. In the Judicial Bureau's records, last night's 3 homicides have been classified as large wild dog attacks. The autopsy report I reviewed showed the victims' tracheas were torn with metal residue found in the wounds. Someone is pressuring this matter. The gag order was issued quickly. Lin leaned back in the high-backed chair, fingers interlaced. This can't be suppressed, an explosion is just a matter of time. This scale of deployment isn't for assassination, the deceased appear random, yet it should be targeted slaughter. Before he finished speaking, the Book of Resonance reacted. Task issued: investigate the ambitions of the Hidden Cult. Description: a radical organization, named Hidden Cult, is deploying genetic weapons in Solarian. Identify their stronghold, uncover their intentions, and if possible obtain their core experimental data. Rewards: second-tier upgrade potion formula, ancient alchemical manuscript, shadow. Transit authority: choose one. Seeing the words Hidden Cult, Tay's previously calm demeanor rippled with agitation. These lunatics, as expected. TIA's voice carried disdain. They're firmly in the top 3 on the Church's list of heresies. They advocate flesh is weak, genetic mutation, believing the human body is a vessel that can evolve at any moment. She stood up, her silver hair moving in the gray mist without a breeze. Recently, there have been secret movements within the diocese regarding holy water and seals, their whereabouts unknown. It seems there are rats within the church. He'll investigate this line within the church. He'll track down the traitors in the judicial bureau to see who is giving these lunatics the green light. Adrian tucked away the metal fragment, his lenses reflecting light. He'll continue searching for their lair. Alex sneered, cracking his knuckles. The division of labor was clear, and the efficiency was remarkably high. All eyes finally converged on Lin N. He'll start with market research. Lin N spoke calmly. To manufacture such monsters, the consumption of rare metals and living samples is astronomical. These items cannot simply materialize. As long as there are trades, there will be traces. As long as there are traces, I can root them out. Snap. The heavy black leather ledger closed, stirring up a cloud of fine dust. This is the Iron Hoof Warehouse, the largest metal distribution center in the southern part of the city. The air was thick, not only with the acrid scent of industrial rust remover, but also mixed with the cloying sweetness of oxidized old blood, a unique aroma of the underground black market. The warehouse supervisor squatted in the shadows of the shelves, intently scraping the black grime from under his fingernails with a rusty knife. He was missing half an ear, the cut smooth and clean, the healed flesh a sickly pink, clearly severed in one swift motion by an extremely sharp instrument. 2 tons of refined brass, 500 ounces of liquid mercury. Lin N tapped the cover with his gloved knuckles, the sound echoing in the spacious warehouse, carrying a metallic coldness. To be delivered in batches to the Red Peony district within 3 months. This data is quite interesting. The supervisor paused his movements, the knife tip extracting a piece of black dirt which he flicked to the ground. He raised his head, his murky eyes scanning the room, remaining silent. The Red Peony district, the festering wound of Solarian. There is no law, only countless underground workshops and cheap apartments crammed together like sardines. It was a lawless place. Even the patrolmen avoided where rats in the sewers shared the crowded darkness with 2 tons of brass is enough to assemble the drive system for a small mechanized infantry company. As for the 500 ounces of mercury, Lin N leaned forward, casting a shadow over the supervisor. That is a spiritual energy conductor used only in advanced alchemy. Creating items with these 2 materials is like throwing dozens of bombs into a crowd. The client pays, we deliver. What they do with it is none of my business. Lin N stood up, flicking his thumb. A gold coin flipped through the air, tracing a line of gold. The supervisor's rough hand caught it, deftly popping it into his mouth and biting down hard. The unique soft texture of gold wrinkled his beefy face into a satisfied expression. The sewers over there have been constantly clogged lately. I heard they've been pulling out bits of flesh. The supervisor mumbled something indistinctly, offering a piece of intel. As he exited the warehouse, the fog thickened. Mornings in Solarian are always shrouded in gray mist, and today's fog carried a distinct smell of coal smoke. The streets of the Red Peony district were so narrow they felt suffocating, with 4-story residential buildings leaning in like 2 walls about to collapse, pressing towards the center. The sky was sliced into a line of gray-white, oppressive enough to make one gasp for breath. The outer walls were lined with rusting drainage pipes resembling metal veins crawling up the walls, occasionally dripping murky liquids. On Wednesday morning it was as quiet as a dead city here. Only a few homeless men wrapped in ragged coats huddled in the corners, their eyes blankly staring at the ground, showing no reaction to passersby. Lin N stepped onto the slick stone path, his specially made soft-soled boots making no sound. Sizzle. The betrayer's gaze on his chest suddenly burned. It wasn't a warm reminder, but rather felt like someone had pressed a burning cigarette against his skin, the searing sensation instantly drilling into his nerves. Hostility. Pure and intense. Lin N maintained his rhythmic pace, even keeping his breathing at 12 breaths per minute. His gaze was level ahead, but his peripheral vision swept the sides like a radar. To the left at 3 o'clock, behind a second-floor clothes-drying rack. The light there was off. As the gray mist flowed past that spot, it refracted strangely, presenting an iridescence like that of a soap bubble. The originally continuous texture of the wall showed a subtle and extremely fine fault there. Optical camouflage. or some crude light and shadow trick. Lin En's right hand hung naturally, fingertips resting on the handle of the gun at his waist. This alchemical revolver was modified by him personally, the elongated barrel engraved with the steady rune faintly warming resonating with his palm. Ahead was a junction. Several garbage bins formed a small hill emanating a nauseating stench with flies buzzing above, producing an annoying droning sound. As Lin En reached the center of the junction, he suddenly halted. The footsteps behind him ceased. That prickling feeling of being watched also vanished, as if the other party had never existed. The next moment the wind above his head tore through. There was no warning, not even a breath. Lin En suddenly looked up. From the fourth-floor windowsill, a gaunt figure plummeted down. It was an old man. Sparse hair clung to his waxy yellow scalp, while a large gray robe billowed in the wind, resembling a giant bat with its wings spread. He held a leather bucket that appeared extremely out of place. The bucket was crudely made, stitched unevenly with thick dark thread. The material glistened with a greasy sheen unique to large mammals, even showing the remnants of hair follicles on it. The old man showed no signs of slowing down, no cushioning, not even a change in expression. His face was rigid like a poorly made mask. Lin En pressed down with his heels. The pressure valve in the armor on his left arm popped open. Hiss! White high-pressure steam gushed out, the tremendous recoil, pushing him back 3 meters. Thud! The old man's legs slammed into the ground like iron stakes, his knees showing no signs of bending. The cement ground was dented with 2 shallow pits, cracks spreading outward. For an ordinary person, such force would have resulted in shattering fractures. Evidently this body was no longer original. He raised the leather bucket, its dark opening aimed at Lin En. No liquid splashed out, only darkness. The bottom of the bucket seemed connected to the vacuum of the universe. A terrifying suction force erupted instantly. Whoosh! The surrounding airflow was forcibly evacuated, forming a visible transparent vortex. Debris, sewage, and even wall plaster were forcibly stripped away by this force, sucked into the not-so-large leather bucket. Lin En felt his entire being sliding towards that black hole, the soles of his boots screeching against the ground. He raised his hand, pulling the trigger. Bang! 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 3 alchemical bullets, crackling with azure arcs, shot forth, leaving 3 straight trails in the air. But as they neared the half-meter range of the leather bucket, their trajectories absurdly deviated. The bullets seemed to be grasped by an invisible hand, sharply curving and plunging into the darkness. Like a mud cow sinking in the sea, not even a sound was heard. The old man emitted a sound from his throat like an air leak, dry and hoarse, seemingly mocking this futile resistance. Lin En narrowed his eyes, his pupils slightly constricting behind his goggles. He noticed that with each item consumed, a trickle of dark red liquid seeped from the seams on the surface of the leather bucket, as if a stuffed stomach protested. Every spatial container has a threshold. This thing at best is just a defective product. Quite the appetite. Lin En sneered, his left mechanical claw extending 5 steel fingers digging deep into the wall. The hydraulic system roared amidst the sound of grating metal that made one's teeth ache. He forcibly tore out a 20-meter-long cast iron drainage pipe. The rusty pipe, along with broken bricks, traced a shadow in the air. Eat this. The iron pipe whistled as it flew towards the leather bucket. The suction force erupted again, engulfing the iron pipe. The old man's body jerked violently, 2 seams on the surface of the leather bucket bursting, dark red liquid splattering onto his gray robe. Effective. Lin En did not stop his movements, weaving through the ruins, leveraging the high mobility brought by the steam jets. He quickly moved between piles of garbage and broken walls. A half piece of cement slab, a bundle of discarded cables, and even a garbage bin full of slop. He was like an unflagging bombardier, feeding everything heavy he could see around to that greedy leather bucket. As the last piece of cement slab was sucked in, a muffled sound reminiscent of a belch echoed from within the leather bucket. Burp. The black vortex collapsed. A large mass of thick, dark red, foul-smelling gelatinous substance regurgitated from the bucket's mouth, covering the old man completely. It resembled some undigested biological tissue, still slightly squirming. The old man froze. He mechanically shook the leather bucket in his hands, confusion. The first emotion, named confusion, appearing in his murky eyes. He could not comprehend why his weapon had failed, nor why the prey had not been consumed. Lin En did not give him. With a burst of steam, he sprang into action. The mechanical claw with immense force clamped down on the old man's crown. Just then a sharp scream echoed from the depths of the alley. Creak. The sound was as sharp as metal scraping against glass, piercing through the eardrum in an instant, causing a sharp pain in the brain. A dark red shadow darted out from behind the garbage heap, moving so fast it left a bloody streak on the retina. Lin En's pupils constricted, forcing him to release the old man and sidestep. A stench assaulted him. The spine protruded, muscles exposed, devoid of skin. It was the monster from last night. This creature was 2 meters long, its skin and fur stripped away, leaving only writhing muscle fibers that throbbed wildly. Embedded within its spine were several black metal tubes, fluorescent green liquid pulsating within, revealing the cheap and insane nature of industrial alchemy. Its target was not Lin, but the old man with the leather bucket. Uft. Its sharp teeth pierced the old man's shoulder, forcibly dragging him away from the mechanical claw. The old man was slammed to the ground, the leather bucket rolling over, dark red gelatinous substance spilling everywhere. Lin raised his hand, the crosshair locking onto the monster's head. Bang! The alchemical bullet exploded in a spray of blood at the monster's shoulder. Such a degree of injury could not stop it. The monster, propelled by inertia, charged at Lin, in its maw filled with fangs aimed straight for his throat. The defensive armor on his left arm instantly locked. Clang! The impact force penetrated his bones, causing Lin to slide backward, the soles of his boots carving deep marks on the stone slabs. The sound of metal scraping was painfully grating, leaving several charred scratch marks on the surface of the armor. Exoskeleton damaged. 4. A self-repair program activated. Red warning text jumped onto the retina. Lin's fingertips twitched slightly, and a half-meter-long alloy short blade popped out from the edge of the armor. Buzz. The high-frequency vibration generator began to operate, and at a frequency of 30,000 times per second the air visibly warped, a deep hum, covering the sounds of the alley. The monster pounced again, completely abandoning the defensive instincts of a living being, its eyes filled only with a mad desire to kill. Lin sidestepped and twisted, evading the claws, the vibrating blade slicing through. There was no resistance. Like a hot knife through butter. The monster's abdomen was neatly sliced open, its innards mixed with green liquid splattering on the stone bricks, emitting hissing white smoke. However, a strange occurrence unfolded. Those severed tissues writhed on the ground, as if they had a life of their own, attempting to re-enter the abdominal cavity. Numerous fine flesh buds sprouted at the edges of the wound, as if invisible hands were stitching it back together. In just 2 seconds, the potentially fatal wound began to heal. This was a distortion product catalyzed by some biological technology, completely defying the laws of nature. On the other side, the old man got up from the ground. He awkwardly picked up the leather bucket, mumbling frantically about evolution, his voice growing louder and more. Flesh and blood. Fusion. Then he made a nauseating gesture. He grabbed the dark red gelatinous substance that had been regurgitated from the leather bucket, shoving handfuls into his mouth. Gurgle, gurgle. The sounds of swallowing echoed clearly in the dead alley. His body began to swell uncontrollably. The skin stretched to its limits before bursting, revealing a network of bluish-purple veins. The sound of bones restructuring echoed in the narrow alley like someone forcefully snapping dry branches. In just a few seconds, the dying old man transformed into a 3-meter-high mound of flesh. His once gaunt limbs became incredibly stout, a massive tumor bulging from his back. Even more terrifying, 2 new arms burst forth from the torn flesh beneath his ribs. For grotesque arms dangled at his sides, their nails transformed into black claws. The tattered leather bucket was tightly gripped in his hand, as if it were part of his body. In the alleyway, Lin found himself caught between 2 monstrous creatures, feeling like an extra who had stumbled onto the set of a Godzilla movie. On the left was the gene hunter, its muscular fibers twitching wildly, as if pumped with steroids, while the green liquid in its spine emitted an overloaded hum. On the right stood the old man who had just completed his second transformation, or rather a moving mass of flesh with 4 arms and countless tumors. Wonderful, Lin internally praised this damned world. This was not a mere street fight in a slum, it was clearly a live broadcast of a biohazard crisis. The gene hunter was evidently short-tempered, its eyeless gaze fixated on the old man, letting out a low growling roar from its throat. In its simple neural circuitry, the thing that had stolen its prey, the old man himself, and suddenly grown larger, was clearly a much greater target of hatred than Lin in the tin can. Roar! The hunter moved. Its hind legs pushed against the ground, the concrete floor shattered like biscuits, as the entire dog transformed into a streak of red lightning lunging at the mass of flesh. A good opportunity. Without any hesitation, Lin's left arm exoskeleton released a burst of high-pressure steam, propelling him backward, while his right hand's alchemical revolver finished reloading. But he did not shoot at either side. In such moments, being a quiet mediator was the way to go. He tore a runion-engraved metal ball from his belt, flicked off the safety with his thumb, and hurled it at the mass of flesh's face. If that heap of rotten flesh could even distinguish where the face was. Give me a smile, old man. The metal ball disintegrated in midair, not exploding, but emitting an extremely piercing high-frequency sound wave. This sound wave was ineffective against humans, but for the beast with keen hearing it was akin to someone scraping their nails furiously on a chalkboard, while simultaneously blasting a subwoofer next to its ear. The gene hunter's action of lunging at the mass of flesh suddenly froze in midair, its head shaking in pain as its trajectory shifted. Its sharp claws grazed the old man's shoulder, tearing away a large chunk of still wriggling rotten flesh. The mass of flesh was evidently enraged. Eat! Eat it. His four deformed arms waved chaotically, the strange skin barrel in his hand, aimed once again at the hunter. A black vortex erupted, attempting to suck the red flea inside. Chaos ensued. Although the hunter's mind was not the sharpest, it was agile, and its agility was maxed out. It continuously rebounded off the walls, evading the suction, then like a red bullet it slammed hard into the old man's belly. PFF. With sharp teeth tearing and rotten flesh flying, Lin In hid behind a trash can 10 meters away, observing the dog-eats-dog annual drama and contemplating how to maximize his benefits. Run away. No, this hunter's sample could exchange for a substantial number of points at the academy, and the disgusting skin barrel in the old man's hand was also a rare spatial taboo item. As an alchemist who spent money like water, ignoring good things was a desecration of knowledge. Fortune favors the bold. Take a risk, turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Lin In took a deep breath as the analysis from Jean arrived. Target: a hunter, left hind leg tendon damaged, movement efficiency decreased by 15. Target: B, mass of flesh, abdominal wound, healing, regeneration rate extremely fast. Suspected weak point is the bulging tumor on the back. Now's the time. As the mass of flesh grappled with the hunter's hind leg, preparing to stuff it into the skin barrel, Lin In made his move. He did not choose a long-range kite strategy, but directly activated the exoskeleton's overload mode. Whoosh! The heat exhaust valves on his back released 2 straight jets of white smoke, and Lin In shot out like a cannonball, skimming the ground. The vibrating blade in his left hand hummed, targeting the massive tumor on the back of the mass of flesh. Closer. 5 meters. 3 meters. The mass of flesh seemed to sense the killing intent behind it, and attempted to turn, but the hunter had a firm grip on one of its arms, rendering it immobile. Die, ugly creature. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Lin In's eyes as the vibrating blade, with its high-frequency cutting trail, plunged fiercely into the tumor. PFF. It was like puncturing a balloon filled with pus. Yellow-green liquid gushed out, and the mass of flesh let out a wailing scream, its massive body convulsing violently. However, just as Lin In prepared to stir the blade and completely destroy the opponent's central nervous system, a chill colder than death instantly crawled up his spine. That was the feeling of being targeted by a top predator. Above, a light laugh rang out. Hey, interesting. Do the mice nowadays have such sharp teeth? The voice was elegant and lazy, carrying a tone of high-handed mockery. Lin In's scalp tingled, and he instinctively wanted to retract his knife. But it was too late. A green beam of light shot down from the mist above without warning. It moved faster than the limits of visual capture, precise as a surgical operation. PFF. Lin In felt a chill on his left shoulder. Soon after, a sharp pain arrived late, like a red-hot iron rod thrust deep into his marrow. Ugh! He groaned, his body flung by the tremendous impact, crashing heavily onto the waterlogged ground. The exoskeleton armor on his left shoulder was completely melted away, exposing the charred flesh beneath, even revealing the white of his bones. If he hadn't reacted quickly and shifted slightly, that beam would have pierced his heart. Damn it! Lin In gritted his teeth, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. He looked up. On a broken wall on the 4th floor stood a man dressed in an exquisite black trench coat, a silver cross medal pinned at the collar. Most striking were his eyes, emerald green vertical pupils that emitted an eerie glow amidst the gray mist. He toyed with a slender metal cane in his hand, and that terrifying beam of light seemed to have originated from the gem atop the cane. While I admire your courage, the man looked down at Lin In as if observing an ant struggling in a mud pit. That is my experimental material. If you ruin it, can you afford to compensate? Who is this guy? A high-ranking member of the hidden cult, or the so-called keeper. Before Lin In could devise a countermeasure, the situation deteriorated once more. Because Lin In's recent strike had severely injured the mass of flesh, causing it to lose control, the red monster broke free from its restraints. It did not continue attacking the mass of flesh, but turned its head, its eyes filled with brutality, locking onto Lin In. In its view, Lin In, who had just stabbed the mass of flesh, was evidently the more threatening enemy. Moreover, this human was injured. The scent of blood sent the hunter trembling with excitement. Roar! The hunter pivoted, charging towards the fallen Lin In with a bloodthirsty rush. At the same time, the old man of flesh had also recovered, crawling towards Lin In on all fours like a flesh and blood. Mine! With a wolf in front, a tiger behind, and a freak holding a laser pointer above, what kind of hellish start is this? Lin In could not afford to mind the intense pain in his shoulder, pushing himself awkwardly to roll sideways. Bang! The hunter's claws struck where he had just lain, causing the stone slab to explode. Since you all refuse to follow the rules, don't blame me for going all out. A spark of madness flashed in Lin In's eyes as he quickly set up an alchemical array, and an Cobra automatic turret appeared before him. Lin In took out a metal box, exerting force with his fingers. Crack! The seal on the box's surface shattered. He slammed the metal box onto the ground in front of him. Rise! Countless intricate alchemical patterns spread like living vines along the crack, quickly outlining a complex array with a diameter of 2 meters. First was the heavy triangular base designed to withstand immense recoil, deeply embedded into the. Next came the hydraulic transmission system, sturdy piston rods, formed in blue light radiating a faint glow of lubricating oil. Above that was the core ammunition box filled with alchemically generated depleted uranium armor-piercing rounds, each inscribed with explosive runes. Finally, the fearsome barrel. Alchemical structure completed. Model Cobra heavy automatic defense, turret modified version. Status ready. Ammunition high explosive armor-piercing rounds alchemical enchantment. This entire series of changes occurred in the blink of an eye. Just as the hunter's claws hovered in midair. Fire. Rat-a-tat-tat. The turret unleashed a torrent of fire, raining alchemical grenades down upon the charging hunter like a downpour. The hunter was battered and torn apart. But just as Lin En thought he could catch his breath, the emerald-eyed man sighed. Still need to take action myself. He raised his hand and gently pointed. Whoosh. Another green beam of light shot forth. This time it directly pierced through the core of the makeshift turret. Boom. The turret exploded into a pile of scrap metal. Lin En was thrown back by the shockwave, his back slamming against the wall, a metallic taste filling his throat as he nearly spat out blood. Is this the limit of you alchemists? The emerald-eyed man shook his head, his tone filled with disappointment. A monkey that can only stack scrap metal will never understand the beauty of evolution. On the ground, the hunter had already circled around the ruins. It was less than 3 meters away from Lin En. Its maw filled with fangs opened wide, the stench of blood dripping onto Lin En's boots. The mass of flesh had also blocked the other end of the alley, the suction of its barrel activating, once more sealing off all avenues of escape. A dead end. A true dead end. Lin En's fingers gripping the revolver turned pale from exertion. Only one bullet remained in the gun. To the hunter. To the mass of flesh. Or for himself. Screw your evolution, just to clarify, I'm facing 1v3 here. Lin En spat a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva, a sinister smile creeping onto his lips. Even if I die, I'll make sure to knock out one of your teeth. He raised his gun, aiming at the hunter's eye. Just as the hunter lunged at him, its massive maw about to snap Lin En's neck. A silver flash. Not the kind of blinding light, but a cool, gentle glow, sharp as moonlight, yet exquisitely fierce. It lit up from the mist at the alley's entrance, slicing through the darkness in an instant. There was no sound, only a bizarre sense of visual dislocation. The hunter in midair suddenly froze. Then a bloodline as thin as a hair extended from its nose to its tail. With a whoosh, the monster that had caused Lin En so much trouble was sliced cleanly in half like butter by a hot knife, its innards spilling onto the ground. The emerald-eyed man's smile froze on his face. The mass of flesh's suction abruptly ceased. Lin En was stunned, still holding the revolver. He hadn't had time to fire. As the mist dissipated, a figure stood quietly at the alley's entrance. Silvery hair fluttering in the wind, holding a still dripping long knife. Sorry I'm late. The cool voice was more melodious than the murderous intent that filled the air. Lin En blinked the taut, nerves finally relaxing a notch. The stench of blood in the alley was forcefully dispersed by a cold scent of laurel. Lin En leaned against the remnants of a broken wall, the charred wound on his left shoulder, still oozing purplish red blood. In his line of sight, Tiana's silver hair stood out starkly against the gray mist like a beam of aurora cleaving through hell. The corpse of the genetically engineered hound split in two, continued to twitch, its innards spilling onto the ground, exuding a nauseating sour stench. If you had come half a minute later, you could have gone straight to 109 Rose Street to inherit my fortune. Lin En gritted his teeth, pulling 2 vials from his waist. One was a light blue mental energy potion, while the other was a vibrant green restorative elixir pulsating with life. Tiana did not look back, holding her long knife, named Shadow Weave, at an angle towards the ground. The last drop of dark red blood fell from the blade's tip, splattering a tiny blood flower on the stone slab. Since you still have the strength to joke, it means you won't die yet. Her voice bore no fluctuation, but the speed at which the starlight swirled in her purple eyes clearly quickened. This was her sign of entering combat mode. Lin En wasted no words, pulling out the cork and pouring both potions down his throat in succession. Bitter. The man with green eyes on the 4th floor finally reined in his mocking expression. He stared at Tiana, his metal cane trembling slightly in his hand, the gemstone at its tip emitting a dangerous green glow. Will the church also interfere in the affairs of the hidden cult? Tiana lifted her head, her face beneath the silver hair exquisitely sculpted like marble, yet radiating an aura of lifelessness that kept others at bay. Heretics need no reason. As her words fell, she vanished from sight. Not from speed beyond the eye's grasp, but from true disappearance. Only a faint shadowy ripple remained in the air, the trace of her passage through the realm of shadows. The green-eyed man's pupils constricted sharply, instinctively leaping backward. Swoosh. A silver blade of light grazed past his nose, severing the stone pillar behind him with precision. At the same time the old man mutated into a mound of flesh, let out a furious roar. His four deformed arms flailed wildly, aiming the tattered skin barrel once more at the recovering Lin In. A black vortex gathered at the barrel's mouth, drawing surrounding debris into the air. Do you really think I'm a soft persimmon? Lin In sneered, the exoskeleton armor on his left arm glowing anew under the potion's effects. The runic array lit up one by one, blue arcs of electricity dancing at the mechanical fingertips. If one cobra isn't enough, then let's have another. He pressed one hand to the ground, releasing his mental energy like a flood breaching its dam. Alchemical construct Cobra heavy automatic defense turret, modified twin-mounted. The ground shook violently as two even larger, more menacing steel beasts erupted from the earth. Sturdy hydraulic supports plunged deep into the stone slab, the twin barrels emitting an eerie cold light. Each grenade's warhead bore the explosive runes drawn by Lin In himself. Blast that pile of rotten flesh to smithereens. Lin In commanded. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. The deafening roar instantly dominated the entire alley. The twin-mounted turrets spat flames that stretched a meter long, the dense alchemical grenades raining down like heavy hammers upon the mound of flesh. With each grenade's impact, large chunks of rotting flesh and green pus were propelled into the air. The old man's proud regenerative ability appeared pitiful under the relentless firepower. The speed of the wound's healing could not keep pace with the rate of being torn apart. The old man let out a piercing scream, his forearms trying to shield his head, but were blown to smithereens by the grenades. The strange skin barrel slipped from his grasp in the chaos and fell into the sewage pit. The battle on the fourth floor was equally fierce. The green-eyed man's cane continuously shot out green high-energy beams, turning the surrounding walls into a sieve. But Tiana moved like a ghost, slipping between reality and illusion, each appearance happening in his visual blind spots. Damn it! The man cursed, realizing that his one-sprout evolved body gained no advantage against such pure killing. He glanced down. The mound of flesh had been blown into a puddle of mush, while the two steel turrets continued to mercilessly pound the remains. And the alchemist, who should have been dead, stood behind the turret, holding the alchemical revolver at sight, firmly locked onto his head. 2 against 3. No, now it's 2 against 1. Lin In pulled the trigger. Bang! This shot was not an ordinary bullet, but an armor-piercing round empowered with tracking runes. The green-eyed man forcibly twisted his body in midair, avoiding a fatal hit, but his left leg was still torn away, taking a large chunk of flesh with it. He realized today he had kicked a hard bone. When did the alchemists of Solar Yin become so violent? And that shadow hunter, how could such combat power appear in the slums? Retreat. The man hesitated not at all, pulling out a purple smoke bomb and smashing it on the ground. Dense purple poison mist instantly enveloped the area, obscuring everyone's vision. Thinking of escaping, Tiana's voice emerged from the mist, followed by a dull thud of a blade sinking into flesh. Up! The man's scream echoed from the depths of the mist, accompanied by the sound of something heavy falling. When the poison mist dissipated, the fourth floor was already deserted, leaving only a severed black sleeve and a puddle of emerald green blood. You run really fast. Lin In put away his gun, swaying slightly as the side effects of the potion began to kick in, causing waves of dizziness in his brain. Tiana stepped out of the shadows, her long knife already sheathed. Lin In waved his hand and sat down heavily on the rubble. Let them run, but it's no loss today. He pointed at the pile of mush not far away. Amidst the stinking pile of rotting flesh, several items were flickering with a weak light. Those were spoils of war. Lin In mustered the strength to stand and walked over to the pile of mush. The first thing that caught his eye was the skin barrel. Though it looked disgusting, the terrifying suction he had just experienced was fresh in his memory. This item was definitely a forbidden object of spatial type worth taking back for research. Next, he rummaged through the remnants of the mound of flesh and found a tattered vest. It exhibited a dark, golden metallic sheen, with each plate of scale armor as intricate as cicada wings, yet astonishingly resilient. Extraordinary material, diamond scale armor, damaged rare, alchemical material, with strong physical defense and spiritual resistance, can be used as upgrade material for ashes. Good stuff. Lin In's eyes lit up, directly storing it within the internal space of ashes. Finally, beside the corpse of the genetically engineered hound, he discovered a half-eaten cloth bag. Inside the bag was a completely black, barbed monstrosity of a fish. Even though it had been dead for some time, its eyes still stared unblinkingly forward, exuding a maddening aura. Job material, resilient demon fish. Core material of the sorcerer's strength type marine branch, containing immense life resilience, requires redrawing curse runes for use. Lin In looked at the spoils in his hand, then at the ravaged alley, suddenly grinning. Though I almost lost my life, this round was incredibly profitable. He stuffed the demon fish into his pocket, crouched down, and the soles of his boots squelched in the thick pool of blood, producing a crisp sound. The corpse of the genetically engineered hound still radiated residual heat, exposing large twisted nerve fibers at the broken spine. Those fibers exhibited an abnormal bright purple hue. Even though the main body was dead, they still twitched slightly, attempting to find a new host. Lin In's actions did not halt, as the sampler plunged deep into the gap of the hound's spine. He pried it out forcefully, accompanied by the crisp sound of bones shattering, extracting a segment of crystalline spinal cord that resembled purple crystal. Lin In quickly stuffed it into a test tube filled with suppressants. The liquid inside the tube instantly transformed into a murky dark purple color, bubbles gurgling to the surface. He looked toward Tiana. It seems I've inadvertently completed part of the task. Tiana ignored him, turning to head toward the alley entrance. Stop the nonsense, the enforcers will be here soon. If you don't want to be thrown into a dungeon to explain the origins of these turrets, you better leave now. Lin In cast a glance at the two turrets that were automatically disassembling, turning into fragments of spiritual energy, and shrugged. Indeed, this kind of violent aesthetics is something those fathead bureaucrats could never appreciate. He followed behind Tiana, the two disappearing into the thick gray mist. Just under 5 minutes after their departure, a team of patrolling officers clad in black uniforms rushed into the alley. The leading sergeant stared at the ground strewn with flesh and the deep impressions left by the turrets, nearly dropping the gas lamp in his hand. By the steam god, did a small-scale war take place here? Meanwhile, in a hidden basement in the Red Peony district, the green-eyed man knelt on the ground in agony, the left half of his body completely gone, green flesh sprouts writhing at the wound, attempting to reassemble. My lord, the mission has failed. I did not kill the personnel investigating us. He bowed his head toward a shadowy figure in the corner. Waste. The two words instantly dropped the temperature of the entire basement to freezing point. The green-eyed man's body trembled violently. He tried to explain, but found no sound could escape his throat. His skin began to rapidly wither, and his bones emitted crisp cracking sounds. Since the evolution had failed, he would become nourishment for the next generation of test subjects. From the shadows, a massive claw extended, dragging the screaming man into deeper darkness. Meanwhile, at Tiana's landing point, the flame of the kerosene lamp flickered nervously within its glass casing, casting a dim yellow light that elongated Lin In's shadow, projecting it onto the mottled wall. Lin In's fingertips traced the inner wall of the skin barrel. The texture felt unlike processed leather, possessing a kind of elasticity that seemed not fully dead. He slowly rotated the skin barrel under the light, adjusting the angle of light's entry. A line of extremely tiny engravings emerged in the shadows. The writing was twisted like traces left by some small parasite burrowing beneath the skin. This was not an alchemical product. Lin In furrowed his brow. If it were an alchemical product, the inner wall should have left stable spiritual energy circuits or artisans' inscriptions, not this biologically characteristic writing. Why are there words? Lin In's nails gently scraped over the line of text, and faint whispers began to echo in his ears like countless drowning souls wailing from the depths of the abyss. This item was trying to disturb his mind. Tiana sat in the shadow by the window, her long knife resting on her knee. She was slowly and mechanically polishing the blade with a piece of coarse deer leather. The sound of metal grinding was especially jarring in the silent room. We shouldn't need this thing, but it's too troublesome. Tiana did not look up, her voice as cold as stone in an ice cellar. Do you dare sell it in your shop? Lin In withdrew his gaze, looking at Tiana. I wouldn't dare. Such a forbidden object of spatial type would be hot potatoes even in the black market. Once it comes to light, those keen-eyed vultures will follow the scent right over. Let the Academy handle it. Tiana paused her actions, raising her eyes to Lin In. We can still exchange it for some Academy credits. Yes. Here gold pounds can buy bread and cheap flesh, but not necessarily the alchemical formulas you want. Academy credits are the real hard currency. Lin In pushed the skin barrel to a corner of the table, avoiding the uncomfortable whisper. By the way, Tiana, how did you join the Order of the Holy Court? You must keep it confidential. Do not let any church know you are from the Academy. Lin In leaned back in his chair, feeling the rigid texture of the wood against his spine. Holy Court assassins. This identity was Tiana's talisman, but also a guillotine hanging over her head. The traditional structure of the church resembled an impenetrable iron tower. Clergy, holy knights, ascetic monks, they were brainwashed from childhood, with not blood flowing in their veins, but a poison called faith. But Tiana did not belong to them. She was now a Holy Court assassin. This was the shadow blade recruited from the corners of society. They did not accept clerical roles, did not participate in promotions, and did not even need to pledge loyalty to that deity. It was merely a transaction. The church needed hands that could delve into the mud, while Tiana needed a legal life. The recruitment source was strictly limited to extraordinary individuals outside the church system. Tiana recalled those days. No prayers, no hymns. Just a few days of short-term training. The church instructors taught them 5 things: rules, code words, sacred relic usage, collaborative tactics, and task processes. They did not retrain Tiana's abilities, nor did they intend to modify her talents. Lin Tiana remained the shadow hunter. The church was only responsible for restraining and strengthening. They needed Tiana to eliminate certain individuals the Holy Court could not conveniently deal with handing her a pass to the depths of darkness. Law exemption. A self-deprecating smile curved Tiana's lips. Theoretically, secular authorities had no power to judge her, but she was well aware that such privileges came at a price. She was not granted divine powers, not granted any clerical authority. She reported directly to the heretical tribunal under the direct jurisdiction of the cardinal. To put it bluntly, she was like a mad dog tied at the church's doorstep. Useful, she was an extension of the holy light. When not useful, her identity might not even be recognized. I know what I'm doing. Tiana's voice was somewhat hoarse. The competition between the academy and the church has lasted for centuries. Tiana, you're playing with fire. The fire needs to burn bright enough to illuminate the road ahead. I need power. Whether it's the academy credits or the holy court's exemptions, they are merely stepping stones for me to reach greater heights. The engravings on the inner wall of the skin barrel seemed to whisper again. Lin In said no more. He vaguely felt that in this city some enormous gear had begun to turn, and he would never become the crushed part of that gear. The air in the attic was serene. Only the rich aroma of premium coffee beans lingered at the tip of the nose, masking the faint scent of rust. Lin In sank into the ergonomically designed chair, his spine cracking with a series of sharp pops. He casually slammed the alchemical revolver onto the oak table. The dull thud of metal meeting would resounding. My money. Lin In stared at the runic circuit on the gun barrel, letting out a sigh that came from the depths of his soul. The recent barrage of the dual-barreled cannon truly relieved his stress. The thrill of obliterating enemies into dust was unparalleled. But this pleasure was built on the foundation of burning pounds. Each alchemical grenade shot out wasn't gunpowder, but clinking gold coins. Such extravagance made his stomach ache. The ammunition stock is running low. Time to get to work. Lin In straightened up and opened the drawer on his right. Inside were neatly arranged various hazardous materials. He picked out 2 sealed jars. The jar on the left contained a blood-red crystalline powder. Red crystal, a volatile mineral capable of causing structural collapse in spiritual entities. The one on the right emitted a nauseating smell of rotten eggs. Black sulfur powder, a universal material in the demon-hunting realm. Grind, reorganize, and chant. With the power of his mind, Lin In's left-hand armor disassembled and flipped over, revealing intricate brass gears and miniature hydraulic rods beneath. His fingertips transformed into a high-speed precision machining platform, emitting a faint hum. The red crystal and black sulfur powder gathered in his palm, crushed and mixed by mechanical fingertips. Subtle arcs of electricity jumped between the powders. The material structure forcibly dispersed, then reconstructed under the rules of alchemy. Acquired item: high explosive, demon exorcising, bullet properties, physical exorcism, equality among all beings, causing 200 real damage to spiritual entities with additional burn and demon breaking effects. A few dark red bullets rolled onto the table, their tips engraved with intricate spiral patterns. That's right. Lin In picked up a bullet, examining it in the glow of the gas lamp. There's no strange phenomenon that a single armor-piercing round can't resolve. If there is, then switch to a larger caliber. First things first, the remaining tasks could wait. He pulled a hefty black-covered book from his pocket, the Book of Resonance. The cover felt like the skin of some creature, warm to the touch. Essentially, this was a magical instant messaging tool, the kind without a blocking feature where the message vibrations could numb your hand. Lin In flipped open the pages, his finger quickly gliding over a page titled A Loving Family, crossed out Demon Hunting Squad. The spiritual energy trail left by his fingertips transformed into glowing lines of text. Lin In, all members wake up, let's get hype. Lin In, coordinates 017, bring your brains and gear, hurry up. Latecomers will be left behind. As soon as the message was sent, the page began to vibrate violently, making the entire table hum. Law Adrian, it's currently 2:45 a.m. According to Article 7 of the Empire Public Servants Rest Law. You better have a good reason. Otherwise I'll sue you for disturbing public order. Disaster, Alex. NVD, I just finished taking measure. I just happened to have some free time. Lin In twitched the corner of his mouth. Alex was responding faster than he was. As for VD, measuring a client in the middle of the night, that scene was too beautiful, most likely for the deceased. 3 minutes later. Everyone gathered. Lin In wasted no words, directly bringing the hideous barrel to the center of the table. Thud. It landed with a sound reminiscent of squirming intestines, the surface of the barrel even twitching slightly. What is this? The lawman, who had a cleanliness obsession, frowned, instinctively leaning back, his expression as if he had seen a breathing excrement. It looks like some kind of stomach from a creature once suffering from severe gastric ulcers. This is a trophy. Lin In pointed to the barrel, his fingertips avoiding the twitching parts. Today, I went to investigate the flow of materials and encountered people from the hidden cult. These madmen messing with biological mutations set a trap, trying to use me as experimental material. Are you sure? Hearing this name, the tall figure in a tattered coat in the corner raised his head. Yes, it's that group of freaks who treat gene mutations as their daily bread. Lin and shrugged. But they were unlucky running into me and Tia, who came to assist. The leader, a man with emerald eyes, fled, leaving behind a pile of rotten flesh and this barrel. He briefly recounted the events, omitting the violent details of how he obliterated people with the dual-barreled cannon, only saying he slightly used a trump card. Tia, who had been leaning against the window in silence, approached, still holding the unfinished bottle of alcohol. A spatial living container. Tia's voice was cold, tinged with a hint of alcohol. There are unstable spatial fluctuations inside. This thing is very dangerous. So we need to turn it in or we can't use it, and it can't be sold in my shop. Lin N placed his hand on the book of resonance, the pages rustling with a sound. Keeping this thing is like possessing a time bomb. It's better to exchange it for tangible points. He flipped to the mission submission page, a stream of bluish spiritual energy surging from his palm. A vortex lit up on the page, its center pitch black, but the edges were lined with fine fangs resembling a greedy mouth. Lin N grabbed the barrel along with the tube of purple spinal fluid, stuffing them both into the vortex. Detecting high-risk spatial taboo item. Sample analysis in progress. Detecting high-purity mutated spinal fluid. Determination S-rank information material. Point settlement in progress. Looking at the numbers flashing on the page, everyone's breath paused for a moment. The zeros behind the number were dizzying. This amount of points is enough for me to buy a lot of upgrading materials. Adrian put down his teacup, his expression turning serious as he wiped the tea stains from his robe with a handkerchief. Lin N, although this task was submitted under the squad's name, neither Alex Vitti nor I contributed. According to the spirit of the contract. The lawman took out a golden balance emblem from his pocket, gesturing in the air, a golden light trace appearing. The points belong to you and Tia. We don't take a share. Agreed. Alex grumpily uttered 2 words, lowering his head again to wipe the giant sword in his hands. I have no objections. Vita's voice was light, dressed in a black funeral outfit, her face pale as paper. Just remember to call me next time there's a good thing like this. Business has been hard lately. The dead don't care about pomp anymore. Lin N raised an eyebrow. While his teammates had varying personalities, they were surprisingly clear-minded when it came to profit distribution. In the deceitful, extraordinary circle, this was rarer than a giant panda. All right, then I'll split the points with T. But Lin N shifted the topic, pulling out a brass shell still gleaming with red light. This matter is not over. What is this? Adrian leaned in for a closer look, noticing the extremely small tracking rune engraved on the shell. A tracking beacon. Lin N revealed a charming smile, his teeth glimmering under the light. That emerald-eyed man thought he could escape just by throwing a smoke bomb. Naive. I mixed in a little something with the first shot. This rune bullet tracked his last position in real time. He slammed the shell onto the old district map on the table. The red light flickered, finally settling on a point. That's the golden triangle. Adrian's brow furrowed tighter, his delicate eyebrows nearly knitting together. That place is famously known as the no-go zone. Even mice have to pay a toll to enter. The junction between the Red Peony area and the lower 3rd District, a hotbed of chaos. This should be their Lin N pressed down hard on the red dot on the map. Since we found them, they need to be ready for a raid. Moreover, although the emerald-eyed man escaped, the mastermind behind him remains. These people possess technology that can instantly mutate the human body. If we don't eliminate this thorn, none of us can sleep soundly. A brief silence enveloped the attic. Reconsider. Alex stood up, his killing intent nearly palpable, the temperature around them dropping a few degrees. The hidden cult must be eradicated. I also think it's time to give them a final send-off. Vitti had unexpectedly floated to Lin N's side, her cold fingers lightly tracing the red dot on the map. That kind of place should be very suitable for holding a grand funeral. I can give them a discount of 20%. All eyes focused on Adrian. As the squad commander and leader of several newborns, his decision was crucial. Adrian rubbed his temples, seemingly calculating the risks and benefits of this operation. After a moment, he sighed, his gaze sharpening. Then let's draft a new contract. He stood up, his deep blue robe billowing without wind, a solemn and austere aura of law radiating from him, dispelling the unpleasantness in the attic. Operation Codename Initial Sweep. This is our squad's first collective cleanup action. Time 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. I need 6 hours of deep sleep and a delicately prepared breakfast to maintain my spellcasting focus. I don't want to miscast due to low blood sugar. Location: the junction of the Red Peony area and the lower 3rd District Golden Triangle. Objective: eliminate the hidden cult stronghold and recover all illegal experimental data. Adrian's gaze swept over everyone, finally landing on Lin, and a rare, slightly crazy smile curling at the corners of his mouth. That smile seemed particularly out of place on his usually stern face, yet it fit perfectly with the current atmosphere. Since they like playing with biological modifications, we will teach them what survival of the fittest on a physical level really means. He waved his hand, as if making a final statement in court. Dismissed. In the attic. Sleep. For an alchemist, using the night before battle to sleep is a sheer blasphemy against life. The real revelry starts now. Who can understand the joy of a handcrafted party? Spring cleaning. Hey, what a clever phrase. He opened the drawer, took out a pair of specially made goggles, and began by crafting a batch of standard ammunition. Then came the main event. He pulled open the bottom drawer of the workbench, his movements as gentle as caressing a lover's back. The drawer's sliding rails emitted an extremely faint friction sound, revealing 3 heavy lead boxes lying inside. Each box lid was filled with bright red warning runes painted in cinnabar, appearing particularly glaring under the dim light of the gas lamp. These were true money-burning items, the trump cards he would use tonight. Lin reached out to latch the first lead box, applying pressure with his thumb. Click. The moment the lid sprang open, the air in the attic seemed to be momentarily sucked away by some invisible force. A visible stream of icy white vapor surged out, flowing down the table, leaving behind a layer of fine ice crystals wherever it passed. Inside the box lay a fist-sized, or exuding a haunting deep blue color, its surface covered in a thick shell of perpetual frost. Frost blue, or a forbidden item mined from the depths of the frozen soil in the northern realms, rumored to have soaked in the spinal fluid of frost giants. Just gazing at it sends a piercing chill through the eyes. Lin did not hesitate, swiftly opening the second box. This time there was no chill, only a pure aura that sent shivers down his spine. Half a bottle of murky liquid swirled in the crystal vial, occasionally reflecting a hint of golden light. High concentration holy water extract. This substance was entirely different from the mass-produced products diluted with tap water that churches used to fool the faithful. Its purity was so high that a low-level vampire would be burned through the throat upon contact, leaving not even ash. As for the third box, Lin's fingers hovered over the surface of the lead box for half a second. Even through the thick lead layer, he could still feel a restless heat flowing inside, as if some living creature was colliding within. Pop! The lid opened. A dark red heart was gently pulsating in the center of the lead box. It had been detached from its body for at least 3 months, yet it remained terrifyingly vibrant. With each contraction, it radiated a visible wave of heat distortion around it. The core of the lava lizard. This extraordinary creature, dwelling in volcanic lava tubes, has a heart that functions as a miniature reactor. Frost wholly explosive. Lin licked his slightly cracked lips, tasting a hint of rust. His pupils dilated slightly under the light, reflecting the gaze of a hunter spotting top prey. In the textbooks of orthodox alchemists, placing these 3 conflicting materials in the same container would result in nothing but being blown to pieces, leaving a mess on the wall. But in the logic of a mechanic, as long as the structure is stable enough, energy has no concept of conflict, only the state of being untamed. Get to work, he whispered as his left hand's external armor lifted. With a series of metallic clashing sounds, his originally slender fingers instantly disintegrated. The outer armor peeled away, revealing mechanical bones glinting with a cold light underneath. The joints twisted and elongated, quickly differentiating into dozens of precise miniature tools. Ultra-fine high-speed drill bits spun in the light, the tips of micro-tweezers glimmering with cold light, and the miniature welding gun, exhaling blue ghostly flames, emitted a hissing sound. Several energy probe needles connected to the nervous system extended from his wrist, moving through the air like living tentacles. Step 1. Shaping the shell. Lin grasped a brass ingot with his right hand, and the alchemical array in his palm suddenly lit up. The dazzling light illuminated the attic. The hard brass quickly softened under the dual pressure of high temperature and magic, resembling a ball of golden dough being kneaded. Moments later, the rough shapes of 3 fist-sized grenade shells began to take form. The mechanical left hand quickly followed up, the micro-drill bit racing over the surface of the shell, sparking a flurry of tiny sparks. Dense spiral patterns spread across the shell. These patterns were not for aesthetics, but to guide the energy during an explosion, creating directional blasts. Step 2. Loading the core. This was the truly life-threatening phase. Lin held his breath, even controlling his heartbeat to drop to the lowest rate. The micro-tweezers steadily grasped a small piece of frost blue, or moving as gently as performing surgery on an eye, and slowly placed it at the bottom of the shell. Immediately after, a pipette from another mechanical finger extended, absorbing a drop of holy water extract. The liquid fell. Sizzle. The frost blew or trembled violently, emitting a sharp screech. The white frost and golden holy light clashed wildly within the small space of the shell, like 2 beasts trapped in the same cage, tearing at each other. If not intervened, this shell would explode in 0.1 seconds, sending Lin's hand along with half the attic skyward. Behave yourself. Lin's eyes widened, the whites filled with blood. Several energy probes instantly pierced into the center of the energy vortex. The internal spiritual energy surged into the probes, forcibly constructing an extremely complex isolation barrier between the 2 conflicting energies. This required surgical precision. Any slight tremor could lead to a collapse of the balance. Sweat trickled down his temple into his eyes, bringing a salty sting. But he didn't dare to blink. In his field of vision, only that swirling vortex of chaotic energy remained. The isolation barrier formed, and the restless energy was forcibly suppressed at the bottom of the shell, creating a delicate balance. But that was not enough. That was merely the primer. The real trump card was the heart of the lava lizard. Lin cut off a piece of core fragment the size of a fingernail, the alchemical flame instantly liquefying it into a dark red slurry. He controlled the liquid injection needle, slowly injecting this extremely hot lava liquid into the middle layer of the shell. The scalding magma enveloped the bottom layer of frost, and holy water separated only by that thin layer of spiritual energy barrier. This was akin to lighting a fire in an icehouse filled with explosives, and that fire was ready to ignite the entire world at any moment. This structure was known as a three-phase thermal compression shell. Once the fuse was triggered, the spiritual energy barrier would shatter, and the extreme cold, extreme heat, and holy energy would trigger a chain reaction in an instant. The resulting destructive power was not simple addition, but exponential multiplication. Steady, steady. Lin's mechanical fingers were as stable as a mountain, even the slightest tremor perfectly countered by servo motors. He began to carve the final triggering runes on the surface of the shell. With each stroke, the shell would tremble slightly, as if it contained a demon eager to break free from its cage. The aura of destruction transmitted through the chisel to his fingertips, sending shivers down his spine. The final stroke of the rune closed. Hum. The shell emitted a deep, resonant hum, then fell into silence. A dark red glow circulated around the surface of the shell, eventually disappearing beneath the sheen of brass. The first one was complete. Lin let out a deep breath, his back already soaked in cold sweat, the chill making him feel as if he had just been pulled out of icy water. In those last few minutes, his spirit had been stretched to its limits, expending more energy than in a fight. But he did not stop. Such a state was rare and must be seized. The second one. The third one. The attic was filled only with the faint sounds of mechanical operations and the occasional crackle of energy explosions. Time flowed through the precise operations. The sky outside completely darkened, with only the distant neon lights casting a psychedelic hue over the cold metal parts on the workbench. By the time the last grenade was sealed, Lin felt as if his fingers were about to cramp. He released the mechanical state. His right hand returned to flesh color, but his fingertips still bore the burning pain from the high temperature, a side effect of magic overload. On the table, 3 menacingly shaped grenades stood silently. Their warheads were no longer ordinary conical shapes, but presented a bizarre, triangular prism, each face etched with intricate runes. The shells emitted a strange odor, a mix of sulfur, ozone, and snow, the very scent of annihilation. Lin picked one up, its weight reassuring. Ash's report data. A light blue data stream cascaded down his retina. Item name: 3-phase destroyer, Cobra-specific ammunition quality, exquisite blue type, alchemical ammunition, effect 1 ice and fire duet. The explosion instantaneously releases extreme cold and high temperature flames, dealing dual frost and fire damage to targets within a 15-meter radius. If the target's armor value is below 50, it will directly trigger the crush effect. Effect 2, Holy Pure. The high-purity holy water loaded in the core will form a purification field at the explosion center, dealing 300 true damage to undead demons and shadow creatures, and inflicting a permanent scorching state that cannot be dispelled by conventional means. Effect 3, Unstable Structure. Due to the overly aggressive internal energy structure, this ammunition has a 5 chance to detonate prematurely upon severe impact. Handle with care unless you want to experience ascending to the heavens on the spot. Note, this is not a weapon, it's art. Of course, for your enemies, it is a funeral dirge. Additionally, please be sure to keep your distance. This thing does not distinguish between friend and foe. In his mind, the cold mechanical voice sounded appropriately. Lin, please upgrade my body as soon as possible. It will greatly assist you after the upgrade. 5 self-detonation rate. Lin raised an eyebrow, a nonchalant curve forming at the corner of his mouth, his gaze revealing a hint of madness. In this damned world, even eating and drinking could lead to choking, and walking down the street could get you blown away by a runaway steam pipe. Exchanging a 5 risk for this level of firepower is simply a blood profit. He picked up a piece of velvet cloth and carefully wiped the fingerprints off the shell, his movements gentle, as if caressing a lover's cheek. This is the romance of a mechanical alchemist. There is no problem that a 3-phase shell cannot solve. If there is, then just fire 2 more. He filled the 3 grenades one by one into the Cobra's rotating chamber. Click. The crisp sound of the chamber closing echoed through the attic, a sound akin to the reloading of death. Lin turned to look out the window, where a faint red halo was visible in the direction of the Golden Triangle. Perhaps tomorrow would be a good day for hunting. Golden Triangle. White Rose Manor. The brilliance of the crystal chandelier pierced the eyes painfully. It was too bright here. There were no shadows, no dead angles. Every inch of the ornate wallpaper revealed a sickly freshness under the glare of the high-powered gas lamps. A strong scent of lavender permeated the air, so overpowering that it felt like an attempt to mask some long-accumulated stench of decay. Lin stopped in his tracks, his boots treading silently on the thick wool carpet. Something's off? Adrian stood in the middle of the group, holding a golden rune of decree, his brow furrowed. The spatial structure here completely defies the laws of physics. We are walking in a straight line, yet continuously veering to the left. Alex, shouldering a giant sword resembling a door, sniffed. I smell blood, fresh blood, just ahead. Lin ignored his teammates' discussion. That strange feeling of familiarity surged again. This layout, this lighting, even the embedding of living tissue into building materials. He felt he had seen it somewhere before. Not in memory, but in some deeper instinctual fear belonging to this body. He suddenly turned and dashed towards the floor-to-ceiling window on the left side of the corridor without warning. Lin. Tia gasped. Lin did not slow down. The hydraulic pump of his exoskeleton armor screeched as he crashed through the stained glass, depicting the Virgin Mary. Crash. Shards flew. Lin's figure vanished into the night outside the window. In the next moment, crash. The originally intact window on the right side of the corridor suddenly shattered. Lin tumbled back onto the carpet in the corridor covered in glass shards. He maintained his fallen posture, his mechanical arm propping him up as he looked towards the others. Mobius ring. Lin spat out a mouthful of blood-tainted saliva, brushing off a piece of red glass from his shoulder. The space in this manner has been folded. We can't get out unless we break the core node. Vidi floated to Lin's side, her pale fingers grasping at the air. The dead energy here is cyclical. The souls cannot leave. They are merely fuel for continuous burning. What a terrible design. Since we are here, we might as well settle down. Lin stood up, reloading his alchemical revolver. This time he switched to high-explosive incendiary rounds. Since it's a closed space, it means that as long as the firepower is strong enough, this place is a perfect oven. The team continued to advance. Crossing the corridor, they suddenly found themselves in a vast banquet hall. A long dining table was covered with a pristine white tablecloth, silver candlesticks burning with whale oil candles. Dozens of guests, dressed in exquisite formal, were sat stiffly in high-backed chairs, awkwardly wielding knives and forks. There was no sound of conversation. Only the jarring noise of metal cutlery scraping against porcelain plates. Lin walked up to the near. It was a middle-aged man in a tailcoat, his hair slicked back, but there was a rough seam on the back of his head, as if haphazardly stapled together. There was no roast goose or steak on the plate. Only a piece of bright red liver still quivering. The man mechanically cut a piece of liver and brought it to his mouth, chewing. Dark red juices dripped from the corners of his mouth, staining the white napkin. Adrian wrinkled his nose in disgust. These guys are worse than beasts. Lin reached out and pushed the man on the shoulder. Thud. The man in his chair fell to the ground. But he did not scream or show anger. He simply crawled back up using hands and feet, set his chair right, and resumed cutting the dust-covered liver. A low-level puppet. Lin made a judgment. No self-awareness, only the instinct to feed. It seems this place is a breeding ground. Those puppets ignored him. Lin even deliberately knocked over a waiter carrying a tray, but the waiter merely walked around him robotically to pick up the fallen plate. It seems our disguise is quite successful. Adrian adjusted his collar. Or perhaps the security system here had— No, not a flaw. Tia's voice suddenly tensed. Her longsword was drawn, its tip pointing towards the back. Alex had just stepped onto the banquet hall floor. In that instant, the hall, which had only been filled with chewing sounds, fell silent. Dozens of puppets stopped their actions simultaneously. Crack, crack, crack. That was the sound of cervical vertebrae being forcibly twisted. All the puppets, regardless of gender or age, simultaneously turned their heads to fix their gaze on Alex, who stood at the entrance. Their pupils were vacant, the whites of their eyes dominating with half-chewed raw meat still in their mouths. A non-human roar erupted from the throat of the man in the tailcoat. In the next moment, the previously quiet banquet hall turned into a madhouse. Dozens of puppets overturned tables, grabbing knives, forks, and even using their teeth to madly lunge. They ignored Lin, who stood in the middle, and Tia, and even passed through Vita's body, their sole target being the Beastmaster with the giant sword. Damn it! Why are they only targeting me? Alex roared, swinging his giant sword. Bang! The three puppets at the front were knocked back. But this could not stop the tide of puppets behind. These puppets possessed incredible strength and felt no pain. A woman in evening wear had her legs severed but still clawed at the ground with her hands, opening her bloody maw to bite at Alex's ankle. Because you smell too good, oi. Lin kicked away a puppet trying to bypass him to attack Alex, firing 3 shots from his revolver, blowing off 3 heads. Or is it because you look particularly provocative? This isn't funny. Alex was in a tough battle. He didn't unleash the disaster beasts in the hall. This level of attack wasn't necessary, relying solely on physical strength. Lin Tia and Adrian quickly formed a defensive circle protecting Alex in the center. But it was strange. Those puppets did not dodge the attacks from Lin and the others at all. Even when their arms were severed, they didn't even glance, still fixated on reaching for Alex. Stop! A gentle, elegant voice, yet laced with chilling coldness, came from the staircase on the second floor of the banquet hall. The voice was not loud, yet it felt like some sort of command. All the frenzied puppets froze instantly. The woman, who was only half a body, remained in a biting posture, rigidly lying on the ground, making low gurgling sounds from her throat. Lennon raised his head, his gun barrel immediately locking onto the second floor. There stood an old man. His silver hair was meticulously combed, and he wore a well-tailored black butler's suit, his white gloves spotless. He held a pocket watch, looking down at the time. Guest, you have disturbed the dining time of the banquet. The butler closed the pocket watch, looking down at the chaotic hall. That is quite impolite. Polite. Lin sneered, the runes on his mechanical arm beginning to charge. Turning living people into such mindless corpses, is that your politeness? The butler slightly bowed, his movements impeccable. To correct you, they are not mindless corpses. They are the cornerstone of the great path of evolution. Though they are failures, they still deserve respect. His gaze swept across everyone before finally resting on Alex. That look was not like observing a person, but rather regarding a piece of trash that needed to be disposed of. Especially this gentleman. The butler extended a finger gloved in white, pointing at the blood-soaked Alex. Please do not stain my carpet with your blood. That blood, filled with barbarism, chaos, and inferior genes, is very troublesome to clean. Alex's breathing became heavy, his amber-slit pupils narrowing to pinpricks. What did you say? I said you are garbage. The butler's tone was flat, as if stating an objective fact. The other guests, whether that young gentleman, that lady, or even that law major, bodies are all perfect material. Bones, nerves, spiritual energy circuits, all are top-notch parts. The master will be very pleased to receive you. The butler paused, a hint of regret appearing on his face. But you are different. The filth of the disaster breed flows within your body. That gene is filled with uncontrollable mutations and toxins. For the pursuit of the perfect new humanity plan, you don't even qualify to be fertilizer. That is why those failures will attack you. The butler gently clapped his hands. From the shadows on either side of the stairs, 4 giant stitched monstrosities over 2 meters tall emerged. They dragged heavy cleavers. The sound of metal scraping against the ground was grating. Because in their eyes you are neither kin nor material. The butler smiled, the skin on his face suddenly splitting open, revealing the dark, golden metallic skeleton beneath. You are merely a piece of rotting meat that needs to be cleared away. Alex said nothing. He slowly lowered his head, his long hair obscuring his face. But on the back of his hand, gripping the giant sword, the mark representing the disaster contract, was burning furiously, red energy billowing from between his fingers. Rotting meat. Alex's voice was hoarse, like 2 rough, sharpening stones rubbing against each other. Very well. Boom. A terrifying wave of black energy erupted, centered around Alex. The surrounding dining tables instantly turned to dust, and those puppets closest were blown away by the shockwave. A massive beast covered in black scales emerged behind him, exuding a brutal aura from ancient times. Then let me show you how this piece of rotting meat crushes your bones one by one. Lin quietly took a step back, giving the stage to his soon-to-erupt teammate. It seems the negotiation has broken down. Lin shrugged, his mechanical arm rapidly transforming a thick cannon barrel, extending from his palm, aiming at the butler on the second floor as he began to crack. Since I am high-quality material, I will begrudgingly send you a high-explosive welcome gift. Just one shot, oh, consider it a bargain. The smile on the butler's face was completely torn apart, his mouth stretching to his ears. Cleaning begins. The shell engraved with explosive runes left a straight red line in the air, heading straight for the butler's face. Boom. Instead of the expected earth-shattering explosion, there was merely a muffled sound like a balloon being popped. The grenade inscribed with runes detonated half a meter away from the butler. Collapse. The terrifying energy storm finally broke free from its restraints. The railing, carpet, and walls of the second floor, along with the butler standing elegantly, were instantly torn into basic particles by this mixed energy. The shockwave swept out in a fan shape, swinging the chandeliers in the banquet hall like wind chimes in a storm before crashing down with a crackling sound. The puppets that had originally lunged at Alex were flung away by the shockwave, scattering like bowling pins struck by a ball rolling chaotically across the ground. Cough, cough. Damn, that was powerful. Lin raised his mechanical arm to shield his face. As the dust settled, the staircase on the second floor had vanished, replaced by a 5-meter-wide pit. The edges of the pit still bore remnants of ice crystals, while molten iron flowed within, filling the air with a strange mix of roasted meat and ozone. Is he dead? Adrian waved his staff, conjuring a faint blue barrier to block the falling debris, his expression grave. Such a level of attack would turn even a high-ranking knight to ash. Don't be naive, law mage. Lin swiftly reloaded his ammunition, the motion leaving only an afterimage. For those who have transformed their bodies into aberrations, even a head remaining can still bite you. It seemed to validate Lin's grim prediction. From the still smoking pit, a skeletal hand clawed at the edge. Soon half a body emerged. The butler's tailcoat had completely vanished, revealing the ghastly truth beneath. The once meticulously combed silver hair had been burned away, exposing half of his skull. The left side of his face had completely melted away, with writhing flesh buds rapidly proliferating. A gaping hole had been blasted in his chest, within which a dark heart throbbed powerfully, surrounded by writhing flesh. Impolite. The butler's voice became intermittent. Extremely impolite. Must eliminate. Must eliminate. He raised his remaining right hand. I knew it. Lin rolled his eyes and instinctively pressed down on Tie's head. Just as his palm pressed down, an invisible wave swept past his mechanical arm. Sizzle. In midair, a strand of Tie's hair, lifted by the motion, was silently severed in two, suspended in the air. Next, a stone support pillar thick enough for two people to embrace had a black line suddenly appear on its surface. What the hell is this? Tia jumped in surprise. High-frequency oscillation wave, or some kind of air current. Lin stared ahead. The butler stood at the edge of the ruins on the second floor, his only remaining right hand elegantly waving in the void, 5 finger bones playing an invisible piano. With each fingertip's movement, invisible ripples of air spread outward. The expensive mahogany dining table was turned into a sieve, with shavings flying everywhere. Alex, stop posing and get to work. Lin slid behind a stone pillar, shouting loudly. Roar. The response was a deafening roar. Alex, who had been in a passive state of being beaten, finally arose. The black shadow behind him solidified completely, revealing a gigantic beast covered in thorny scales, its eyes burning with hellish sulfur fire. Disaster materialized. Large black patterns emerged on Alex's originally deep brown skin, his muscles inflated like balloons bursting through the tattered leather armor. He did not use a sword. For him now, that enormous blade was a burden. He pushed off the ground, causing the marble floor beneath him to explode into a spiderweb of cracks. He shot forward like a black human cannonball, ignoring the concentrated attacks, colliding directly with the 4 giant stitched monsters attempting to stop him. Bang! The leading stitched monster had no chance to react before Alex smashed its head in with a punch. Red and white materials splattered everywhere. Rotten meat. Alex's voice turned deep and husky, like 2 pieces of raw iron grinding against each other. He grabbed another stitched monster's cleaver, exerting force with his fingers. Crack! The heavily built steel blade was crushed into a twist by him. If I'm rotten meat, then what are you? Alex seized the stitched monster by the neck, swinging it like a rag doll and hurling it at the butler on the second floor. The 100-kilogram mass of flesh struck the butler with a howling wind, staggering him as he prepared for a second attack, nearly causing him to fall. Well done. This is the way you should be. If I hadn't ambushed him with a high-explosive grenade, we might really have struggled against him. Lin peeked out, whistling while the revolver in his hand was still busy. Bang, bang, bang. 3 explosive rounds precisely drilled into the hole in the butler's chest, shattering several ribs. Black blood gushed out. Damn it. Materials. The butler was completely enraged, emitting a piercing shriek from his chest. Zee. The space in the banquet hall began to distort. The puppets that had been knocked down seemed to be summoned, their bodies starting to convulse violently. Their flesh began to dissolve, bones started to reorganize, merging into one another, transforming into indescribable meatballs rolling toward the crowd. He is exhausting all the energy of the aberrations. Adrian's rune on his staff flickered wildly, his face pale. The spatial structure here is collapsing. If we don't break the cycle quickly, we'll be trapped in this second forever. The note of the Mobius strip isn't in the house. Lin calmly observed his surroundings while reloading his revolver. Reminders from Ember also came through. Warning, abnormal spatial curvature. Warning, high concentration of spiritual energy detected. Warning, sanity value is slowly decreasing. The layout of this house is axially symmetric, but the spatial folding we encountered in the corridor was skewed to the left. If we consider this manor as a gigantic alchemical array, then the banquet hall is the stomach responsible for digestion. The corridor is the intestine responsible for transportation. So where is the brain? Tia's figure appeared like a ghost behind Lin, in her long sword still dripping. Not above. It's outside. The fountain statue we saw when we came in. The statue of the goddess holding the water bottle. Adrian frowned. I checked it, it's just an ordinary stone sculpture with no magical fluctuations. That's the darkness under the light, my friend. Lin sneered, a glint of mockery flashing in his eyes. These sons of bitches from the hidden sect shout about blood and flesh being weak genes, ascending, branding themselves as pioneers of science and genetic evolution. But what's the result? The core control center uses the oldest Ouroboros sealing technique. While using genetic modification technology to create monsters, they also rely on mystical rituals to maintain stability. They want the mass production capability of science, but can't bear to part with the convenience of magic. Truly, Lin abruptly turned to Tia. Can you pass through? Tia glanced out the window. Outside was a pitch-black void, as if the entire manor floated in emptiness. That was a visual illusion caused by spatial folding. If an ordinary person jumped out, they would instantly return to the other end of the corridor stuck in a time loop. But Tia was different. She was the shadow hunter. Shadows are the only bridge connecting reality and illusion. As long as there is a shadow I can pass through. Tia sheathed her sword, her purple eyes glimmering with starlight. But I need someone to clear the way. Those meatballs block all the windows. That's simple. Lin snapped his fingers. Alex, stop playing around. Clear a path for the lady. Alex, who was tearing a stitched monster in half, halted his actions. He turned his head, his amber-slit pupils still retaining a brutal killing intent, but slightly sobered upon seeing Lin N's gesture. Roar. He let out a low growl, grabbing the two halves of the corpse and throwing them at the mass of meatballs in front of the floor-to-ceiling window like throwing a bowling ball. Boom. The disaster beast also helped clear the obstacles. A bloody and mangled path was forcibly made. Now's the time. Tia's figure flickered, transforming into a stream of black light swiftly sliding along the ground. She did not shatter the glass. Instead, the moment she touched the shadow of the window, she directly merged into the darkness, vanishing without a trace. The next second, in the courtyard outside the manor, the statue of the goddess, previously still with a benevolent smile, suddenly trembled violently. A black blade of light abruptly sliced out from the statue's shadow. There were no fancy techniques, only extreme speed and sharpness. Crack! The water bottle in the goddess' hand shattered with no water flowing out. Instead, countless still writhing white threads resembling roundworms spilled out. These threads connected every corner of the manor, weaving into a massive net. Found it! Tia's figure emerged from the shadows behind the statue. With an expressionless face, she raised her long sword and fiercely slashed at the statue's neck. Is this what you call evolution? Inside the banquet hall, as the statue was beheaded, the once arrogant butler let out a chilling scream. No! The green turbine in his chest came to a sudden halt. The surrounding warped space shattered like a broken mirror, completely collapsing. The originally opulent banquet hall instantly lost its luster. The crimson carpet turned into moldy rags, and the silver candlesticks became rusty iron lumps. The illusion is lifted. Lin looked at the suddenly eerie environment around him, feeling no fear, but rather excitement as he whistled. He approached the twitching butler. At this moment, the butler was completely paralyzed, half his body hanging from the broken edge of the second floor like a dead dog. Lin looked up, revealing a sinister smile. Looks like your new human plan isn't so great after all. Like the stitched monsters, just a bunch of mediocre tailors. He raised the revolver in his hand, pressing the muzzle against the butler's forehead. In your next life, remember to choose a better biochemical laboratory to be reborn. Or just become a member of the beast path directly. Bang! A bullet was fired. Lin satisfiedly put away his gun and turned to his gasping teammates. Alright, the warm-up is over. He pointed to the finally revealed rusty iron door at the end of the hall. The real slaughterhouse is down there. By the way, Alex, your current appearance. Lin looked up and down at Alex, covered in blood with clothes torn and only wearing a pair of shorts, unable to resist giving a thumbs up. So sexy. I hope to give the monsters below a little visual shock. The black patterns on Alex's body were slowly fading, and he glanced down at his nearly naked body, a rare blush appearing on his stern face. Shut up. Alright. Lin shrugged and strode toward the iron door. Let's go see what treasures these pseudo-scientific cultists have hidden in the basement. If we can blow up their factory in the process, that would be even more perfect. The iron door let out a groan as it swung open inward. Alex followed behind his bare torso, exhaling white mist in the chill air. His exaggerated muscle lines flickered in the dim emergency lights, resembling a madman who had sprinted out of an ancient Greek sculpture gallery. Could you stop swaying? Tia walked at the back, her gaze awkwardly avoiding Alex's back, her tone carrying a hint of disdain. Alex glanced down at the remaining piece of his underwear, stained with blood. I want to wear clothes too, he muttered. But I couldn't control the force during the explosion just now. The spatial rules here are even more chaotic than the meticulous law mage furrowed his brow, his fingers tracing the air a few times. The golden runes formed and quickly disintegrated. This is a place beyond law. My contract power has been suppressed by at least 30%. That's because you rely too much on the rules, my friend. Lin did not look back, lightly stroking the inconspicuous mirror brooch on his chest. It was the gate. At that moment, the smooth surface of the brooch reflected the scene above the staircase. In the ventilation duct overhead, a dark shadow hung silently. This entity had no breath, no heartbeat, and its body temperature perfectly blended with the surrounding metal pipes. Ordinary perception methods would never detect it. But in the gaze of the traitor, that shadow emitted a nauseating dark red malice, a pure desire for slaughter. It moved. There was no sound of wind. The shadow fell like a drop of ink from the ceiling, targeting the last. Its limbs ended in sharp bone spurs shimmering with a ghostly blue poisonous light. Watch out. Adrian's warning came a moment too late. But Lin was faster than him. Bang. Lin didn't even look back. He casually raised his right hand, aiming behind his shoulder, and pulled the trigger into the void. The shot looked like an accidental discharge, but the next second a burst of green liquid exploded in midair. The ambusher couldn't even scream before his head was blown apart like a rotten watermelon by the specially made explosive round. The body thudded down at Tia's feet. It was a humanoid monster. Its limbs had been forcibly elongated, joints reversed, and skin peeled away to reveal dark red muscle fibers beneath. There were no facial features on its face, only a suction cup-like mouth filled with sharp teeth. "What the hell is this thing?" Alex said disdainfully, kicking the corpse with his toe. "This is the scrap of the new humans." Lin In blew away the smoke from the gun muzzle, his tone as indifferent as if commenting on tonight's dinner. "It seems this is their security system, transforming failures into watchdogs, both environmentally friendly and practical." He turned and continued downward. "Stay close. There are probably more of these little cuties below." The spiral staircase ended at a huge. Lin In violently hacked the lock. As the pressure released with a hissing sound, the door slowly slid open. The scene before them left everyone stunned. This was not a basement at all. This was a factory underground. Countless interlocking gear sounds and the roar of steam filled the air. Countless pipes crawled up the walls like blood vessels flowing with a liquid of an unknown color. Among these pipes there were hundreds of hive-like rooms densely packed. Many rooms were lit with a ghastly white light, conducting various appalling experiments. "The scale." Adrian gasped. "How many places have they emptied?" "Not just that." Lin In narrowed his eyes, the data streams on his retina refreshing wildly. "The space here has been folded. The actual area may be much larger than what we see. And," he pointed to the identical forks in the road ahead, "this is a maze-like structure. If we take a wrong turn we might end up wandering here until next month." Before he finished speaking, rumble, the metal walkway beneath them suddenly shook violently. "What's happening? An earthquake?" Alex steadied himself. "No, it's changing the layout." Lin In's expression changed. The previously connected walkways suddenly broke apart, wildly rotating and shifting like a Rubik's Cube. Huge metal plates collided in the air, producing a deafening crash. "Grab the railing." Lin In shouted, his mechanical arm gripping the nearby guardrail tightly. But the mechanisms here clearly did not want to give them a chance to huddle together. Crack! The section of walkway beneath Lin In suddenly detached from the main body, sliding him toward the other side. Lin In. Tia wanted to rush over, but a thick isolation wall instantly rose, completely separating the two. "Don't worry about me. Be careful yourself." Lin In's voice was drowned out by the roaring sound. A few seconds later the vibration stopped. Lin In got up from the ground, brushing off the dust on his clothes. The surroundings were eerily silent. His teammates were nowhere to be seen. He stood alone in a strange On both sides of the corridor were rows of tightly closed iron doors, each labeled with a number. "Great." Lin In's mouth twitched as he gave an unrefined middle finger to the air. Classic horror movie trope. Force team division, picking them off one by one. This script is just too cliché. Lin In adjusted his collar and strode toward the nearest door. "Since I'm here I can't leave without bringing back some local specialties." After processing 6 rooms in succession, a strong smell of blood wafted through the corridor. Lin In paused. He glanced at the remaining ammunition on his goggles. A third of the explosive rounds were used. The energy reserve for the high-frequency light blade was still at 80%. The integrity of his left arm's armor was at 98%. Door number 27. There was also a line of small text: special sample processing room. Processing room. Lin In kicked the big door open. Bang. The door flew in, crashing into a row of shelves filled with jars and bottles. The room was spacious. Several blood-stained operating tables lined up in a row. 3 figures in white coats and gas masks were busy around the operating table in the center. Hearing the noise, they all stopped their movements and turned around. These 3 were clearly not ordinary doctors. Their white coats bulged, not resembling human bodies. One of the doctors raised his hand. His hand was not a hand, but a rapidly spinning bone saw. Another doctor took off his mask, revealing a distorted face stitched with 3 eyes. A long green venomous syringe extended from his mouth. "Is this your hospitality?" Lin In raised an eyebrow, his gaze sweeping over the disassembled corpse on the operating table. "Not even using anesthetics? What a bad rating." Roar. The doctor with the bone saw let out a beastly roar and charged towards Lin In with heavy steps. His speed was extremely fast, the bone saw creating a gust of bloody wind as it headed straight for Lin In's neck. The doctor hesitated for a moment. Before he could react, Lin In's right hand was already gripping a large caliber revolver pressed against his chin. "Remember to be a good person in your next life." Bang. The doctor's head exploded like fireworks. The other 2 doctors, instead of retreating, charged at Lin In even more frantically. The 3-eyed doctor opened his mouth and the venomous needle shot out like a spring. Lin In dodged to the side, pulled out a vial, and accurately shoved it into the 3-eyed doctor's mouth. "Gargle that." Glug. The 3-eyed doctor swallowed instinctively. The next second white smoke billowed from his throat, and he writhed in agony on the ground, quickly dissolving into a puddle of pus. The last remaining doctor seemed to be scared, silly, trembling in place. Lin walked over and patted it. "Don't be nervous, I'm just asking for directions." The doctor shakily raised his hand, pointing to the innermost wall of the room. "Thanks." Lin smiled and pulled the trigger. Bang. After dealing with the three perverts, Lin walked up to that wall. It looked like an ordinary concrete wall. It even hung a human anatomy chart. But in the gaze of the traitor, the wall was subtly twisting. Visual interference. Lin extended his hand, and the moment his fingertip touched the wall, he felt a jelly-like resistance. He took half a step back, switching his mechanical arm to high-frequency vibration mode. Buzz, he threw a punch. The layer of visual disguise shattered instantly. The wall vanished, revealing a deep, dark passage. The passage was unlit, with only the embedded fluoride on the walls emitting a faint green glow. A strange fragrance wafted through the air. It was neither the smell of blood nor that of potions, but rather the scent of incense. Burning incense in a gene factory. Lin scoffed. These people really know how to blend. East. He walked into the dark passage. The corridor was not long, but it felt extremely oppressive. The walls were engraved with densely packed runes. Lin had seen these runes in the Academy's library. They were ancient Muta language, a long-lost forbidden language used to communicate with evil gods. I knew it. Lin chuckled coldly, his fingers tracing over the cold stone carvings. What gene modification, what scientific evolution? After all this, it's still the old routine of evil god sacrifices. Falsely advertising, that's commercial fraud. The end of the passage was a heavy stone door. There was no lock on the door, only a groove. It was a massive circular stone chamber. The space here was astonishingly large, with a dome at least 50 meters high. In the center of the stone chamber stood a black stone altar. The altar was octagonal, engraved with bright red patterns that glowed faintly. Surrounding the altar were heaps of stark, white bones. Some belonged to humans, others to various, unknown monsters. "Welcome to the end of truth." A deep, hoarse voice came from behind the altar. Lin looked in the direction of the voice. A tall figure in a black robe slowly emerged from the shadows. He wore no mask. His face was old and withered, with skin like cracked tree bark. But his eyes shone with a terrifying brightness, like two burning balls of green ghost fire. Third stage. Lin squinted, sensing the suffocating pressure emanating from the other. This was not the kind of minion that only knew how to swing bone saws. This was a genuine, transcendent being. Truth. Lin scoffed, spinning the revolver in his hand. "You call this pile of bones truth? You mortals will never understand the greatness of the master." The figure in black raised a bony finger, pointing at Lin. "You are very special. A fine sacrifice." Before he finished speaking, the figure in black suddenly vanished from sight. Lin's pupils constricted. So fast. The gaze of the traitor went into a frenzy of warning. Left. Lin instinctively rolled to the right. Boom. A black lightning bolt struck the spot where he had just stood, instantly turning the hard stone slab to dust. The shockwave sent Lin flying, crashing heavily against the wall at the edge of the altar. Cough, cough. Lin spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva, feeling as if his organs had shifted. Is this the strength of the third stage? Completely on a different level. Too weak. The figure in black reappeared, looking down at Lin. Is this your reliance? A few broken guns. Some ridiculous mechanical toys. He flicked his finger, and several black chains erupted from the ground, instantly binding Lin's limbs and pinning him to the wall. In the face of absolute power, skill is meaningless. The figure in black floated closer, coalescing a black dagger in his hand. Now offer up your flesh. Lin struggled once. Not a muscle moved. The golden sphere of light completely melted away in the palm of his hand. There was no burning sensation. This warmth surged rapidly through the veins, while a faint yet dense sound of friction emanated from deep within his bones. Crack, crack. The fractured ribs were forcibly realigned under the influence of some invisible force. The damaged and displaced organs began to regain vitality. The residual blood clots in his body were expelled through the pores. A strong metallic scent filled the air. Lin lowered his head, staring at his once mangled fingers. The wounds were closing at a visibly rapid pace. Scabbing. Shedding. The newly grown skin carried a morbid pallor. Beneath the skin, a stronger spiritual energy surged than ever before. The suffocating feeling of near death dissipated. Acquired rare talent, gunfighting technique. Lin's pupils constricted. Rare level. 10 minutes ago, the drained man in the black robe had stood here, mocking him from a position of superiority, deriding him for relying on mere scraps of metal. In this world dominated by extraordinary powers, pure firepower suppression indeed had its limits. Conventional firearms could not penetrate the force field defenses of high-level extraordinary beings. He could only rely on special ammunition. Cold mechanical creations appeared sluggish and fragile in the face of absolute power. Lin had always been aware of his shortcomings. He lacked a true core pivot capable of commanding these external objects. Now that pivot had appeared, the characters on the system panel began to roll, generating detailed descriptions. Effect can integrate personal martial arts, firearms, machinery, and extraordinary abilities according to one's situation, forming a unique combat system that enhances the performance of all alchemical and mechanical creations by 30 and includes a soul shock effect. Lin dissected this information word by word. His brain raced. The first effect, integration. For a long time his combat style had been restricted by an invisible framework. This constraint did not come from the outside, but stemmed from the natural gap between human physiological structures and mechanical creations. Previously his combat process resembled a strict timetable. First came the movement. The thigh muscles exploded, pushing off the ground, displacing the body to evade damage. In this process, to maintain balance, the muscles in the upper body had to be locked, which caused the aiming baseline to wobble. Then came the sudden stop. The soles of his feet scraped against the ground, transmitting the reactive force through his bones to abruptly halt his form. Only in that moment of relative stillness could the gun achieve maximum stability. Next was the shooting. The index finger pulled the trigger, the firing pin struck the primer, and the gunpowder gas propelled the bullet from the chamber. The tremendous recoil would travel through the wrist, elbow, and shoulder. To counteract this force, the body had to lean back in a compensatory manner. Finally, there came the throw. If he needed to use an alchemical bomb, he would first have to stabilize his center of gravity, free one hand, rummage through his waist pouch, pull the pin, calculate the parabolic trajectory, and then throw it. Movement, shooting, throwing. These three stages were like three separate puzzle pieces. Although they were forcibly fitted together, the edges were filled with burrs and gaps. Every switch between stages required the brain to issue new commands and the nerves to re-engage muscle groups. This switching caused delays. 300 milliseconds. Or 500 milliseconds. When dealing with low-level monsters that relied on instinctive attacks, or low-level practitioners who merely stood still to output damage, this fractional second was inconsequential. But in the eyes of true strong individuals, this fraction of a second's delay was a fatal flaw. Gene data analysis complete. Gene, your muscle memory is slowly fine-tuning. A sharp pain shot through the cortex of his brain. There was no need for conscious learning. A wealth of tactical simulation data was directly imprinted into the neural reflex area. Lin closed his eyes. He simulated a brand new combat scenario in his mind. A punch. As the muscles in his arms stretched, the alchemical revolver had already appeared. He sidestepped to dodge an attack. The left arm blocked. The alchemical revolver defended. The gravitational potential energy created by his Bodis tilt was directly transformed into the initiation of the next action. Bang! He fired. The recoil generated by the firearm was no longer an obstacle to be overcome. This recoil was redirected into a knee strike or elbow strike, serving as a secondary acceleration. Firearms, machinery, no longer mere tools. They had transformed into extensions of flesh and bone. The second effect, performance enhancement of 30%. This line was short. There were no complex technical terms piled up, no fancy rhetorical descriptions. But in Lin's eyes, these few words carried more weight than the earlier integration. In this world where extraordinary powers warped the laws of physics, the limits of mechanical creations had always been firmly locked. The expansion speed of gunpowder gas had its limits. The yield strength of metal materials had its limits. The energy conversion rate of the alchemical array also. To break through these limits typically required a tremendous cost. Either astronomical amounts of funds to purchase high-level alchemical armaments, or sacrificing vitality for a momentary burst of power. Now this talent provided a simple and crude answer. A hard enhancement that disregarded the laws of physics. Lin lowered his eyelids. His right hand reached towards his waist. There hung an alchemical revolver that had accompanied him for a long time. The holster was made of hard leather, its surface covered with fine scratches, and the edges worn white. His fingers brushed against the rough texture of the grip. Previously, it had been a cold piece of metal, a lifeless object meticulously crafted. It required Lin to use his fingers to pull the trigger, to support it with his wrist, and to aim with his eyes. It was a tool, an external object. But the moment his fingertip pressed against the grip, a sudden change occurred. A feeling of electric shock that had never been experienced surged up through the nerves of his fingertips, instantly traversing his entire arm and reaching his brain cortex. This was not pain. It was a sudden sensation of connection. Like a patient who had lost a limb for years suddenly regaining sensation in that lost limb. Or a blind person suddenly opening their eyes. Lin's fingers trembled slightly. He did not grip tightly. Yet this heavy alchemical revolver seemed to adhere to his palm, steady as a rock. Neural signals no longer halted at the surface of the skin. They crossed the boundary between flesh and metal, extending wildly outward, greedily infiltrating every corner of the weapon. A torrent of information instantly washed over Lin's consciousness. There was no need for dissection, no need for testing. The internal structure of the gun was directly constructed in his mind, forming a dynamic real-time three-dimensional model. The interior of the barrel. The rifling there appeared a muted gray. Lin saw it. At a distance of 3 centimeters from the muzzle, there was a micron-sized metal fatigue crack. That was a hidden injury left from the last forced overload discharge of a high-explosive round. If not addressed after 200 more conventional shots, or one overloaded shot, the probability of a burst would rise to 72%. His gaze continued to delve deeper. The hammer assembly. The return spring exhibited a tense posture. Lin could even feel the stress distribution within the spring's steel wire. The sour sensation of compressed metal weirdly feedbacked to his thumb joint. The resistance coefficient was excessively high. This was due to the lubricant drying up. In the gaps of the hammer pivot, black sludge had accumulated. This sludge increased the firing delay by 0.2 seconds. For an ordinary shooter, this 0.2 seconds was hardly enough to blink. But in life and death struggles, it was the distance between life and death. Lin's gaze swept over the magazine. 6 chambers were completely empty, but at the bottom of the 3rd chamber lay a grain of dust. It was a grain of quartz sand. It might have splashed in while rolling and dodging earlier. It was lodged at the edge of the ejector rod. If a bullet was loaded now, this trivial grain of sand might cause a jam. Clear. Too clear. Lin had never felt the world so transparent. This sense of control was intoxicating. He was no longer operating this gun. He was this gun. The temperature of the barrel was part of his body temperature. The hardness of the firing pin was the hardness of his bones. Lin slowly exhaled. With a slight movement of his mind, the dormant spiritual energy within began to boil. It no longer required cumbersome guiding gestures or external alchemical circuits to become effective. The spiritual energy surged down the meridians through his arms. It passed through his wrist. It flowed through his palm. It poured unimpeded into the body of the gun. There was no rejection. The natural barrier between metal and spiritual energy had vanished. A low-frequency tremor resonated through the air. The once dull and antiquated surface of the firearm suddenly brightened. This was not a reflection. It was a light emanating from within the metal. A ghostly blue, cold and profound, like the bioluminescence of some deep-sea creature racing along the alchemical etchings on the gun. Those etchings, which had previously become indistinct due to oxidation, suddenly seemed to be infused with new life, becoming clear and sharp once more. The light swirled, finally converging at the muzzle, forming a faint blue halo. Lin raised the gun. He held it level. The weight of the gun seemed to have vanished. Or rather, it had become part of the weight of his arm, no longer an additional burden. 30%. Lin looked at the flowing ghostly blue light on the gun's body, and his mind began to calculate the implications behind that value. This was not simple addition. In mechanical engineering and ballistics, a 30% increase in performance often meant a generational leap in dominance. First was the initial velocity. The original muzzle velocity of this alchemical revolver was 450 meters per second. A 30% increase would mean 585 meters per second, close to twice the speed of sound. This meant that the bullet's flight time through the air would be significantly shortened. For enemies with extraordinary perception, they could originally predict the trajectory based on the direction of the muzzle and the movements of his muscles to evade. But now by the time they heard the gunshot, the bullet might have already penetrated their skulls. The reaction window had been compressed to its limit, even to 0. Next was the penetrating power. Kinetic energy is proportional to the square of velocity. A 30% increase in speed would lead to a kinetic energy increase approaching 70%. This was a terrifying concept. Previously facing knights clad in heavy alchemical armor or extraordinary beings with rock armor, Lin could only choose to attack joints, eyes, and other weak points. If he went head-to-head, the bullet would be deflected or lodged in muscle fibers. That feeling of powerlessness had put Lin in danger countless times. But now it was different. With a 70% increase in kinetic energy combined with the armor-piercing effects of spiritual energy enchantments, it was enough to tear through the defensive force fields of most second-tier practitioners. Even the protective spiritual light of third-tier strong individuals would not hold up under continuous fire. The ceiling of firepower suppression had been forcibly raised. Now let's look at the explosion radius. If using alchemical explosive rounds, a 30% increase would apply to the reaction rate and energy release of the alchemical agents. The original kill zone radius of 3 meters would now expand to 4 or even 5 meters. The lethality of the shockwave would rise exponentially. In close-quarters combat and confined terrains, this extra 1.5 meters could be the key to annihilating enemies. Finally, and most importantly, the fatigue resistance of the mechanical structure. Lin's fingers gently stroked the gun's body. The previously micron-sized crack, nourished by ghostly blue spiritual energy, had miraculously halted its expansion. Though it was not repaired, the structural strength had received a temporary reinforcement. This meant he could use special ammunition with a larger charge. He could even attempt overload firing techniques that he had once dared not imagine. Techniques such as rapid fireball or ultra-fast torrent. Previously doing so would lead to overheating and deformation of the barrel, or even directly blowing up, leaving him with only one functional hand. Now this gun could withstand it. It could go wild with him. Lin En released his grip. The alchemical revolver spun lightly on his fingertips. There was no stiffness. Center of gravity. Inertia. Wind resistance. All the data was under control. This 30% increase was not merely a pileup of data. It was confident. In this world where monsters roamed and deities clashed, as a mere mortal, as a gunman relying on external objects, it was the confidence to survive. Lin En gripped the handle of the gun. The ghostly blue light subtly retracted, hiding deep within the metal, like a ferocious beast dozing. As long as he wished, this beast would reveal its fangs at any moment, tearing apart all obstacles before him. Even more terrifying was the third effect. Soul shock. In this world, countless means exist to defend against physical attacks. Energy shields. Enhanced bodies. Spatial folding. Defensive skills against the soul level are extremely rare. What does this mean? It means that every bullet he fires, every bomb he detonates, besides tearing apart the enemy's flesh, it would also directly penetrate defenses, shattering their mental seas. Gunfighting technique as a talent. Lin En clenched his fist. The knuckles emitted a crisp crack. A surge of new power flowed through his body. Spiritual energy flowed through his meridians, no longer feeling the previous sluggishness. Is gunfighting technique a talent? He murmured. According to common logic, such a technique requiring complex operations should belong to a category of skills needing long-term practice. This sounds more like the establishment of a system that combines martial and magical cultivation. An instinctive reaction that melds all one's means into one. He quickly corrected his thinking. Skills needed to be actively triggered. They required lead-up. They required charge-up. Talents differed. Talents were instinctive effects that activated passively. As long as he picked up the gun, as long as he began to fight, this rhythm of slaughter fused with martial arts, shooting, and mechanical control would automatically take over his body. Lin En suddenly opened his eyes. His arm turned into a shadow. A slide tackle. Drawing the gun. Turning. Aiming. The entire sequence of actions was completed in an extremely short time. There was not a hint of hesitation. The muzzle steadily locked onto a shattered stone slab ahead. Simplistic. Lethal. First handle the main issue. He slowly lowered the gun. The corner of his eye caught sight of the altar ahead. The vacant altar lay quietly lurking in the darkness. Lin En's lips curled slightly. On the black stone platform, that third-tier black-robed man had left not a single drop of blood. The reverse sacrifice ritual was extremely domineering. A living high-tier extraordinary being was completely drained into pure energy essence. Lin En approached the edge of the altar. The ancient murmurs of the tower beneath his feet still retained warmth. The feeling of getting something for nothing is wonderful. He looked down at the complex patterns. Power had come too easily. There was no need for monotonous training day in and day out. No need to forcibly break through bottlenecks on the edge of life and death. Deceiving enemies onto this altar. A massive surge of energy would flood into his body, directly completing the leap in ranks. I fear I might become addicted. Lin En's voice turned cold. He was very clear about the deadly temptation of taking shortcuts. Having grown accustomed to robbing others of their powers through sacrifice, willpower would begin to corrode. Relying on the slaughter of targets to cultivate would ultimately lead to becoming a slave to power. Gene monitor my physiological indicators and spiritual energy circuits, and check for any minor abnormalities. Executing command. No irreversible physiological damage detected. Stability of spiritual energy circuits 98. I wonder if there are any aftereffects. Lin En calmed his mind. Integrating a gift from an evil god. This cross-dimensional energy fusion required time to settle and adapt. He must leave here quickly. Find a safe place for closed-door testing. He flipped his wrist, revealing a metallic cylinder in the palm of his hand. A high-pressure explosive model alchemical bomb. The metallic shell was covered with dense conductive copper wires and trigger gears. He flicked open the red protective cap on the top of the bomb with his thumb. Inside was a precise timing knob. Lin En's fingers showed no tremor. His fingertips felt the damping sensation of the gears meshing. Click, click. He twisted the knob. The fine gears began to turn, accompanied by extremely subtle sounds. He knelt on one knee. His gaze quickly swept over the structure at the bottom of the altar. In the lower right corner, a bearing crack was exposed to view. Lin En pushed the alchemical bomb into the crevice. The bomb's volume was just enough to wedge firmly in the depths of the crevice. Its position was extremely tricky. If detonated from this location, the blast wave would not spread outward. This destructive force would tear upwards along the internal textures of the stone. Utilized on the fly, coupled with the 30% performance enhancement of mechanical creations, and the special effects of soul shock. It was enough to completely erase this altar built from extraordinary materials from both physical and regulatory dimensions. This altar must not be left behind. Having completed all this, Lin stood up. He brushed off the dust from his knees. The large caliber revolver was reinserted into the holster on his thigh. His hands fell to his sides, gripping the handles of the 2 tactical daggers at his waist. In the depths of the passage, the airflow changed. The previously gentle breeze became turbulent. The hurried sound of fabric rubbing echoed off the stone walls. The crunch of his leather boots on shattered stones. The crisp clash of metal weapons being drawn. Chaotic. Urgent. The red light and energy fluctuations from the altar activation had completely exposed this location. The outsiders were coming. The hounds had caught the scent of blood. Lin turned around. 50 minutes. That was enough time to withdraw. Lin rushed out of the altar's stone door. The smell of rust mixed with a pungent stench of blood hit him hard. Outside the passage, 4 twisted genetic mutants were lurking. Dark purple patterns crawled over their ashen skin. They suddenly turned their heads, locking onto Lin's position. Their claws scraped against the metal floor, creating a piercing sound. Lin advanced instead of retreating. His body sank as he executed a slide kick. The holster on the side of his thigh popped open, and an alchemical revolver fell into his hand. His innate gunfighting technique took over his bodily functions. The muzzle was precisely aimed at the jaw of the first monster. He fired. Bang! The specially made large-caliber bullet penetrated the skull, sending a large piece of the dark purple-patterned cranium flying. The recoil traveled up his arm. This force was not dissipated, but was directly channeled into his waist. His body spun with the momentum. With the inertia from the spin, his right elbow slammed into the second monster's carotid artery. Crack! The sound of a broken cervical vertebra echoed in the passage. The massive body of the second monster crumpled to the ground. A seamless combination of movements. Even Dove would shed tears. The remaining 2 mutants roared and flanked from both sides. Lin bent his knees slightly and leaped high. In midair, 2 bullets traced a deadly trajectory. They accurately pierced the core of the 2 monsters' chests. Dark purple liquid splattered everywhere. He landed and retracted his gun. The impact of his boots against the ground kicked up a visible ripple of dust. Lin showed no signs of hesitation. He casually discarded the hot shell from the revolver's cylinder, quickly loading a new alchemical bullet. His fingers brushed over the gun's body, the heat from the barrel transmitting a real tactile sensation. The resonance book vibrated. A line of text appeared on the 17th page. Core area reached. No trace of VD found. Adrian. Lin lowered his body and dashed along the wall covered with steam pipes. Ahead there was the sound of metal clashing. It was very light, extremely discordant. In such a closed underground space, metal collisions should produce a massive echo. But the sound from that direction seemed to have been forcibly swallowed by some power, leaving only a dull after-sound. Lin slowed his pace. He turned around the corner. 5 mutants over 3 meters in size were attacking a slender figure. These monsters were different from the foot soldiers outside. They had barbs growing along their spines, and dark purple patterns alternated in brightness, as if breathing each swipe of their claws, creating a wave of distortion. VD Ariel was at the center of the encirclement. She was not wearing that iconic gray-white robe, but had changed into a form-fitting armor suitable for movement. The sword's silent whisper in her hand was nearly invisible under the dim light. A mutant roared and pounced. VD did not block. She floated back like a weightless feather, gently drifting away with the airflow from the monster's swipe. In the moment they passed each other, silent whisper sliced through the mutant's knee joint. There was no sound. No blood sprayed. The monster's movements suddenly stiffened, and its limbs below the knee silently slid off. The cut was as smooth as glass, presenting a dead gray-white color. This was the battle style of the End Saints. Severing the lifeline. Depriving the concept of existence. But there were too many monsters. Another mutant took the opportunity to charge from the blind spot. VD had to interrupt her offensive, turning her sword to block the monster's claw with the wing of her blade. The tremendous impact pushed her back several meters. More shadows loomed over her. Bang! A loud explosion shattered the eerie silence. An alchemical projectile spun and drilled into the back of the ambusher's head. The projectile exploded inside the skull. Red and white matter splattered everywhere. Lin stepped out of the shadows. You're making too much noise. VD did not look back. She twirled her sword, taking advantage of the moment the monster was distracted by the gunfire to leap into action. The sword light flowed like quicksilver. No worries, we combine our forces, any difficulties can still be resolved. Lin strode into the battlefield. His innate gunfighting technique automatically activated. Unlike VD, he did not evade. He slid right into the embrace of a charging monster. The alchemical revolver in his left hand pressed against the monster's abdomen. He pulled the trigger continuously. Bang bang bang. The dull gunfire exploded within the monster's body. Using the recoil, Lin was propelled backward, narrowly avoiding another monster's sweep. He adjusted his posture midair. His right leg descended like a battle axe, smashing down on the joint of the monster. Crack. Bone shattered. Vidi seized this opportunity. She swept past Lin, in the silent whisper in her hand, precisely stabbing into the heart of the off-balance monster. She withdrew her sword. The hourglass-shaped emblem on her chest glowed faintly. The massive body of the monster crashed down, turning into a pile of gray-white dust. The battle ended swiftly. Lin lowered his gun, shaking off the viscous residue on the barrel. Why didn't you regroup? The way was blocked. Vidi sheathed her sword. Her breathing was steady though slightly late. These things are consciously severing our escape route. Someone is directing them. As expected, Lin took out a vial of blue potion from his pocket and tossed it over. To replenish spiritual energy. We might face tough fights ahead. Vidi caught the potion, asked no questions, and drank it down. Let's go. The door to the power room had been violently broken open. The sound of massive gears grinding filled the air. In the center of the room stood a 10-meter-tall, bronze mechanical device. It did not belong to any industrial design style of this era. Thick pipes coiled around the main body like veins carrying not steam, but a gray-white mist-like energy. At the core, an irregular crystal was spinning wildly, emitting a piercing blue-white light. Adrian was standing next to the control panel in front of the device, quickly sketching analysis runes in the air with his fingers. Alex was crouched at the door, cleaning the dagger in his hand, with several dismembered corpses lying at his feet. You're here. Alex glanced at Lin, his nose twitching. You reek of blood. How many have you killed? Lost count. Lin headed straight for the control panel. What's the situation? It's bad. Adrian's face was somewhat pale. The golden rune in front of him was constantly breaking apart. This thing isn't just a power furnace. It's absorbing the surrounding stray spiritual energy, self-replicating. Adrian pointed at the pipes. Look at those interfaces. They aren't connected to a ground output at all. It's recycling the energy internally. Supernatural anomaly detected. Target codename Heart of Perpetual Motion Pseudo. Analysis, a hybrid product of ancient alchemy and the flesh of evil deities. Ash Desire. This thing is the perfect material for my evolution. Lin's gaze fell on the mechanical device. In his mind, Ash's voice carried a rare restlessness. Mechanical life needs to evolve, requiring the consumption of such items, especially those with supernatural attributes. But this thing was currently a hot potato. Can it be shut down? Vidi asked. No. Adrian shook his head. Forcefully shutting it down will trigger a backlash of spiritual energy and will be blown to the sky. And, he paused. I have a feeling that there are third-tier or even higher professionals about to arrive. Lin's mind raced. If they retreated now, this anomaly would fall into the hands of the cult again. If they forcibly took it away, it was simply impossible with such a large volume. Then let's destroy this place. Lin suddenly spoke. He took out all the alchemical bombs. Destroy it. Adrian frowned. As I just said, an explosion will. Targeted demolition. Lin interrupted him. He walked to the base of the device, his fingers brushing over the cold bronze patterns. As long as we cut off its energy circulation loop, causing it to collapse internally, it won't affect too wide an area. I am confident. This was a lie. Or rather, it was half the truth. He was gambling. Betting that Ash's consumption speed was faster than the explosion. There's no time to hesitate. Lin pressed a time bomb against the lowest part of the device, the dead angle of the energy backflow. If third-tier cultists arrive now, with our current state, it's death, if we encounter them. Adrian glanced at Lin then at the strange device. Rationality told him that Lin's plan was extremely risky, but staying here to wait for death was foolish. Alright. Adrian gritted his teeth. He'll follow your lead. Alex, clear the way. Vidi, cover the flanks. Adrian, helped me set up the alchemical bombs. Lin quickly assigned tasks. His palm pressed on the bomb, setting the timer. 15 minutes. A metallic object silently slid from— That was Ash's mechanical core. Command confirmed, consumption mode activated. Estimated time 14 minutes 30 seconds. 14 minutes and 30 seconds until consumed into the core's attribute space, slowly absorbing. He maintained a calm expression. Done. Lin stood up and clapped his hands. Run. They dashed. The wind howled in their ears. Currently consuming Ash's internal space, progress 12. Ash's feedback came from the pocket watch chrono. Ash journey, a peculiar sensation that blended rationality with primal hunger. It was feeding, desperately stuffing its stomach. Adrian had the worst stamina among the four and had to cast a lightness spell on himself. Ahead in the passage, Alex, like an enraged bull, tore low-level mutants, blocking the way into pieces. Left. Something is coming. As soon as Vitus' voice fell, the left wall crumbled. A giant monster covered in bone armor burst out. It moved at an incredible speed, its claws aimed directly at Adrian in the middle of the team. This guy was charging straight at the cloth-clad mage in the team. Order bind. Adrian opened the tome in his hand, and a golden chain appeared out of thin air, wrapping around the monster's limbs. But this monster's strength was astonishing. The golden chain instantly cracked. He'll handle this. Lin gritted his teeth. He sidestepped and slipped past the monster's claws. The revolver in his hand aimed at the monster's abdomen. The soft belly of any monster is a weakness. Bang bang bang. The monster howled in retreat. Go. Don't linger. Lin and shouted. Everyone rushed past the monster's corpse, sprinting toward the ground exit. Lin and glanced at the spirit body of Ash's pocket watch chrono. Ash journey. The countdown showed 0040. Ash's consumption was about to complete. His heart raced violently. That connection deep within his soul informed him that Ash was undergoing some kind of qualitative change. Consumption complete. Target contained. Returning. Jump. Everyone rushed into the shaft. The lift had long been broken, leaving only a few thick cables. Alex grabbed the cables, climbing up like a monkey. Adrian cast a levitation spell on himself. Lin, In, and Viti followed closely. Just as they climbed to the ground exit from the depths of the abyss below them, a black stream of light rushed up at an incredible speed, instantly burrowing into Lin, In's back. Preliminary containment complete. Evolution absorption started. Estimated 168 hours. Boom. A dull explosion sound came from the ground. The entire abandoned factory trembled violently. The ground cracked. A black mushroom cloud mixed with bronze fragments and gray-white steam surged into the sky. Lin In lay on the ground, gasping for breath. The skin on his back was burning hot, as if iron was searing. Yet he laughed. He had won the bet. 6 o'clock in the morning. The fog in Solarian City has yet to dissipate, and the air is filled with a mingled scent of coal slag and damp moss. In the master bedroom on the second floor, thick velvet curtains are drawn tightly shut. Lin In stands bare-chested in the center of the room, his posture bizarre to the extreme. His left leg is bent backward, the top of his foot pressed tightly against the back of his head, while his right arm awkwardly crosses through his crotch, fingers tightly gripping his left ankle. His spine exhibits a horrifyingly twisted arc, and he resembles a wet towel twisted dry, contorted into a mess. Creak. His bones groan, producing a painful sound as they rub against each other. Sweat pours down, following the taut lines of his muscles, pooling at his chin and dripping down. Plop. A small puddle of murky water has already formed on the floor. The ancient body refining technique. The design logic of this set of movements completely tramples on the limits of human physiological structure. Every bundle of deep muscle is spasming, and that tearing sensation does not originate from the skin's surface, but from the depths of the bone marrow, as if countless dull knives are scraping against the nerves. Gene, I recommend maintaining the posture for 3 minutes. A cold pale blue prompt jumps onto his retina. Lin In grits his teeth, the muscles in his jaw bulging slightly. He does not move. Even as the muscle fibers tremble on the brink of rupture, he remains like a solidified plaster statue. The pain is pure. It even carries a certain pleasure of destruction followed by reconstruction. Only such extreme squeezing can allow this body to survive a little longer in this world full of uncertainty. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Time stretches infinitely under the weight of pain. 3 minutes. Lin In releases his grip on his ankle, and his body instantly loses support, collapsing heavily onto the carpet. His lungs heave violently like a bellows, greedily gulping in oxygen. After that acidic, numb pain, a new wave of warmth surges. After this period of self-torturous training, he can clearly sense the quality transformation occurring beneath the skin as his muscles become tighter and more resilient, like a strong bow drawn taut. He lay on the carpet for a while, waiting for his heartbeat to steady before he got up and walked into the bathroom. He turned the knob. Cold tap water poured down over his pale, heated skin. Water droplets slid down his golden hair, tracing the bridge of his prominent nose. Lin In lifted his head and looked at the mirror. The young man in the mirror had dazzling golden hair, and his azure eyes held no trace of the drowsiness or confusion of just waking up, only an absolute, almost cold clarity. This is the current Lin In. He dried his body and got dressed. The buttons of his white shirt were fastened one by one until the top button locked his throat. The bow tie was tied meticulously without a wrinkle. The dark vest clung to his waist, and finally, he donned a well-tailored black coat. 10 minutes later, the tortured practitioner who had twisted and struggled in the dead of night has disappeared, replaced by a flawless, elegant gentleman of Solarian. Lin In adjusted his cuffs and turned to go downstairs. The dining area on the first floor. The aroma of food soon wafted from the kitchen. 2 slices of toast were toasted to a crisp golden brown on the grill, a single fried egg glistened with golden edges, and there was a cup of black coffee, without sugar or milk. This is his breakfast. Lin In sat at the dining table and picked up the Solarian Morning Post at his side. The smell of ink was somewhat pungent. The front page featured a blurry black and white photograph, taking up half the page. The photo showed a huge pit surrounded by collapsed ruins with faintly visible warning lines and busy figures. The headline was written in bold black letters: a major gas explosion occurred in the Golden Triangle, casualties are being counted. Gas explosion. Lin In took a sip of coffee, the bitter fragrant liquid bursting on his tongue as it slid down his esophagus into his stomach. Official cover-ups are always so cliched, lacking novelty. What kind of gas could cause such a massive pit? It's merely a cover-up for uncontrolled extraordinary powers or some unspeakable experimental accident. That underground factory seems to have been completely erased. He expressionlessly flipped the page. The content of the second edition is even more unsettling. Frictions along the imperial border are becoming increasingly frequent, and the parliament of the Chios Empire is fiercely discussing a proposal to increase the military budget. The words are charged with a whiff of gunpowder as the clouds of war gather. And in the local news section of Solarian City, there is an inconspicuous report recently several homeless individuals and slum residents have gone missing. The Public Security Bureau reminds citizens to reduce nighttime outings and pay attention to personal safety. Lennon put down the newspaper, his fingertips gently rubbing the rough paper surface. The killing continues. The authorities still use the term missing to gloss over the situation. The underground factory is just the tip of the iceberg. In the shadows of the city, there are more greedy mouths devouring vibrant lives. As long as it does not involve the interests of the wealthy districts and the noble lords, the death of a few homeless individuals will hardly stir any waves. After finishing the last bite of his fried egg, Lin elegantly wiped his mouth with a napkin. He stood up, walking toward the front hall of the pawn shop. This is the only visible asset of the Victor family in Solarian City, and it serves as his window to observe the city. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin promptly took down the oak sign that read "Closed for Rest" from the door, flipped it over, and hung up "Open for Business." Dingling. The copper bell rang lightly. Almost the moment the sign was hung, business came knocking. This week business has been surprisingly good. Perhaps due to the turbulent situation, the panic reflected in the newspapers has spread to reality, with more people lacking money and eager to liquidate. Lin sat on the high stool behind the counter, his monocle reflecting the cold light streaming in from the window, concealing the emotions in his eyes. This week he received 3 dead pawns. The first was a middle-aged man dressed decently, but with a panic-stricken expression, who brought in a set of silver tableware from the previous dynasty. The craftsmanship was exquisitely detailed with intricate patterns, clearly a family heirloom. But the owner did not even haggle. He took the money and ran, muttering about buying a ticket south. Fleeing this city on the brink of chaos is the choice of many wise individuals. The second was a down-and-out nobleman with sunken eyes. He trembled as he removed a family crest ring set with a ruby. To repay his gambling debts, he had even sacrificed his family's last dignity and honor. Lin was very familiar with that expression. It was the numbness of a gambler who had lost everything. The third item was the most unique. It was a knight's sword that had been broken. Although the blade was broken, it still reflected a cold gleam, and the hilt was wrapped in some rough leather emanating a faint metallic odor. Item: broken knight's sword, material steel, mixed with Sayre silver, hilt wrapping leather from the abdomen of a low-tier magical beast, wind wolf, suggested recovery, price total of 15 gold pounds. Actual market value 85 gold pounds. Profiteering. This is the survival rule of pawnshops. Take advantage of the fire, buy low and sell high. Lin smiled as he issued the pawn ticket, watching those people leave with money far below the value. Some relieved, others hurriedly, leaving with a face of shame and anger. He did not feel guilty. In this predatory world, fairness is the most luxurious commodity. After dealing with these trivial matters, Lin lowered his head and began organizing the accounts for the week. The pen scratched across the paper. Dingling. The copper bell rang again, the sound somewhat timid. This time a middle-aged woman dressed in a tattered linen dress walked in. Her skirt was stained with mud, her hair was grizzled, and she had it messily piled behind her head. Unlike other customers, she did not walk directly to the counter. Instead, she awkwardly stood on the doormat at the door to wipe her shoes before cautiously moving over. In her rough bark-like hands, she tightly clutched a small cloth bag. "Sir." Her voice was soft, trembling slightly. "I want to redeem this." She handed over a crumpled, worn pawn ticket. Lin raised an eyebrow, the tip of his pen pausing on the paper. In this line of work, dead pawns are the norm. Once the poor send their items, and it's like selling their soul to the devil. Very few have the ability to redeem them. Most of the time, this pawn ticket is the last memento. He took the pawn ticket and glanced at it. Number A732. It was an ordinary copper pocket watch. The craftsmanship was rough, with countless scratches on the cover, and it hardly kept accurate time, being several minutes slow every day. Such an item has little value if not repaired. The principal is 2 silver coins. Including interest, it's 2 silver coins and 30 copper coins. Lin's voice was flat, without any fluctuations. He turned around, found the pocket watch wrapped in oil paper from the compartment under the counter, and placed it on the velvet tray. The moment the woman saw the pocket watch, a glimmer of light appeared in her murky eyes. She placed the small cloth bag on the counter and carefully began to unwrap it layer by layer. Inside was a pile of loose coins. There were silver coins, copper coins, and even a few heavily worn halfpennies. She trembled as she began to count the money. 1 coin, 2 coins, 3 coins. The coins lined up on the counter. That was the money she had saved for a long time, each coin polished to a shine, stained with sweat and warmth. To gather this 30 copper coins for interest, she may have washed dishes for a month or sewn hundreds of garments. Here you go. Just enough. The woman raised her head, her eyes humble and hopeful. Lin did not count. He just glanced at the line of coins of varying lengths and nodded. Transaction complete. The woman extended her hands, cradling the worn pocket watch as if it were a rare treasure. She pressed the watch against her chest, closed her eyes, and took a deep breath. Thank you. Thank you. Her eyes turned red as she bowed to Lin, and then turned and walked out, her steps much lighter than when she came. Lin watched her figure disappear into the fog outside. His fingers gently tapped on the table. Thud, thud, thud. Very few people redeem pawned items, especially items with little value. But this pocket watch might signify a deceased husband or a son who left home for that woman. He extended his hand and swept the coins on the counter into the drawer. Clatter. The sound of metal clashing was crisp and pleasant. In this world, sentiment is the least valuable thing, cheaper than the rats in the gutter. Yet occasionally seeing someone willing to pay for it, pouring everything to redeem a fleeting memory, isn't all bad. At least it proves that in this gradually crumbling city, there are still people living like humans. Lin closed the account book. He stood up and walked to the door, flipping the wooden sign. Closed for business. Lin ascended the spiral staircase to the 3rd floor. The air was filled with a unique scent produced after alchemy. The workbench was cluttered with various precision alchemical instruments, and the liquid in the flasks was boiling, making bubbling sounds. Lin took off his coat and put on a work apron. He conducted a simple alchemical experiment. Afterward, he opened a lead box. Inside were neatly arranged 6 dark golden bullets. This was the result of his week. The bullet heads were not made of ordinary metal, but were composed of refined high-tier magical beastbone powder mixed with mithril powder. The surface of the bullet body was engraved with miniature explosive runes. Specially made armor-piercing explosive rounds, improved version effect upon hitting the target. It first conducts physical penetration, then triggers a delayed internal spiritual energy detonation after 0.3 seconds. These were gifts prepared for those tough and resilient mutated beings. Lin picked up a bullet and inspected it under the light. Perfectly streamlined. In addition to the bullets, several fist-sized metallic spheres were also placed at another corner of the workbench. Those were special rounds made for the automatic Cobra grenade launcher. A treatment plan for firepower deficiency. Lin contentedly stored these dangerous items in his spatial pouch. The night deepened. He took off the apron and washed away the chemical odor from his hands. Returning to the 2nd floor bedroom, Lin did not immediately sleep. He leaned against the headboard holding a thick book titled History of Mechanical Development in the Empire. The dim yellow light of the bedside lamp cast a glow on the pages. This peaceful reading time is one of the few leisurely pursuits he has in this chaotic world. Saturday. Lin did not go out. He sat in the leather armchair of his study holding a book with a black cover. The Book of Resonance. The pages turned on their own without wind landing on the 18th page. A faint light shimmered on the pages and lines of text appeared as if someone were writing in real time on the paper. Adrian, everyone, are you all here? Tia here. Alexum. Vidi. Lin picked up a pen and wrote on the page, all present. This is a remote communication method based on spiritual resonance, safer than telegrams and faster than carrier pigeons. In the Book of Resonance. Adrian, regarding last week's operation, the Academy's evaluation report has come in. The speed at which the text appeared was swift, carrying a sense of rigor. Adrian rated A. We destroyed the extreme way hidden cult's gene factory in Solarian City. Although the process was somewhat brutal, the results were good. Adrian, the Academy has given special commendation. This mission rewards 300 points. 300 points. This is a considerable sum in the Academy. Enough to exchange for a decent mid-tier extraordinary item or to borrow a month's worth of restricted section access in the library. Adrian, according to the rules, we 5 will split it evenly. 60 points each. As for the loot obtained during the operation, whoever acquired it keeps it. Quite fair. Lin's lips curled slightly. His gains this time were not just points. The gift from the 3rd-tier Dark Sorcerer, as well as the Eternal Heart consumed by Jean. The value of these items far exceeds 300 points. Lin, no objections. I must say we are all quite lucky. The other 4 teammates are not the kind of people hard to approach. If everyone schemes against each other during the battle, it won't benefit anyone. Alex, as long as you don't hold us back, it's fine. This guy is still so straightforward. Adrian, next, the bad news. Adrian, although the factory has been blown up, the assassination actions in the city have not come to an end. The manner of death is the same as that of previous victims. Adrian, clearly they have at least 2 or more gene factories. The air in the study seemed to cool a few degrees. Cunning rabbits have 3 burrows. An organization like the Extreme Way Hidden Cult, which has been surviving underground for hundreds of years, would never put all their eggs in one basket. Alex, then let's kill again. Tia, it's not that simple. Last time we were lucky, Now they must have strengthened their defenses, and may even have set traps waiting for us. VD, I suggest Tia look for an opportunity to leak the gene factory information to the church. Let those fanatical judges take the lead. Tia, with such a huge explosion last week, do you think the church and the empire won't investigate? Tia, that big pit has already been sealed off by the royal guard. The hunting hounds of the court are probably sniffing around the ruins. Lin and nodded. Tia is right. At this critical juncture, remaining silent is the wisest course of action. Lin and let's wait and see. Since they are still killing, they will eventually reveal their flaws. Lin, and more than that, I am more concerned about what good materials this 300 points can be exchanged for. The topic was lightly brushed over by Lin In. Some matters cannot be rushed. He closed the book of resonance. Lin In stood up and walked to the window. Outside the window, the night view of Solarian City was spread before him. The gas street lamps cast hazy yellow halos in the fog, and in the distance a steam train let out a dull whistle. This city appears prosperous and grand like a slumbering giant, but in its shadows countless termites are gnawing at its flesh. Lin In placed his hand against the glass. The cold touch traveled through his fingertips. More than 2 locations. He murmured to himself. Lin In withdrew his hand from the glass. A warm fingerprint lingered on the surface, soon engulfed by the cold air. He turned around. His gaze fell upon the ember on the desk. This dark red mechanical symbiote was in a peculiar state of stillness. No more faint sounds of gears meshing. Not a single wisp of steam escaped. It resembled a dead hunk of metal, a cold mechanical relic. Yet Lin In could sense that beneath its rough metallic shell a tremendous storm was brewing. The heart of perpetuity had been thoroughly digested. The core, fiercely protected by that third-tier dark sorcerer, had now become the nourishment for Ember's train. Detecting the host's current life form and occupational traits. Evolution branch calculation in progress. Calculation complete. Please establish the final evolution direction for Ember. Lin In pulled out a chair and sat down, the wooden chair legs scraping softly against the floor. He interlaced his fingers, resting them against his chin, maintaining a composed posture. This was a crossroads. The evolutionary direction of Ember would dictate his future survival in this strange world. Choose incorrectly. It would mean irreversible doom. 2 entirely different pieces of information flooded into his consciousness. Branch 1 War Beast type. The scene unfolded in his mind. Ruins. Smoke. A colossal humanoid creature stood among the crumbling remnants of the city like an evil deity. Its height exceeded 30 meters, casting a shadow over half a street. Steam, steel, and flesh. These 3 were stitched together in an extremely crude and aesthetically devoid manner. The exhaust pipes on its back belched scorching high-pressure steam, distorting the surrounding air. Its robust arms had completely morphed into pure killing tools. The left arm was a large-caliber alchemical cannon, the muzzle still bearing the remnants of destruction. The right arm was a rapidly spinning chainsaw with indistinct blood and flesh clinging to its teeth. The monster took a step forward. The earth trembled, and debris fell from the shattered buildings. This was pure violence. This was ultimate destruction. Traits: ultra-high armor, destruction level, firepower, pain perception, shielding, battlefield dominance. Cost: extremely high energy consumption. Lin In stared at the image, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. The allure was indeed great. In this bizarre world where monsters roamed and lives were as worthless as grass, who wouldn't want the power to crush everything? A single punch could collapse a building. A single shot could flatten a street. If in the wilderness or on the front lines of 2 nations clashing, this would be a godly option. But where was this place? Solarian, the heart of the empire. Lin In turned his head, his gaze penetrating the glass, glancing at the night sky outside. The royal guard's armed airships sluggishly traversed the clouds like steel whales patrolling their territory. Massive searchlight beams cleaved through the mist, coldly sweeping over the city skyline. This was merely the overt power. What lurked in the shadows? The keen-sensed hounds of the tribunal. High-ranking priests in the church wielding divine arts. And the extreme Tao hidden sect, an ancient monster that had clung to life for centuries. No matter how strong individual force may be, can it withstand an organized state machine? Can it combat those mysterious forces that wield ancient sealing techniques? Transforming into a 30-meter-tall monster would be akin to inscribing in blood on one's forehead, "I am a target, come and strike me." It was likely that the transformation would not even be complete before the first tile beneath his feet was crushed. Hundreds of alchemical cannons would reduce this steel body to a pile of smoking scrap metal. Or perhaps it would be sealed in an unknown subspace by a bishop clad in a red robe, using some unfathomable divine art. Never to be reborn. Only a fool would choose this. He wanted to live a few more years. His consciousness stirred. The first image was ruthlessly extinguished, turning into a flurry of data fragments. Lin In's attention was entirely focused on the second option. Branch 2 strange containment type, base type. The scene switched. No smoke. No deafening cannon fire. At the center of the image was a metallic structure buried deep underground. Its style was stark and rigid, filled with an inhuman sense of order. It resembled a deep space station from a sci-fi movie in his past life. The interior was divided into numerous independent zones meticulously organized. Functional rooms, dissection tables, and rows of airtight cells pulsating with energy runes. Traits: subspace opening, strange containment, and analysis, kin cultivation. Description: you will no longer be a mere warrior, but a prison, a factory. You can imprison defeated anomalies within yourself, extract their abilities, and even transform them into loyal kin. Your base, your will is the law. Lin En's breath momentarily halted. Base type. These 3 words struck his nerves like a bullet. The genetic factory mentioned by Adrian in the Book of Resonance. That was the confidence of the extreme Dao hidden sect. Why could they never run out of enemies? Why did they keep growing back? Because they could mass-produce monsters. No matter how strong a person is, they only have stamina will deplete. Spiritual energy will run dry. But what if he had an army of kin that would obey commands without fatigue, fearless of death? More critically, this direction perfectly aligned with his current situation. Stealthy. Safe. He didn't need to rampage through the streets attracting everyone's attention. He only needed to hide in the shadows. Like a patient spider, slowly weaving his web, dragging this city, even this world, into his hunting ground. Strange containment. Lin En savored these words on his tongue, tasting the coldness and power they contained. This was the standard for the puppeteer. Let those fanatical kin charge into battle. Let the enemies clash against endless monsters. And he only needed to sit in the armchair of his study, sipping tea, flipping through pages. He could determine the course of a war. There was no need for hesitation. Lin En's consciousness transformed into a sharp scalpel, completely severing the last shred of attachment to the war beast. All of his mental energy was unreservedly injected into the second option. I choose to. He issued the command in his mind. Command confirmed. Evolution direction locked, strange containment type. Beginning evolution. The ember on the desk suddenly melted. Dark red metallic liquid trickled down the table legs silently and stealthily. It seeped into the cracks of the wooden floor. Then it vanished completely. Lin En did not panic. He closed his eyes. His consciousness detached from his body, following an invisible connection straight down, passing through the floor, through the foundation, through thick layers of rock, ultimately arriving in the vast and intricate underground pipeline system of Solarian City. This was the city's entrails, perpetually shrouded in darkness, filled only with filth and shadows. Yet at some abandoned wide junction, change was occurring. Dark red metallic liquid seeped from the rock walls. They resembled living vines, rapidly spreading, intertwining, solidifying. The embryonic form of a black metal structure was quietly forming deep within the underground network. The speed was astonishing. There was no construction noise whatsoever. Only the low-frequency hum emitted during metal reorganization echoed through the pipes. Currently, it was still quite rudimentary. Only a few empty square rooms. On the cold walls flickered bluish energy patterns. At the heart of the building was a core control console filled with a steampunk aesthetic. Brass levers, a myriad of dials, and a thick pipe extending to the dome connecting to an unknown location. This was merely the beginning. Lin En understood well. As Ember continued to devour new anomalies and acquire more energy, this containment facility would continuously expand, extending deeper underground, ultimately becoming a true, uncharted underground fortress. A massive flow of information surged into his mind through the connection. This was the manual for operating this containment facility. Containment protocol activated. Current available functional rooms. Primary analysis room. Kin cultivation room locked, requires devouring second-tier or above flesh-type anomalies. Lin En quickly digested this information. Very practical. Also very cruel. The operational logic of the containment facility was simple: capture, imprison, extract. The anomalies imprisoned would continuously provide energy. The analysis room could extract their traits and feed them back to Lin En. Meanwhile, the cultivation room was the core of creating kin. Thud, thud, thud. The muffled sound of knocking penetrated the oak door. It wasn't the copper bell of the pawn shop downstairs. Lin En closed the newspaper in his hands. Outside the door stood 4 men in deep blue uniforms. The cool morning sunlight spilled onto the brass buttons of their uniforms. Those buttons reflected a disconcerting cold glare. The man standing at the front was a familiar face. That was Finn O'Malley. He was the security officer responsible for the daily patrols in the Rose District. Lin En had gone to him for his household registration when he first moved into this building. Good morning, Mr. Victor. Finn slightly obsequiously removed his police hat. His head, which appeared somewhat sparse from years of wearing a cap, was exposed to the air. Lin En did not turn sideways to make way for the entrance. His gaze passed over Finn and swept across the 3 men behind him. On the left stood a burly middle-aged man. His black beard was trimmed extremely short and neat. He stood as straight as a javelin. His right hand maintained a dangerous posture. That hand hovered just above the grip of the gun at his waist. On the right stood a man in his 30s. He had a pair of gray eyes that reflected the stillness of dead water. His hands were casually tucked into the pockets of his dark overcoat. His gaze was brazenly sweeping over Lin En's shoulder. He was scrutinizing every detail of the foyer's arrangement. At the back stood a young officer who appeared to have just started his job. He had slightly disheveled short brown hair. His hands tightly held a thick black notebook. The nib of his pen was poised above the yellowed pages. Lin En withdrew his gaze. Is there something wrong? Just 2 words. No small talk. Finn cleared his throat, appearing somewhat awkward. Routine inquiry. I am the security officer of this block, and these gentlemen are officials from the headquarters. The bearded man stepped forward, his boots thudding on the wooden floor. Lin En Ro Victor. The bearded man pronounced the name with heavy enunciation. How long have you been living in the Rose District? 24 days. Where did you live before? In Chixio's city. Why did you come to Solarian? To inherit the family business, Lin En pointed out a pawn shop. The bearded man stared at Lin En's face. We've checked your records. With so many enterprises under the Victor family, it shouldn't have come to this minor property for a family heir to inherit. The young officer flipped open the notebook, the pen scratching across the paper. Clatter. Perhaps too nervous, the young officer's hand trembled, and the pen fell to the ground, rolling to Lin En's feet. Lin En bent down. As he picked up the pen, his gaze swept over the notebook. It was filled with names of the new residents in the Rose District. Lin En's name was circled in red. Next to it was noted key investigation target. Lin En straightened up and handed the pen back to the young officer. Hold it steady. Th. Thank you. 7. The bearded man stepped closer, interrupting this small interlude. The time you arrived in Solarian by steam airship was a week before you arrived. Then in your 2nd week of moving in and 3rd week. There were incidents for 3 consecutive weeks. The air became thick with tension. Lin En's mind raced. The Security Bureau had linked the missing persons cases to the influx of outsiders. They had no substantial evidence. This was merely a large-scale blind investigation. The gene factory of the Extreme Path sect exploded, and the Royal Guard took over the ruins. Clearly, the Security Bureau was excluded from the core investigation circle. These officers were still using the most primitive methods to try to catch the serial killer from the vast sea of people. Foolish yet persistent. Lin En stared directly at the bearded man. Officer, how many outsiders flow into Solarian daily? Thousands. Or tens of thousands. Lin En continued to question. If overlapping timelines create suspicion, your holding cells probably can't accommodate so many people. You remain calm. The grayed man who had been silent suddenly spoke. He withdrew his hand from his pocket and handed over a rough sketch. Have you seen this person? The sketch depicted a man with deep-set eyes and prominent cheekbones. Lin En glanced at it. This was the unfortunate soul who had died in the alley last Tuesday. At that time, Lin En had been standing on the opposite rooftop watching the cleaners of the Extreme Path sect drag the body away. I haven't seen him. Lin En pushed the sketch back. The grayed man pocketed the sketch. His nostrils twitched slightly. There is a very strange smell emanating from your room. There is a pungent odor of nitric acid. There's a lingering scent of burnt sulfur. And a smell from some highly concentrated metal solvent evaporating. As the grayed man spoke, he took a large step forward. He attempted to use his Bodis momentum to force his way past Lin En into the room. What dangerous experiments are you hiding inside here? Lin En's left arm was like steel blocking the doorframe. He firmly obstructed the grayed man's path. I am merely clearing out some old items. There are many rusty scraps piled up in the pawn shop downstairs. I must completely refurbish them using those powerful solvents. Only then can they fetch a good price on the black market. The grayed man was forced to halt. The distance between the two of them was now less than half a meter. The grayed man's dead gray eyes were fixed on Lin En's pupils. He realized that this young man's heart rate had not changed even slightly. His breathing was so steady that it was alarming. If an ordinary person faced the relentless questioning of 4 armed officers, they would have long since panicked and stumbled over their words. Yet this seemingly casual young man was completely different. Beneath his relaxed posture lay tightly wound. That was an absolute defensive stance capable of unleashing a deadly strike at any moment. In his mind, the grayed man silently marked Lin En with an extremely dangerous red label. No law enforcement personnel may forcibly enter a private residence for any reason. Your refusal leaves no room for negotiation. According to Article 32 of the Imperial Security Law, no law enforcement personnel may forcibly enter a private residence for any reason, especially since I hold the status of an imperial noble. You need to obtain a signed order from the highest court of the empire before you are qualified to set foot through this door. Lin En coldly looked at the grayed man. Officer, may I ask if you have a search warrant? The grayed man fell into a prolonged silence. The bearded man beside him let out a hostile snort. Those well-dressed, respectable people during the day could easily turn into criminals with blood on their hands at night. He suddenly turned and walked toward the stairs down. Thank you for your cooperation today. If there is nothing urgent, it's best not to wander the streets at night. This area has not been peaceful lately. The gray-eyed man walked at. He stopped just as he was about to step onto the stairs. He turned his head and looked deeply at Lin In. Mister, since we met, your left hand has been resting in that position inside your vest. I want to know if it's a pocket watch or a loaded gun. Lin In stood rooted in place. It's a revolver for some. I possess a legally issued firearm certificate from the Empire. The gray-eyed man nodded slightly. That's a very wise choice. The knights have indeed been unsettled lately. The four officers descended the narrow staircase in order. Their heavy boot steps gradually faded in the empty hallway. Lin In quietly stood at the door. He watched as the figures of the four men disappeared completely around the corner at the end of the street. The instincts of the security bureau were sharper than he had anticipated. Especially that man with gray eyes. His keen observational skills far exceeded those of an ordinary street patrol. Lin In grasped the door latch, preparing to close the door. It seems you've encountered a bit of trouble. A voice tinged with a hint of mockery suddenly came from the side. Lin In turned to look towards the source of the voice. The iron gate of the luxurious Victorian mansion next door was wide open. A man in a burgundy silk morning robe was lazily standing on the steps. He held a cup of steaming red tea in his hand. That was Gwen Dorian. He was a very famous best-selling author in the entire Rose District and even Solarian. He specialized in writing detective novels filled with blood and violence. Beside him stood a gentle-looking woman. That was Ella Finnegan. She was Gwen's wife. Ella wore a very plain linen long dress. She was holding a sharp pair of scissors trimming flower stems. Mr. Dorian. Lin In slightly nodded in greeting to the man. Gwen descended the steps leisurely, approaching the low brick wall between the two buildings. Those dogs in blue uniforms always love to bark around the streets. Were they asking you just now, if you heard any strange noises in the middle of the night? That was pretty much the gist of it. You don't need to pay them any mind. They're just a bunch of useless officers who can't even catch a street thief. And now they even dare to think they can solve a serial murder case. Gwen gently placed the exquisite teacup on the low wall. However, they did say something very true just now. This neighborhood has indeed not been peaceful lately. Gwen leaned forward mysteriously. I was in my study last night contemplating the murder plot for my new book. I stayed up until 3 in the morning before I was ready to rest. At that moment I heard some strange noises. What kind of noise? It was an extremely dull metallic, grinding sound. Lin In's breath paused for half a second at that moment. He immediately realized the source of that sound. It was the noise made when his underground shelter was being expanded. That was the low-frequency hum generated from the metal restructuring as Ember devoured the hard rock and abandoned pipes. At this moment Ella smiled and walked over. She affectionately looped her arm through Gwen's. In her other hand, she held a black rose that she had just cut. The petals of that rose had a jagged edge. Snip! The sharp scissors in her hand closed mercilessly. A thick stem of rose covered in thorns was cleanly severed at the base. The cut was as smooth as a mirror. You shouldn't always use the terrifying scenarios in your novels to frighten Mr. Victor. She turned to Lin In. Her demeanor was very gentle and friendly. Mr. Victor. Gwen has become obsessed with writing his novels. He can never distinguish between the real world and the fictional stories. Please don't mind his ramblings. If you have time usually. We warmly welcome you to visit us anytime. Gwen's study has collected many precious ancient books left from the last era. I think you would definitely be interested in those things. I will definitely visit. The sun sank below the horizon. The fiery clouds painted the mist over Solarian City a deep crimson. The entire city resembled a piece of scrap iron repeatedly hammered in a furnace, radiating residual heat and restlessness. Lin In locked the door to his house. The enthusiastic invitation from the detective novelist next door was temporarily set aside. Dealing with such an overly observant and clever person consumed more energy than refining unstable alchemical explosives in the laboratory. He walked into the kitchen. This was the area he was most satisfied with in this house apart from the laboratory. The spacious countertop was made from a solid piece of polished granite, cold and pristine. A row of knives of varying sizes hung on the wall, each polished to a gleam, with blades glinting coldly. For an alchemist skilled in anatomy and mechanical modifications, cooking and alchemy were essentially indistinguishable. Both involved the reorganization of matter. Both required precise control of temperature and time. Lin In rolled up his shirt sleeves, revealing his smoothly contoured forearms. He turned on the faucet, icy tap water washing over his hands. Clean. Dry. He took out a clearly marbled steak from the refrigerator. The meat was firm with a uniform distribution of fat. This was purchased from a rural farmer at the morning market, marinated without preservatives or low-quality spices. Thud. The sound of the blade cutting into the flesh. The chef's knife in Lin In's hand resembled a precise, surgical instrument, trimming away excess connective tissue and refining the edges. The movements flowed smoothly. Not a single unnecessary action. Suddenly a strange ripple emerged from the shadows of the kitchen. It was not a visual distortion caused by changes in light. It was a distortion of space. The shadow originally cast on the side of the refrigerator seemed to come alive, spreading like ink through the air. A foot clad in black leather boots stepped out of the shadow, followed by long legs of fitted dark leather armor and that signature silvery long hair. Tia Ceres. She appeared as if returning home, not making a sound with her footsteps. "You're 3 minutes late." Lennon didn't turn his head. He tossed the prepared steak into the heated cast iron pan. Sizzle. The contact between fat and hot metal erupted with a loud noise. White smoke billowed up, carrying the unique, charred aroma of meat. "I'm just a peripheral figure at the church. Those stubborn old geezers are more troublesome than I imagined." Tia walked over to the sink, casually picking up a washed apple. Crunch. The crisp sound of chewing. She leaned against the counter watching Lin N's busy silhouette. To cover up the traces of the gene factory, the church mobilized 3 teams of cleaners. They turned that wasteland upside down, not even letting a single mouse escape. There was even a red-clad deacon who personally attended, reciting purification prayers over that large pit for half an hour. Tia's tone carried a hint of mockery. "What a spectacular performance." Lin N flipped the steak. The surface of the meat had already turned an enticing brown. What did they find? Aside from some charred scraps of meat and twisted metal, nothing at all. Tia shrugged. Lin N did. He removed the fried steak and placed it on a warm plate to rest. This step was crucial. Only by allowing the juices to redistribute within the fibers could he ensure the tenderness of the meat. He took a few potatoes from the basket nearby, peeling, cutting, boiling in water. Lin N picked up the potato masher, mashing the soft-cooked potatoes into a dense puree, adding butter, sprinkling black pepper, stirring. The thick and smooth texture reminded him of the process of preparing a certain high-viscosity alchemical glue. He carried 2 plates toward the dining room. Tia followed closely behind him. The dining room was illuminated with warm yellow light. The oak dining table was covered with a clean checkered tablecloth. 2 servings of pan-seared steak accompanied by creamy mashed potatoes and a bowl of vibrant fruit salad. Simple, yet filled with the essence of life. This was incongruous with the cold, murderous Solarian city outside the window. Tia pulled out a chair, and she looked at the food in front of her, and her normally aloof purple eyes revealed an unusual hint of relaxation. To be honest, she picked up her knife and fork. If one day you no longer want to be an alchemist, you could easily open a restaurant in the wealthy district. Those noble lords would line up to the street for a taste. Lin N sat across from her. He cut a small piece of beef and put it in his mouth. The juices burst open on his tongue. The cooking was just right. "I am a noble. If my father found out I was in the kitchen, I fear he would sever our father-son relationship." Lin N swallowed the food. "That is quite possible." Tia smiled. She speared a piece of rye bread. This type of bread was commonly found. Typically it was as hard as a brick, even usable for self-defense. It contained wood chips, sand, and even some unknown fillers. But Lin N's baking was different. Tia gently tore a piece. The crust was crisp while the inside presented a surprisingly fluffy texture. White steam emerged from the air holes, carrying a rich aroma of wheat and a hint of sourness from fermentation. It was the pure scent of grain. There was no trace of industrial waste. "This is simply a work of art." Tia took a bite. Soft and stiff, it rebounded in her mouth. "How did you do it?" "The kind of bread sold at bakeries on the street feels like swallowing sandpaper." "The active cultivation of yeast," Lin N explained calmly. "The temperature is controlled at 28 degrees, humidity at 75. After 3 fermentations, the gluten structure can fully relax. This is merely a basic chemical reaction." Tia shook her head. "In your mouth, everything feels like an experiment." She ate heartily. In this era of scarce resources where food was merely for survival, a decent dinner was a rare luxury. Lin N looked at her. This reaper of lives in the shadows now looked like an ordinary neighbor girl. But he knew this was just a facade. Tia's right hand remained poised in a loose grip around the knife. It was a stance that could spring into lethal action at any moment. The steak on the plate quickly diminished. Lin N put down his knife and fork. He felt it was still insufficient. This body, having practiced the ancient body refinement technique, had a metabolic rate 3 times that of ordinary people. This amount of protein and carbohydrates was far from enough to fill a stomach that resembled a black hole. Not full. Tia keenly noticed his movements. "Wait a moment." Lin N got up and returned to the kitchen. He looked at the remaining ingredients on the counter. A few carrots, 2 onions, and a piece of bone and lamb chop. What to make? Memories from his past life flashed through his mind. Those heavily oiled and spiced dishes with overpowering aromas. Unfortunately, there was no debanjiang here, nor that specific type of dried chili. Moreover, explaining the source of such overwhelming exotic flavors to Tia would be difficult. Lin N's gaze fell upon a ceramic jar in the corner. It was something he had pickled when he first moved in. White radishes cut into finger-thick strips. Salt was used to draw out the moisture, then sealed and pickled with vinegar, sugar, and a few herbs similar to Sichuan pepper he found in the pharmacy. Counting the time, it had been 20 days. It should be well flavored by now. Lin N lifted the lid of the ceramic jar. A sharp, refreshing aroma burst forth, neutralizing the lingering smell of grease in the kitchen. He took out a plate of radish strips, crystal clear, glimmering with a faint amber hue. Next was the lamb, bone removed, sliced thin, onions sliced, carrots cut into pieces. Heat the pan. Add oil. This time he used animal fat. The white grease melted at the bottom of the pan, instantly filling the space with the unique richness of animal fat. Sliced onions went into the pan, stir-fried over high heat. The spicy aroma was ignited by the high temperature, quickly transforming into a caramel-like sweetness. The lamb slices slid into the pan, quickly stir-frying. The meat turned color, adding carrots, finally pouring in boiling water. Gurgling. The broth instantly turned milky white. Lin sprinkled in a handful of coarse salt and a bit of ground white pepper. No complex seasonings. The freshness of the ingredients blended and collided under high heat. 5 minutes. Done. Lin carried a deep soup bowl back to the dining room, along with the plate of pickled radish. What is this? Tia looked curiously at the steaming bowl of lamb soup. In this world, lamb was usually roasted or stewed with a lot of spices to mask the gamey flavor. This kind of clear soup method was rare. Lamb and vegetable soup. Lin served her a bowl. Give it a try. Tia hesitated a bit before picking up the spoon. She scooped a spoonful of soup and brought it to her mouth. The next second her eyes lit up. There was no expected gamey flavor. The sweetness of the onion and the freshness of the carrot perfectly balanced the richness of the lamb. That warm current slid down her throat into her stomach as if someone had wrapped her insides in a wool blanket on a cold winter night. Delicious. She gave the most straightforward evaluation. Then she picked up a piece of pickled radish. Crunch. Crisp. Sweet and sour. Slightly spicy. That refreshing texture instantly alleviated the greasiness brought by the lamb, sharpening her taste buds once more. This is even better. Tia's chopsticks. No fork. Clearly quickened. This sourness is special, not lemon and not ordinary vinegar. It reminds me of. She tilted her head thinking. The wild fruits I used to sneak eat behind the monastery. As Lin served himself a bowl of soup. He took a sip. A familiar taste. Although limited by the ingredients, it could only replicate 70% of the flavor from his past life. But that was enough to comfort the soul from a foreign land. Just ordinary radishes. Lin picked up a piece of lamb. With the passage of time, even cheap ingredients can undergo wonderful transformations. Just like us. Tia suddenly added. She slowed down her eating pace. In the eyes of those big shots, we are also cheap consumables. If we don't undergo the pickling of life and death, we're just a pile of rotten meat. The atmosphere grew slightly heavier. Lin did not refute. This was the truth. In this world where extraordinary powers were monopolized and class divisions were as solid as steel, those at the bottom had to throw themselves into the frying pan or the salt vat to climb up. So we need to live a little longer. Lin said calmly. Only by surviving can we become the kind of main dish that cannot be ignored. Tia looked at him. A complex emotion flickered in her purple eyes. She raised her soup bowl. To survive. Lin raised his bowl and gently clinked it with hers. To survive. The crisp sound of porcelain clinking echoed in the quiet dining room. The two shared a tacit understanding and did not speak further, focusing on consuming the food in front of them. The wind swept away the clouds. 10 minutes later, only empty plates and bowls remained on the table. Even the plate of pickled radish was completely cleaned out. Tia leaned back against her chair without any pretense, letting out a satisfied sigh. This is the most comfortable meal I've had in the past 6 months. She stood up, adjusting her slightly wrinkled The cold reaper had returned. Thank you for the hospitality. She walked to the window where there lay a dense shadow. By the way, just before merging into the darkness, Tia halted. That neighbor named Gwen. I've read his book. Though the plot is exaggerated, his depiction of criminal psychology is disturbingly accurate. Be careful. Having said that, her figure completely vanished into the shadows as if she had never appeared. Lin sat at the fiddling with the empty soup bowl in his hand. His fingertips traced the warm porcelain surface. Disturbingly accurate, he murmured to himself. It seemed this meal replenished more than just calories. It also provided new intelligence. Lin stood up and began to clean up the remnants on the table. Washing dishes, wiping the table. Everything returned to its original state. He turned off the kitchen light. Darkness cloaked the room once more. Only his eyes glimmered with a light colder than ice in the darkness. Full. It was time to get to work. Lin closed his eyes, his mind replaying everything that had happened today. The investigation by the Security Bureau was merely an appetizer, while the probing by Gavin Dorian was the main course. The neighbor who writes novels had an unusually sharp sense of hearing. Jean adjust the soundproofing layer of the base. Lin fiddled with a silver pocket watch. Emit low-frequency vibrations through the sewer. Command confirmed. Structure adjustment in progress. The surrounding walls began to writhe. The metallic film thickened its surface, sprouting countless tiny honeycomb-like holes. Lin stood up and walked to the workbench to pick up his tools. Tonight is still long. Since he couldn't sleep, he might as well give that revolver a little upgrade. The first Wednesday of the silent moon. The early morning in Solar Yin was always shrouded in a layer of gray mist. It was a mix of factory fumes and steam rising from the Thames. Dingling. The crisp sound of a copper bell broke the morning silence in the Rose District. Lin In had just hung the open sign on the pawnshop door when a figure squeezed through. It was a man wrapped tightly in layers. He wore a long black coat with a high collar that nearly obscured half of his face. A wide-brimmed hat was pulled low over his head, droplets of dew trickling down the brim. He looked very cold. Even indoors his body trembled slightly and uncontrollably. Lin In walked to the counter. He didn't rush to greet the customer, but leisurely poured himself a glass of water, his gaze sweeping over the man's hands. That pair of hands was clad in thick leather gloves, tightly holding something in his arms. The knuckles appeared stiff from excessive strain. Pawn or sell? Lin In set down the glass, his voice steady. The man looked up, revealing bloodshot eyes beneath the brim. His complexion was as pale as a sheet of paper, but his lips displayed an eerie shade of bluish purple. Sell. The man's voice rasped, sounding as if there were sand lodged in his throat. He glanced around to confirm the absence of anyone else in the shop. Snap. A heavy lead box was placed on the It was a box no larger than a palm, devoid of decorative patterns, with only a few rough welding marks on its surface. A chill emanated from it. The moment the box was presented, Lin In distinctly felt the temperature around him drop several degrees. A layer of white frost rapidly formed on the surface of the varnished counter. Jean instantly went on high alert. High-energy radiation response detected. Type frost, type extraordinary item. Danger level medium. Lin In's expression remained unchanged as he reached out to touch the lead box. Don't touch. The man suddenly barked, pressing down on the box. His breath was rapid, the exhaled air condensing into white mist in the air. This thing is very sinister. The man glared intensely at Lin In. My name is NC Dunlace. I am an extraordinary being. He revealed his trump card directly. In a world where ordinary people were deeply secretive about extraordinary powers, such a revelation usually implied two possibilities. Either it was a threat, or he was at his wit's end. Lin In looked at him. So, NC paused for a moment, having anticipated many reactions. Fear screams, or being immediately thrown out. But none of those were present. This young shopkeeper was too calm. Calm as if he were simply hearing, the weather is nice today. Aren't you afraid? NC frowned. I run a... Lin In gestured toward the shelves behind him. As long as the item has value, I don't mind the seller's identity. Even if this item could kill, guns can kill too. Lin In took out a pair of specially made alchemical gloves from under the counter and put them on. But that doesn't prevent them from being bestsellers. NC fell silent for 2 seconds, slowly loosening his grip on the box. Lin In opened the lid of the lead box, and a bone-chilling cold erupted instantly. Inside the box lay an irregular crystal no larger than a fingernail, radiating a profound, deep blue color. It didn't look like an ordinary ice cube, instead it resembled a solidified piece of deep ocean water. It did not melt. No water stains. It lay quietly, continuously, emitting a low temperature capable of freezing blood. Forbidden item: unmelting ice. Characteristics: eternal low temperature. Capable of absorbing heat from the surrounding environment. Side effects: long-term contact can cause the holder's body temperature to drop until the heart freezes. NC explained, I found this in a ruin in the far northern ice fields. His voice trembled slightly, whether from the cold or fear it was unclear. To bring it back, both of my companions died. They turned into ice sculptures. He removed his gloves, revealing a hand that should have been flesh-colored, now showing a necrotic gray-black. That was severe frostbite. I need money, NC said, putting the gloves back on. A substantial amount. I need to buy magical potions to heal my hand. Lin In closed the lid, sealing the chill inside the lead box. This is a forbidden item that the Empire and the Church prohibit ordinary people from circulating. Lin In qualified it. You know about forbidden items? NC seemed a bit surprised. I know a thing or two. NC took a deep breath. He looked at Lin In, seemingly reassessing the young man's weight. Since you know, we'll be straightforward. In the Church, all extraordinary items that are contained are strictly classified. NC extended 5 fingers. From level 5 to level 0. Level 5 has only mild side effects and ordinary people can barely use it. Level 4 has certain dangers and must be contained by trained personnel. Level 3 is extremely dangerous. Using it often means paying a heavy price. As for levels 2 and 1, those are things that can cause regional disasters. NC paused, lowering, and level 0. That's the unspeakable taboo. It's a god-level item that can destroy nations and even distort the rules of reality. He pointed at the lead box. This ice is probably around level 4. It can take effect without any spells or rituals. Just throw it into the water, and it can freeze a river within seconds. But you also saw the cost. NC raised his frostbitten hand. It will indiscriminately consume heat, including the user's life. Lin In listened quietly. This information was very valuable. Although he had seen similar records in his family's library, those were outdated accounts from hundreds of years ago. This first-hand experience from a wild, extraordinary being was even more practical. "Name your price," Lin En said. 100 gold pounds. NC stated a number. Lin En shook his head. "Too expensive. This is a genuine extraordinary." NC became a bit agitated. "If it goes to the black market auction. If it goes to the black market, you won't even make it to the auction room before those greedy hyenas tear you to pieces." Lin En interrupted him. "Besides, your current state is quite poor. Your body temperature is dropping. Your heartbeat is slowing down. If not dealt with promptly, you won't survive the night." Lin En's words sliced through NC's defenses like a scalpel. NC gritted his teeth. He knew Lin En was right. He was like a child carrying a gold brick in a bustling market, weak, yet wealthy. 90 gold pounds. NC took a step back. "No less." 30, Lin En offered his price, plus a bottle of life recovery potion from my private collection, which can help dispel the cold within you. NC stared intently at Lin En's face. He was weighing the options. 30 gold pounds, though significantly less than expected, also saved the cost of purchasing a healing potion. Most importantly, this young man was clearly a reliable merchant. "Deal." NC squeezed those two words out from between his teeth. Lin En turned around and opened the safe, counting out 30 shiny gold coins and putting them in a small cloth bag. He also took out a bottle of red potion from the cabinet. The transaction was complete. NC grabbed the money bag and potion and turned to leave. When he reached the door, he paused. "Young man." NC did not look back. "Though I don't know where you heard this knowledge from, I advise you this. Don't get involved in this circle. The world of extraordinary beings is not as exciting as you imagine. It is filled with madness, distortion, and death. Be an ordinary person, run your shop, marry a wife, and live a stable life. That is the greatest fortune." After saying that, he pushed the door open and disappeared into the thick morning mist. Lin En watched the door close again, picking up the lead box to weigh it in his hand. It was heavy. Be an ordinary person. Lin En's lips curled up in a playful arc. What a pity. I never had the right to choose. He turned and walked toward the dark door leading to the basement. The heir of the Victor family has stood on the edge of the cliff since the moment of birth. Rather than waiting to be pushed off, it's better to grow wings myself. In the center of the lead box lay a crystal the size of a fingernail. It was as transparent as a perfect diamond, yet it exuded a chilling aura. Lin En did not rush to reach out and touch it. He was well aware that in this world, curiosity often led to a shortcut to death. He took out the Book of Resonance. The pages turned without wind, landing on a specific blank page. Lin En skillfully connected with a senior member of the Academy through the resonance network in the book. Identify a low-level ice type anomaly. He silently recited his request, transmitting the characteristics of the item from the lead box. The response quickly appeared on the yellowed paper. 2 points. This was a rather reasonable consultation price. Forbidden item 1856, unmelting ice. Shape a crystal the size of a fingernail, which will never melt at room temperature, feels bone-chillingly cold to the touch, penetrating to the marrow. Eerie mechanism, it will seal the holder's current state at the cost of freezing the body and soul. Regardless of any fatal injuries, they will be forcibly solidified, delaying death and hanging onto the last thread of life. Consequences of use: while life is forcibly locked, the body will gradually freeze. Wounds will never truly heal, remaining in a state of near death. Consciousness remains awake, but unable to move, senses deprived by extreme cold, ultimately becoming an immortal prisoner, locked in ice, in eternal living. Lin En slowly closed the Book of Resonance. He looked at the beautiful crystal in the lead box, his gaze becoming deep and contemplative. That guy named NC only regarded it as a strange object for creating frost, not knowing that its true purpose was to prolong the lives of those on the brink of death. The lead box was locked away in the innermost compartment of the safe. Lin En turned the mechanical dial, listening to the crisp sound of the gears engaging. The bone-chilling cold was finally cut off. The following afternoon felt rather dull, with thin sunlight struggling to pierce through the fog, dappling the old floor. The wind chimes on the door jingled a few times. Most of the customers who entered carried a chill and an expression. A gambler attempted to pass off a gold-plated pocket watch as a pure gold antique, but Lin En politely asked him to leave after glancing at it through a magnifying glass. Another down on his luck painter clutched a Nodiadri so-called masterpiece, trying to exchange it for a few silver coins to buy paint, but Lin En rejected him mercilessly as well. After sending away these two speculators trying to barter trash for genuine wealth, Lin En looked at the empty street and decided not to wait for non-existent quality customers any longer. He walked to the door, flipped the wooden sign that read open to closed, facing the street. With a soft click of the door lock, the shop space was completely isolated from the external clamor, leaving only the monotonous ticking of the wall clock. Returning to the counter, Lin En brewed himself a pot of rich black coffee, its bitter yet robust aroma soon wafting through the narrow shop. Holding the steaming porcelain cup, he sank into the soft velvet armchair and casually picked up the Solarian daily that had just been delivered. As he unfurled the newspaper, it produced a crisp, rustling sound. The scent of ink mingled with the aroma of coffee, creating a unique ambience of the era. Lin En's gaze casually swept over the front page's dull news about noble banquets and market price fluctuations caused by attack incidents, finally settling on an inconspicuous corner of the social section. Their reports noted the recent frequent gas pipeline explosions in the lower district and several bizarre factory disappearances, their wording vague, yet imbued with an ominous bloodiness. Ordinary citizens might only lament the worsening public safety, but in Lin En's eyes the hidden information behind those words was as clear as ink on white paper. The actions of the hidden cult had become no longer concealed. Their rampant behavior made even the official cover-ups seem somewhat powerless. Lin En gently blew away the white steam from the cup's rim, taking a sip of the scalding coffee, his expression gradually turning grave and cold. The false peace maintained by this city would likely not last much longer. Chaotic dark clouds were rapidly accumulating above. Knock, knock, knock. A unique rhythm at the door. 3 short and 1 long. This was the secret signal of the Victor family. Lin En's fingers paused on the dial. He walked to the door and unlatched it. Outside stood a young man about Lin En's age, wearing a faded gray trench coat with a heavily worn leather suitcase at his feet. His short black hair was tousled by the wind, and his face bore the fatigue and dust of a long journey. Samuel Graham. He was the only son of the steward Alfred. He was also one of the few people Lin En could completely trust. Young master. Samuel stood straight, performing a standard family salute. His movements were rigid and meticulous. Please come in. Lin En stepped aside. Samuel entered the shop, lifting the suitcase and skillfully closing the door with a swift motion, locking the chain. His gaze quickly scanned the shop's furnishings, and after confirming there was nothing unusual, he let out a sigh of relief. Father said you were short on staff. Samuel placed the suitcase in the corner and took off his dusty trench coat. He rolled up his sleeves, revealing his muscular forearms. There was a dark golden pattern there, resembling a chain wrapped around his skin. I passed the trial. Lin En, the guardian of the secret contract. This was an extremely special, extraordinary profession. It did not rely on potions for mutation or mechanical modification. It entirely depended on forming an ancient soul contract with the object of loyalty in exchange for extraordinary defensive and perceptive abilities. The price was absolute loyalty. Once betrayed, the contract retaliates and the soul shatters. Is it worth it? Lin En asked. This is the honor of the Graham family. Samuel picked up a cloth and began wiping the dust off the counter. His actions were so natural, as if he had never left in the past 3 years. Don't bother. Lin En pressed his hand down. We're not doing business today. Go buy yourself some clothes, and then have a meal. Samuel was taken aback. But the shop? Who cares? Remember, we are freelancers. Lin En took down the coat from the hanger. Free extraordinary practitioners. The night in the Rose District was always accompanied by the dim glow of gas lamps. The restaurants on either side of the street were noisy and bustling. The two chose a relatively quiet restaurant. Steak, red wine, and steaming onion soup. Samuel ate hurriedly. After 3 years of training in the Black Iron Fortress, he probably hadn't eaten decent food in ages. Lin En cut the meat on his plate slowly. I heard there's a new play that's quite popular lately. Lin En set down his knife and fork. The Princess Adventure. Samuel swallowed his food and looked up. I've heard about it too. The lead is me. I want to see it. Young master, didn't you say you hated such fictional things the most? Everyone needs to find some joy. Lin En wiped his mouth. Let's go, I've already bought the tickets. The Golden Rose Theater. This was one of the few upscale entertainment venues in Solaria. A huge crystal chandelier hung from the dome, refracting brilliant light. Gentlemen in tailcoats and elegantly dressed ladies moved about in the corridors. The air was filled with the scent of expensive perfume and the aroma of cigars. Lin En and Samuel sat in a box on the second floor with a wide view directly facing the stage. The curtain rose. The stage was set up to resemble a sinister forest. Princess Tilia, dressed in a splendid long gown, made her entrance. Her voice was bright and piercing. Evil dragon. No matter where you hide, I will pierce your heart with this sword. The audience erupted into thunderous applause. Lin En leaned against the back of the velvet chair, expressionless. The props were rough. The tree was clearly painted on cardboard. The so-called evil dragon was merely a mechanical device draped in green canvas, with the noise of its gears turning loud enough to be heard even from the second floor. Such a performance in his past life would not even compare to a kindergarten show. Yet here it was, a top-notch audiovisual feast. Lin En turned his head. Samuel was completely focused on the stage. His hands gripped the railing tightly, his body leaning forward. As the plot progressed, his emotions were fully engaged. When the princess was in danger, he held his breath in tension. When the princess fought back, he blushed with excitement. That's fake. Lin En whispered a reminder. I know. Samuel did not turn his head. But Miss Tilia is performing so well. Look at her expression, that kind of courage in the face of despair. It's too real. Lin En looked at Tilia on stage. She was indeed very dedicated. Even facing a pile of scrap metal, she cried, as if truly facing life and death. This was perhaps the lack of this world. People lived in oppression and gloom, desperately needing such false heroism to numb their nerves. The watch in his pocket vibrated slightly. Lennon took it out for a glance. 6 o'clock. Inside the pocket of his chest, the Book of Resonance began to heat up. That was the summons for the weekly meeting. At this time in the past, Lin En would exchange information with other members in the resonance world of the pages. But today, Lin En closed the watch. He did not take out the book. He looked at Samuel beside him. The silly boy was quietly wiping his eyes due to the princess monologue. It's been 3 years. Samuel suddenly spoke, his voice somewhat choked. In the Black Iron Fortress, I couldn't sleep well every night. I kept thinking that when I got out, I must take young master to see a play again. Just like when we were children. Lin En fell silent. When they were children. At that time, the Victor family had not yet fallen into the whirlpool of power struggles. Their biggest worry was only being caught by the steward for sneaking desserts from the kitchen. You've grown stronger. Lin En looked at the contract pattern on Samuel's wrist. But you've also become foolish. Is selling your life to me worth it? Samuel turned his head. The stage light cast on his profile, creating a play of light and shadow. Young master. In this cannibalistic world. If it weren't for my father finding a worthy master to serve, I don't know if my father would still be alive, but I definitely wouldn't exist. You are the future of the Victor family. And I am your shadow. Shadows do not need to contemplate whether it is worth. Lin En remained silent. He felt the Book of Resonance in his chest gradually cool down. The meeting was over. This was his first absence. But he did not regret it. Some allies exist on paper. Some allies, however, are truly sitting beside you, ready to take a bullet for you. On stage, the plot reached its climax. The princess raised the wooden sword adorned with silver foil. The evil dragon let out its final roar, spewing a cloud of dry ice smoke. Tilia shouted a slogan of justice and thrust down with her sword. Thud! The prop sword pierced through the canvas. The evil dragon collapsed with a loud crash. The audience cheered. Thunderous applause nearly lifted the roof. Samuel clapped fervently, his palms turning red. Lin En looked at the fallen comical dragon. He glanced again at the princess on stage, accepting flowers and praise. Reality is often much more absurd than the play. True evil dragons do not fall to wooden swords. True princesses are not without blemish. It's time to go. Lin En stood up. The curtain slowly fell, completely isolating that fictional bright ending. Samuel stood up, still feeling unsatisfied, following Lin En out of the box. They walked out into the corridor, where the window at the end was open. The cold wind rushed in, dispersing the warmth of the theater. Lin En paused, looking out at the pitch-black night. In the distance, the patrol airship of the Public Security Bureau circled above the slums, shining its searchlight. The shrill sound of police sirens faintly reached their ears. That was the true Solaria. No flowers. Only steel blood and never-dissipating fog. Young master. Samuel looked at Lin En, who had stopped in confusion. Lin En adjusted his collar. It's nothing. Just feel that compared to the performance on stage, the play we are about to perform may be even more exciting. He stepped into the dark corridor. The sound of his leather boots echoed on the wooden floor. Knock, knock, knock. The sound was steady, yet it carried a chilling sense of foreboding. Like a silent declaration of war. The theater doors eased open. Nobles and wealthy merchants draped in lavish evening finery filed out in a steady procession. Their leather shoes clicked crisply on the rain-slicked stone. The air hung heavy with the cloying mix of cheap perfume and expensive cigar smoke. Lin En tipped the brim of his wide hat down the collar of his black coat, turned up to shroud most of his face. Meower Gole Emu fell into step slightly behind him, hands buried in the pockets of his leather jacket, shoulders twitching as his gaze swept the crowd with quick searching glances. Apart from Miss Tilia's turn in The Princess's Adventure, that production of Hamlet was an absolute mess. The actor couldn't even remember his lines. When he spoke to the skull, I thought he was going to kiss it. Meower Gole Emu muttered the complaint under his breath, his toe flicking a loose stone at the curb. The two of them walked along the Taiwu-Shi riverfront toward the Changwei district. Several gas lamps here were dead, the light broken and dim. The crowd ahead suddenly erupted into chaos. Screams cut through the fog, followed by the thud of heavy impacts and the sickening snap of bone. Lin En halted, lowering his center of gravity as a faint click sounded from the mechanical structure in his left arm. A twisted creature lunged from the shadows. It was 3 times the size of a normal hunting hound, hairless, its flesh replaced by darker, semi-translucent metal struts pierced its spine and limbs, fastening living tissue to a mechanical skeleton. Its head was entirely sheathed in an iron mask, 2 rows of razor teeth exposed, and dripping viscous green saliva. Jiyin Laiquan, the hallmark creation of the Jidao Inxiu Hui, a killing machine born of the most extreme fusion of biological alteration and alchemy. The hound plowed through the crowd. It lunged at a shrieking dowager, then abruptly stopped half a meter short. Its iron-masked head tilted, nostrils flaring. With a disgusted low growl, it vaulted over the woman and knocked a young footman who had attempted to flee onto the cobbles. Steel teeth snapped shut, half of the footman's shoulder vanished in an instant. Lin In stood 20 meters away, eyes locked on every twitch of the hound. It was selecting. It skirted a merchant frozen in terror and passed a crying girl. Its purpose was precise. It attacked only those who bore certain traits. Lin Un's mind raced. Tactical permutations unfolded with machine clarity. Distance 22 meters. The hound's speed roughly 15 meters per second. Its olfactory organs lay beneath slits in the iron mask. Was it sniffing for fluctuations of spiritual energy or hunting for a particular genetic signature? The hound lifted its head again, the eyes hidden under the mask fixed in Lin In's direction. It ignored the scattering panicked masses. Its claws dug into the ground as the metal braces along its back shrieked from brutal muscle contractions. It's targeting us. How tasteful! Sigh Meower Gulay Emu's voice turned cold. He drew two custom short blades at his waist, their edges scored with bleeding grooves. It seems to be seeking a target with a particular aura, Lin In murmured, drawing his right hand from his pocket. The revolver's hammer flipped back under his thumb with a crisp ready click. The hound charged like a streak of dark red lightning, crossing 10 meters in an instant. Lin In did not Xiangdo Shu, gravity imprint. The cobbles beneath their feet split as a miniature gravity alchemical array activated under the hound's landing point. The hound's body sagged midair as if an invisible giant had slammed it to the pavement. A thunderous crash, stone chips flew. Its limbs sank deep into the surface, bending and warping under immense pressure. Fire! Lin Un's right hand squeezed the trigger. Bang! A Shingyin Danwan discharged, striking the hound's head with deadly precision. Green blood spurted. Sai Meower Gulay Emu slid in a low sidestep, skimming almost along the ground. His motion was a blur. The short blades carved 2 silver arcs through the air. The blades bit into the joint of the hound's hind leg, severing flesh and tendon. The hound howled and thrashed, wrenching free from the gravity field. It opened its maw and lunged for Lin. The mechanical knuckles of Lin Un's left arm snapped shut. Tai Shi Shimpan, Iron Knee Judgment. He stepped forward, and the rune plates on his left knee flared to life. Thud! His knee struck the hound's lower jaw with crushing force. The alchemically reinforced impact shattered the mandible, the skull caved inward. The enormous body was hurled back and smashed into a roadside wall. Well coordinated, a hoarse voice observed from the shadowed end of the street. Lin In turned. A man in a gray robe stepped forward slowly. His hair was neatly trimmed, gold-rimmed spectacles perched on his nose, the air of a fastidious scholar. Yet he held a short staff carved from white bone, its tip entwined with a few twitching blood vessels. He glanced at the convulsing hound by the wall, then at Lin In and Sai Meower Gulay Emu. You so-called pseudo-people bearing traces of the non-human always meddle with the sacred selection ritual. His voice carried a high patronizing pity. Pseudo-people. Lin In echoed the word. The mechanisms in his left arm reconfigured, pistons pumped, and a plume of white steam hissed from the joints. Before the grandeur of evolution, you who depend on external implements and fragmented inheritances are nothing but failed experiments. Call me Ban Lu Sun, first-grade steward of the order. I shall take your spines back as the foundations for the next generation of hounds. Lin In wasted no words. He squeezed the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. A 3-round burst. The trajectories closed off every escape Ban Lu Sun might have. Ban Lu Sun stood unmoved. The air before him warped as a transparent biomembrane congealed into being. Bullets struck the membrane and sank as if into viscous glue, their speed drained until they fell uselessly to the ground. Sai left flank, Lin and ordered softly. Sai Meower Gulay Emu understood and vanished into the fog. Runes along Lin Un's left arm flared violently. He pressed his left hand to the pavement. The alchemical array spread instantly. Fengbao Guanshu, storm restraint. Countless tiny metal shards shot from his mechanical arm, and driven by spiritual energy, formed a miniature metal storm that swept toward Ban Lu Sun. Ban Lu Sun snorted. The vessels along his bone staff bulged suddenly. Aberrant growth. The Ji'in Liquan at his feet exploded apart, and thick slime-slick tentacles erupted from the ground. Those tentacles, a writhing composite of warped muscle and plant fiber, lashed through the air, catching the metal fragments. At that instant, Sai Meower Gulay Emu vaulted from the shadow behind Ban Lu Sun. His dagger drove toward the back of Ban Lu Sun's skull. Ban Lu Sun, it seemed, had anticipated this. His back split open into a great maw, and a barbed tongue snapped out like a lightning strike. Sai Meower Gulay Emu twisted his body midair, bracing his short blades before his chest. Thud! A titanic force slammed him backward. Lin In seized the moment, his revolver rattling rounds to pin the tentacles down. A fine syringe extended from the mechanical knuckle of his left arm, the alchemical reagent he had prepared. Lin In drove off his feet, his body launching like a fired projectile toward Ban Lu Sun. Ban Lu's son swung his bone staff, several tentacles coiled around Lin En's waist. Lin En did not flinch. His left arm's mechanism disassembled into innumerable tiny chains that reversed course and bound the tentacles. Got you, Lin En whispered into Ban Lu Sen's ear. The steward's pupils pinched shut. He saw Lin En's right hand pressed against his chest. It was not a gun. It was the needle glowing with a pale blue light. PFFFF. The syringe pierced Ban Lu Sen's flesh. You. Ban Lu's son tried to recoil, but Sai Miaoer Golei Mu had already surged back, locking his twin blades onto Ban Lu Sen's legs. Lin En drove the syringe home. The special alchemical reagent, Gene Swosi Gene Lock, a toxin he had engineered specifically to counter the Jidao Inshio Hui's biotechnology. Ban Lu Sen's body convulsed violently. Beneath his bared skin, countless veins bulged, writhing like a nest of tiny serpents. His bones grated in a nauseating friction as his body began to balloon uncontrollably. You do not understand. This is the price of evolution. Ban Lu's son howled. His left eyeball ruptured as a slime-coated tendril sprouted. He fumbled at his teeth for a hidden self-destruct pill. Lin En's reflexes were quicker. His left mechanical hand clamped the man's jaw. Crack. The chin was wrenched away. Wanna die? Not so easy, Lin En said coldly. Ban Lu Sen's mutation accelerated. A massive tumor swelled along his back, weeping pus from its surface, a sign of genetic collapse. Lin En produced a vial of red serum and forced it down Ban Lu Sen's throat. The mutation ceased. The frenzied tissue shriveled rapidly. Ban Lu Sen's body deflated like a punctured balloon and slumped inert to the ground. His breathing was a faint rasp. His skin had taken on a deathly ashen hue. Lin En released his hold and let him fall into the pool of blood. Tell me, what conspiracy has the Inshio Hui been plotting? Lin En demanded, looking down as he pressed the revolver to the man's forehead. Ban Lu Sen opened his mouth, and only dark crimson froth spilled out. His eyes began to lose for the pure seed, cleanse the unclean. Before he finished the words, a pale green flame of soul fire flared within him. It was a soul-level self-destruction pact. Lin En stepped back quickly. Within seconds, Ban Lu's son was reduced to a stinking heap of gray ash. Silence reclaimed the street, as if the brutal fight had never occurred. Sai Miaoer Golei Mu sheathed his blades and joined Lin En, leaning to look at the ash. These lunatics, it's nearly impossible to leave a living witness. Lin En holstered his revolver as the armor on his mechanical arm retracted. He crouched and picked up a metal badge that had somehow survived the blaze. A twisted spiral was engraved on the badge, at its center a tightly closed eye. Pure seed. Lin En repeated the phrase under his breath. He turned his head toward the depths of the Qiangwei district. The darkness there seemed to thicken. Let's go. The Jian Shu will arrive soon. Lin En stepped back into the shadows with Sai Miaoer Golei Eastmu close behind. Not long after they left, a security officer with gray eyes appeared at the street corner. He crouched and swept a hand through the air as if gathering smoke brought it to his nose, and sniffed the scent of alchemical reagents. He lifted his head and stared in the direction Lin En had gone. His gaze lingered in the darkness for a long moment. This is Gene's inner chamber, a subspace sanctuary detached from the mundane world. The surrounding walls are wrought of dark gray alloy plates, their surfaces alive with dimly golden alchemical runes. The faint cadence of meshing gears echoed from every direction, steady and mechanical. Lin En traced a simple alchemical sigil with his fingers. He spread his palm, and the empty air above it began to ripple. A finely engineered mechanical arm materialized from the void and settled into Lin En's hand. It was the external prosthetic usually stored in Gene's armory. Lin En said that as long as the spiritual link remained intact, he could summon any reneged alchemical weapon kept in reserve. He returned the arm to its slot and looked toward Sai Miaoer. Sai Miaoer stood beside a metal pillar, fingertips tracing the wall where the runes glowed faintly. Young master, the spiritual energy density here is 3 times higher than outside, he reported. Lin En nodded. Gene reconfigured the internal layout. Designate the eastern sector as living quarters equipped with a recirculating water supply and temperature regulation. Set the southern sector as a training area. I reinforce the walls to withstand extraordinary impacts up to 3rd tier. Make the western sector the alchemy lab. Install high-precision balances and element separators. At Lin En's command, the metal floor shifted and reassembled with a dull roar. The once open hall was swiftly partitioned as heavy metal doors descended from the ceiling. Lin En entered the newly formed alchemy chamber and placed on the workbench the badge he had retrieved from Ban Luzen's ashes. The spiral pattern on the badge looked especially uncanny beneath the shadowless lamp. Sai Miaoer, did you notice that just now? Lin En asked, picking up a scalpel and gently scraping the residue from the badge's surface. That Gene hound was screening targets. It abandoned the noblewoman and the merchant, Sai Miaoer said as he stepped to the opposite side of the bench, leaning slightly forward. Yes, it attacked only that male servant and us. The servant bore a faint fluctuation of spiritual energy. He is not awakened, yet the possibility is there. Lin In set down the scalpel and dropped a developing reagent onto the badge. Pale purple smoke rose from the metal, and a blurred set of coordinates shimmered within the haze. The Inxiao Hui are not sowing chaos at random. They are cleansing specific demographics. Those with potential to become transcendent or ordinary people whose spiritual perception exceeds the norm. Lin In produced the heavy Wanxiang Jishu. He pressed his palm to the eye-etched cover, and his mental force snapped into the pure white space within. Around the round table, 4 spectral silhouettes rose in succession. Dia Silazy toyed with a shadow dagger, while Adelian arranged his contract parchments. Everyone I just confronted a level 1 steward of the Inxiao Hui Lin In said bluntly. Alike Hisi lifted his head, his amber vertical pupil narrowed. You met a Inxiao Hui field steward at level 1. You actually returned alive to hold this meeting, another remarked with disbelief. Lin In ignored the comment and outlined succinctly how the Gene Hound bypassed ordinary people and struck with surgical precision at the servant. The Inxiao Hui's campaign has stepped into the open. They are eradicating transcendent seeds. I suspect they aim to eliminate all potential candidates at the root to neutralize the problem of transcendent practitioners entirely. Adelian pushed up his monocle. That is conjecture, Lin In. We need firmer evidence. The notion is too extreme. Even the 4 great Curii, the 7 minor churches, and the imperial authorities would not undertake such measures. Lin In drummed his fingers on the table, the sound measured and sharp. You think it impossible because you are sane. You cannot use ordinary logic to fathom the plans of the insane. I propose an experiment. Over the next 4 days, each of us will go to different districts of Suola Ruyan. Carry these specially prepared spiritual lures, and observe the reactions of Inxiao Hui operatives and the Gene Hounds. Lin In waved, and 4 alchemical crystals dimly blue appeared before them. If my hypothesis is correct, these lures will draw those lunatics out. Dia Silazy reached for a crystal and let her fingertip trace its surface. Fine. Since they have exposed themselves, let's do it. Should we notify the Academy of our actions in advance? Lady Alier remained silent, but slipped a crystal into the fold of her robe. No need. We will consolidate the results next Saturday. Lin In cast his gaze around the table. If I am right, Suola Ruyan's plight is worse than we anticipated. Adelian nodded and began to fade. He'll take responsibility for monitoring the northern district. I hope your intuition is correct. One by one the members departed and the white space fell silent again. Lin In severed the connection and his consciousness returned to Jean's alchemy chamber. Back in the surface building, Sim Yoer stood at the doorway holding 2 freshly laundered gray robes. Young master, the garments are ready. Lin In accepted the robe, draped it over his shoulders, and noted the fabric's coolness. He stepped to the window. The streets of Suola Ruyan remained swaddled in thick fog, the security bureau's searchlights wavering through the mist. Sim Yoer, prepare yourself. Tomorrow we go to the Hong, Megaway district. Sim Yoer lingered in the shadow, the gray robe pinched into creases in his hand. Outside the fog was dense, swallowing the halo of the street lamp until only a pale smear remained. Young master, this account does not reconcile, the old steward said, staring at the badge that still smoked, a hard surprise underlying his puzzlement. If the Inxiao Hui truly seeks to purge transcendent beings, why avoid hunting high-tier practitioners and instead target ordinary people whose spiritual energy has not even awakened? It is like wanting to kill every chicken in the world but going into the henhouse to smash eggs. Smashing eggs costs nothing, and you do not fear being pecked blind. Lin In turned and tossed the scalpel into the sterilizer. Metal struck metal with a crisp ring. Van Luzen's dying rant about pure seeds and eradicating impurity is just mad rhetoric. Listen and move on. In their twisted logic, those who ascended through meditation and potions were ether-contaminated refuse. Only their method, cutting open bodies and stuffing them with chaotic alchemical implants, is the express train to truth. Sim Yoer set his brow creased into a deep frown. Because they deem the transcendent gene pool impure, they justify genocide. The excuse is preposterous. Of course it is preposterous. The explanation is crafted for the cannon fodder. Lin In moved to the liquor cabinet, poured 2 measureful shots of strong spirit, and pushed one towards Sim Yoer. The amber liquid left trailing rivulets along the glass. The irony is this. Those at the top mouth slogans of gene ascension and scientific evolution, indoctrinating their hounds to believe all others are impure. But in truth, he laughed softly. Their so-called gene evolution serum is at heart nothing more than an evil god's blood diluted by hunt. These self-styled scientific pioneers are in fact the world's greatest cult leaders. The lord they worship is the chief source of contamination. They claim to purge demons while they themselves play the demon. Sim Yoer accepted the cup with trembling fingers, and a few drops spilled. He had seen much of the world, yet the grotesque logic of it chilled the small of his back. So that means As long as the Hui detectors are active, every civilian in Swolo Ruyan with latent spiritual aptitude is livestock to be slaughtered in their eyes. Saimyor asked. Not only civilians. Lin In sipped the burning liquor and fixed his gaze on the fog-bound stretch where the Hong Megaway district lay. All the young beasts not yet grown fangs. They intend to turn this city into a vast slaughtering. He set the cup down and straightened his collar. So we must go to the Hong Megaway district. If they enjoy smashing eggs, then we will slip grenades into those eggs. Disrupt their plans. Destroy them and ally with or exploit every power at our disposal. Saimyor paused, and then spoke. Young master, doing this will place us squarely against the Hui. They will not spare us. Lin In let out a cold, mirthless laugh. We are already their enemy. From the moment I killed Ban Lucen, the Hui would never leave me be. Better to strike than to wait for passive death. Saimyor said nothing more, only nodded. Young master, how many lures shall we prepare? Lin In moved to the alchemy bench and retrieved an ornate wooden box from a drawer. When he opened the box, 12 blue crystals lay arranged with precise order. These will suffice. Each crystal can simulate a fluctuation of spiritual energy. They are sufficient to draw the Hui's attention. Saimyor closed the wooden lid carefully. Young master, if the Hui takes the bait, how shall we respond? Lin In was silent for a moment, then spoke in a voice so calm it became terrible. Kill. Leave none alive. Saimyor shivered, but then nodded resolutely. I understand, young master. Morning mist still clung to the streets when a light knock sounded on the shop door. Lin In opened it to find a slightly stooped middle-aged man standing outside. Ensi Dengrexi. The down-and-out extraordinary who once tried to pawn a broken pocket watch for coin, now fidgeted nervously, rubbing his hands together. Mr. Lin In, you mentioned before, a place where one might find certain special materials for sale. Ensi lowered his voice, his eyes skittering along the street. I know a place. A true market that only people like us can enter. There is everything you could want there. It is in the underground of Lysiding District. Lin In stepped aside to let him in and closed the door behind them. Lysiding District. It was the most chaotic quarter of the lower city, a breeding ground for gangs, smugglers, and wanted men. Yes, there's an unwritten rule: on the 13th of each month a makeshift market appears. NC swallowed his unease, plain to see. You can only enter if a familiar leads you. The goods inside, almost everything, is extraordinary. Lin In nodded, reached under the counter for a pouch of silver, and tossed it to NC. It is just below. NC pointed to a manhole cover secured with iron chains. This is Lysiding's largest black market. It only opens to those in the know at this hour. NC stepped forward and pried the cover free. The three of them climbed down a rusted ladder. The subterranean air lacked the expected stench. Instead, it carried a curious scent of herbs and a faint tang of blood. The underground space was far larger than Lin And had imagined. The old sewage channels had been remodeled into a labyrinthine network of streets. Along the stalls, green phosphorescent lamps burned, and most vendors wrapped themselves in heavy cloaks, their faces hidden. NC led Lin In through the crowd with practiced ease and stopped at a stall tucked in a corner. The vendor was a white-haired old man wiping an object with a piece of deerskin. Temerit, an important customer, NC leaned in and said. The underground market proved far more expansive than they had first thought. Dim gas lamps hung from rusted pipes, throwing flickering shadows. Most stalls were pieced together from discarded crates. The vendors' heavy cloaks hid their faces. There were no hawkers here, only low conversations and the crisp sound of coins striking metal. NC guided Lin In through the crowd to the corner stall. The vendor Temerit was a white-haired elder polishing a single-lens glass. In this circle, he was known for his erudition and uncanny stock. A fresh face, Temerit looked up, his gaze hawk-sharp as it lingered briefly on Lin In. If NC brought you, then you are a customer. He tossed aside the black cloth covering his table to reveal the wares beneath: a broken long sword, its blade lacquered in black and mottled with dark red rust. A death-attributed blade. Though shattered, the residue of its energy is enough to drive any undead creature mad. Temerit rasped, his voice carrying a peculiar cadence. Lin In reached out to touch the hilt. A bone-deep chill shot through his fingertips, as if countless wronged souls were hissing in his ear. Too conspicuous, he murmured. He withdrew his hand and shook his head. To carry such an item was to hold a torch in the night. Demon hunters of the church could scent it from blocks away. Temerit grinned, revealing a row of yellowed, jagged teeth. How about this? He pointed to a crystal. The skull was immaculate and translucent, yet deep within its eye sockets, two pale blue flames seemed to dance. A relic from the last era. They say it lets one peer into past and future. Of course, at the cost of a measure of your sanity. Lin In studied the crystal skull. The alchemist's instinct sensed vast spiritual circuits within it. If its mechanisms could be unraveled, it might greatly amplify mental force. Price, he asked. 500 gold pounds, or equivalent soul crystals. Temerit named an astronomical sum. Lin In raised an eyebrow. A tribute mismatch, he said, and decided against it. The sum was excessive. Though the object held research value, Lin In needed immediate practical materials, components that could be used in combat or integrated into his alchemy. Purely uncanny trinkets carried risks that outweighed their benefits. You know your stuff, Temerit acknowledged, tucking away his earlier disdain as he dug into a chest and produced several items. A three-eyed crow sealed in amber, its feathers black as ink. A palm-sized shriveled mummy that gave off the faint scent of preservatives. A ragged cloth doll with button eyes that leaked a thread of malice. Three-eyed nether crow, venomous. If still alive, it can command low-ranked corpses. The mummy is a curse vessel. Whoever meddles with it courts misfortune, unless one can transfer curses. For a curse type extraordinary, it would be invaluable. As for the doll, Temerit paused and lowered his voice. Rumor says it was a toy of some evil god inclined toward death and consumption of life. Feed it blood, and it murders for you. Though for now it can only slay ordinary folk. Lin thought it all rather underwhelming. They were indeed fine curiosities, but of little practical use to him. He was an alchemist, not a cursebinder or necromancer. He needed raw materials that could be dissected, recomposed, and woven into machinery. Do you have anything pure? Lin asked. Something with strong biological activity or unusually mutated properties. Temerit studied Lin In for a long beat. So you tinker with technique, he said, bending to retrieve a heavy lead box from a concealed compartment at the stall's base. The box opened and a thick scent of blood unfurled. Inside lay a blood-red bat corpse, though dead its heart still twitched faintly. Beside it a glass vial held a slender red worm. A length of black vine bound tightly with wire writhed, as if it sought escape. Blood-hued bat, beloved by bloodline extraordinaries. It can serve as a one-time substitute for death and enhance blood vitality. The blood-immortal worm. So long as a breath remains, ingesting it can suspend death and even regenerate severed limbs. The devil vine. A mutated plant, bloodthirsty and tenacious with terrifying strength. Lin In's eyes lit. This was precisely what he sought. The bat's genes could be extracted to produce high-grade restorative elixirs. The worm's regenerative trait might be merged into the biointerface of mechanical prosthetics. As for the devil vine, it was a natural strangling cable. How much for these? Lin In asked, pointing at the contents of the lead box. Temerit did not name a price immediately. He picked up the vine and cautiously let a drop of blood fall onto it. The vine swelled at once, coiling like a venomous serpent around his forearm. Its thorns dug into flesh, greedily drinking the blood. This is difficult to control, it will drain its master if mishandled. Temerit flicked his wrist, and a gray spiritual light flashed, forcibly quelling the vine's agitation. But you look like someone who could tame it. All three for 300 gold. Lin In made no attempt to bargain. The price was fair, if not generous. As he reached for his coin, something in the corner of the lead box caught his eye. It was a thick metal syringe. Is that a freebie? Lin In asked, pointing. Temerit followed his gaze and smiled a strange smile. A dangerous little contraption, Temerit said, twisting the syringe between his fingers. The accidental product of a research fanatic's experiment. That madman tried to make a god and blew himself to pieces. No one dares use this. Inject it, and you either explode or become a monster. I cannot say what it does, only that it is an extraordinary item. Temerit's voice grew distant, as if drifting on some other current. Not a giveaway. 10 gold if you want to pocket a curiosity. Lin In took the syringe. It was cold and heavy, his fingers traced the runes etched along its surface. For most people its function would be inscrutable. For Lin In, who possessed the Gongming Ji Shu, the Book of Resonance, the matter was far less opaque. They'll take them. Lin In set 310 gold on the stall, and slipped the syringe into his breast. Temerit stared a moment, then smiled with layered meaning. Hope to see you again, Temerit said. Lin In said nothing, signaling Samur to pack the lead box. The deal was done. After wandering a few more stalls, the three left the subterranean market. When they returned to the surface, the sky had brightened into full morning. Lin In felt the syringe in his pocket and allowed a small smile. He suspected that syringe was the day's true prize. At the same time, in Suyian's lower city, an abandoned factory burned white under shadowless surgical lamps that illuminated an operating table. A naked man was strapped to the table, gagged, so only muffled moans escaped. Figures in white protective suits clustered around, clutching various gleaming surgical instruments. Subject 3. Spiritual fluctuations nominal. Rejection suppressed. Prepare to implant the Xingzhong. A tall man stepped forward to the table. He cradled an ornate silver box. When he opened it, within rested a bottle of pulsing red liquid, blood-like and alive with motion. Its color was an uncanny purplish red. Each throb cast visible ripples across the air. For evolution, the man murmured, eyes alight with fanaticism. He raised the bottle and pressed it to the man's chest. The liquid, as if sensing blood, plunged into flesh and streamed into the veins like a shark drawn to scent. The subject convulsed violently, his eyes bulged as though insects crawled beneath his skin. A harrowing scream tore out, swallowed by the thick soundproofing. From the shadows, a pair of cold, indifferent eyes watched. Not enough. A low hoarse voice intoned like something dredged from the abyss. We need more, higher quality specimens. The one who killed Banlison. He will be a perfect vessel. Find him. To the north of the Red Rose District lies an abandoned old industrial area left behind by the city hall. This place was once the steel heart of Solarian, now only rusty pipes remain sprawling like the skeletons of colossal beasts beneath the gray sky. Rainwater trickles through the shattered glass windows into the factory, dripping onto the oil-stained floor, producing a monotonous sound. Lin In stands in the center of an abandoned canning factory. The concrete cracks beneath his feet are overgrown with weeds. He holds a nameless syringe he salvaged from the black market, skillfully rotating it at his fingertips while his gaze meticulously measures the surrounding space. This location is quite good. Lin In paused his movements, scuffing his shoe against the ground. There are plenty of ventilation shafts, making it easy for the smell to disperse. There are no residents nearby, so there's no need to worry about collateral damage nor about anyone calling the police. Samuel set down his heavy backpack filled with materials he scavenged from hardware stores and the black market. The old butler wiped the sweat from his forehead, eyeing the eerie surroundings. Young master, are you sure you want to choose this place as the battlefield? This is a place even the homeless avoid. It's precisely because no one comes here that it's suitable for experiments. Lin In dragged a bundle of brass pipes from his backpack. Let's get to work. We only have one day. In the next 24 hours, this abandoned factory transformed into a site for an alchemist's project. Lin In chose not to sketch a temporary chalk array, as such things are too fragile in practical combat. What he aimed to construct was a position. The dark cast-iron base was anchored to the ground with rivets, and the intricate circular alchemical circuit was not drawn, but assembled from brass gears and fine connecting rods. Lin In set up 3 modified Cobra automatic grenade launchers at the 3 anchor points of the array. This is a simplified version of the 12-chamber forge array, the 3-chamber array. The barrels were angled skyward, and the metallic frames were covered in thorn-like etchings. As Lin In inserted a high-purity ether crystal into the core slot, a ghostly blue glow flowed through the pipes, and the needle on the pressure gauge suddenly jumped before stabilizing at the critical value. Steam pressure is normal, and the magic circuit is clear. Lin In patted the cold barrel. Although it's just a simplified version, it's enough to deal with those beasts that only know how to charge. Samuel was adjusting the triggering mechanism nearby, gazing at the dark cannon mouths, unable to suppress a gulp. Young master, this firepower. Are you planning to start a small-scale battle? This is called fire coverage. Lin In walked towards the center of the array without looking back. Next is the main event. He pulled out the lead box from his pocket. As the lid opened, a dark red thousand throats vine curled up in the corner, seemingly sensing the metallic aura around it. It writhed restlessly, its surface veins pulsing slightly. How do we handle this thing? Samuel instinctively stepped back. He had heard of this creature's reputation in the black market. It was a vicious thing that could suck a living person dry. Since it's a trap, there has to be a mechanism for cleaning up the trash. Lin In donned heavy alchemical gloves and grasped the magic vine. The vine instantly sprang up, attempting to wrap around Lin In's arm, but was forcefully repelled by the runes on the gloves. Lin In brutally shoved it into the cultivation slot reserved at the center of the array. That space connected to the waste discharge outlet of the entire array. Listen. Lin In pointed at a flesh-colored leaf of the magic vine, his tone cold. I know you can understand. Soon there will be plenty of food delivered to you. You are responsible for eating and cleaning up the corpses. If you dare to extend your tendrils towards me and Samuel, I will uproot you and throw you into the steel furnace to be burned. The magic vine seemed to tremble slightly, then obediently retracted back into the cultivation slot, a few small roots tentatively burrowing into the ground, and the leaves unfurled as if waiting to be fed. It understood. Samuel's eyes widened. It's just afraid of dying. Lin In stood up and brushed the dust from his hands. It's merely a biological instinct. Planting it here not only serves as the last line of defense, but also helps us eliminate evidence. Don't the hidden sect's genetic hounds like to eat? Today let them taste what it's like to be eaten. As the sky darkened, the light within the factory became even dimmer. Lin In walked to the very center of the array and took out the exquisite wooden box. 12 alchemical crystals radiating a faint blue light lay quietly inside. Young master, should we use them all? Samuel gazed at the crystals, feeling as if he were looking at a pile of explosives ready to detonate. Since we're going fishing, the bait must be sufficient. Lin In grabbed a handful of crystals and casually scattered them around the magic vine like breadcrumbs. In an instant, a dense and nearly tangible wave of spiritual energy exploded within the factory. The air seemed to carry a sweet aroma, a lethal temptation for all extraordinary beings. All right, take your positions. Lin In pointed to 2 inconspicuous iron barrels in the corner. Those were specially made alchemical shelters lined with a lead layer and soundproofing material coated with alchemical paint that could block thermal imaging. Samuel grimaced as he crawled into the left barrel. Young master, this feels like stuffing myself into a can. Better than being torn apart by hounds. Lin En squeezed into the right barrel, leaving only a narrow observation slit. Close the lid and hold your breath. Remember, no matter what sounds you hear, unless I give the order, do not come out. With two quiet metallic closure sounds, the factory fell into a dead silence. Time ticked away slowly. The night wind whistled through the broken windows, producing a low, mournful sound. The distant city noise felt particularly far away. Lin En curled up in the cramped iron barrel, cradling the revolver, his finger gently resting on the trigger. He deliberately lowered his breathing, his heartbeat steady and powerful. He was waiting for those mad dogs who fancied themselves evolvers. He didn't know how long had passed when the sound of the wind outside seemed to change. The previously continuous sound of the wind suddenly paused for a moment, as if something had obstructed it. Then came an extremely faint sound of claws scraping against the ground. Rustle, rustle. The sound was soft, but in the silent factory, it was particularly jarring. Lin En peered through the observation slit. In the darkness, several pairs of crimson eyes glowed in the shadows. They were here. Not one, but a group. With the faint moonlight, Lin En clearly saw the outlines of those monsters. They were even more twisted than the one he encountered before. Some had massive tumors on their backs, others had completely metallic limbs, and some were simply masses of rotten flesh with legs. They lingered at the factory entrance, their noses twitching violently in the air, greedily sniffing the rich spiritual aroma. Indeed, it's a targeted selection. Lin En scoffed inwardly. These monsters ignored the two living beings hiding in the iron barrels, their full attention captured by the crystals on the ground. A smaller hound finally couldn't hold back any longer, letting out a low growl as it lunged toward the center of the array. Its movement was like a starting gun. In the next second, dozens of monsters simultaneously charged forward. They jostled with each other, eager to swallow those delectable seeds before their kin. The moment the first hound's paw touched the edge of the array, Lin En activated the alchemical array's incantation. Buzz! The dull sound of mechanical operation suddenly echoed. The three Cobra grenade launchers adjusted their angles simultaneously, their barrels spitting out dazzling tongues of flame. Boom, boom, boom. The explosion's firelight instantly illuminated the entire factory. This was not an ordinary grenade, but Lin En's specially crafted alchemical armor-piercing shell. The shrapnel was mixed with mercury and holy silver powder specifically designed to target such biomodified creatures. The few hounds at the front were instantly blown apart, limbs and body parts splattering everywhere. But this was just the beginning. In the center of the array, the previously quiet magic vine suddenly came to life. It seemed to be stimulated to the extreme by the scent of blood as countless dark red tendrils shot out, like venomous snakes, precisely entangling the hounds that had been toppled by the blast. Help! Help! The magic vine's throat sac vibrated, producing a sound similar to a human begging for mercy. The hounds were momentarily stunned before they could react. They were pierced by the spikes on the tendrils. Gurgle! Gurgle! The chilling sound of swallowing echoed. The magic vine frantically consumed the blood of the hounds, its size visibly expanding, more tendrils sprouting, turning the entire array into a massive meat grinder. Lin En watched this scene through the gap, his gaze cold. Eat up, he silently urged. Only when you're full will you have the strength to work, and the magic vine can learn to mimic. However, just as the slaughter was in full swing, a heavy sound of footsteps suddenly echoed from the depths of the factory's shadows. Thud! Thud! The ground trembled slightly with each footfall. The previously frenzied hounds suddenly halted, retreating with their tails tucked, as if facing a natural predator. A massive figure slowly emerged from the darkness. It stood over 3 meters tall, covered in heavy black armor, dragging a gigantic chainsaw sword. Its head bore no facial features, only a massive flickering red electronic eye. It glanced at the severed limbs on the ground, then at the wildly thrashing magic vine. Finally, that single eye turned toward the iron barrel where Lin En was hidden. Source of interference detected. The cold electronic synthesized voice echoed in the vast factory. Lin En's pupils constricted. This thing was not a hound. It was a cleaner. Wasn't it said to be a geneticist? Lin En kicked open the iron barrel lid. The metal cover tumbled in the air, crashing onto the ground several meters away with a deafening clang. He supported himself on the edge of the barrel and flipped out. His body stretched midair, landing and rolling to dissipate the impact. He squatted at the edge of the formation, his right hand pressing against the ground. A three-metertal black, armored giant stood among the ruins. It carried no long-range thermal weapons. Its right arm was a hydraulic hammer with a diameter of 1 meter. The thick metal piston was slowly pumping each rise and fall, accompanied by a dull mechanical roar. The exhaust valve was wide open, spewing out scalding white steam. Its left arm was equipped with 5 robust steel pincers, the edges lined with sharp teeth. 2 rapid-fire shotguns were mounted on either side of its shoulders, their thick barrels emitting the scent of gunpowder. At the leg joints, the nozzles of the hydraulic boosters were blasting out blue flames. A pure physical destruction machine. Lin En's mind raced. This mechanical monster definitely wasn't a creation of the extreme path hidden cult. Those lunatics were obsessed only with flesh mutation and gene recombination. Who else could create such heavy armor besides the Mechanical Academy? Why were the killing machines from the Mechanical Academy appearing alongside the gene hounds of the hidden cult? Had the two organizations teamed up? Or had the hidden cult stolen technology from the Academy? There was no time for answers now. The robot's electronic single eye locked onto Lin In. Red light flashed violently. It lifted its right leg and stomped down hard. Boom. The ground trembled violently. A half-meter-thick concrete load-bearing wall in front of it was directly smashed through. Rebar snapped, and debris flew in all directions. It strode out from the cloud of dust, stepping on the remains of a gene hound, crushing it into a puddle of meat. A rusty load-bearing steel column blocking its side was casually sliced in half by its steel pincers. Each step left a deep crater in the concrete with cracks spreading outward. 50 meters away, Lin In quickly formed seals with his hands. Spiritual energy surged from his feet into the underground brass conduits. Three-phase alchemy formation, first phase. Bullet storm. The gears at the edge of the formation clashed wildly, emitting a piercing metallic grinding sound. The barrels of 3 Cobra grenade launchers lifted simultaneously. The cast iron rivets at the base shifted slightly under the tremendous recoil. The energy crystal in the core slot dimmed by 1/3 in an instant. Bang bang bang. The deafening sound of gunfire merged into one. 40 high explosive rounds poured out per minute. Brass shell casings rained down on the ground, producing a crisp sound. The shells traced a parabolic arc in the air, accurately striking the robot's head and its surroundings. Boom. The series of explosions engulfed the massive black figure. The shockwaves swept debris and metal fragments outward. A large section of the factory's metal roof was blown off, revealing the grim night sky. Samuel crouched in the iron barrel, pressing his hands tightly over his ears. The outer wall of the barrel rattled from the strikes of debris, and the soundproofing cotton inside could not withstand such vibrations. Samuel looked outside through a gap. His eyes were filled with blinding flames and thick smoke. This firepower is enough to turn a fully armed 100-man infantry company into mush. That iron lump definitely won't withstand it. As this thought flashed through Samuel's mind, a massive object suddenly burst out from the sea of flames. The robot crossed its arms in front of its head. It crashed through the wall of exploding flames in a perfectly straight line. Shells detonated on its black armor. Flames splattered, thick smoke swirling. It merely swayed slightly, its pace unwavering. A palm-sized sharp fragment sliced through the armor gap on its shoulder, getting stuck between the gears. The robot's left arm's steel pincer lifted, casually pinching that fragment. With a forceful tug, the fragment was pulled out, sparking a shower of sparks. It casually tossed the fragment onto the ground, producing a crisp sound. 30 meters away, Lin In remained still. That's really tough. If this isn't a creation of the Mechanical Academy, who else could produce such formidable machinery? Conventional high-explosive rounds couldn't even penetrate its outer armor. Such defensive power is at least 3 levels above regular physical resistance. I can't let it get close. If that hydraulic hammer hits, not even an alchemical shield could prevent being turned into mush. 25 meters away, Lin In's hand seal shifted. His index fingers aligned, middle fingers crossed. The output frequency of his spiritual energy instantly changed. The underground formation's patterns shifted from dark red to deep blue. Second phase. Land of ice. The shell ejection ports of the 3 grenade launchers spewed out a gust of white frost. The feed belt spun rapidly, loading special frost rounds. A new round of shells was fired. This time there was no violent explosion. The shells exploded around the robot, releasing large clouds of frigid white mist. The temperature plummeted. Moisture in the air instantly crystallized into ice. On the ground, a layer of hard ice 3 centimeters thick spread visibly. The ice covered all paths in front of the robot. Even the magical vines in the cultivation tank couldn't withstand such low temperatures, quickly retracting underground. The robot strode forward. Its first step landed on the ice, creating large cracks. As it took its second step, the thrust from its hydraulic booster was too great, while the ice's friction was nearly zero. Its foot slipped. Its massive body suddenly tilted to the right, losing balance. Lin In pressed his left hand against the revolver at his waist. This is my chance. As long as it falls, it'll attack the mechanical joint at its neck. That's the thinnest part of the armor. But the robot's reaction speed far exceeded Lin In's expectations. In the moment its body was about to topple, the 5-clawed steel pincer of its left arm suddenly opened wide. It smashed down hard onto the ground. Boom. A loud crash. The steel pincer sank deep into the ground. The violent impact radiated outward from the pincer. Crack, crack. The ice within a 10-meter radius instantly filled with spiderweb-like cracks, then shattered completely. Shards of ice flew everywhere, striking the barrel and producing a flurry of crisp sounds. The robot used the recoil from the smash to forcibly stabilize its stance. It pulled out the steel pincer, lifting a large chunk of frozen soil. The electronic single I once again locked onto Lin In. The leg boosters emitted an even thicker blue tail flame. 20 meters away, Lin In exerted force beneath his feet, sliding backward. His shoes left 2 black marks on the ground, creating distance. 30 meters. The robot did not pause, continuing its charge forward. The 2 rapid-fire shotguns on its shoulders suddenly lifted. The dark gun barrels aimed at Lin In. Bang bang. Large caliber steel balls sprayed out in a fan shape, covering all escape routes for Lin In. The mechanical joints on Lin In's left arm instantly unfolded. A translucent alchemical shield appeared in front of him. The steel ball struck the shield, causing ripples to cascade across it. The immense force pushed Lin In back another 5 meters. Samuel curled up in the iron barrel, his eyes nearly popping out as he looked through the narrow gap. He watched in disbelief as young Master Lin In's alchemy formation shifted from a raging fire system to an extreme cold ice system, the transition as smooth as breathing. The frost rounds exploded, white mist enveloping the area, and the ground rapidly froze, scaring even the magical vines that usually writhed to retract back into the earth. He thought to himself this should work. He had seen young Master's alchemy too many times, each time exceeding expectations, each time turning decay into miracles. Such a method that could instantly change the battlefield environment is considered top tier among alchemists. However, that black iron lump merely slipped, stabilizing itself with that enormous steel pincer. The impact from that smash made the barrel hum, and Samuel felt his insides shudder. Shards of ice struck the barrel like bullets, producing a flurry of sharp sounds, reminding him of when he was a child and got hit by hail. This monster was simply a living boulder, no harder than a boulder, more troublesome. Young Master's alchemy formation is so abnormal, yet it can't suppress this monster. Samuel muttered inwardly, his tone laced with disbelief. He knew how unreasonable young Master Lin In's alchemy could be. Ordinary alchemists mastering 1 or 2 elemental proficiencies would be considered geniuses, yet young Master Lin In effortlessly handled fire, ice, earth, and even some strange runes he couldn't comprehend. That land of ice was enough to instantly incapacitate a fully armed knight brigade, yet for this robot, it merely caused it to stagger slightly. This thing was simply a killing machine, without pain or fear. If young Master couldn't withstand it, both of them would meet their end here today. Samuel gripped his dagger, the blade glinting coldly in the dark. He was ready to charge out and fight for his life. Lin In retracted his shield. The mechanical structure of his left arm emitted a slight overload alarm. He glanced at the underground formation. The energy of the spiritual energy crystal was still half full. Conventional elemental attacks were too ineffective against such pure physical armor. He must cut off its power source or destroy it from within. Lin In drew his revolver with his right hand. His thumb cocked the hammer. The robot was already 15 meters away. The hydraulic hammer was raised high. White steam rolled in the night. It was preparing to deliver a fatal blow. Lin In did not retreat further. He returned the revolver to its holster. His hands formed seals once more. The patterns of the formation began to flash violently, shifting from deep blue to blinding silver. The patterns of the magic formation began to flicker, violently shifting from a deep blue to a blinding bright silver. Lin In reached into his tactical belt with his left hand and pulled out a glass vial filled with dark red liquid. Using his thumb, he flicked the wooden stopper away. He smashed the glass vial forcefully onto the brass gear beneath his feet, shattering it. The dark red liquid did not splash everywhere, but rapidly vaporized, transforming into a thick mist of blood that seeped directly into the bright silver patterns of the formation. Third phase quicksand marsh. A dull rumble emanated from the underground pipes. The third round of shells was fired, not aimed at the massive body of the robot, but accurately striking the concrete ground beneath it. Brown smoke erupted explosively. The hard concrete surface collapsed immediately upon contact with the smoke, rapidly turning to sand. A gigantic whirlpool of quicksand 15 meters in diameter appeared out of thin air. The heavy body of the robot sank rapidly. Its legs sank directly into the quicksand up to the knees. The fatal flaw of heavy armor is always its own weight. Once it lost a solid point of support, this heap of scrap metal could not even manage the most basic movement. If it remained trapped for 10 seconds, 3 grenade launchers could adjust their firing angles for precise demolition. The robot made no attempt to struggle. The black armor on the outer sides of its legs slid apart, revealing the thick metallic pipes inside. The nozzles of the hydraulic boosters suddenly lit up with a dazzling blue light. The violent thrust directly acted on the inside of the quicksand. Large amounts of sand were turned into glass crystals by the high-temperature exhaust. The three-meter steel body forcefully rose from the marsh. It traced a heavy parabolic arc in midair, crossing the quicksand area and crashing down onto the hard ground 2 meters away from the marsh. 15 meters away. Lin In focused on the nozzle on the robot's leg. The blue light dimmed quickly, and a faint mechanical humming sound came from within as the gears began to re-engage. 3 seconds. Its hydraulic system needed 3 seconds to repressurize. The moment the robot's feet hit the ground, Lin In's hand seals changed once again. Fingers intertwined, wrists rotated. Fourth phase alchemical steel cable. The ammunition belts of the 3 grenade launchers began to spin rapidly. Special anchor grenades were launched. The warheads did not directly hit the target, but struck the ground surrounding the robot. The shells exploded and 12 brass steel cables as thick as a thumb shot out, like living creatures wrapping tightly around its legs and waist. The barbed ends of the cables dug deep into the ground, firmly anchoring it in place. Samuel crouched by the observation slit of the iron barrel, his palms drenched in cold sweat. The young master's casting speed was too fast. This seamless transition in positional warfare was something even high-level alchemists could not achieve. That monster was completely locked down. The robot glanced down at the cables wrapped around its waist. The hydraulic hammer of its right arm suddenly raised, accompanied by a piercing sound of wind, and smashed down onto the ground beneath it. Boom. A violent shockwave spread out along the ground. The 2 steel cable anchors fixed to the concrete were directly shaken out of the ground, sending large chunks of debris flying. Using this reactive force, the massive body of the robot charged forward. The taut steel cables produced a grating metallic sound that sent shivers down one's spine. The mechanical engine inside the robot emitted a deafening roar. The remaining 10 cables could not withstand this pure physical pull, snapping one by one. The broken copper cables lashed out, leaving deep whip marks on the ground. The impact of the hammer against the ground generated enormous reactive force. To maintain its balance, the defensive armor on its upper body would fully open the moment it struck the ground. This was the second flaw. Lin In quickly formed hand seals. Fifth phase fog enveloping. The shells detonated and dense white smoke instantly engulfed a 30-meter radius. Everything around was obscured by white mist, visibility reduced to 0. Lin In immediately lowered his body, lightly stepping on the ground, and quickly moved to the left, leaving his original position. The robot lost its visual target. The red electronic eye on its head flickered twice before extinguishing. It did not stop moving. Its massive body turned abruptly, charging straight towards the direction Lin In was moving. It shut off its optical detection. It relied on vibration sensing. This monster had recorded the vibration frequency of the entire ground into its core. With every step I take, I'm guiding it. Lin In had just halted. The smoke ahead was forcibly torn apart by a violent airflow. The robot crashed through the white mist, reaching 3 meters in front of him. The hydraulic hammer of its right arm was raised high, white steam gushing out. There was no time for seals. Lin In exerted force through his legs and rolled to the right. The hammer grazed his shoulder as it came down. The half-meter thick concrete support column behind him was smashed to pieces. Debris hit Lin In's back, causing a dull pain. Less than 3 meters away, the robot turned around, and the hammer slowly raised again. Lin In lay among the scattered rubble, looking up at the massive metal hammer above him. There was no retreat. Its burst speed was faster than mine. The barrage could not penetrate the armor. The ice layer only made it slip. The marsh forced its booster charging time. The cables exposed its defensive gap when striking the ground, and the smoke proved its reliance on vibration sensing. This heap of scrap metal was not invincible. All of its attacks and defenses were based on that right arm's hammer. Lin In did not get up to escape. He pushed off the ground, leaping towards the high-raised hammer. The mechanical giant showed a slight pause in its movement. Its logic core could not comprehend the suicidal behavior of a prey approaching. In that half-a-second pause, Lin In slammed his hands onto the ground. The remaining spiritual energy poured out without reservation. Sixth phase triple alchemy armor-piercing strike. The 3 grenade launchers emitted a lamenting metallic cry under the strain. The cast iron rivets on the base shattered consecutively. The first cannon fired an armor-piercing round, and the shell's surface glowed with red, sharp runes. The second cannon fired a shockwave round, and the shell's surface glowed with blue, penetrating runes. The third cannon fired an incendiary round, and the shell's surface glowed with orange, explosive runes. The 3 shells accurately converged in midair, their tail flames intertwining to form a tricolor spiral shell. It shot straight for the joint connecting the robot's right arm, hammer, and shoulder. The robot sensed the high-energy reaction. The 5-clawed steel claw of its left arm swung out abruptly, attempting to intercept. The trajectory of the spiral shell traced a bizarre arc in the air, grazing past the steel claw and precisely hitting the joint gap. The armor-piercing round tore through the outer armor. The shockwave round drove straight and shattering the internal hydraulic pipelines. The incendiary round followed closely, igniting the spurting hydraulic oil. Boom. A deafening explosion rang out. The robot's right arm was completely blown off at the joint. The threatened hammer crashed to the ground, creating a large pit. The robot lost its balance, kneeling on one knee. Intermittent electronic synthetic voices emanated from within. Right arm damaged, recommend retreat. Lin In had already charged up to its front. He stepped onto the fallen hammer and jumped onto the robot's back. With his left hand firmly pressing down on the armor of its head, his right index finger aligned and directly carved the formation into the armor's surface. Decompose. The hard black armor peeled away like weathered paper, revealing a dense network of crystalline circuitry inside. Lin En's right hand formed a palm and struck down hard, severing the thickest main control line. The red light in the robot's head extinguished completely. Its massive body crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Lin En slid down from the mechanical wreckage, sitting on the ground with his chest heaving violently. The first 5 attacks had all been neutralized, but every counteraction from this machine exposed its underlying logic. The barrage frost quicksand cables and smoke. Each alone was a useless piece, but piecing together the flaws they forced out equated to a lethal strike. Lin En raised his right hand. His fingertips traced in the air. A miniature magic formation took shape at his fingertip. This was not a complete formation diagram, but 5 incomplete patterns overlapping each other. Each stroke represented a tactic from earlier. Alchemical formations do not need to adhere to fixed shapes. Ineffective attacks are themselves the laid tracks for a fatal strike. 500 meters away, on the top floor of an abandoned factory, a middle-aged man in a black trench coat lowered the high-powered binoculars in his hands. Record. Subject 0 Lin En eliminated the gigantic strength type 3 using an alchemical formation. The battle process exhibited 6 tactical forms, ultimately merging into an agreed final technique. The young man beside him quickly took notes. Focus on this. All his attacks in the first 5 rounds were data collection for the final blow. This combat wisdom is more dangerous than merely increasing power. The young man paused his actions and looked up to ask, what will be deployed next? A more powerful model. The man shook his head and turned towards the stairwell. Firepower suppression is useless against him. He has already proven his exceptional capability in positional warfare. Next we will deploy the Shadow Stabber Type 7. Full spectrum invisibility with high-frequency shock blades. Let him understand that an unseen enemy is more deadly than one that can be seen. In the abandoned canned food factory, Lin En crouched beside the wreckage of the robot. He pried open the chest armor with a short knife and reached inside to feel around. He pulled out a pure metallic core the size of a fist. The surface of the metal was covered in intricate mechanical patterns, and holding it in his palm, he could still feel the residual heat from the engine's operation. Lin En leaned against the hulking wreckage of a machine, gasping. The air in his lungs reeked of gunpowder and engine oil. The so-called Shire Tangshir Duanju array, under his feet, might as well be renamed the San Tangkin array, ruined 3-chamber at best. The brass filigree had dulled like a day-old fritter, the gears ground with a sickening teeth-aching rasp. The spiritual energy crystal at the array's core held only a dying warmth ready to give out at any moment. Samur crawled out of the battered iron drum, face streaked with grime like a coal miner after his shift. He reached a hand toward his young master when a suffocating stench slammed into the air. It was a lethal miasma, a foul brew of sewer fermentation, rotting seafood, and socks unwashed for days. Lin En pressed one hand to the ground palm over the array's residual microsenses. His mental radar pinged frantically. 3 humanoid transcendent signatures, cold and viscous, and 1 bestial fluctuation, wild and violent, locking onto the 2 of them. Damn it, these Jidao Inshio Hui maniacs don't bathe when they go out. Lin En raged in his head. From the shadows of the ruins, a creature nearly 3 meters long padded forward. It looked like an illegal creation crawled straight out of a biohazard set. Its hide was ruined, gray-black malformed muscles lay exposed, veined like matted earthworms, and stitched with coarse scars. 3 murky eyes crowned its skull, its mouth split to the ears, the exposed fangs dripping green drool. Half-meter bone blades crowned its limbs, and 3 fleshy poison barbs dangled from its tail. Pure flesh deformity. A gene hound type 3. A mobile source of biochemical contamination. Its hyper-rapid regeneration let it charge through cannon fire, glands full of neurotoxin that, touched for a drop, could make a man cough his own entrails out in 3 seconds. Long-range tracking was merely an unremarkable auxiliary ability. Have those lunatics been using alchemy for breeding? Lin En narrowed his eyes, peering through the fetid haze at the beast's heaving chest. Beneath that rotten meat lay the sole death blow, the gene blood core. Shatter that core, and this walking slab of flesh would collapse into inert matter. Behind the hound, 3 black-robed figures stood in a triangular formation. Bone-patterned masks covered their faces. They gripped alchemical staves carved from some creature's leg bone, tufts of dried hair dangling from the tips. Dark red blood runes at their feet pulsed in rhythm, as if transfusing strength into the monster. Young master, that dog looks nasty. Samur wiped grime from his face. It's not just nasty, it's disgusting. Lin En spat a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva onto the ground to staunch his lungs. Type 3 hound, tough hide, thick flesh. Its only weakness is dead center on the chest, the reddest patch. He paused, glancing at the 3 theatrically garbed men. As for those 3, a classic trinity formation. The left supplies power, the right controls the center, is the core. Break any one, and their array will back. Their setup made it plain they intended to use the Hound as a living sacrificial node to package Lin in and Samur away. Young master, that dog looks so casually made. Samur gripped his short blade, his hand trembling as if Parkinson's had come early. Shut up, step back. Lin In yanked Samur behind him. He slapped the ground with one hand. Lin In forced the last of his mental strength into the damaged array. The brass sigils like an asthmatic struggled to flare with a faint blue glow. Gears clicked with a jarring clatter as they reluctantly engaged. The three crooked Cobra grenade barrels lifted themselves once more. A mini cannon at the array's core exhaled a plume of pale violet smoke. The nearby pressure gauge jittered crazily. Only 3 lonely shells remained aloft, their West-styled runes flickering uncertainly. First chamber armor-piercing barrage. Lin In's fingers danced, forming a broken seal. The shell left the barrel and struck the Hound with surgical precision. Flesh and blood flew. But in the next heartbeat, Lin In's blood pressure spiked. Within the crater blasted into the beast, flesh nodules writhed like something alive. The wound sealed in less than a second, leaving no scar. It even shook its head and emitted a mocking low growl aimed at Lin In. A medical miracle. Lin In ground his teeth. Physical ordnance was useless against a pure, flesh-gene monstrosity. He had to use alchemical energy to corrupt its genetic repair chain and blow the blood core to pieces. His left hand plunged into his pouch and withdrew a vial of ice-blue fluid. He crushed it over the array's eye. The sigils shifted from ghostly blue to a bone-piercing frost. Second chamber, soul-eroding frost shell. The shell erupted above the Hound, a torrent of bone-cold, soul-eroding mist poured down. The Hound's malformed muscles iced over at the surface. The extreme cold not only froze flesh, but ravaged its genetic self-repair. Visibly, the speed of its wound recovery slowed to a slogging slow-motion cadence. The Hound howled in pain and lunged to tear them apart. Trying to leave. Did you ask the runes under your feet first? Lin In jabbed his toe into the ground. The thorn-like decorative sigils at the array's perimeter writhed to life, like living serpents racing along the earth to bind the Hound's limbs. Runic barbs plunged into its flesh, forcibly suppressing that furious muscular power. The Hound was nailed in place, thrashing wildly as its bone blades gouged deep furrows in the ground. Third chamber, core-shattering alchemical shell. Lin In felt his mind nearly drained dry. He poured the last of his spirit into the array. The 3-chamber ruins forced themselves to converge in midair. The final shell's surface flared with a blinding, core-shattering glyph. With a shriek, it drove straight into the Hound's chest. There was a soft, sibilant sound. No dramatic explosion. The shell pierced the ice-stiffened flesh and struck the beating blood core. The array's gears shattered utterly, parts scattering across the floor. The Hound's motion cut off, like a severed cable. A deep, muffled crack echoed from its chest. Its massive body collapsed and unstitched itself like melting wax, dissolving into a stinking pool of black blood. Lin In's throat burned, and he spat blood onto the ground. He'd overextended. This round had cost him dearly. No sooner had the Hound died than the 3 black-robed figures moved. They raised their bone staves in unison and began chanting guttural incantations beyond human vocal range. Lin In wiped blood from his mouth. These men used that black blood as the array based the 3 bone staves as focal nodes and unfurled a triple blood sacrifice alchemical array. Blood-binding sigils, corrosive spirit fog, explosive blood curses. 3 layers of dark red runes spread over the ground like a virus, nesting and ravenously devouring the brass remnants beneath Lin In's feet. The blood mist thickened in the air. Samur clutched his arm and screamed as his skin touched the mist and began to fester and smoke. Lin In's thin alchemical shield sizzled under corrosion and was about to fail. Young master, you retreat first. I'll take these bastards. Samur raised his dagger ready to charge. Shut up and sit down. Lin In grabbed him by the collar and hauled him back. Attrition wasn't an option. He stared at the corroding brass sigils. Though the 12-chamber forging array was ruined, its lower energy circuits still lived. If forward use failed, then reverse it. He slammed his right foot onto the array eye and poured his spirit in reverse. Reverse the circuit. The residual energy, once turning clockwise, was forcibly inverted by Lin In. The brass tracery flashed a final returning gleam. Lin In scraped the ground with his toe, drawing a reverse ballistic rune. The inverted alchemical energy surged along the ley line toward the black-robed figure on the left. Snap! The bone staff in that man's hand split clean in two. The blood-binding array's pattern fell into disarray. The cost of a broken ritual was lethal. The first black-robed man had no time to scream. His blood force ran riot, and he detonated into a spectacular mist of crimson. Perfect! Pop the champagne. Lin In felt a savage joy, but did not stop. He drew the array's remaining frost alchemical residue, and like an eel slid it into the seams of the blood array. Ice and blood energies collided violently in that cramped space. Boom. The bone staff held by the middle figure shattered from the shock. His bone pattern mass cracked, the curse reversed, and consumed his body. He collapsed, rigidly twitched twice, and was utterly done. Only one remained. Lin En drained his last reserves, condensing every remnant sigil's power into his fingertip. A translucent rune blade coalesced. Go! The blade skated across the ground and severed the final bone staff with surgical precision. The triple blood array disintegrated utterly. The last black-robed man was consumed by the runaway blood force, his body visibly shriveling until he became a dried mummy, his soul imprint scorched clean. Silence fell. Lin En dropped to the ground and panted. Young master, you're incredible. Samuel thrust up a trembling thumb, face contorted from pain. Don't praise me, search the bodies. Lin En forced himself up and went to the dried corpse. From beneath the robe, he extracted a blood ritual array diagram, a scroll of genetic modification, and a recording crystal. A quick scan of the crystal's contents laid out the Jidao Inshio Hui's objective: cleanse humans bearing transcendent genes and eliminate certain, highly gifted transcendent individuals. Lin En's multiple decoys had worked, drawing the pack of lunatics in. But a new question rose. If the Inshio Hui came to kill him, what was the heavily armored mech at the Mechanist Abbey for? Two groups, one playing with pure machinery, the other with pure flesh. Both of them, normally dim-witted, had somehow queued up to trouble him today. Did they call a shared hit service? Lin En stuffed the spoils into his pouch. This was no time for literary analysis. Let's go. This place is no place to linger. Lin En signaled to Samuel. The old steward hurried forward to support his arm. Before leaving, Lin En scrawled a few careless marks with his toe, laying down a crude misdirection trace array. It had no real killing power, but it would hide their combat traces and mislead pursuers. The two of them aided each other and vanished quickly into the depths of the abandoned factory. The night wind stirred bone dust on the ground. 500 meters away on the rooftop of an abandoned high-rise, a man in a black coat still stood watching. He held no binoculars. He simply watched the direction Lin En had taken. Night concealed his expression. The Jidao Inshio Hui's bloodhound is down. The man murmured without detectable emotion. He turned and walked toward the stairwell, his shoes clicking crisply on the concrete. In Solarian City number 109. Lin En lay sprawled on the goose-down bed, a lifeless fish devoid of dreams. Samuel was diligently applying alcohol swabs to the abrasions on Lin En's arm. The sharp sting of high-concentration alcohol against his broken skin shot straight to his head. Hiss, be gentler. Are you taking revenge? Lin En gasped, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Young master, be grateful. If it weren't for your speed, we would have. Samuel rolled his eyes, his hands not slowing down, even deliberately applying more pressure. Lin En tossed the metallic core he retrieved from the robot, along with the crystal stones and sealed scrolls from the hidden sect, onto the coffee table. The metallic objects clashed against the glass table, producing a crisp sound. These lunatics from the extreme path hidden sect, it's bad enough they don't wash before going out, but they also litter bio-waste everywhere. Those iron lumps from the Mechanical Academy are the same. They come out for demolition work in the middle of the night. Lin En rubbed his temples. His head throbbed. The after effects of mental exhaustion began to set in, with the construction crew in his mind using a drill for renovations, throbbing painfully. He straightened his back with effort and fished out the black-covered Book of Universal Resonance from his tactical belt. The leather texture felt cool to the touch, slightly alleviating the heat in his palms. I need to go online for a meeting. Keep an eye on the door, not even a fly should get in. Samuel gave an okay sign and turned to fiddle with his short knife. Lin En's fingertips brushed over the Ouroboros emblem. A familiar sensation of weightlessness washed over him. The air around became thick, filled with a whispering white noise. The space around the round table was shrouded in gray mist. The ancient-looking candelabrum above emitted a soft glow, and the air was thick with the scent of aged parchment. Just as Lin En settled into his high-backed chair, a disturbance came from across the table. Adrian Brett, the law contract specialist who had the word rigor etched on his forehead, still wore his deep blue scholar's robe, sitting with a posture so proper it could serve as a textbook example of etiquette. You're here. Adrian adjusted his non-existent glasses. Just a minor injury, had a friendly physical interaction with a few bioweapons. Lin En shrugged his shoulders, casually moving his sore shoulders. On the chair to his left, the silver-haired girl Tia Celis appeared out of thin air. She still wore her dark, form-fitting leather armor, her purple eyes radiating a sense of detachment. You're injured, Tia remarked. Immediately after, the remaining two empty seats lit up with a faint glow. The entire 37th group was present. Lin En surveyed the group. To the right sat a young man with messy dark brown hair, his left eye an amber slit pupil, and his right a normal. Draped over his shoulders was a tattered cloak made of beast fur, exuding a wild beauty, as if he had just returned from surviving in the primordial forest. Alex Tessera, the disaster beast tamer. Lin En silently commented to himself, goodness, this one is also quite a heavyweight. That slit pupil looks dubious. He wouldn't turn into a monster and eat his teammates at night, right? With that wild appearance, he should be starring in a movie about returning from the wild. The last one was a girl with waist-length black hair that tips a strange bone-white color. She wore an unusual robe woven from gray-white gauze and dark silver rings, seemingly prepared for someone's funeral. V.D. Ayler, the final apostle. Lin leaned back in his chair. The configuration of this team was simply extraordinary. A compulsive mage-broke assassin, a wild beast tamer, a honest-op funeral service provider, and me, a battle-damaged alchemist. Is Elysium Academy grouping us by mental state? With these 5 we could directly debut as a daily life in a mental hospital. Since everyone is here, let's get to the point. Adrian tapped the stone table, the crisp sound drawing everyone's attention back. Lin, what's the situation on your end? Lin projected the spoils on the coffee table into the center of the round table. Type 3 Gene Hunting Hound from the Extreme Path Hidden Sect along with 3 black-robed individuals wearing bone-patterned masks. Plus a Type 3 Heavy Mecha from the Mechanical Academy. Lin pointed at the crystal projection, his tone exaggerated. Those Hidden Sect folks have gone mad. Not only are they conducting flesh and blood distortions, but they're also roaming the streets looking for individuals with extraordinary genes. Tia gazed at the blood ritual diagram, her brow slightly furrowed. I encountered similar situations in the lower district. A large number of low-tier distorted creatures are being forcibly dragged into reality along the edges of the Shadow Realm. Someone is using living people as bait to set up blood ritual nodes. Alex rubbed the contract mark on the back of his hand, his voice rough, like it had been sanded. The beast herd outside the city is rioting. There are high-tier sources of blood and flesh pollution driving them. The target is Solarian City. V.D. toyed with the dull, understated ritual sword in her hand, her tone cold enough to freeze. Last night, I presided over 13 funerals. All the deceased were ordinary citizens who had just awakened their extraordinary traits. The cause of death was uniform gene chain collapse, flesh and blood dissolution. Lin took over the conversation. It's basically confirmed. He looked around. The Extreme Path Hidden Sect is setting up a family planning bureau for the extraordinary world. They want to snuff out all potential extraordinary seedlings along with those without backgrounds and weak wild extraordinary beings right at the cradle. Adrian crossed his hands, faint golden contract runes flashing beneath his eyes. Indiscriminate extermination of extraordinary potential. This violates imperial law and crosses the Academy's bottom line. What are they after? Just for fun, Lin smirked. If these lunatics could be explained with logic, they wouldn't be called the Hidden Sect. But why is the Mechanical Academy involved? Are they trying to steal heads? Mechanics and flesh are fundamentally incompatible evolutionary paths, Adrian analyzed. The Hidden Sect's rampant expansion of flesh pollution will undoubtedly provoke the interests of the Mechanical Academy. Solarian City is about to become a meat grinder. So what do we do now? Tia asked the most crucial question. She was short on cash, desperately needing it. Lin rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming with capitalist greed. What else can we do? Of course we package this information and sell it to the Academy in exchange for contribution points. He pointed at the projection on the table, speaking animatedly. The action trajectories of the Hidden Sect, the blood ritual diagram, the genetic modification scroll, and the data on the Mechanical Academy's mecha remains. These are all hard currency. It's better to earn a hefty sum than to inquire about someone's well-being. The Academy can't let us work for free, right? Adrian nodded in agreement. It adheres to the principle of equivalent exchange. I will take charge of drafting a detailed investigation report, consolidating all evidence chains. In the name of the 37th group, it will be formally submitted to Instructor Zero. How many gold pounds can we exchange for this? Tia's eyes lit up, her breathing quickened. The perspective has opened up, classmate Tia. Lin solemnly educated her. The things you can exchange for contribution points are worth much more than gold pounds. High-tier potion formulas, top-notch alchemical materials, even coordinates of ancient ruins. With these wooden gold pounds come easily. Alex silently retracted his gaze, continuing to rub the mark on his hand, showing no interest in the topic of money. V.D. sheathed her ritual sword, her gray-white robe, swaying without wind. I only handle funerals. If there are targets that need cleaning up, call me. Got it. Lin frowned slightly. He'll go back to recuperate. Once the Academy's approval comes through, we'll discuss our next steps. Adrian traced a rune in the air. The meeting is adjourned. May the law be with you. The gray mist swirled as the round table and chairs rapidly disappeared, and the feeling of detachment struck again. Consciousness returning to reality. Lin opened his eyes, exhaling deeply. Samuel was approaching with 2 steaming bowls of noodles. Young master, is the meeting over? Eat something to restore your strength. Lin took the noodles, and as he inhaled the aroma, he found it more fragrant than any delicacy, a sensation he had taught Samuel years ago. The intense mental fatigue left him starving, his stomach growling. These noodles can only be eaten here. If I were at home, my father would scold me for not being gentlemanly enough. Lin picked up a chopstick of noodles, mumbling. Samuel also slurped up the noodles eagerly. After the meal, he leaned back on the sofa, staring at the flickering incandescent light on the ceiling. The waters of Solarian City run deep. The extreme path hidden sect, the Mechanical Academy, and various hidden forces are all playing their pieces in this chess game. But Lin In is not a pawn to be manipulated. In his mind, the mechanical sphere named Cinders was slowly turning, analyzing the core data of the recently absorbed heavy mecha. Structural reorganization progress 15 expected new trait, high-frequency resonance. Cutting. Lin In grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. Next time he encounters those unhygienic bioweapons, hell, let them taste the flavor of physical exorcism. Outside the window, the night of Solarian City remained deep. Occasional muffled gunshots could be heard from afar. A storm was brewing. But Lin In now only wanted to sleep well and wait for the Academy's rewards to rain down on him. Working is not possible for him, not in this lifetime. He can only rely on selling information and picking up scraps. That's how life should be. The White Orchid District, Alex Teslui's underground beast arena. Lin In pushed open the rusted iron gate, and a scorching wave of heat rushed forth, thick with the stench of sweat, cheap tobacco, and the acrid musk of caged beasts. Its assault on the senses rivaled the biochemical toxins of the extreme Tao hidden cult, so potent it momentarily paralyzed Lin In's olfactory system. He raised his hand and pressed a silk handkerchief, still faintly redolent of soap, to his mouth and nose. Samuel, I fear we haven't entered a beast arena. We've stumbled into the septic tank of some illicit, sprawling construction site. His voice, muffled behind the fabric, sounded hollow and subdued. Samuel followed closely behind, gripping a heavy leather purse, their entire operational capital for the day. Master, the White Orchid District breathes this very air. If you expected perfume here, you might as well expect the Iron Monastery's clockwork automatons to pirouette in ballet. The old steward spoke while scanning the shadowed corners with wary vigilance, where gamblers crouched like carrion birds, their gazes cold and predatory. Lin In stepped onto the greasy cobblestones. The viscous resistance beneath his soles made his eyelids twitch involuntarily. The walls were splattered with dried, rust-colored stains. No one could say whether they were paint or grim souvenirs left by last week's ill-fated soul. Where is Alex? He promised to meet us at the entrance. I see only cigarette butts littering the floor and vagrants eyeing me like prospective thieves. No sooner had Lin In spoken than a towering figure emerged from the shadows ahead and to the side. Alex Tesley still wore his tattered beast-hide cloak. His amber, vertically slitted pupils glinted with an inhuman luminescence beneath the dim light. A dry blade of grass dangled between his teeth. His hands rested deep within the pockets of his leather armor, his entire presence radiating a feral harmony with the squalor around him. Alex spat out the grass and held Lin In's gaze for a fleeting second, lingering on his impeccably tailored noble attire. That outfit marks you like a pearl dropped into a coal heap. Far too conspicuous. Lin In spread his palms wide, adjusting his cuff with deliberate grace. One cannot conceal innate refinement. Even wrapped in burlap, I'd be mistaken for a prince fallen on hard times. A faint, almost imperceptible snort escaped Alex. Without another word, he turned and led the way. Follow me. The Crimson Beast Arena lies 3 levels below. Its air is fouler still. Pray your lungs hold out. The trio wound through a narrow corridor flanked by iron cages, each holding grotesque chimeric creatures that rumbled low guttural challenges at passers-by. Lin In noted the unmistakable signs of alchemical augmentation, metallic claws grafted onto limbs, bulbous, suppurating growths swelling from spines. These are your gambling beasts. Lin In pointed toward a horned wolf battering its cage with frenzied, desperate force. Alex didn't turn. He answered over his shoulder. Merely appetizers. The true predators await in the main pit. Here in the White Orchid District, the rule is simple. Money buys the right to wager on anything, even your own life. They descended a spiraling stone staircase. The clamor swelled steadily until it erupted into a deafening, feverish roar. Level 3 was a vast circular chamber. At its center sprawled a sandy arena encircled by thick. The stands overflowed with frenzied gamblers, waving betting slips, faces contorted by raw, unbridled ecstasy. Behold, the Crimson Beast Arena, the White Orchid District's most voracious den of fortune. Alex halted and gestured toward attendants scrubbing bloodstains from the sand. Lin In leaned against the balcony's edge, surveying the pit below. Dark viscous patches stained the sand. The air hung heavy with the metallic tang of old blood. Remarkable, it remains unshuttered by the municipal council. Their public relations must be exceptionally persuasive. Lin In withdrew a gold sovereign from his vest and spun it deftly across his knuckles. Alex leaned against the stone pillar, arms crossed. The municipal council, half their annual dividends flow directly from this place. Tonight is my match, every Wednesday without fail. I am a permanent fixture here. Lin In arched a brow, his gaze locking onto Alex's amber slit-pupiled eye. A cataclysm tamer stepping into the ring for black market brawls. If Eris Academy learns of this, they'll revoke your enrollment on the spot. Alex replied without expression. The Academy pays no stipend. and my companions consume vast quantities of beast flesh each day. Poverty is a curse far more devastating than any cataclysm. Lin In nodded gravely. This desperate pragmatism resonated with unsettling familiarity. Very well, if you're the protagonist, I'll back you. A modest profit might ease the growing emptiness of my purse. Alex gestured toward a nearby resting area. My opponent is Anka, a veteran under Dumit's command. His beast is unusual. You do well to observe it first. Lin In followed his gesture. A hulking man, broad-shouldered and thick-necked, stood beside a cage, whip coiled in his fist. Dumit, the district's most notorious beast tamer. Inside the cage loomed a massive black-maned lion. Yet something was profoundly wrong with it. Its muscles spasmed unnaturally beneath its pelt, thick ropes of saliva dripped from its jaws, hissing as they struck the sand and dissolving it into white vapor. Most telling of all, its eyes were webbed with dense crimson capillaries, its pupils contracted to needle-thin points. Lin En's instincts as an alchemist ignited instantly. He narrowed his eyes slightly and traced a subtle gesture in the air, activating a faint pulse of spiritual perception. That lion has been dosed with high-concentration hallucinogenic agents, crude, life-draining variants. Lin En lowered his gaze, his tone laced with disdain. Such compounds obliterate pain awareness and double strength, but after this bout its organs will liquefy into sludge. Samuel edged closer, voice hushed. Master, is Alex truly in danger? Lin En tilted his head toward Alex, a faint smirk playing at his lips. Danger? You underestimate a cataclysm tamer. That drug-fueled abomination is little more than a jest before true calamity. Still, since our opponent cheats, our wager must be placed with greater artistry. A woman approached, slim-waisted, clad in revealing attire, her eyes ringed in heavy kohl. She balanced a tray bearing chips of varying hues. Handsome sir, care to place a bet on the upcoming match? Her gaze lingered appreciatively on Lin En's aristocratic features, laughter bubbling from her throat. Current odds: Anko at 1. 2 to 1, Alex at 3. 5 to 1. Everyone assumes Alex will be torn limb from limb by that rabid lion tonight. Lin En offered a flawless noble smile, though it remained veiled behind his handkerchief. Having heard the odds, Lin En let out a soft, incredulous chuckle, as if the number itself were absurd. 3.5 tone. He repeated it, voice lifting slightly at the end, his gaze drifting from the woman's painted face down to the arena, confirming as though doubting his own ears that such ludicrous odds were real. This isn't gambling, it's philanthropy. He inclined his head toward Samuel, chin dipping in quiet command. The purse. Samuel hesitated. He stepped forward, voice lowered thick with unease. Master, this contains our operational funds for the next fortnight. To stake it all. Is there a problem? Lin En's eyes never left the arena below. His tone remained calm, yet it silenced Samuel mid-sentence. No, there is none. Resigned, Samuel unfastened the heavy purse from his belt. Its weight alone drew a sharp, pained breath from Lin En. Selected a black chip, the symbol of Alex, from the woman's tray, rolled it idly between his fingers, then dropped it back with a crisp, ringing clink. No need to exchange it. He signaled Samuel. All of it, on Alex's victory. The heavy purse landed on the tray with a resonant thud, causing the woman's wrist to buckle slightly. The dull chime of metal striking metal drew sidelong glances from nearby gamblers, looks of pity, disbelief, and thinly veiled mockery. The woman's professional smile froze for a heartbeat, then bloomed anew, brighter, hungrier, like a starving wolf spotting prey, walking straight into its jaws. Sir, are you absolutely certain? All of it. She emphasized the final two words as if bracing for last-minute retreat. Absolutely. Lin En didn't spare her another glance. His full attention had already locked onto the figure descending slowly into the iron cage below. Alex shed his tunic, revealing a torso corded with lean muscle and crisscrossed by old scars. His amber, vertically slit pupil gleamed with unearthly intensity in the gloom. The woman studied Lin En's unwavering profile, her amusement nearly spilling over. Swiftly she issued the receipt and thrust it into his hand, as if fearing he might vanish before she secured the transaction. Another fool beguiled by the White Orchid District's facade, here to surrender his fortune. Already she was calculating how much commission this windfall would earn her tonight. Almost the moment she turned away. Dong! A long sonorous bell toll echoed through the cavernous arena, instantly drowning out every scream and shout. The match had begun. How generous of you, sir. I hope you won't leave in tears. Lin En ignored her, barb eyes fixed solely on the purse. Tears? I shall only lament the lack of vaults large enough to hold my winnings. Alex glanced once at Lin En, said nothing, and strode toward the fighter's entryway. His silhouette receded into the dim light, solitary yet thrumming with restrained, gathering fury. Lin En leaned against the wooden railing, fingertips tapping a steady rhythmic cadence. Samuel, what if I reverse engineer that hallucinogen and sell the formula to Dumit's rivals? Another tidy profit, wouldn't you say? Samuel sighed, securing the now empty purse. Master, If half your mercantile genius were applied to legitimate alchemical research, the House of Victor would have unified the empire centuries ago. Lin and shrugged. Profit is rigorous scholarship. Without sovereigns, my laboratory couldn't even power. Below the iron gates groaned upward. Dumit cracked his whip, a sharp stinging report. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight's main event begins. Will Anka's bloodthirsty black mane extend its winning streak? Or will this outsider become tonight's lion's appetizer? The crowd erupted in a cacophony of delirious feverish cheers. Anka led the agitated black-maned lion into the arena, its claws digging deep grooves into the sandy ground. With every step it took, its body would violently shake, emitting a roar akin to metal grinding. Alexis slowly emerged from the opposite side. He bore no weapons and was not accompanied by any magical beasts. Instead, he stood quietly in the center of the sandy arena, his amber vertical pupils fixated intently on the lion before him. Lin noticed that the contract mark on Alexis' right hand began to emit faint wisps of black smoke. It was the power of calamity awakening. That lion is in for a rough time, Lin murmured to himself. He saw Anka quietly pull a small vial from his pocket and spray some powder onto the lion's nostrils. That's a catalyst. These guys will do anything to win, even abandon their principles. Lin's gaze turned cold. He despised such underhanded tactics that disrupted the balance. In the center of the arena, the black-maned lion had completely lost its sanity. It powered its hind legs and lunged at Alexis like a streak of black lightning. Alexis remained motionless until the lion's sharp claws were mere centimeters from his throat. He suddenly raised his right hand, fingers splayed, pressing directly onto the lion's forehead. A visible wave of black energy erupted from his palm. The lion's movements came to an abrupt halt, its massive body freezing in midair before crashing heavily to the ground like a marionette with severed strings. The arena fell silent. The gamblers gaped, their betting slips falling to the ground. Yet Lin furrowed his brows, noticing that Alexis was also in an unusual state. The black calamity energy did not retract. Instead, it spread up Alexis' arm, staining half of his face a bizarre shade of blue-purple. Has the mental invasion intensified? Lin murmured. He saw Alexis turn his head, the amber vertical pupil devoid of human emotion, leaving only a pure desire for destruction. He ignored the lion lying motionless and directed his gaze toward Dimitru in the stands. Dimitru staggered back, 3 steps, dropping the whip from his hands. Damn, this kid is a monster. Dimitru screamed, signaling his thugs to surround Alexis. Lin sighed and straightened his posture. Samuel, it seems our pocket money isn't going to be easy to take tonight. He pulled out a rune-engraved metal sphere from his waist pouch and weighed it in his hand. If Alexis loses control, this place will turn into a real hell tonight. Alexis had already made his move. His speed was astonishing, almost turning into a blur as he charged towards the surrounding thugs. With each swing of his hand, blood mist erupted. The once domineering gang members appeared as fragile as paper before him. Young master, should we take action? Samuel grasped the hilt of a dagger. Lin shook his head, his gaze fixated on Alexis's movements. Wait, he's venting the negative energy inside him. If we interrupt now, he could explode. Besides, don't you find it quite therapeutic to watch these gangsters get beaten up? Lin said as he pulled out a sunflower seed from his pocket and cracked it open. The woman in the stands had turned pale with fear, sitting on the ground as she watched the young man she initially thought was harmless wreak havoc. Anka attempted to get the lion to stand again, but it merely twitched on the ground, black blood oozing from its mouth. The backlash of the potion had begun. Alexis had charged right up to Dimitru. He reached out, gripping Dimitru's neck tightly, lifting the over 200-pound man into the air. Dimitru's face turned a shade of purple as he flailed his legs in midair. Help! Help me! Alexis let out a deep growl from his throat, a sound that seemed far from human. Just as he was about to exert force to snap Dimitru's neck, a metal sphere accurately struck his wrist. Bang! The sphere exploded, releasing a cool blue mist. It was Lin's specially made calming alchemical agent. Alexis shuddered, the blue-purple tint in his eyes fading slightly, and the force in his hand eased a bit. Dimitru fell to the ground, coughing violently. Lin stood in the stands looking down at Alexis. Hey, wild man, that's enough venting. We're here to make money, not to slaughter the city. Alexis looked up, his gaze regaining a hint of clarity. He glanced at the chaos around him, and then at Lin before silently withdrawing his hand. The mark on his hand gradually faded, and he appeared to be exhausted, kneeling on one knee in the sand. Lin brushed the seed shells from his hands and turned to the stunned betting woman. Miss, I think it's time to settle my chips now, right? The woman trembled, unable to speak for a long moment. Lin jumped down from the stands, approached Alexis, and handed him a vial of potion. Drink this, it will stabilize your mental sea. Alexis took the potion, downing it in one gulp, his voice still hoarse. Thanks. No need to thank me. After all, you won, and I made a fortune. He walked up to Dimitru, lightly kicking him. Hey, mister. Dimitru, we need to have a serious talk about the prohibited substances used on that lion regarding compensation. Dimitru cowered on the ground, looking at Lin's smiling face, feeling even more terrified than when facing Alexis. What? What do you want? Lin squatted down, lowering his voice. It's simple, hand over the formula for that potion you have, and also pay a fee for mental distress. Otherwise I wouldn't mind letting my friend play with you a little longer. Alexis growled in agreement. Dimitri's mental defenses crumbled instantly. I'll give it. I'll give you everything. Lin stood up satisfied and waved to Samuel. Samuel, grab a bag for the money. We're going to get rich tonight. At that moment heavy footsteps echoed from deep within the arena. With each step the ground trembled. Lin's smile faded slightly as he turned his gaze to the massive iron door that had never been opened. Looks like the boss of this place can't sit still any longer. The iron door slowly creaked open, revealing a giant clad in black armor, standing nearly 3 meters tall. The giant held a massive flail, its spiked ball dripping with fresh blood. That's the executioner. Someone in the stand screamed in terror. Lin narrowed his eyes, and through the gaps in the armor, he caught sight of a familiar azure glow. A mechanized reformer from the mechanical monastery. Lin snorted coldly, his fingers once again tightening around an alchemical grenade. The waters in this district are indeed deeper than I imagined. The giant halted at the edge of the arena, dragging the flail across the ground with a screeching sound. A low hum emanated from the face concealed by the helmet. Disruptor of the arenas, order die. Lin stood protectively in front of the weakened Alexis, a dangerous smile curling at the corner of his lips. Die? That depends on whether your parts are enough for me to dismantle. He hurled the alchemical grenade in his hand, and blue arcs burst in the air. The giant swung the flail violently, creating a gust of wind that scattered the electric arcs. Young master, be careful. Samuel shouted, swiftly moving to shield Lin's flank. But Lin showed no signs of retreat. He pushed off the ground with his toe and launched himself toward the steel giant like an arrow. Alexis struggled to stand, his amber vertical pupil shining once more. Lin, don't act cool alone. The two charged at the towering behemoth, one on the left and one on the right in the dimly lit arena. The gamblers in the stands had completely lost their minds. This level of battle was far more thrilling than watching a lion maul someone. Lin executed a daring roll midair, evading the sweeping flail. His finger precisely landed on a joint in the giant's armor. Open for me. With a low shout, a blinding white light erupted from the giant's chest. The giant's movements abruptly halted, emitting a muffled metallic wail. Lin landed steadily, gazing at the staggering steel frame with a confident smile. It seems tonight's reward is going to double again. Just then an urgent alarm sounded from within the giant's armor. Immediately the entire armor began to swell violently, red light seeping from the seams. Not good, it's going to self-destruct. Lin's expression changed dramatically as he yanked Alexis behind him. Samuel, retreat. The massive explosion engulfed the entire underground level 3. Flames shot up into the sky, consuming the greedy, fearful faces. Lin's last conscious thought before losing consciousness was, damn, this is a huge loss, my suit is custom-made. As the smoke cleared, the once boisterous arena had turned into a wasteland. Lin crawled out from the rubble, spitting out sand. He turned to look around. Aside from the debris, there was no trace of the giant. Young master, are you alright? Samuel emerged from behind a broken pillar. Aside from a bit of torn clothing, he was unharmed. Lin waved him off, his gaze fixated on the center of the arena. There lay a massive deep pit with a piece of metal debris emitting a faint red glow at the bottom. He walked over, picked up the shard, and furrowed his brows tightly. There's a mark of the extreme path hidden cult on this. Lin gazed at the twisted Ouroboros symbol on the shard, his voice chilling like ice. The shell of the mechanical monastery housing the heart of the hidden cult. These two lunatic factions have actually allied. He clenched the shard tightly, his fingertips whitening from the pressure. Solarian City is truly about to change. In the distance the sound of urgent sirens approached. It was the security team from the town hall hurrying over. Lin glanced at the still unconscious Alexis and signaled to Samuel. Take him or we're leaving. I will settle this score with them eventually. The three swiftly vanished into the dark alleys, leaving behind a scene of chaos and smoldering embers. The night breeze swept through, lifting a tattered betting slip that boldly read, Alexis win. Lin looked back at the collapsing building, a flash of determination in his eyes. The game has only just begun. He disappeared into the shadows, leaving behind a light-hearted remark. Next time I go out, I must remember to buy. In the frozen frame, the metal shard in Lin's hand flashed with red light, illuminating his dust-covered yet sharp face. In the distance, the bell tower of Solarian City struck midnight. The muffled chimes echoed in the night sky as if foretelling some indescribable terror was about to descend. Lin's figure completely merged into the darkness, with only his azure eyes shimmering with unyielding light in the shadows. However, they did not travel far. At the exit of the alley, two figures blocked their path. The man on the left stood nearly 2 meters tall, his muscular arms straining against his tank top, his skin exhibiting an unnatural bronze hue. The man on the right was lean, dressed in a deep purple long coat, casually playing with a uniquely shaped folding knife. Lin halted his steps, his gaze falling upon the thin man's chest. There hung a pure gold lion head badge. It was the symbol of the owner of the Crimson Arena. Poison Dragon Alex whispered the name of the opponent, his tone tinged with gravity. A second-tier professional known for his cunning and explosive power, the enforcer of the underground order in this district. Kasako stepped forward, the folding knife spinning between his fingers, leaving a silver blur in its wake. Alex, you dismantled my venue in the dead of night, and thought you could just walk away. That's not very polite, is it? Mr. Kasako, your venue was blown up by your own doing. I am merely a victim who escaped with my life. Look at this suit custom-made on Seville Street in the capital, now riddled with holes. I haven't even asked you for compensation for my mental distress. Kasako let out a short laugh. Since we are both professionals, let's skip the useless chatter. Rules are rules, the arena is gone, and tonight's takings have lost 3,000 gold pounds. You can either pay up now or represent me in an unrestricted fight to cover this debt. Lin Insmer, 3,000 gold pounds. Are you sure that was an arena? Can a place like this even be called an arena? I suggest renaming it to a biohazard crisis site. Samuel behind him had already stealthily reached for the hilt of his short blade. Alex's breath became heavy, his amber vertical pupils glinting in the shadows. The burly man beside Kasako, known as Mountain Splitter Yulong, took a step forward. The water pooled on the ground splashed up with his footstep. Stop the nonsense, the boss is giving you this chance because he values you. Lin inside, slowly reaching into his coat. I have a quirk, I don't like multiple choice questions. Especially not ones that could cost me my life. Before he finished speaking, Lin In's hand shot out. An alchemical pistol appeared in his grasp. Bang! The smoke from gunpowder instantly filled the air. 3 bullets engraved with armor-piercing runes flew towards Kasako's chest in a triangular formation. In a surprise attack at this distance, an ordinary first-tier professional would already be prepared to be served at a banquet. But Kasako's movements were even faster. His body left a blurred afterimage in place. Dash. This was the signature skill of a second-tier professional, surpassing the limits of visual perception within a short distance. Lin In felt a gust of wind rushing towards him. Kasako did not dodge, but instead charged directly towards the bullets. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of mechanical clashing rang out. Beneath Kasako's long coat, black metal components swiftly flipped and covered him. A mechanical outfit named Iron Spine Mystic Armor took shape in an instant. Matte black alloy plates stacked upon one another with a stout mechanical spine on his back radiating a dark bronze sheen. The bullets struck the chest plate, sending up 2 clusters of dazzling sparks before falling uselessly to the ground. Only 2 shallow white marks remained on the armor. Lin In's eyelids twitched. Iron Spine Mystic Armor. This is a case of pay-to-win players crushing freeloaders. Custom-made from the mechanical monastery. Kasako, you seem to be living quite comfortably as a boss. Kasako cracked his neck, the mechanical joints emitting a grating sound. The world of second-tier professionals is not something a petty trickster like you can comprehend. Yulong let out a roar, charging like a mad rhinoceros towards Samuel and Alex. His fists were covered with a thick layer of earthy yellow spiritual energy. That was the manifestation of fighting technique pushed to its limits. Samuel pushed Alex aside, crouching low as his short blade slashed towards Yulong's ankle with a glint of cold light. Alex's backhand bore the imprint of black smoke once more. Though he was weak, the instinct of a disaster tamer allowed him to accurately catch Yulong's movement blind spots. The two worked together, maneuvering around this second-tier meat shield in the narrow alley. The situation for Lin In was even worse. Kasako's attacks were devoid of any flair, simply consisting of straightforward steps and punches. Yet with the hydraulic boost of the mechanical outfit, each punch carried the explosive force that tore through the air. Lin In utilized the jet function of his alchemical boots, bouncing back and forth between the walls and the ground. His speed had reached its limit, but in Kasako's eyes he still moved as if crawling through a quagmire. Kasako's words echoed in Lin In's ears. A hand covered with alloy plates suddenly appeared in Lin In's central field of vision. Lin In ducked sharply. The wall behind him was shattered by that palm strike, bricks flying in every direction. He rolled on the ground and threw 3 high-frequency shock grenades. Boom, boom, boom. Violent shockwaves surged through the alley. Kasako stood at the center of the explosion, his shoulder-mounted rotating shields spinning rapidly, keeping all shrapnel and shockwaves at bay. He emerged unscathed from the cloud of dust. Kid, if this is all you can do, you might as well lie down and leave. You won't even have a chance to step into the fighting arena. Lin In straightened up, wiping the dust from his face. He realized that conventional combat methods were utterly ineffective against such a heavily armed second-tier professional. The opponent's defensive power was too high, with almost zero tolerance for mistakes. Samuel, Alex, fall back. Lin In shouted. He retrieved a mechanical alchemical armor from his space. Ever since he acquired Ember, Lin In's external armor no longer needed to stay in hand. Lin In fixed his gaze on Kasako, his eyes filled with determination. So what if you're a second-tier professional? Today I will show you the power of a mechanical alchemist. Kasako sensed the dangerous aura, the power core of his mechanical spine igniting to full capacity. Scalding energy surged through the dark bronze pipes. The cobblestone road beneath him shattered in an instant. Instant dash was activated once more. This time Kasako held nothing back. His body transformed into a streak of black light aimed directly at Lin In's throat. Lin In did not dodge. He calculated the opponent's trajectory in his mind, simulating the outcome of hundreds of collisions. Just as Kasako's fingertips were about to touch his skin, Lin In pulled the trigger. A blinding blue beam erupted from the gun's muzzle. This was not an ordinary bullet, but an alchemical armor-piercing round engraved with runes. The alchemical bullet collided head-on with Kasako's iron spine mystic armor. The shrill sound of metal slicing through the air echoed through the night sky, sparks exploding like fireworks in the alley. Kasako's momentum was abruptly halted. A faint crack appeared in the alloy plates on his chest. Kasako's voice finally carried a hint of astonishment. He looked down at the smoking plate on his chest, which was meant to withstand direct hits from small-caliber artillery. There's nothing impossible. As long as you use the right means of attack, it'll show you how the gods dismantle things. Lin In spoke while retreating. That previous bout had drained quite a bit of his spiritual energy. Yulong was also being held back by Samuel and Alex's counterattacks. Samuel's short blade left dozens of blood marks on Yulong's vest. Though Alex's black disaster energy was weak, it made Yulong's movements slow with each attack in conjunction with the wolf-type disaster beast. The situation fell into a brief stalemate. Kasako snorted coldly. Kid, you truly surprised me. You actually managed to injure my armor. He once again took an offensive stance, the power core of the iron spine mystic armor emitting a low rumble. Lin In thought to himself, these second-tier professionals sure have unreasonably thick health bars. Kasako, are you sure you want to settle this life and death here? Lin In suddenly spoke, his tone becoming calm and resolute. The security team should be on their way. Your business, though an open secret, should not be brought to the surface. I am from the Kadwa family in the capital. If you back down now, I might consider helping you win back those 3,000 gold pounds in a future match. In fact, I could help you upgrade this iron spine mystic armor. Kasako's movements paused. He was a businessman and a gambler, but certainly not a madman. Offending the Victor family was not a wise choice for him. Especially the destructive power Lin In had just demonstrated made him feel a genuine threat. Upgrade my armor. Kasako fixed his gaze on Lin In, seemingly weighing the truth of the statement. Lin In pointed at his armor. Kasako's face, hidden behind the thick metal mask, did not reveal any signs of wavering at Lin In's proposal. He merely narrowed his cold, piercing eyes, locking his gaze firmly on Lin In's mechanical left arm, which emanated a ghostly blue glow. For a gang leader who had struggled for years in the underground gold pits of the White Orchid district, a baseless promise was far less tangible than absolute power in hand. Accompanied by a grating sound of metal grinding, Kasako's stout mechanical spine erupted with a deafening roar once more. Scalding energy surged into the dark bronze hydraulic pipes, distorting the air around him. Young master of the Victor family, if you truly have the capability, then survive under my fists first. Kasako's hoarse yet oppressive voice resonated through the filtering device of his mask, buzzing in the narrow alley. Before his words fell, the already cracked bluestone slab beneath his feet completely shattered into powder. The power core of the iron spine mystic armor was pushed to its limits at that moment, shooting out two blinding, orange tail flames. Kasako's massive body surged forward like an out-of-control heavy steam train, engulfing the space, with a suffocating torrent of violence ruthlessly tearing apart the remaining distance between the two. His right fist, encased in thick alloy plates, suddenly clenched in midair, the pressure valves at his knuckles popping open in unison, exhaling high-pressure steam. This punch contained no fancy techniques, only the purest combination of physical kinetic energy and mechanical violence. Before the punch even landed, the terrifying pressure had Lin In's hair on his forehead blowing wildly backwards. Lin In cursed inwardly at these underground gangsters, who indeed were mad dogs that wouldn't shed tears until they saw the coffin, his pupils reflecting the rapidly enlarging steel fist. Without hesitation, he activated the 3 defensive runes on the external armor of his left arm, the brass alchemical circuits lighting up with a dazzling glow. The gears of battle engaged once more, igniting even more intense sparks in the dark alley. Kosasaka's right fist, enveloped in high-pressure steam, struck fiercely against the shimmering brass defensive runes of Lin In's external armor on his left arm, like a heavy cannonball fired from a cannon. Accompanied by a piercing metallic explosion, 2 torrents of violent force collided explosively in the narrow alley. A visible shockwave of white air erupted violently from the 2 figures, instantly clearing the foul-smelling puddles on the ground. Lin In felt an irresistible surge of immense power pouring into his left arm, causing him to slide uncontrollably backward at high speed. His specially designed anti-slip boots ground against the hard bluestone pavement, carving deep gouges several inches long, sending sparks flying. Damn, this ridiculous physical energy. Did you grow up eating lead weights? Lin In gritted his teeth and shook his numb left arm, trying to alleviate the sensation that his bones would shatter. The precise external armor on his left arm emitted a strained squeal under the immense pressure, with a few hydraulic pipes even showing fine cracks. However, Kosasaka had no intention of giving this noble young master any chance to catch his breath. The exhaust ports on his mechanical spine erupted with glaring orange-earth flames, and his massive body charged forward like a raging steel beast. Lin In's gaze sharpened instantly. His right hand flicked through the air, and an exaggeratedly designed alchemical revolver slid precisely into his palm. Gunfighting technique fully activated. Facing Kosasaka's overwhelming assault, Lin In did not retreat, but instead advanced, sliding low at an incredible angle, narrowly weaving through Kosasaka's swinging arm. In that split second, the muzzle of his gun was firmly pressed against the seemingly weak seam of the iron spine armor. Lin In's fingers became a blur, unhesitatingly pulling the trigger 3 times. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 specially enchanted armor-piercing rounds detonated in a thunderous explosion at close range, illuminating the dim alley with blinding blue light. Kosasaka's massive body was jolted by the sudden impact, stumbling on the ground. A fist-sized dent appeared on the heavy alloy armor plate on his side, its edges glowing with the dark red light of high-temperature melting. Using the massive recoil of the revolver, Lin In skillfully rolled on the ground littered with debris, then knelt on one knee, firmly gripping the gun handle with both hands. So you're telling me that even point-blank shots can't break your defense? Your absurd defensive stats are ridiculous. Lin In ranted wildly, but his hands never stopped unleashing a torrential barrage of firepower upon Kosasaka. The alchemical revolver's muzzle spat out tongues of ghostly blue flame, with lethal bullets tearing through the dense bullets rained down like a storm upon Kosasaka's shoulder shield, breastplate, and helmet, producing a cacophony of metallic clinks and sparks that nearly enveloped Kosasaka. Kosasaka merely snorted coldly, raising his heavily armored arms to shield his head, defiantly enduring the hail of bullets capable of turning an ordinary person to pulp, and forcefully advanced step by step. Too light. Your soft attacks aren't even worthy of giving me a tickle. Meanwhile, the secondary battlefield was also engulfed in brutal slaughter. Samuel's poisoned dagger sliced through the air, executing a cold and lethal arc, striking Yulong's unguarded neck with the precision of a striking serpent. When the sharp blade struck Yulong's bronze skin with a sound like metal clashing, producing a crisp. Samuel stared, shocked to find that his decisive strike had only left a shallow white mark on the opponent's neck. What the hell is this giant's neck, made of titanium alloy? Seeing his attack fail, Samuel swiftly retreated with the agility of a startled black cat. Yulong touched the back of his neck and let out a deafening roar, as if this annoying mosquito had completely enraged him. He seized his tattered vest with both hands and tore it into shreds. On his trunk, thick yellowish light paths began to shine through the gaps in his muscles. His skin underwent a horrifying keratinization mutation, rapidly covering with a layer of rock-hard, gray-brown shell. Additional 10 centimeters. His skin underwent a horrifying keratinization mutation, rapidly covering with a layer of rock-hard, gray-brown shell. Yulong turned his massive head, raising a palm the size of a fan, and swung it towards Samuel's head with a whip. Samuel felt a shadow overhead, and without thinking executed a very awkward roll on the ground. Yulong's terrifying slap crashed against a nearby brick wall, creating a gaping hole over half a meter. Countless broken bricks and cement blocks fell with a crash, raising a choking cloud of dust. What kind of humanoid bulldozer is this? Samuel rolled away, already sweating profusely. Meanwhile, Alex, who had been waiting for an opportunity in the back, narrowed his eyes as the contract mark on the back of his hand began to swirl with black smoke. A wolf spirit, completely composed of ghostly blue energy, leapt silently from the shadows behind him, darting towards Yulong's back like a bolt of lightning. The wolf spirit opened its mouth full of fangs and bit down hard on Yulong's shoulder, which was covered in rock-hard shell. An extremely cold frost power erupted from the wolf spirit's teeth. Yulong's massive body quickly became covered in a thick layer of white frost, as if the surrounding air had frozen. Under this extreme cold invasion, Yulong's violent movements finally showed noticeable deceleration. Well done. Hurry up and freeze this thick-skinned wild boar to death. Samuel couldn't help but shout. However, Yulong slowly turned his head, opening his mouth wide to reveal a mouth full of sharp white teeth. He seemed completely unconcerned about the frost capable of freezing an ordinary person's blood on his shoulder, and swiftly seized the ghostly blue wolf spirit by the neck. Raging yellowish spiritual energy began to gather wildly in his massive palm, emitting a disquieting pulse. Yulong's fingers suddenly tightened, squeezing. Bang! The ghostly blue wolf spirit let out a piercing wail before being crushed by the terrifying brute force, exploding into countless blue light particles that dispersed in the air. Is this the best you can do? This temperature isn't even fit for chilling my beer in summer. Yulong let out a boisterous laugh, stepping heavily towards the pale-faced Alex. Alex groaned in pain, a trickle of crimson blood slowly oozing from the corner of his mouth. The contract beast was forcefully destroyed, and the terrible backlash directly assaulted his already weak mental state, causing his vision to darken. Meanwhile, in the main battlefield, Kosasaka was thoroughly enraged by Lin En's irritating guerrilla tactics akin to a fly buzzing around. Lin En fully utilized the jet function on the bottom of his alchemical boots, darting up and down in the narrow alley like a specter. He skillfully flicked open the cylinder of the revolver, sending hot shells flying in parabolic arcs through the— Lin En filled the revolver with new enchanted bullets at a dazzling speed, then snapped the cylinder shut with each bullet he fired was exquisitely aimed, targeting the difficult toadfin joints of Kosasaka's iron spine armor. Stop dodging like an eel. Finally, Kosasaka halted his pursuit, his eyes glinting with dangerous red light beneath his helmet. The thick mechanical spine on his back suddenly erupted with blinding red light, resembling a bomb about to explode. The already thick, dark copper pipes instantly swelled to their limits, the energy flowing inside roaring with boiling intensity. Full power overload die for me. With a furious roar from Kosasaka, all the exhaust valves on his body sprang open simultaneously. Hiss! Scalding hot steam reaching several hundred degrees erupted in a circular pattern, like a volcanic explosion, unleashing a merciless spray without a blind spot. This was an extremely terrifying area effect destructive attack. The temperature in the entire alley skyrocketed within a second, as if it had instantly transformed into a massive steamer. The surrounding air was violently distorted by the terrifying heat, rendering visibility nearly impossible. Damn! If I can't beat you, you resort to AoE attacks. Lin En's expression changed drastically, and he immediately activated the highest-level alchemical energy shield on his left arm's external armor. A layer of faint blue light flickered, enveloping him completely. The violent hot steam slammed against the shield, producing a grating sizzle, as if attempting to melt this layer of protection. Lin En was horrified to discover that the energy bar on the shield's edge was plummeting at a terrifyingly visible. On the other side, Samuel and Alex were also forced to retreat repeatedly by the sudden surge of hot steam, unable to approach the center of the battlefield. Yulong, however, relying on his thick-skinned rock shell, charged through the scalding steam like a tank towards the weak. The entire scene was plunged into chaos and despair. The thick white steam obscured everyone's vision, making it impossible to discern directions. Lin En darted through the deadly steam, desperately searching for Kosasaka's exact position with his faint spiritual perception. Since you love making a big scene so much today, I'll generously allow you to broaden your horizons. Lin En's left hand suddenly flipped through the air, pulling out a heavy metal ball the size of a watermelon from the storage space of ashes. The surface of this metal ball was engraved with dense, dangerous red alchemical runes, and right in the center, there was even a comically drawn smiley face, painted with cheap white paint. This was Lin En's trump card, a high-grade self-destruct Martyr's Remains Junior version. Here, try this, the Physical Transcendence special blind box I prepared just for you. Lin En pressed the detonation button on the top of the metal ball with all his might. The comical smiley face instantly lit up with a dazzling and eerie red glow, as if mocking the impending doom. With all his strength, Lin En hurled the deadly metal ball towards the steamiest center of the battlefield. Then, without hesitation, he turned and dove behind a nearby abandoned solid iron trash, like a startled rabbit. Lin En hugged his head tightly, curling his body into a tight ball, preparing for the impending impact. A deafening explosion instantly ripped through the night sky of the Bailing district, as if the very stars were. The entire ground shook violently, reminiscent of a minor earthquake. The already precarious walls on both sides of the alley crumbled under the terrifying shockwave, turning into a shower of debris. Raging orange flames engulfed everything within dozens of meters like a released ancient beast. The horrific heat evaporated the remaining puddles on the ground within a fraction of a second, even causing the bluestone to glow faintly red. The destructive shockwave carried countless sharp stones and deadly metal fragments, unleashing a brutal and indiscriminate barrage. Yulong's massive body was tossed into the air like a leaf in a storm, crashing heavily into the distant ruins. Samuel tightly gripped Alex, both of them awkwardly crouched in a pit buried up to their waists in fallen dust and rubble. After a suffocating half-minute, the aftermath of the terrifying explosion began to gradually subside. That iron lump should be subdued now, right? Samuel coughed violently, spitting out the dirt in his mouth, carefully poking his head up from the pile of earth. Lin En forcefully pushed open the trash can, which had been severely deformed by the shockwave, and stood up, dusting off the dirt from his expensive suit. With the force of that explosion, let alone second-tier professionals, even a dragon would be skinned alive. However, just as Lin En prepared to celebrate his victory, a heavy and rhythmic sound of footsteps suddenly emerged from the thick smoke ahead. Clop, clop, clop. The figure of Kosasaka, akin to a demon god, slowly emerged from the dissipating dust. His once proud iron spine armor was now tattered and nearly turned into scrap metal. The two threatening rotating shoulder shields had long since vanished, unknown where they had been blasted to. The heavy alloy chest armor on his front was completely shattered, revealing the robust and sturdy torso within. However, what sent chills down Lin En's spine was that Kosasaka had not shed a single drop of blood. Lin En's eyes widened in disbelief, furious enough to turn red as his blood pressure soared. He saw a layer of silvery gray, bizarre metal rapidly proliferating on Kosasaka's exposed skin. This metal exhibited a nauseating liquid wriggling sensation, seeping from his pores and intertwining and biting against one another. In just a few seconds, a new layer of heat-resistant ceramic-like armor plate had reformed over the damaged areas of his body. This was the terrifying ability of Talent C-017, Indestructible Iron Skeleton. Living metal. Self-evolution. You even have a bloodlock. Lin En pointed at the unscathed Kosasaka, cursing in frustration. The data planners of this broken world must have filled it out with their feet. I'm facing a mere gang leader, and I have to contend with such ridiculous second-stage transformations. Kosasaka paid no heed to Lin En's impotent rage, merely twisting his neck lightly. The newly formed metal armor scraped against the remaining armor parts, producing a series of jarring teeth gratings. He slowly raised his arm, now covered with a new resistance coating, examining it closely, the corners of his mouth curling into a cruel smile. Young master of the Victor family, I must admit that toy you threw earlier was indeed quite powerful. Young Master Victo, I must concede. The toy you just hurled was indeed formidable. Corsik's rasping voice emerged from beneath his shattered visor, laced with an unnerving metallic screech. He flexed his newly regenerated arm. Silvery gray liquid metal rippled across his surface, sealing every wound inflicted by the explosion, leaving not even a trace of scar. Formidable. Lin En's lips twitched to a vein pulsed faintly at his temple. This is barely the beginning. Now let me show you what professional demolition truly looks like. Before the words had fully faded, the ground beneath Korsik erupted in thunderous detonation. He became a black metallic tempest, unleashing an overwhelming savage momentum as he charged once more. His newly reforged fist swept horizontally, carving deep grooves into the wall with sheer concussive force. Lin En did not attempt to block it heat. In that instant, his body defied conventional physics. Gunmanship refined to its absolute zenith. With a lightning-quick lateral slide, he skimmed inches above the ground, narrowly evading the blow capable of shattering stone monuments. His left foot slammed against the rear wall, propelling him into a spinning ascent, the alchemical revolver tracing a graceful silver arc through midair. The muzzle kissed Korsik's iron spine mystic armor and fired. A deafening bang erupted. Sparks flared violently upon impact, yet not even a single blemish marred the thick plating. Korsik absorbed the blow, unflinchingly snarling as he retaliated with a backhand strike aimed squarely at Lin En's skull. Lin En's external left arm armor snapped up instinctively to intercept. Korsik absorbed the blow, unflinchingly snarling as he retaliated with a backhand strike aimed squarely at Lin En's skull. Lin En's external left arm armor snapped up instinctively. Using the recoil as leverage, he executed a flawless backflip to widen the distance, then hurled a flashbang grenade behind him. Blinding white light and piercing sonic shrieks erupted, instantly freezing Korsik's motion for a split second. Where the bullet had struck moments earlier, silvery gray metal shimmered faintly, its microscopic disruption healing seamlessly within a heartbeat. Useless brat. Your attacks don't even qualify as massage. Lin En steadied himself, eyes narrowing at his opponent's infuriating regenerative resilience, his temper flaring hotter with every passing second. Is that so? A cold smirk flickered across his face as his tactics shifted instantly. No longer seeking decisive strikes, he darted through the narrow alley in jagged, unpredictable vectors. Each discharge from his alchemical revolver found its mark, precisely targeting Korsik's optical sensors and joint articulations. Provoked beyond endurance, Korsik abandoned defense entirely and launched another straight-line assault. Now, Lin En's gaze sharpened. His body dropped low in one fluid, seamless slide, gliding beneath Korsik's swinging arm like a shadow skimming the earth. At the moment of crossing, he reversed his grip, muzzle locked unwaveringly onto Korsik's heavily armored nape. Bang! The enchanted round detonated on impact. Armor plates shattered outward, revealing writhing silvery gray metal beneath. Yet before Lin En could fire again, the liquid metal surged and sealed the breach in an instant. Korsik whirled around, clawing at empty air. Lin En landed from his slide without pause, his left leg coiled and spun, pivoting his entire frame in one swift rotation. His external left arm armor ignited, short-range thrusters roaring with cerulean flame. as he crashed full force into Corsair's flank. Boom. Corsair's massive frame staggered sideways, slamming hard into a reinforced metal dumpster, denting its thick steel shell inward with brutal force. Lin En closed the gap, instantly pressing the revolver's muzzle directly against Corsair's visor, and fired twice in rapid succession. Two dazzling bursts of sparks exploded across the visor. Pinned against the dumpster, Corsair roared in fury, his alloy-plated hands snapping forward like lightning toward Lin En's throat. This time Lin En did not retreat. Stop, now, he snarled, overloading his left-arm armor's energy conduits, the bronze-colored runes blazing blindingly bright. Abandoning evasion entirely, he met Corsair's claws heated with bare armor. Screech! A teeth-rattling shriek of tortured metal filled the air. His left arm plating crumpled grotesquely, ruptured conduits spewed high-pressure steam. Agony seared through him, but his eyes grew colder, sharper. Seizing the infinitesimal opening, he twisted his wrist upward, driving the heavy revolver's buttstock with all his strength into Corsair's visor. Crack! At last the resilient visor fractured, a hairline fissure splitting its center. Through the crack Lin En glimpsed Corsair's eyes, widened in disbelief, and beneath them a pulsing crimson energy core faintly visible and radiating ominous light. There! Lin En's pupils contracted sharply. He lowered the barrel without hesitation, aligning it perfectly with the exposed seam of the core. Bang! A custom-piercing round struck true. Corsair froze mid-motion, every mechanical joint erupting in cascading arcs of electricity. He stared down incredulously at the smoking crater blooming across his chest. Lin En seized the fleeting opportunity. His revolver spat death in rapid succession, pouring every remaining round into Corsair's knees, elbows, and other critical articulation points. Metal screamed and splintered. Corsair's colossal frame finally buckled, collapsing onto one knee with a ground-shaking thud. Yet the terrifying, indestructible iron skeleton reactivated. Countless silvery tendrils erupted from his body, desperately reassembling severed components. Not done yet. Lin En gasped, raggedly retreating swiftly while reloading his revolver. He had deciphered the logic. So long as that core remained intact, this foe was little more than an immortal cockroach. Complete power cutoff was imperative. Meanwhile, the battle elsewhere raged with equal ferocity. Yulong's petrified form rendered physical assaults utterly futile. Samuel's short blade only scored pale, harmless streaks across his skin. And after Alex's wolf spirit avatar was crushed, he suffered severe psychic backlash. His face drained of color, ghostly pale. Damn oversized brute. Just stand still for 5 seconds so I can stab you properly. Samuel cursed, breathlessly dodging a steel rebar, swung like a club. Yulong bellowed, a deafening roar, and ignored Samuel entirely, stomping forward with crushing weight straight toward the weakened Alex. To him, the ice-wielding youth posed the greatest threat. Just then Lin En's voice rang clear across the alley. Alex, lend me your wolf. Alex blinked, then comprehension dawned. Gritting his teeth against the agony tearing through his mind, he channeled every last shred of calamitous energy. Hell! A new spectral wolf materialized, denser, more vivid than before, yet instead of charging Yulong, it leapt onto a rusted pipe along the alley wall. Lin En's gunmanship reignited, this time pushing mobility to its absolute limit. He sprinted vertically up walls as if gravity held no sway. Each shot from his revolver striking precisely at Corsair's repair nodes, deliberately slowing regeneration. Corsair roared in frustration, unable to track Lin En's phantasmal speed. Forced only to expend energy repairing damage faster than he could inflict it, his recovery visibly decelerating. Lin En vaulted off the pipe, soaring high above Corsair's head. Now, with a guttural cry, his left arm thrusters unleashed maximum thrust, catapulting him forward like a guided missile, crashing headlong into Corsair's back. Crash! Corsair flew forward, slamming hard onto the pavement. Midair, Lin En's body contorted into perfect firing alignment, defying inertia. His external left arm armor automatically deployed, deflecting flying shrapnel with shrill grating screech. His right arm remained immovable, steady as bedrock. The revolver's muzzle locked unerringly onto the crimson energy core, now fully exposed beneath Corsair's fallen form. Checkmate, he whispered softly. The final enchanted explosive round left the barrel, streaking across the night sky in a lethal cobalt trail, piercing the throbbing core with surgical precision. Time suspended. Then, blinding white light erupted from within Corsair's body, violent energy surging from every seam and joint. His vaunted mechanical chassis, and the eerie mechanized augmentation, disintegrated in a chain reaction of detonations, reduced to smoldering molten wreckage. Lin En landed firmly, holstering his scorching revolver. Smoke rose from his overheated left arm armor. His breathing was shallow but controlled, his posture rigid and unyielding as ancient pine. Only the crackle of burning embers lingered in the alley. Yet the battle was far from over. Yulong watched his employer's iron spine mystic armor obliterated, not with fear, but with escalating fury. His eyes burned crimson. Abandoning Alex, he redirected his wrath toward Lin En, exhausted, spent standing alone at the edge of collapse. I will make you die. In Yulong's crimson eyes, only the most primal madness and murderous intent remained. His rock-like body surged forward like an uncontrollable battering ram, carrying the terrifying momentum to crush everything in its path, charging straight towards the exhausted Lin En. Samuel and Alex's hearts instantly leaped into their throats. They both wanted to rush forward to help, but the shockwave from the explosion and their previous injuries prevented them from arriving in time. Lin En's chest rose and fell violently. The intense battle had drained most of his stamina, and the external armor on his left arm emitted a piercing alarm due to continuous overload. Facing Yulong's desperate strike, Lin En was preparing to force out the last of his spiritual energy to evade. Just at that critical moment, a chilling, murderous intent more piercing than the cold wind in the alley descended unexpectedly from the shadows. It was an absolute sense of crisis, as if an invisible blade was already pressed against his brow, causing Lin En's body hair to stand on end. He suddenly turned his head, his gaze passing over Yulong's massive body, locking onto a slender figure at the other end of the alley. There, a tall and lean silhouette appeared seemingly out of nowhere. The figure wore a black leather armor suitable for movement with a beak mask covering the upper half of his face, revealing only a strong jawline. In his hand, he held a simple long spear made entirely of fine steel, devoid of any unnecessary decoration. The spear tip reflected a cold glint under the dim light, and that glint was precisely aimed at Lin En's brain. Even though they were still dozens of meters apart, Lin En could clearly feel his soul pinned down by the sharp spear tip, a sense of fate that could not be escaped no matter how far he fled. Felix. Yulong's furious charge abruptly halted as he looked at the newcomer, a hint of astonishment flashing across his crimson eyes. The man referred to as Felix ignored Yulong. His gaze, like that of a hawk, locked onto Lin En, his voice icy, as if it came from the depths of the abyss. You're the one who hurt Kasako like this. Before the words finished, Felix's figure faded into an afterimage at the spot. The 10-meter distance in the alley seemed non-existent to him. He made no throwing motion, yet the ancient spear in his hand broke free from the constraints of logic, the spear tip ripping through the air with a sharp shriek, turning into a straight black line aimed straight at Lin En's heart. This thrust was devoid of any frills, possessing only pure speed and murderous intent, sealing off all of Lin En's escape routes. Lin En's pupils shrank to a dangerous pinprick. Before his brain could issue commands, his body reacted instinctively through the battle-hardened instincts of countless fights. The miniature jets on his alchemical boots erupted with a blue flame, and he bent backward in an unnatural posture, his spine arching into an astonishing curve, his body nearly parallel to the ground. Swoosh! The cold spear tip, carrying a breath of deathly chill, flashed by his nose. The fierce wind whipped his cheek painfully, even leaving a faint blood mark. With a missed strike, Felix merely flicked his wrist, and the thrusting spear instantly transformed into a sweeping motion, creating a deadly crescent arc that aimed to slice through Lin En's almost ground-hugging body. At the same time, Yulong, who had been left out, finally reacted. His rock-solid body emitted a heavy thud, and his fan-like hand, carrying the weight to crush everything, slammed down towards Lin En's head from another direction. One attacked from the front, and the other intercepted from the side, forming a deadly net of attacks. Do you think you can do anything with a wheeled battle, eh? You're still too naive. Lin En's eyes flashed with a ruthless glint as his severely damaged left arm's external armor smashed down onto the ground. Creak! The overloaded metal components ground against the earth, sending sparks flying in a dazzling display. Using the violent recoil, Lin En's body twisted in midair, the alchemical revolver in his hand roaring with rage as his vision flipped. Bang! 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 3 enchanted bullets tore through the air in a triangular formation, accurately roaring towards Felix's eerie beak mask. Felix was forced to interrupt his attack, having to block with his spear. A series of rapid metallic clinks erupted as the bullets, imbued with alchemical energy, collided with the spear, creating 3 dazzling sparks. The tremendous impact forced him back a step. Before his words faded, he moved. His figure left an afterimage in place like a predatory leopard, instantly crossing the distance of several meters. Due to the spear's peculiar nature, he did not throw it. He was not at the point of life and death, and he had his However, the fine steel spear in his hand transformed into a deadly venomous dragon, piercing straight for Lin En's heart. This thrust was fast, accurate, and fierce, sealing off all of Lin En's evasive routes. Lin En's pupils suddenly constricted, and his bodous instincts surpassed his brain's thoughts. A tremendous force erupted beneath his feet, propelling him backward at an impossible angle, his body almost parallel to the ground. Swoosh! The cold spear tip grazed past his nose, and the fierce wind even left a faint blood mark on his face. With a missed strike, Felix flicked his wrist, sweeping the spear horizontally, turning it into a deadly crescent aimed to slice through Lin In. At the same time, the recovered Yulong let out another furious roar, his fan-like hand slamming down towards Lin In's head from another direction, forming a deadly pincer attack. Not bad teamwork, but unfortunately your opponent is me. Lin In's eyes glinted ruthlessly as his severely damaged left arm's external armor smashed down onto the ground. Using the reaction force, he forcefully flipped in midair. The alchemical revolver in his hand roared with rage during the flip. Bang! 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 3 bullets shot towards Felix's mask in a triangular formation. Felix had to block with his spear, producing the sound of clashing metal. Lin In deftly landed on Yulong's thick arm, pushing off his toes to create distance between them. Stop! Everyone stop! At the moment when the battle was about to escalate again, a hoarse and weak roar emerged from the pile of burning mechanical wreckage. A charred arm suddenly stretched out from the pile of parts, tightly gripping Felix's ankle. Kasako's head lifted from the scrap iron. Felix. Stop! This is a misunderstanding. Felix's movements paused as he looked down at his best friend's miserable state, then glanced at Lin In, who stood alert with his gun, his brow furrowed beneath the mask. Misunderstanding. Kasako, this guy has turned you into a pile of parts, and you call that a misunderstanding. In the beginning I just wanted to test Victor's heir. That's all. I merely wanted to satisfy my desire for battle. I forgot the context of the fight. I admit defeat. Upon uttering this, not just Felix, but even Yulong and the others Samuel and Alex were left stunned. Test. Using a method that nearly demolishes the entire street is called a test. Lin In holstered his revolver, his eyes still cold, but the murderous intent in his heart gradually faded. He could sense that Kasako's words held no deceit. Felix was silent for a moment before finally lowering the ominous spear. He walked over to Kasako, helping him up from the pile of parts with a rare gentleness. You always go too far with... Kasako let out a bitter laugh, looking at Lin In with a hint of admiration in his voice. Young master of the Victor family, your gun-fighting technique is the strongest I've ever seen. Kasako bear no malice towards Alfred Graham, nor towards his friends, including you. He paused and pointed to Felix beside him, introducing him. This is my blood brother Felix. The weapon he aimed at you earlier is a sealed object codenamed Spear of No Distance. Lin In's heart skipped a beat. The properties of this thing are simple, yet utterly unresolvable. As long as Felix's intent locks onto your brow, and he throws it no matter how far you escape, or how many obstacles lie in your way, the next second this spear will precisely pierce through your skull. Hearing this terrifying property, Samuel and Alex both gasped in horror. This was simply a death curse. Of course, using such a high-level sealed object comes at a tremendous cost. Felix took over the conversation, his voice raspy. The only variable is that it has a chance to appear from behind me and pierce through my own heart first. Lin In's gaze fell on the unremarkable fine steel spear, his expression becoming exceedingly complex. This was a true madman walking on the edge of a knife. Ooh, every strike was a gamble with death. I have a very strange ability. I cannot be killed in one hit. Felix said to Kasako, I've been having a bad feeling lately. This thing is becoming increasingly uncontrollable. Kasako shook his head, indicating he couldn't help. Try not to use that spear indiscriminately. Young Master Victor, you are a very powerful alchemist, but your rank is somewhat low right now. Kasako sincerely asked, perhaps in the future you can find a way to lift or dilute the side effects of this sealed object and help Felix as compensation for the damage caused to my arena. Lin In looked at Kasako and Felix. He understood that they were indirectly trying to befriend and connect with him. In this chaotic world, having an ally like Kasako who valued loyalty and righteousness was far better than having another enemy. He extended his hand. Deal will compensate for my friend. I have a strange item called unmelting ice. Combined with your ability to avoid being killed in one hit, it can mitigate the cost of using this spear. This unmelting ice can resolve many issues, at least not a guaranteed death. After both sides reached an agreement, they informed Kasako of their pawn shop's location for convenience in retrieving the items, and Lin In turned to leave with Samuel and Alex. The morning sunlight filtered through the blinds of the second floor of 109 Rose Street, casting dappled shadows on the wooden floor. Lin In stood bare-chested, his muscles taut beads of sweat sliding down his defined abdomen, splattering on the ground in 8 droplets. Who inhale? Accompanied by a rhythmic breathing pattern, Lin In's body struck one distorted, yet powerful pose after another. This was his unwavering morning training routine, the ancient body forging technique. With each stretch of muscle and friction of bone, the surge of spiritual energy within him flowed, washing away the fatigue and hidden injuries from the battle of the previous night. Young master, if you continue training like this, you'll turn into a human bulldozer like Yulong. Hurry up and wipe off your sweat. It's time for breakfast. Samuel opened the door carrying a steaming tray. On the tray were golden fried bacon, a runny fried egg, and 2 crisp slices of whole wheat toast. Lin In relaxed his stance, exhaling a long breath, and grabbed a towel to wipe the sweat from his golden hair. What do you know? Without a robust physique, how can one endure the backlash of height-year external armor? Yes, you're absolutely right. They'll head downstairs to open for business now. Oh, the more chaotic society becomes, the better our business does. Such a sad world. Samuel said, turning to walk downstairs. Lin walked into the washroom and turned on the brass faucet. The warm water washed over his sore muscles. He looked down at his left arm. Although equipped with armor, there were still several bruises left from taking a heavy punch from Kosa last night. The backlash from the external armor was more troublesome than expected. After drying off, he approached the dining table. Samuel's cooking was as reliable as ever, the bacon crisp and the whole wheat bread fragrant. Lin cut into the fried egg, the golden yolk flowing out. He took a sip of red tea. After finishing breakfast, he pushed open the door to the wardrobe. Rows of well-tailored clothes were neatly arranged. He chose a deep gray Seville robe bespoke suit, the fabric embedded with micro-alchemical circuits. This was armor he had personally modified by combining the characteristics of the secret technique woven robe. Dressed in a crisp shirt, properly tied tie, and wearing a vest and coat, he adjusted his cuffs in front of the full-length mirror. What a picture of a noble young master. At 10 in the morning, the welcoming bell of the pawnshop downstairs rang. "Welcome to 109, Rose Street," Samuel's professional voice called out. A large figure squeezed through the door of the pawnshop. It was Yulong, his bronzed rough skin exuding a sense of pressure. "I was sent here on the orders of Kosa's boss." "Where's the stuff?" Yulong's voice was like thunder. Samuel pulled a small box from the drawer under the counter, and then pushed over a lead box exuding a chilling aura. "Unmelting ice, it's genuine. Please send my regards to Kosa's boss, and remind that madman in the bird-beaked mask to take care of it lest he freeze himself." Without further ado, Yulong grabbed the lead box and turned to leave. Lin watched Yulong's departing figure, a satisfied smile curling at the corners of his mouth. At 6 in the evening, Lin took out the thick Book of Resonance from the storage space of Ember. A faint blue spiritual energy glowed at his fingertips as he gently tapped it on the patterns of the pages. Buzz. Accompanied by a slight spatial tremor, Lin's consciousness was instantaneously drawn into a virtual space filled with alchemical runes. This was the internal alchemical network of Elysium Academy, and today he would attend the Academy's first alchemy class. At the center of the podium stood an elderly man with graying hair and a monocle. He wore a badge that shimmered with a dark golden light, a symbol of his identity as a senior alchemist. Alchemy is not merely a matter of pounding and striking, it is the reconstruction and analysis of the fundamental rules of the world. Dyke's voice was loud and passionate, instantly capturing the attention of all the new students. For the next 2 hours, Lin was completely immersed in this feast of knowledge. Deke explained the core concepts of modern-era alchemy in a clear and accessible manner, dissecting each field from enchantment gold creation to artifact crafting and implantation with great depth. While rapidly taking notes, Lin frantically compared and validated this knowledge with the ancient-era alchemy he had mastered. Modern-era alchemy places greater emphasis on modularity and practicality, such as simplifying complex runes into mass-producible circuits, while ancient-era alchemy focused more on absolute control over the elemental sources. Both have their strengths, and if they could be perfectly merged. Lin's eyes lit up. The blueprint brass, servant self-destructing golem, given by Ember surfaced in his mind. If the modular concept of the modern era were used to optimize the core structure of the golem supplemented with the ancient era's thou shalt self-destruct rune, the explosive power would undoubtedly double. Moreover, the secret technique woven robe alchemical adaptation blueprint could fully adopt the implantation idea, weaving micro-alchemical circuits directly into the fabric fibers for lossless transmission of spiritual energy. Minter Dyke's teaching level is simply supreme. Lin marveled inwardly. Those originally obscure theories became incredibly clear under Dyke's explanation. As the lesson progressed, Lin could distinctly feel that the invisible barrier hindering his spiritual energy's breakthrough within his body was gradually loosening. He was only one step away from advancing to a second-tier professional. As night fell, Rose Street was shrouded in deep darkness. Lin sat at the workbench in the attic workshop, studying the alchemy class he had just attended. Boom! A deafening explosion suddenly tore through the tranquility of the night, causing Lin's carving knife to momentarily pause. Immediately after, a series of gunfire like exploding beans erupted from the neighboring district. Lin shot up, his azure eyes flashing with a piercing cold light. The passive ability of gunfighting mastery was instantly activated. His brain functioned like a precision supercomputer, constructing a three-dimensional model of the firefight scene in his mind through the frequency, tone, and subtle vibrations of the gunfire in the air. 3 storm bindings, crossbow alchemical array, at least 5 large-caliber alchemical shotguns, and the unique explosive sound of the Holy Silver Chant Purification round. This firepower configuration is definitely not a typical gang clash, it's a regular army conducting an annihilation operation. Bang! The attic workshop's window was suddenly flung open, and Samuel darted in like a nimble black cat rolling on the ground to dissipate his momentum. His leather armor was covered in dust, his face betraying a mix of excitement and seriousness. "Young master, something's happened." Samuel grabbed a cup of water from the table and gulped down a large mouthful. "The neighboring Blackwater district has turned into a complete mess." "I heard it. Who's exchanging fire?" Lin set down his carving knife and asked in a low voice. "It's the Church's Holy Knight Order and the Empire's official law enforcement team. These two groups who usually can't stand each other actually joined forces today." Samuel lowered his voice, his eyes sparkling with gossip. "They are fiercely purging a hidden stronghold of the Extreme Path cult. Those madmen are cornered in the underground sewer, fighting desperately to break out." Again, the Extreme Path cult. Lin's gaze instantly became extremely profound. This notoriously infamous extremist organization masters a plethora of forbidden blood alchemy and soul curses. The Church and the Empire's sudden heavy investment in the purge is definitely not for maintaining public order. It seems this stagnant water is finally going to be thoroughly stirred up. Lin walked to the window, gazing at the flames that kept rising in the distant night sky, a cold curve forming at the corners of his mouth. Samuel checked the equipment and head to Ember's refuge to replace all the Cobra grenade launchers with armor-piercing and explosive rounds. "Young master, are we going to join the fun?" Samuel's eyes lit up as he immediately drew his short knife and twirled it in his hand. Lin turned around, his eyes burning with a fervent desire for the unknown and power. "No, let's assess the situation first. If there's an opportunity, we must eliminate the harm for the people." In the narrow alleys of the Blackwater district intersecting with Rose Street, it was once a chaotic paradise filled with gangsters brandishing knives and wild cats howling in heat each night. But at this moment, this usually clamorous, lawless land was eerily silent. The entire street was as quiet as if it had just been swept clean by the Grim Reaper. When Lin and Samuel stealthily arrived at the edge of the firefight under the cover of darkness, the battle had clearly already come to an end. A foul stench of burnt holy silver powder lingered in the murky air, mingled with the nauseating smell of charred flesh. Do not be mistaken, it was certainly not the enticing aroma from an unlicensed barbecue stall on a late-night street. It was the tragic remnants left behind by the unfortunate cultists of the extreme Tao hidden sect who had been forcibly purified by the zealots of the Church using large-caliber purification bullets. Damn, did these white-robed fanatics all get a shot of adrenaline today. Samuel squatted in the dark corner of the alley like a vigilant night owl. He peeked out, watching the members of the Empire's law enforcement team skillfully washing the streets with high-pressure water guns and alchemical solvents. The former mercenary's face was filled with frustration for missing out on potential gains. "We rushed over as soon as we heard the commotion, and yet we didn't even get a chance to assist. These villains from the extreme Tao hidden sect are truly pathetic. They didn't even last 3 minutes before taking their final bow." Lin stood quietly deeper in the shadows. His striking blue eyes swiftly scanned the charred bodies being carried away by the law enforcement team, as if these lunatics from the extreme Tao hidden sect typically flaunted their prowess in the underground world, relying on their bizarre genetic evolution to rampage unabated. Yet before the combined might of the Church's Paladin Order and the Empire's regular army, their once proud, mutated bodies crumbled like a subpar biscuit left out for half a month. It's not that these villains are incompetent, it's just that the authorities have truly gone all out this time. Lin casually brushed off non-existent dust from the cuffs of his bespoke suit. There was a hint of regret in his calm tone. It's rare in the history of Solar Yen City for the zealots of the Church and the Empire's official hounds to set aside their prejudices and work together. It seems these reckless fools from the hidden sect have really crossed the red line this time. Let's go, the show is over. If we stay here any longer, the law enforcement team with their noses sharper than dogs will come sniffing for our temporary residence permits. As soon as he finished speaking, the two figures vanished like ghosts, merging into the darkness. They did not disturb any of the official personnel cleaning up the battlefield, quietly disappearing into the heavy night. They hurried back to the familiar building at 109 Rose Street. Lin didn't even take a sip of water before heading straight to the top floor, locking himself in the attic workshop filled with intricate machinery and ancient blueprints. "I must say, your expression at the firefight, the one that screamed 'what a pity we didn't get to brawl,' really resembled an irredeemable violent maniac." The pocket watch gene suddenly spoke up. Its cold mechanical voice echoed directly in Lin's mind, carrying a tone of resigned understanding as if it had seen all the world's sorrows. Lin rolled his eyes dramatically at the air. He skillfully removed the expensive deep gray Seville rose suit jacket while unceremoniously retorting in his mind. "What do you know? That wasn't a violent tendency, it was a deep-seated hatred for the scum of the cult. Don't you realize how much invaluable experimental data a living high-ranking priest of the extreme Tao hidden sect could provide for my blood alchemy research? After all, they had injected the diluted blood serum of an evil god. In my eyes, those guys were not human. They were walking, shimmering packages of inspiration. You might as well save your breath on that. Jean poured a bucket of cold water on Lin In's heated brain without mercy. Your current psionic energy level hasn't even touched the threshold of the second tier. If you were to encounter those genetic lunatics who have transformed their bodies into monsters on such a chaotic battlefield, it would truly be uncertain who would end up being the material for whose surgical table. Instead of unrealistically fantasizing about handcrafted nuclear bombs to destroy the world, you should calm down and take a look at those ancient blueprints I sent you earlier. I noticed you were quite attentive in your classes at Eris Academy today. Now is the perfect time to combine the rigid modular formulas you've learned from the recent era with the pure aesthetic of violence from the ancient era. Lin In pulled out the heavy oak stool and sat down at the workbench piled high with parts. His long fingers rhythmically tapped on the hard surface, producing a crisp sound. If I had to choose, I would like to try making a brass minion self-destructing puppet first. Lin In squinted slightly, a dangerously fervent glow igniting in the depths of his striking blue eyes. After all, the ultimate expression of art is explosion. If this thing could be mass-produced on an assembly line using the modular theory of the recent era, the sight would be absolutely magnificent. Jean, you need to step up your evolution process. In Solian City, if anyone dares to talk loudly to me, you'll treat them to a dazzling fireworks show composed of hundreds of puppets. Besides the self-destructing puppet, I'm also very interested in that blueprint for the arcane weaving robe, but I want to modify it for close combat. In this cursed world, one's defensive capability must be maximized without reservation. I absolutely do not want to find myself next time in a collision with someone like Kasako, a stubborn humanoid tank, having to rely on extreme joint movements like an acrobat to escape with my life. That kind of body posture, almost lying on the ground to evade, is simply too ugly, totally unfit for the elegant image of a Victor family heir. In response to Lin In's grand blueprint filled with violence and pomposity, Jean fell eerily silent for a full 3 seconds in his mind. Then this mechanical life form, having survived countless eras, offered an extremely pragmatic and undeniable suggestion. I strongly suggest you put those fanciful ideas aside and prioritize making the empty confinement ear stud. What? You want me to make an ear stud first? Lin In was clearly taken aback, his fingers hovering midair above the table. What can a purely decorative item do in real combat? Are you expecting it to significantly boost my personal charm so that those merciless enemies would hesitate to strike me down because I'm too handsome? What a lovely thought you have. Jean mocked him without restraint, then projected an extremely complex and intricate three-dimensional alchemical structure diagram deep within Lin In's consciousness. Have you completely forgotten about Felix's deadly spear of no distance? That thing involves the highest spatial attributes, and once locked on, it's a guaranteed death curse. Although you have temporarily reached a peaceful agreement with that guy in the bird-beaked mask using unmelting ice. But what if one day that madman dancing on the edge of a blade suddenly decides to drag you down with him, or that sealed spear suddenly goes out of control? The core function of this empty confinement ear stud is to forcibly anchor the space within 3 feet of your body. It can automatically create a high-intensity micro-spatial repulsive field at the moment you encounter a spatial attack. And its most important characteristic is that it can calibrate and distort the spatial deviation around you in real time. To put it simply in layman's terms, it's like forcibly installing a high-powered GPS signal jammer around your body. As long as you wear it, any spatial attack attempting to lock onto your forehead will instantly turn into a headless fly, completely lost. Lin In stared intently at the meticulously detailed structure diagram in his mind, densely packed with hundreds of miniature runes. He tucked away his previous nonchalant attitude and fell deeply into serious contemplation. After a brief weighing of pros and cons, he had to admit that Jean was right. In this insane world where he could lose his life at any moment, the only means of survival was the primary driving force for everything. Having clarified his primary goal, moving forward, Lin In completely sealed off the attic workshop for the next several days, entering a frenzied alchemy mode without sleep. Loyal Samuel brought meals to him daily on schedule. Each time he opened the door, he could see his once elegantly poised young master, now sporting increasingly prominent dark circles under his eyes. Lin In was like a fanatic cultist fixating on a piece of high-purity matte silver, nervously mumbling to himself. "Master, if you are feeling overwhelmed with stress lately, please don't bear it alone." Samuel cautiously placed a tray filled with high-calorie foods at the edge of the workbench, his eyes filled with undisguised worry. "I can take you to the bloodiest underground boxing arena in the Blackwater district, and we can vent our frustrations with a couple of good fights. Just look at your ghostly, haggard state right now. You look just like a mad scientist hiding in a basement preparing to develop apocalyptic biological weapons. What do you know, you brute, who only swings a knife? This is a sign that great art is about to be born." Lin In barely lifted his head, fully concentrating on his fingertips. He tightly gripped a miniature alchemical engraving knife, made from the bones of high-tier magical beasts. The tip of the knife was meticulously carving minute spiral runes that ordinary people could not distinguish at all, at a remarkably stable and slow frequency on the needle of the ear stud. This was the most crucial step in the entire alchemical process, and also the one most likely to lead to a complete failure. Lin was undertaking an unprecedented mad endeavor. He attempted to forcibly embed the modular circuit theory of the recent era taught by Tutor Deek into the vast and rigid framework of ancient alchemy's spatial anchoring through microcarving. This forced fusion that crossed the barrier of eras was incredibly daunting. It felt like a madman trying to weld the most advanced modern multi-core CPU into an old coal-binning steam engine. Moreover, he was crazily demanding that this steam engine must achieve terrifying computational speeds surpassing those of supercomputers. Damn, why does the underlying logic of this ancient spatial rune feel like an endless Russian nesting doll? After prolonged high-intensity, focused Lin's vision began to blur, forcing him to stop the carving knife and rub his aching eyes vigorously. Faced with seemingly endless microscopic circuits, he finally couldn't help but curse in frustration. Stay calm, don't lose your composure at this critical moment. Jean dutifully took on the role of a merciless overseer in Lin's mind. Stabilize the frequency of your psionic output at your fingertips. There must not be the slightest fluctuation. You are carving a precise rune capable of distorting space, not doodling those deceptive symbols on the street. If a psionic conflict causes this pure silver to explode, the violent spatial turbulence will instantly send your left ear on a one-way trip to an unknown dimension for a vacation. The workshop fell into a deathly silence once again. Time flowed silently like sand slipping through fingers marked only by the soft scratching sound of the knife tip against the silver surface. Until Thursday night, when the world fell utterly silent, a faint but pure azure alchemical light suddenly flashed like lightning in the dim attic workshop. Lin abruptly halted his actions, letting out a long sigh of relief as he released the stagnant air trapped in his chest. He felt as if all the bones in his body were about to collapse, slumping ungracefully into the large high back. Between his fingers, which were dusted with silver shavings, he firmly held a minimalist white silver ear stud. To the naked eye, the ear stud seemed utterly unremarkable, its surface smooth as a mirror, lacking even a single decorative pattern. However, if one were to close their eyes within Lin's keen psionic perception, this small metallic object was entirely different. At this moment, it radiated a stable and substantial spatial repulsive wave akin to a miniature heart. Finally done. Lin's cracked lips moved slightly, emitting a hoarse, yet triumphant syllable. He strained to stand up on his sore legs, and slowly walked over to the full-length mirror in the corner of the workshop. He raised his hand gently and solemnly, penetrating and securing the ear stud he had invested countless efforts into on his left earlobe. The unique cold metallic touch of pure silver instantly spread through Lin's body, like an electric current along the nerve endings of his earlobe. Soon after, a wondrous feeling that was hard to accurately describe arose in Lin's heart. He could distinctly sense that the air within a 3-foot radius of his body seemed to become unusually thick and viscous at that moment. It felt as though an entirely transparent and invisible high-strength spatial membrane had slightly, yet absolutely safely isolated his flesh from this perilous reality. The spatial anchoring circuit is functioning normally, and the compatibility of the empty confinement ear stud with the host's psionic energy has reached an astounding 98. Jean's cold mechanical voice surprisingly carried a hint of appreciation. Although the external appearance of this item is indeed mediocre and wouldn't fetch a good price at a pawn shop, its internal spatial defense effect is undoubtedly robust. With the protection of this spatial repulsive field, even if Felix's infallible spear of no distance were to tear through space and come flying at you before the spearhead penetrates this membrane, you would have a full 3 seconds of absolute reaction time. This precious 3 seconds is enough for you to calmly consider whether to turn and flee or to draw your gun, and plus with my time-space rewind of 3 seconds, at least you won't have to stand there like a helpless target waiting to die. Lin slightly tilted his head in front of the full-length mirror, carefully examining his new equipment. The matte silver ear stud reflected an extremely low-key, yet chillingly sharp luster under the dim light of the workshop's gas lamp. For someone proficient in gunfighting, 3 seconds is an eternity. That time is sufficient for me to draw the alchemical revolver and unload all 6 enchanted bullets in the magazine right into the gaping mouth of my opponent. Lin's lips involuntarily curled upwards, forming a confident arc. It was an unparalleled pleasure derived from regaining control over life and death, driven by an absolute sense of mastery. The remarkable sensation of perfectly merging the rigid and meticulous theories of the Academy of the recent era with the wild, unreasonable powers of ancient alchemy. In Lin's eyes, this feeling was even more intoxicating and captivating than downing an entire bottle of the Victor family's finest century-old red wine. Master, please stop your secluded training in there. Just as Lin was lost in self-admiration, Samuel's urgent voice suddenly erupted from outside the heavy wooden door. Accompanying that voice were rapid knocks that seemed about to smash through the door. There's been a major incident at the pawn shop downstairs. Boss Kasako from the Blackwater district just sent a trusted subordinate in a panic with a letter asking for. The letter says that Felix, that guy with the birdbeak mask. It seems he's really been seriously rebounded by that cursed spear of no distance in his hand. Damn, that jinxed it. Really is true that what you fear will come to pass. Lin grunted, coldly grabbing the heavy alchemical revolver from the workbench and skillfully sliding it into the holster under his arm. He swiftly grabbed the dark coat from the back of the chair, putting it on while striding towards the door. Let's go, Samuel, we're heading to the Blackwater district. I want to see for myself whether that madman who plays with death curses all the time has actually managed to play himself to death this time. As he pushed open the workshop's door, the chilling night breeze sweeping through the corridor dispelled Lin's fatigue from several sleepless nights. Lin instinctively raised his hand, gently touching the now-cold ear stud on his left earlobe. Beneath his seemingly calm exterior, his mind had already begun racing with calculations. If this time I step in and truly manage to rescue Felix from the backlash of that sealed object as a reasonable reward for saving his life, do I have absolute justification to ask that madman to lend me that legendary spear of no distance for a few days of serious research? After all, there is no such thing as a free lunch in the alchemist's dictionary. Moreover, as the old saying goes, one must reciprocate. This is the most basic social etiquette. The instant Lin pushed open the loft workshop door, the familiar tang of chemicals wrapped in the cold of midnight rushed over him, snapping his fevered mind, warmed by days of relentless alchemy, into sharp clarity. Come on, Samuel. Lin lifted the collar of his coat to conceal the lower half of his face and strode toward the stairs. Let's go see which dimension that madman has buried himself in this time. Samuel rubbed his hands together in excitement and followed after Lin in his light footsteps like a cat creeping toward some forbidden prey. For this ex-mercenary who seemed to court chaos itself, the quiet routine of the pawnshop paled in comparison to the allure of Blackwater district after midnight. But as Lin's boot neared the final step, the scene shifted abruptly. Without warning, a searing, stabbing pain bloomed from the clothing pressed against his chest. It felt as if a red-hot branding iron had been pressed into his sternum. Lin's stride faltered, a flash of startled uncertainty crossed his steel blue eyes. He plunged his hand into his breast, but what he drew out was not a weapon. It was an antique metal badge, its surface engraved with the Rosengier emblem of Eris Academy. Where the badge was usually cold and mute, it now vibrated violently at an abnormal frequency. The intricate alchemical filigree on its face flared with a blinding crimson light, and it burned with alarming heat. Gongming Jishu forced interface. Lin's brow tightened. As Eris Academy's internal extraordinary network, an emergency missive from the Gongming Jishu carried absolute authority and the highest priority. To refuse without cause amounted to betrayal of the Academy. And of all moments, why now? In his mind, the scales were instantly weighted on both sides. On one side lay Fei Li Kusi in Blackwater district, barely clinging to life, and the deadly space-warping spear he wielded, the Wu Ju Ji Mao. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Handle it correctly, and one could secure the absolute favor of a powerful local boss, and perhaps pry open the sealed artifact's inner secret. Such temptation was a poison every alchemist would find lethal. On the other side was a compulsory summons from the Academy's highest authorities. Unknown, and yet unmistakably perilous. That the Academy had invoked its top-level command spoke volumes about the gravity of the situation. Damn it, why now? Lin's mind raced through the calculus. Going to Blackwater promised high reward with controllable risk. Heeding the Academy's call was duty, its risks and rewards shrouded in fog. Young master, are you all right? Samuel noticed Lin's strange demeanor and stepped closer with concern. It's an emergency from the Academy. Lin forced his attention back, wedged the burning badge back into his chest, his tone regaining its usual cool. Samuel, go to Blackwater and find the Kusaka people. Tell them I'm tied up with an Academy emergency and can't free myself for now. As for Fei Li Kusi's condition, I know the situation. Have them use non-melting ice to stabilize him until I return. He paused and added, observe only, you do not intervene. Record everything there exactly as it is. Understood. Samuel, brimming with curiosity, yet aware of the gravity, nodded and vanished through the back window into the night like a shadow. With Samuel dispatched Lin and wasted no more time. He locked his door, ignited a pale blue spiritual energy at his fingertips, and pressed it lightly against the badge over his heart. A low hum, like a pebble dropped into still water, and color and sound were stripped from the world in an instant. His consciousness was seized by an irresistible immense force that tore through layered realities and hurled him into a virtual realm woven of flashing runes and streaming data. When he opened his eyes, he found himself standing in a vast Gothic council hall. Above the dome, stars and runes drifted slowly. The walls seemed hewn from pure light, suffusing the space with sanctity and solemnity. This was the inner chamber of the Gongming Jishu. 3 figures had arrived ahead of him, members of the same freshman squad assigned with Lin In at Eris Academy. There was Tia clad in light, close-fitting attire. There was Alakisi shoulder-length brown hair, an amber vertical pupil in his left eye, and a scar on his cheek. There was Vidi robed in gray-white gauze with silver rings and leather braiding. One was missing. Ai Delian Lin, and having arrived late, did not know why. Lin In, you're here. Adelian went to report at Academy headquarters, and for some reason can't log into the Gongming Jishu. The sprightly huntress blurted upon seeing him. Most likely a mission has been issued. It's wise for us to be cautious. Lin In answered coolly, but his gaze did not linger on his teammates. It swept the empty hall with wariness. Something was wrong. The air hummed with a tense killing strain. Beyond their small group, Lin In could perceive several far stronger, more condensed, extraordinary auras lingering in the space. These were not auras of untried freshmen, but the scarred impressions left by warriors tempered in real blood and fire. At that moment, a rune-made light gate flared to life at the hall's side. 3 silhouettes strode from the gate. The leader was a towering figure in battered light armor bearing a massive black iron greatsword almost as broad as the doorway behind him. The blade was pitch black and bereft of ornament. Its mere presence exuded a crushing weight, as if it could press space itself flat. His eyes were sharp as knives sweeping across the clearly unsettled freshman with a smirk of amused "Oh, fresh shoots this year. Looking pretty sprightly," he drawled. His 2 companions bore the look of seasoned veterans. One lounged against the light gate with folded arms, the other appraised the huntress with overt interest. Under that oppressive aura, Lin In's teammates fell silent. The shield-bearer, like a tower, instinctively raised his shield, every muscle taut with vigilance. Upperclassman, huh? That pressure, especially the one with the greatsword. Lin In's pupils narrowed as his mind ran a rapid appraisal of their strength. The amplification runes etched on the black iron greatsword, though mostly dormant, possessed a complexity and energy signature that far exceeded any alchemical weapon Lin In had yet encountered. Lin could close your mouth. The tutor dislikes tardiness. The man with the greatsword finally spoke. His voice was deep and commanding. Ignoring the freshman's nervousness, he strode to the hall's center and drove the formidable blade into the floor. Thud! The virtual chamber trembled as if struck. The man called Lin Ke restrained his casual mien and joined his old and new squads arrayed themselves on opposite sides. The hall's atmosphere became palpably heavier. In the suffocating silence, the dome's countless stars and runes spun faster, coalescing into a towering, dignified spectral projection. It resolved into an elderly man with graying hair and a monocle, the very tutor to Yike, who had once instructed Lin In. But now he was no longer the soft, erudite teacher. The pressure emanating from his apparition sent a chill through every present soul. To be brief, De Yike's gaze swept the assembly, his voice struck like a great bell within their minds. 3 hours ago, Ji Dao in Xiu Hui launched a cleansing operation codenamed Xinya across the Empire's 3 major cities. Their targets were not civilians or wealth, but all registered seeds with potential to ascend beyond 3rd rank, and certain others who might become extraordinary. In other words, their targets were you. The hall erupted. Lin In's teammates went pale. The female apothecary covered her mouth in terror. A cold weight sank into Lin In's chest. So it was as suspected. Our guess was correct. He understood instantly why the neighboring Blackwater district had become a scene of annihilation. This was no mere sweep, it was the church and the empire bloodied and mad, exacting a desperate reprisal. The Ji Dao in Xiu Hui fanatics meant to sever the lines of inheritance and overturn the balance of the extraordinary world. Those damned cultists. This is a declaration of war against all extraordinary forces. Lin Ke slammed a fist into the air, the sound dull and furious. War is already upon us. De Yike's tone turned ice cold. Eris Academy fears no challenge. The High Council has resolved to launch a comprehensive counterattack and investigation against Ji Dao in Xiu Hui. You as this year's selected elite recruits will form the vanguard of that counterstrike, an opportunity for rare hardening trial. His gaze fixed on Lin Ke and Lin In. Based on combat assessments and mission requirements, I hereby order Lin Ke's senior squad and Lin In's freshman squad to merge immediately into a joint operations unit. Lin Ke will serve as temporary captain responsible for frontal assault and command. Lin In will be vice captain charged with tactical planning, alchemical support, and intelligence analysis. Your first assignment is to proceed at once to nearby In Yucheng. It is among the hardest hit areas of our contact. There has been unreachable for over 2 hours. You must ascertain the situation, collect evidence of In Xiu Hui's actions, and do everything possible to extract surviving students. De Yike gestured and a point of light answered. A task tome fashioned of light manifested between the 2 squads. Its pages turned on their own to reveal an exquisitely detailed three-dimensional map of Yin Yucheng dotted with several red pulsing mission markers. This has been specially configured for you. The freshman's reconnaissance and alchemical talents combined with the senior's frontline might form the optimal pairing for this moment. Remember, this is no exercise. You face a band of lunatics who will stop at nothing. During the mission, all necessary countermeasures are permitted. Now dismissed. You have 30 minutes to prepare. With those words, the Yikes apparition dissolved, and the hall's oppressive weight receded. Lin Ku yanked the black iron greatsword from the floor, slung it over his shoulder, approached Lin En, and extended his hand, his gaze assessing, charged with combat intent. Lin En, is it? Sounds like you play with minds. I hope your mind can keep pace with my sword. Lin En studied the imposing senior and glanced at the ominous task tome emitting its red light. He reached out and clasped Lin Ke's calloused hand. Mutual respect, Senior Lin Ku. Lin En said, a cold smile touching his lips. I trust your sword won't slow down my tactics. Their palms met, and for an instant the air itself seemed to spark with unseen electricity. The night in the Blackwater district seemed exceptionally dark. Lin En's consciousness fell back to reality from the virtual space of the resonance book. His first reaction was to glance at his watch. 42 minutes had passed since Minter Dike issued his orders in the council chamber. Only 8 minutes remained before the battle deadline. He grabbed the outer jacket hanging on the back of the chair and put it on casually, then pushed the door open and stepped directly into the darkness at the end of Rose Street. His pace was unhurried, maintaining the unique calm rhythm of the Victor family's heir. Even with dozens of action plans rapidly turning in his mind externally, he was just a noble taking a late-night stroll. The members of the Kasako were already waiting at the alley entrance. 2 burly men in leather jackets stood in the shadows of the streetlight, their figures elongated and Seeing Lin En approach, the leader immediately stepped forward, his voice low and filled with impatience. Mr. Lin En, the boss is inside. Felix, lead the way. Lin En interrupted his rambling with 2 words. They passed through 3 narrow alleys flooded with sewage and turned into a store with a tattered sign that read Old John's Shoe Repair. Behind the door were 2 creaking spiral iron stairs leading down to a basement filled with a heavy mixture of herbal, bloody, and rusty smells. Kasako stood with his back to the door, next to a large wooden bed. This notorious figure in the Blackwater district surprisingly revealed a rare moment of helplessness, his fists used to crushing bones clenched and then loosened, unsure of where to place them. Lin En's gaze passed over him and landed on the bed, his footsteps unceasing. Felix lay on the wooden board, his distinctive birdbeak mask thrown aside, revealing a pale and frighteningly young face. His chest had been violently opened, a gaping hole the size of a fist grotesquely exposing his heart. Strangely, not a drop of blood flowed from the wound. The entire wound, along with the palm's eyes surrounding area, was completely frozen by a layer of eerie blue ice crystals. That was the unmelting ice. The piece I gave him worked better than expected. Lin En approached the bedside, his long fingers lightly touching the edge of the ice crystal, and the spiritual energy perception immediately seeped in like a spider web. She frowned subtly. Heart tissue had completely necrosed, but the unmelting ice had forcibly locked the cellular activity at the last moment before collapse with a high energy efficiency, while simultaneously blocking all ruptured major blood vessels. This was not healing. This was the most efficient form of human cryopreservation, forcing a pause in the process of death. Felix's life hung in the balance of that slowly dimming, glowing ice crystal. What went wrong with the sealing of his spear? Lin En's voice was as cold as the spiritual energy at her finger. Kasako's Adam's apple bobbed violently, his voice hoarse. The sealing layer has loosened. The cost of using that strange object has erupted. After Meow threw it away, it flashed and directly pierced himself. By the time my people arrived, he was already. Luckily, the ice you gave him preserved his life. Has he used that spear frequently in the past month? Yes, Kasako gritted his teeth. To exterminate the hidden cult society lunatics, he has gone out several times. The reason was found. Overuse caused the sealing layer to wear down to the threshold, ultimately triggering an explosion, with the price being the user's own life. Lin En archived this information, turned to Kasako, who looked increasingly grim, and reached a conclusion. The pierced heart is definitely unusable. Any restorative alchemical potion would now be equivalent to watering a corpse, utterly meaningless. The air in the basement instantly dropped another 3 degrees. The 2 burly men behind Kasako held their breath. So what do you mean? Replace it with another one. Lin En pulled out a worn hardcover notebook from her coat pocket, flipped to a blank page, and the alchemical pen made a clear sound on the paper. This isn't about transplanting biological organs. There's no time nor suitable donors. She paused, raising her striking blue eyes, calmly dropping a bombshell. I can make him a mechanical alchemical heart, and after installation it can even immunize against the spear's side effects. With these words, the entire basement fell into a deathly silence. The 2 lackeys behind Kasako both wore expressions of shock, as if they were looking at a monster. A mechanical, alchemical heart. Kasako's brow furrowed into a knot, each word seeming to be squeezed out from between his teeth. That kind of thing, isn't it? Only the few old monsters at the Imperial Royal Alchemical Institute who possess the blueprints. I have the blueprint bits better than theirs now, we just need the materials. Lin did not look up, tearing off the page filled with writing and handing it to Kasako. On the paper were 5 lines of sharp and precise handwriting, each word like a heavy lead block. 1 deep-sea whale fat crystal core. 1 pound of Shinjing furnace, or 3 tales of ancient era active secret silver. A complete piece of heart steel tendons from a high-grade flesh-and-blood demon creature. Half a bottle of essence from a 7th-tier alchemist. Kasako's eyelids twitched violently, staring intently at that piece of paper. The first 4 items, although each was worth a fortune, with his intricate connections in the Blackwater district, he could definitely find a way to acquire them with enough money. But the last item, in the entire Solarian city, those who can be called 7th-tier alchemists can be counted on one hand. Kasako raised his head, staring intensely at Lin. And do you mean for me to pry open the coffins of those big shots, or to kidnap their direct heirs and force them to hand over the essence? No need. Lin calmly closed the notebook, her tone as indifferent as if stating an insignificant matter. I'll handle this. You assess the value, and when the time comes, just settle my fees with the strange object. This time, even Kasako couldn't help but gasp. The 2 lackeys behind him looked at the tall, coldly elegant gentleman as if he were a monster. Lin showed no interest in explaining. Her gaze fell on the ice crystal on Felix's chest, slowly dimming as she issued her final ultimatum to Kasako. How quickly can you gather the first 4 materials? Kasako stared at Lin in silence for a full 3 seconds before suddenly gesturing to the lackeys behind him. 2 days. Within 2 days, I'll gather the materials. Perfect. Lin grabbed her coat and turned to walk towards the door. Just before stepping onto the iron stairs, her footsteps paused. Without turning back, her voice clearly reached the ears of everyone in the room. Additionally, Kasako, once the materials are ready and the heart is made, I need to study that spear of no distance for 3 days. In the room, Kasako and his confidant exchanged glances. Eventually, a trace of fervent hope appeared on the face of this Black Street overlord. On the iron stairs, the sound of leather boots striking metal faded away, disappearing into the night. Are you crazy? The cold, mechanical voice of Jean echoed in Lin's mind. Rare, with a hint of fluctuation. Your spiritual energy level hasn't even reached the threshold for extracting essence yourself. I didn't say it was me extracting I plan to exchange from the Academy. My points should be enough to exchange for the essence. But among those 5 materials, the toughest hurdle, you know it yourself. The voice of Jean regained absolute calm. 3 tales of ancient era active secret silver. But among those 5 materials, the toughest hurdle, you know it yourself. The voice of Jean regained absolute calm. 3 tales of ancient era active secret silver. Lin continued walking toward Rose Street. The entire underground market of Solarian cannot possibly have any in stock. So your plan is to go to Silvermoon City to get it. His left hand unconsciously touched the ice-cold pure silver earring on his earlobe, and his pace suddenly. In the ominous red glowing mission book of the Resonance Book, one of the 2 marked locations in Silvermoon City was a smuggling warehouse sealed by the Empire awaiting inventory. Rumor had it that it housed a batch of unregistered ancient relics. Lin never believed in rumors. But this time he was prepared to verify it personally. He would go to Silvermoon City to carry out the Academy's mission, conveniently retrieve the active secret silver, save Felix, and gain research rights to the spear of no distance. 3 birds with 1 stone. This was the efficiency that the Victor family believed in. The only trouble was Lin's footsteps paused slightly, a cold light flashing in his blue eyes. The coordinates of that smuggling warehouse perfectly overlapped with another marked point glowing with crimson light on the mission book. Beside the red dot was a cold note left by Minter Dyke, using alchemical runes containing only a few short words. Temporary stronghold of the extreme Tao hidden cult. The night wind carried the acrid scent of inferior coal smoke slapping against Lin's face as he walked rapidly, sketching on the virtual interface of the Resonance Book. A tactical simulation model 17 pages thick was accurately delivered to the consciousness terminals of the 4 new squad members. This plan was a blessing for the obsessive-compulsive. From the geometric positioning of the formation to the critical threshold of spiritual energy output and the 3 asymmetric retreat paths, when encountering high-tier aberrations, every detail was meticulously covered. He even calculated the heart rate fluctuations under extreme fear for each individual. This pathological desire for control was deeply ingrained in the genes of the Victor family. The battlefield required no individual heroism, only seamlessly meshing gears. Pushing open the oak door of number 109, Samuel was polishing a modified short-barreled shotgun with a cloth soaked in gun oil. Lin donned a deep black tactical coat and loaded 6 specially crafted rounds etched with armor-piercing runes into the revolver. The brass shells clashed with the steel cylinder, producing a pleasing crisp sound. "Hold this position and keep a close eye on the materials from Cossack," Lin said as he tucked the gun under his armpit, his tone flat. "If we encounter any blind thieves, activate those things in the basement immediately. Leave no survivors. Cleaning up is a hassle." Samuel whistled, giving an okay gesture. He was all too aware of how inhuman the things his young master referred to were. If an unfortunate soul were to stumble, and piecing together a whole corpse would be a luxury. Under the dome of Solarian Central Station, high-pressure steam, mixed with the stench of low-quality coal ash, formed a nauseating haze. When Lin arrived at Platform 9, the 4 members of the new squad were already there. Alexei rubbed the contract tattoo on the back of his hand, his amber vertical pupils gleaming with a beast-like alertness in the shadows. Tia was concealed in the shadow of a lamp post, and without spiritual perception one would hardly notice his presence, while Vidi stood like a pale statue in the wind, the hem of his gray-white robe moving as if stirred by an unseen force. Adrian was still away on a business trip. On the other side, Senior Link's team had also assembled. In addition to the 3 previously seen, there was now a blurred silhouette at the end of the line, a shadowy assassin wrapped in a sound-absorbing cloak. 9 members in total, fully staffed. Link was holding a physical copy of the tactical manual Lin had sent, crumpling it into a ball of waste paper and casually tossing it into the nearby steam exhaust vent. In the face of overwhelming violence, the nonsense on these papers isn't even fit for wiping one's back. Link scoffed, shouldering an exaggerated heavy sword of mysterious iron. "Young master, real combat isn't child's play. I put away your noble heirs." Lin didn't even lift his eyelids, silently marking this senior's name with a scarlet high-risk label. Arrogance was the greatest enemy of survival, especially when facing unknown threats. A heavy armored steam train emitted a deafening roar. The train's body was covered with heavy black steel armor with rivets the size of fists. The windows were all made of bulletproof alchemical glass, and the front even outrageously mounted 2 small-caliber spiritual energy rapid-fire cannons. This was far from a civilian transport. It was a steel behemoth armed to the teeth. Everyone streamed inside. The carriage was laid with velvet carpets, but the luxurious facade could not hide the strong smell of machine oil and gunpowder. Lin chose a window seat. Through the one-way glass, his gaze swept across the bustling platform. With the microscopic visual enhancement from embers, several workers in oil-stained coveralls caught his attention. Their rhythm in moving the crates had extremely regular pauses, and the frequency of their knuckles tapping on the wooden boxes was an ancient alchemical communication code from the underground black market. 3 short, 1 long, 2 long, 1 short. The prey is in the trap, prepare to net them. Lin translated this code in his mind. Target confirmed. The cargo transported by this train was certainly not just a few Academy students on a mission. The Imperial military must have hidden something unspeakable in the lower compartments. The whistle echoed, and the steel behemoth tore through the night. However, the atmosphere inside the carriage was anything but harmonious. A frivolous male team member named Shios was wobbling towards Vidi with a glass of red wine. His murky eyes brazenly scrutinized Vida's pale and exquisite face along with the oddly designed gray-white robe. "Little sister, looking so gloomy. Oh, would you like your brother to teach you some extracurricular knowledge that brings joy?" Shios reached out, attempting to lift Vida's chin. Vidi didn't even glance at him. The dagger elegy hidden beneath his bracer had already slid out half an inch. If that filthy hand came within another centimeter, the entire arm would be accurately severed. But someone was faster than her. The sharp sound of metal scraping shattered the air. A heavy alchemical revolver slammed onto the walnut table in front of Shios, the muzzle pressed against his groin. Lin leaned back in his chair, his azure eyes devoid of warmth. "I only care about mission efficiency, including whether you fools will drag us down." Lin's thumb pressed on the hammer, producing a sickening click. "Mind your lower body and your mouth. Otherwise I won't hesitate to give you a free physical castration. Trust me, my knife skills are sharper than a surgeon's." Zaya's complexion turned a shade of liver-red, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he looked at Link for help. Link snorted coldly, pulling Shios back, but his gaze towards Lin grew more menacing. Lin holstered the revolver and spread out a parchment tactical map on the table. His long fingers pointed to a winding red line. "The security level of this train is abnormally high, and the spiritual energy reactor in the lower compartment has been in a state of overloaded preheating. The military is transporting high-value targets." Lin surveyed the crowd, his tone level. 60 kilometers ahead, Blackwind Gorge. The terrain is narrow, the magnetic field is chaotic, and spiritual communications will be suppressed to a minimum. According to the classic battle examples in Volume 3 of the Imperial military history, that is the best ambush point. Everyone enter a state of level 1 alert. Link burst into exaggerated laughter, shaking the wine glasses on the table. "Newbies are just that, startled birds. This is the heart of the Empire. The extreme Dao hidden cult's rats in the gutter wouldn't dare stir trouble aboard the military's armored train, even if you lent them 10 times the courage." Stupid empiricism. Lin sneered in his mind. These seniors in their ivory tower had no idea of the underlying logic behind the hidden cult's purge operation. They were a group of madmen driven to the edge, willing to sacrifice even evil gods to sever extraordinary legacies in what was a mere armored train to them. Cognitive biases cannot be bridged by words. Lin stood up, adjusting the hem of his coat. I need to use the restroom. In the 5 minutes away from his seat, he moved like a ghost through the shadows of the carriage. Behind the slats of the ventilation shutters, beside the hydraulic valves at the carriage connections, and even within the brass chandelier, overhead miniature high-explosive alchemical bombs and highly sensitive warning runes had been silently affixed. These thumb-sized devices were encapsulated with highly concentrated fire elemental crystals. Once detonated, their power would be sufficient to turn an adult earth dragon into mincemeat. After completing all this, he washed his hands and returned to his seat to rest his eyes. Half an hour later, the train plunged into Blackwind Gorge. The moonlight outside was completely swallowed by the steep rock walls. The originally bright, illuminating runes in the carriage suddenly flickered erratically, emitting a sizzling electrical sound. Snap! All light sources extinguished simultaneously. At the moment, darkness fell, a gust of air filled with extreme cold, and the strong scent of blood surged violently through the ventilation ducts. The temperature plummeted below freezing. The seniors who had been mocking the newbies suddenly found their breath halted. A deafening boom resonated from above. The entire heavy armored train shook violently like a solitary boat tossed about in a storm. Amid the sickening sounds of metal tearing, the roof, forged from black steel, was ripped open by some terrifying force, creating a massive gash. Raging winds swept in with debris and foul-smelling slime. Screams, the sound of swords being drawn, and the buzzing of activated spiritual shields mixed into a chaotic symphony. Link drew his heavy sword of mysterious iron, roaring as he tried to stabilize their footing, but in the darkness, a barbed crimson tentacle had silently wrapped around Zaius' neck. Just as Shios was about to have his throat ripped apart, the miniature high-explosive alchemical bomb Lin had set earlier in the ventilation duct exploded. The blinding firelight instantly illuminated the entire carriage, also revealing the grotesque creature lying on the roof, its size comparable to that of a heavy tank. And atop that monster's back stood a gaunt figure, wearing a high-ranking priest mask from the extreme Dao hidden. The howling wind swept in, carrying a mix of icy shards and poor-quality coal ash, violently flooding through the massive opening on the roof of the vehicle. 6 bodies weighing hundreds of pounds crashed down onto the floor in succession. The dull thud of impact drowned out the roar of the train. It was 6 heavily genetically modified pale bone spikes pierced through their dark gray skin, where human eyes once were, now only 2 fleshly tumors radiating a dim crimson glow remained. The stench of decay and fermentation instantly filled the entire carriage. The sludge at the bottom of the sewer, mixed with the pungent odor of highly decomposed protein, surged into the nostrils. The newly awakened elementalist bent down sharply, hands clutching their throat, their stomach churning violently. Lin pressed tightly against the corner of the cabin, his right hand hovering near the edge of his holstered gun. His gaze swept over the several bioshells devoid of pain. A shoddy alchemical product. To cut costs, this group of fanatics hadn't even used basic neural suppressants or odor-neutralizing coatings. The airflow was forcibly ripped apart. Lin drew his sword. The exaggerated black iron heavy sword stirred up a violent gust. There were no unnecessary techniques, only the pure combination of mass and kinetic energy. The wide blade sliced into the side of the foremost modifier. The crisp sound of shattering bones echoed through the carriage. The upper body was completely severed from the lower. Thick black blood mixed with large fragments of ruptured internal organs splattered onto the floor. The luxurious velvet carpet soaked up the filthy liquid. Fall back. Lin roared. Form up. The remaining 3 members of the senior squad quickly stepped into their designated tactical positions. Shields were raised, staffs illuminated, and daggers concealed. They filled the gaps in their defensive net with muscle memory. In the corner, Lin maintained his original stance. Fingers did not touch the trigger. This was merely the cheapest bait. Gene scan for thermal imaging. A command resonated deep within his mind. Received. 12 high-heat sources detected on the canyon walls locking onto the carriage. The mechanical voice was precise and cold. 12 remote fire points. The enemy tore open the armored train's roof, dropping biomeat chunks devoid of even basic spiritual energy fluctuations solely to force the targets inside the carriage to reveal their positions. This was a standard clearing tactic written in the imperial military manuals. The darkness outside the train windows was violently ripped apart by intense flashes of light. Several blinding red beams sped toward them, leaving trails of fire. Get down. Lin issued a brief warning through the communication frequency of the resonance book. The consecutive violent explosions shook the entire armored beast. High-explosive alchemical armor-piercing rounds shattered the remaining bulletproof glass, exploding inside the carriage. The shockwave rolled in and deadly metal fragments shot in all directions. The formation just organized by the senior squad instantly fell apart. Alex, hold the line. Lin En's voice showed no emotional fluctuation. The silent beast tamer yanked the collar of the newly awakened shield guard forward with one arm. Leveraging the momentum, he pushed the shield guard forcefully toward the gaping front of the firepower. The heavy tower shield had just slammed into the ground when a barrage of metal projectiles followed closely. Sparks flew. The surface of the specially made shield quickly cracked, forming countless fine web-like patterns. Alex gritted his teeth, his amber-slit pupils expanded to their limits. He pressed his entire shoulder firmly against the back of the shield guard, bracing himself against the wave of saturated fire. The soles of his boots scraped harshly against the metal floor. Lin En stood in the shadowy corner devoid of light. Smoke and dust swirled. His pupils darted rapidly, capturing the ballistic trajectories in reverse during the explosion. Environmental parameters, the relative speed of the train, wind resistance, a vast amount of data flowed through his mind, reorganizing itself. At the 3 o'clock position, 3 fixed fire points. At the 9 o'clock position, 4 fixed fire points. 5 targets were executing high-frequency tactical movements. Lin En, what are you doing? Lin Kess' furious roar echoed through the communication frequency. Are you just watching the show? A searing stray bullet grazed the left arm of the shadow assassin. The fabric tore and flesh rolled. The old team member cried out in pain, clutching his mangled left arm tightly, blood dripping continuously through his fingers. You are standing directly under the light source, which is essentially providing them with live targets. Lin En raised his right hand. The heavy alchemical revolver was aimed steadily. Charging out now will only provide death data with no meaningful purpose. He pressed down on the hammer with his thumb. Click. Shut up and do as I say. He pulled the trigger 3 times in succession. The gun's mouth spewed out ghostly blue flames. 3 armor-piercing rounds accurately traversed the chaotic battlefield, shattering the newly risen illumination device outside the carriage. All sources of light were completely extinguished. Absolute darkness engulfed the battlefield. Losing visual lock, the snipers on both sides of the canyon suddenly fell silent. Now follow my command. Lin En's voice carried a cold, mechanical quality in the silence. Utilizing the early warning rune networks arranged in various ventilation ports and junctions within the carriage, this carriage, swallowed by darkness, had completely transformed into his private tactical sandbox. Lin Ku 3 o'clock position cleaved down. Instinctively Lin Ku turned around, gripping the sword hilt tightly, and slashed down into the void of darkness with all his strength. The sound of the blade cutting through flesh and bone abruptly rang out. A modifier who had just reached the window ledge was instantly split in two. Mage 10 o'clock direction, Frost Nova. The blue magical aura flickered. The frigid frost spread across the floor, freezing the 2 biobodies rushing in from the left into rigid ice sculptures. VD 6 o'clock, Shred Him. Tia 12 o'clock, Shadow Strangulation. 2 squads, each fighting on their own, were stripped of their right to autonomous thought by Lin En. He spat out spatial coordinates with absolute rationality and rhythm. The new and old team members transformed into mechanical limbs, executing kill programs with precision in the darkness. Screams rang out successively as control of the battle shifted forcefully. The cheap bioweapons were completely depleted. The harsh sound of metal tearing came from the front of the carriage. The heavy hydraulic blast door was deformed by an irresistible force breaking free from its hinges. Thick, dark green viscous gas surged in through the breach. Upon contact with the metal floor, it made a strong corrosive sound, rising in large clouds of white mist. A hunched and emaciated figure stepped into the carriage through the white mist. A second-tier peak. The Flesh Priest. Those murky eyes did not look at Lin Ku, who was slaughtering in the center, but directly locked onto Lin and hiding in the deepest shadow. A slight distortion of spatial rules. The priest's emaciated body instantly blurred in place. The distance of several meters was forcefully erased by spatial leaps. A rippling wave of air tore open just an inch from Lin En's back. The Flesh Priest materialized. Claws laced with a deep green poison lunged straight for Lin En's back. The foul stench of decay assaulted the skin on the back of his neck. Lin En. Vitus' startled cry just escaped his lips. There was no time to turn. No time to evade. The pure silver earring on Lin En's left earlobe, which had been inconspicuous, suddenly erupted. Hundreds of microalchemical runes were drawn in the void, forming a layer of high-intensity microspatial repulsion field. Bang! A dull thud. The Flesh Priest's claw, capable of tearing through armor, halted just 3 feet from Lin En's back. The powerful spatial repulsion twisted his wrist joint backward, rendering him incapable of advancing. The priest's murky eyes bulged outward, and his emaciated facial muscles twisted in extreme shock. Lin En's back muscles remained relaxed. He turned around leisurely. His right hand rose. The metal barrel was forcefully shoved into the priest's slightly open mouth. The stock pressed inward, shattering several yellowed teeth. "Your spatial leap is too slow." He pulled the trigger. The specially enchanted fire element bullet exploded inside the confined cranial cavity. The head shattered. Fragments of bone and viscous red-white substances sprayed backward in a fan-shaped splattering across a large area of the shattered bulletproof glass. The headless corpse, losing nerve control, slumped to the ground, twitching a few times before completely losing its life. The only sound left in the carriage was the howling wind seeping in. Lin In pulled a pure white silk handkerchief from the pocket of his tactical coat. He lowered his head, focusing on wiping the bloodstains off the gun barrel. He would allow no impurities to enter the precision-cut patterns on the surface of the firearm. Discarding the bloodied handkerchief onto the wreckage, he raised his piercing blue eyes. His gaze swept over the heavily breathing crowd. "What are you staring at?" His tone was flat without a hint of fluctuation. "Continue clearing the area? Or do you plan to picnic on this pile of garbage?" Deep within his mind, a red alert indicating deadly danger filled his entire consciousness. "Warning. Detected ultra-high concentration spiritual energy conglomerate approaching. Target location bottom of the train." Lin In's fingers poised to reload the revolver hovered in midair. A faint yet rhythmic tremor emanated from the metal floor beneath his feet. The high-value target transported by the military. It was awake. The tremor beneath my feet transmitted upward at a remarkably regular interval. Each interval lasted precisely 0.7 seconds. It was not the frequency of mechanical operation. It was a heartbeat. Lin In pressed the last round of ammunition into the chamber, the click of the gun returning to position, drowned by the dull thud from below. The entire train jolted violently. In that instant, the remaining brass chandelier on the ceiling crashing to the ground, fragments scattering everywhere. What was that? The mage braced himself against the wall of the carriage, his knees going weak. The tip of his staff still retained the residual chill of the frost nova. His reserve of spiritual energy nearly depleted, his face etched with exhaustion from overexertion. Lin In did not respond. "Gene, the schematic of the lower compartment." "Retrieved. The third layer of the lower compartment is reinforced with a spiritual energy sealing chamber secured by triple runes on all 6 sides. Current status: the inner 2 layers of the seal have been breached by physical impact, and the third layer is in decline. Estimated remaining withstand time 4 minutes and 17 seconds. For minutes." Lin In glanced at the remnants of the battle within the carriage. 6 dismembered limbs of the modifiers lay scattered in pools of blood, the headless corpse of the blood-flesh priest still twitching on the floor. Lin Kess's heavy black iron sword was embedded in a broken chair back, its blade stained with darkened blood. Xiao's covered his left arm, scratched by debris, leaning heavily against the deformed wall, gasping for air. The shadow assassin crouched in the corner, tending to his wounds, his bandages soaked through with blood on the second. This hastily assembled joint team had just undergone a moderately intense skirmish. The casualties were not severe, but the consumption of spiritual energy had exceeded 60%. What lay in the lower compartment was the true main course of the night. "Everyone retreat to the third carriage away from the area above the lower compartment." Lin In's command was issued through the communication frequency of the resonance tone. On what authority? Lin Ku drew his heavy sword and turned around. The scratches on his armor glimmered coldly in the dim light, his fighting spirit still unquenched. A newcomer issuing orders in front of him pushed him over the edge of accumulated frustration from the entire battle. Something is about to emerge from the lower compartment. Lin In's statement interrupted him. The high-value target in the military sealing chamber is currently destroying the internal seals. Given the current rate of spiritual energy depletion, it will breach the final layer within 4 minutes. Lin Ku was momentarily stunned. "How do you know there is a sealing chamber in the lower compartment?" The overloaded data from the spiritual energy reactor scanned before boarding. Lin In tucked the revolver back into his armpit and walked towards the connection point of the carriage. A standard civilian spiritual energy reactor has a full load output of 400 energy units. This train's lower compartment reactor reached a peak output of 1,007. The additional 1,300 units were entirely used to maintain the continuous operation of a large sealing array. To seal something that requires 1,300 energy units to suppress. Lin In did not stop his stride. "What level of existence do you think that would be?" Silence. Lin Ku swallowed hard. The black iron heavy sword was slowly lowered, shifting from an offensive stance to a defensive one. "Everyone retreat to the third carriage." This time the command came from Lin Kess's lips, word for word identical to what Lin In had said 30 seconds prior. The team began to move. Lin In brought up the rear. As he passed by Vidi, the endgame saint was meticulously scraping the black bloodstains from the hem of her battle robe with the curved blade of her lamentation, her movements deliberate, imbued with a sense of ritual. "What lies in the lower compartment is not a lifeless thing." Vidi spoke, not looking at Lin In, her violet eyes fixed on the metallic floor beneath her, which was seeping with fine cracks. The in-game patterns are vibrating. It is calling for something. She raised her left hand, the cuff of her gray-white robe sliding down, revealing the dark silver ritual tattoos spreading across her forearm. Those patterns were writhing at an incredibly slow pace, extending nearly half an inch towards her wrist. Lin En's gaze lingered on those patterns for less than a second. Does your in-game heart have a response? Weak, but persistent. VD pulled down her cuff to cover the tattoo. The thing down there has a profound connection with death. It is not on the brink of death, it is. Already dead, yet still moving. Lin En filed this information away in his mind. At the hydraulic connection between the third and fourth carriages, Alex was pressed against the wall in alert. The amber vertical pupil of his left eye emitted a faint glow in the darkness, his right hand unconsciously rubbing the contract mark on the back of his hand. What does the Beastmaster's instinct tell you? Lin En asked as he passed by. Alex was silent for 2 seconds. Run. One word. Its spiritual energy fluctuations made the mark on my right hand begin to heat up. He lowered his voice. Only when facing an existence above the level of disaster species will the contract mark react with such a warning. The last time this happened was when I was 14 years old in the northern wasteland encountering an adult land strider. You survived? Ran for 3 days and 2 nights. Lin En did not ask further. After everyone retreated into the third carriage, Lin En relocked the hydraulic anti-explosion door at the connection point. He took out 4 miniature high-explosive alchemical bombs from the inner pocket of his tactical coat and affixed them to the 4 load-bearing nodes of the door frame. Deputy Captain Lin En, what are you doing? Tia emerged from the shadows. This usually taciturn shadow hunter rarely took the initiative to speak, her silvery hair braided into a combat braid, crescent-shaped mithril earrings swaying in the dim light. Setting up a buffer zone. Lin En pressed the last bomb into place. If the thing in the lower compartment breaches the seal and exhibits hostility, detonating these 4 bombs will completely sever the connection between the third and fourth carriages. After we disengage from the rear section of the train, we can at least gain a 40-second window for retreat. You already thought of a retreat plan in advance. TIA's statement held no praise or blame. A strategist without a retreat plan will not survive the first battle. Before her words had faded, the entire train emitted a piercing metallic wail. Everyone felt the floor beneath them simultaneously sink by 3 centimeters. The lights went out. In the pitch black, a wave of suffocating spiritual energy surged upward from the bottom of the train, penetrating the metallic floor, the velvet carpet, and everyone's shoes, reaching deep into their souls. This was not an attack. It was the natural release of life pulse when some existence awakens. The mage's legs went soft instantly. The shield of the new shield guard slipped from his hands, hitting the ground with a dull metallic thud. Even Lin Ku involuntarily took a half step back, the joints of his gripping hand clicking. Lin En's back slammed against the wall. It was not from fear. It was because the purity of this spiritual energy wave resonated too intensely, causing his spiritual energy circuits to experience a resonant overload. Something within his chest resonated violently, his eardrums ringing incessantly. Gene. Data. The third layer of the lower compartment's seal has been breached. The spiritual energy conglomerate is moving upward. Real-time spiritual energy readings. Gene's mechanical voice rarely stuttered. Readings exceed my current perception threshold. Unable to provide precise values. Conservatively estimated no less than mid-tier third level. Mid-tier third level. The strongest combat power in the carriage was Lin Ku at the peak of the second level. A whole large tier difference. Lin En's brain completed the combat power comparison calculation in 0.3 seconds. The conclusion was one word. Run. Detonate. His finger pressed onto the detonator. But it was too late. The floor of the fourth carriage was torn open from below. It was not an explosion nor a cut. It was being peeled away by some force at the molecular level. The 12-centimeter thick black steel armor plate curled away like paper, revealing a blinding white light surging from the depths of the lower compartment. Amidst the white light, a silhouette rose. It was a humanoid figure. To be precise, it was a humanoid encased in a transparent coffin. The coffin was made of a material Lin En had never seen before, completely transparent, filled with a golden liquid spiritual energy. Within the liquid floated a young girl. She appeared to be no older than 15 or 16. Her pale skin showed no hint of color. A cascade of silver-gray hair floated in the golden liquid, obscuring much of her face. Her eyes were tightly shut, her limbs curled, her entire posture radiating a primordial essence reminiscent of an unborn infant. But the most shocking detail was the area on her chest. A palm-sized black void. It was not a wound. The edges of that void were too neat, with no flesh or blood, within only pure, unfathomable darkness. That void hovered where her heart should be, the surrounding skin intact, yet the heart itself, along with a section of her sternum, had been effortlessly erased by some force. Vidi suddenly pressed her hand to her chest. The hourglass-shaped, glowing mark flickered violently through the fabric of her robe. Endgame mark. Her voice cracked for the first time. She has the endgame mark. No, not just a mark, she is the endgame itself. She is a walking vessel of death. The transparent coffin slowly rose to the height of the carriage floor, hovering motionless. Within the golden liquid, the girl's eyelids fluttered. Then she opened her eyes. They were eyes without pupils. The surface of her eyeballs was covered with a layer of flowing dark golden runes, densely packed, each rune rapidly reorganizing, deconstructing, and reorganizing. Her gaze pierced through the transparent coffin wall, through the shattered floor of the fourth carriage, landing precisely on Lin in the third carriage. Separated by more than 20 meters. Separated by a hydraulic anti-explosion door. Separated by 4 high-explosive bombs ready to detonate at any moment. She stared at him. Lin In's finger on the detonator froze. Not from fear, but because Jean had detonated a high-priority alert in his mind, employing a prefix that had never been used since this mechanical life form's inception. Emergency. A large amount of ancient active mithril has been detected within the target's body. Purity over 97%. Estimated reserves. Jean stuttered again. No less than 30 pounds. Lin In slowly released his thumb from the detonator. 30 pounds. All he needed was merely 3 tails. Inside the transparent coffin, the girl's lips silently moved. No sound emerged, but Lin In's spiritual energy perception clearly captured the 2 syllables she formed with her lips. Help me. Lin In stared into those dark golden eyes, without pupils, removing his thumb from the detonator and placing his index finger on the trigger guard of the revolver. The first crack appeared on the surface of the coffin. Cracks split down from the top of the coffin wall. The fissured pattern spread outward, golden liquid spiritual energy, seeping through the gaps, 1 drop, 2 drops, splattering onto the twisted, deformed black steel plate. Sizzle. The sound of burning pierced through the eardrum. The metallic coating around the droplets' impact point faded, cracked, and flaked off, revealing the underlying gray-white raw steel. Carriage No. 3. No one spoke. The mage's upper and lower jaw clashed, the frequency so rapid that he could not control it himself. The back of the new shield guard was pressed tightly against the wall of the cabin, his knee bent at an unnatural angle, the tower shield propped on the ground, serving as a third leg for support. Link's dark iron greatsword lay horizontally across his chest. A full defensive stance. His heavy breathing drowned out the cold wind that wailed into the carriage. Lin In's index finger rested on the trigger guard. He did not pull the trigger. Jean continued monitoring the target's vital signs. Locked on. Target's heart rate is extremely low, less than 7 beats per minute. The output of spiritual energy was showing a drastic decline, down 42% from its initial awakening. The rate of golden liquid spiritual energy leakage was accelerating, and the structural integrity of the coffin had dropped to 61%. Decay. Lin In's gaze pierced through the palm-sized observation window on the hydraulic explosion-proof door. Carriage No. 4. The transparent coffin floated above the torn floor, cracks continuing to spread. Golden liquid flowed down along the cracks, pooling at the bottom of the coffin, forming a small patch of dull, gleaming puddle. The girl inside the coffin curled up. The pair of eyes covered in dark golden runes still turned, but at a slower speed. The frequency of the runes' flow had decreased from the initially teeth-gritting high-speed computation to a sluggish, intermittent flickering. Lin In's pupils tracked the intervals of the runes, switching 3 times a second, once every 2 seconds. Slower and slower. She was not gathering strength. She was losing blood. Not the loss of blood itself. Rather, the foundation sustaining her existence was leaking drop by drop from the cracks. Gene supplement the analysis. Comprehensive analysis of current data. The target relies on the golden liquid spiritual energy within the coffin to maintain bodily stability. The leakage of the liquid leads to continuous degradation of its core functions. The intensity of the devouring gravitational field in the hollow area of her chest had dropped to 1/3 of its initial value. The operational efficiency of the runes in her eyes was less than 40% of its peak. Pause. Her condition is not good. She may need to be immersed in a special liquid for an extended period to sustain her life functions. Based on the current rate of decay, the target will lose most of her mobility within 40 to 60 minutes after the coffin completely shatters. Conclusion. Most of her active attack functions have been lost. It is recommended to contain the target in a shelter, taking what is needed. Contain. Not to kill. Not to escape. Lin In's thumb rubbed against the edge of the detonator twice. The cold metal shell was warmed slightly by the heat of his fingertip. He shoved the detonator back into the pocket of his coat. The revolver was not retracted. The barrel pointed downward, aimed at the ground. Lin In, are you crazy? Link's roar crashed in from behind. The tip of the dark iron greatsword pointed at the coffin outside the observation window, the sword humming. The holder's arm trembled. That is a mid-tier third-stage entity. Did you put away the bomb? She can't hold on much longer. Link's tone rose by half an octave. That is not him, that is an anomaly. A high-risk target sealed away by the military using 3 layers of runes. You refer to such a thing as him. It would work too. Lin In turned around. The dim emergency lights remaining in the carriage cast a yellowish glow. His azure eyes were half illuminated and half shadowed at the edge of that glow. It does not affect judgment. The spiritual energy readings are continuously dropping. After the coffin was damaged, the liquid spiritual energy lost in large quantities, and her core abilities have decayed by more than half. Lin lifted his chin and pointed in the direction of the observation window. Did you notice? From awakening until now, she hasn't released any active attacks. That's because she hasn't fully awakened yet. She is already awake. Lin's assertion bore no intention of persuasion. Stating facts. Just stating facts. Her eyes are open, the runes are operating, the spiritual energy pulsations are spreading outward. She has enough power to tear apart the 3 layers of seals in the lower cabin, yet after the coffin broke, she did not launch any attacks against any targets. She paused for a beat. What did she do? Link did not answer. The mage did not answer. No one in the entire carriage spoke. She said, "Help me." Link's Adam's apple rolled up and down. The tip of the sword drooped 2 inches. Then it was raised again. You believe the words of an anomaly? I don't believe it. Lin slid the revolver back into its holster. The leather strap snapped tight, producing a crisp click. But I believe the data. His gaze swept over each person in the carriage, finally landing back on Link's face. 30 pounds of ancient active mithril. With a purity of over 97%. Do you know what that means? Link's expression did not change. He was an excellent combat type, extraordinary being. Not an alchemist. But Alex knew. The beast tamer who had been pressed against the wall of the cabin with amber vertical pupils suddenly narrowed. Ancient active mithril. He lowered his voice. Each word was dry as if it had to be dragged out from his throat. Black market price, 40,000 gold pounds per ounce. 30 pounds. He did not continue calculating. There was no need. That number had grown too large to retain any sense of reality. The entire annual budget of the Northern Territory piled together wouldn't be enough. 30 pounds. Lin repeated the number. Her tone was steady. Each syllable's strength was completely the same. But everyone present heard the undercurrent of pressure beneath that steadiness. Not greed, but thirst. A mechanical alchemist had set his sights on premium materials. And he only needed 3 ounces. Viti leaned against the corner of the carriage. The hem of her gray-white robe was stained with still wet black blood, now oxidized to a deep brown edge. The terminal runes are fading. Everyone's attention instantly focused. Viti raised her left arm. The sleeve pulled up to her elbow, scraping away the debris from her nail bed's inch. The terminal runes are fading. Everyone's attention instantly focused. Viti raised her left arm. The sleeve pulled up to her elbow. The dark silver ritual tattoos quietly adhered to her pale skin. No longer writhing. No longer extending. The terminal runes that had crazily expanded due to the awakening of the girl in the coffin had now completely returned to normal. The death aura around her is diminishing. Consistent with what Lin said. The purple pupils swept past the coffin outside the observation window. Paused for a moment. However, one very interesting point. What? The structure of the residual spiritual energy fluctuations within her body is almost a perfect match with the terminal vessel recorded in the ecclesiastical literature. Viti retracted elegy back into her gauntlet. The sound of metal locking was subtle yet crisp. But in the ecclesiastical records, the terminal vessel is a ritual sacrificial item. Once sacrificed, it will completely vanish. She paused. She should have been dead. Not dying, but thoroughly dead. The temperature in the carriage dropped, yet she is still moving. Still speaking. Vita's lips curled slightly. That arc could not be called a smile, more akin to a reflex triggered by a dormant academic instinct being stimulated. What is this called in terminal doctrine? No one answered. Called in verse burial. When the 2 words were expelled from her mouth, they carried a cold, precise weight. Sacrificed yet not accepted by death. In the terminal scriptures, this is the highest level of taboo. Lin impressed this information into the processing sequence in his mind. In verse burial. Terminal vessel. Ritual sacrificial item. Living dead. These fragments could not yet piece together a complete puzzle, but each one was worth archiving individually. A slight disturbance in the airflow. Tia slid from the shadows to Lin's side. Her silver-white battle braid hung over her left shoulder, a crescent-shaped mithril earring glinting under the remaining emergency light. What are you planning to do? No small talk. No stance. A pure inquiry for an action plan. Lin glanced at her with the corner of his eye. In the entire carriage, fear was spreading. Arguments were heating up. Link's combat intent and dissatisfaction were in constant tug-of-war. Only Tia from the beginning of the battle until now maintained a complete tactical composure. Her emotional readings were clean enough to serve directly as a baseline. Wait until she completely loses mobility, then contain her. Contain. Where? Tia's speaking speed did not change, but her tone dipped slightly. You need to be careful. This is a very terrifying thing. I have a place. Please keep it confidential. Tia did not question further. Nodded once. Retreated back into the shadows. Her fingers rested on the gauntlet's pop-up mechanism, entering a state of alert. Clean and decisive. Crazy. Link's voice came from another direction. He slammed the dark iron greatsword down the tip, embedding half an inch into the metallic floor. We were on a steam train heading to Silvermoon City. As a result, the Imperial military was transporting anomalies underground. Then a bunch of madmen ambushed the train, and we were treated like a convoy being beaten up. He forcefully pulled out the greatsword the tip, raising a small piece of curled metal debris. That was military transport material. No matter what it is, someone is waiting to receive it. The group that intercepted this military train is directly challenging the Imperial military. Where is the military escort? Lin En's retort made Link's mouth open halfway then close. The attackers outside killed all the escorting troops and tore open the roof of the armored train. Lin En's speaking pace was not fast, each word fell solidly. If the military had the ability to protect this shipment, the seals in the lower cabin would not have been breached. Lin En's lips pressed into a line, darkly contemplating. How can I quietly contain her without anyone noticing? Accident report. Lin En's gaze returned from the observation window, landing on the dents pressed into the floor by the impact of spiritual energy. The military's lockup chamber was torn apart from the inside. The triple rune locking system had completely failed. The escorting convoy was annihilated during the external attack. High-value transport targets went missing amid the chaos. Each item was a significant incident element clearly listed in the Imperial military regulations. What he needed was a sufficiently detailed, sufficiently realistic written record, detailed enough that the military investigation team could piece together a reasonable conclusion in their minds after reading it, and realistic enough that no one would suspect there was another layer of narrative hidden behind this report. The key lay in the selection of details. Which details must be retained, which must be erased, and which need to be carefully replaced with another facade. This was the core technique of a qualified accident report. Lin En's right index finger unconsciously tapped against the grip of the revolver. The rhythm was even. Each tap was spaced 0.4 seconds apart. The traces of spiritual energy dispersing after the coffin shattered were the biggest hidden risk. The spiritual energy pulsations of a mid-tier third stage would leave retrievable residual marks on the metal. The Imperial military's spiritual energy identification officer only needed to conduct a standard scene reconstruction of the train wreckage to accurately restore the spiritual energy characteristics of the objects inside the coffin. Unless the train itself no longer existed, or the residual spiritual energy marks were covered by another more intense energy. For example, a sufficiently violent explosion. For example, the external attackers happened to launch a devastating attack on the train at this juncture. Lin En's index finger stopped tapping. He needed an accident. An accident created by external forces that would irresistibly and thoroughly destroy the evidence in carriage no. 4. Gene current train speed. 47 kilometers per hour. A 38% decrease from the normal cruising speed. The front power system is damaged and the spiritual energy reactor output is unstable. Terrain ahead. 6 kilometers ahead, entering the Serpent's Belly Pass. The canyon narrows to 12 meters at its narrowest point with a continuous length of about 2 kilometers. The exit of the pass leads to an open frozen riverbank. The Serpent's Belly Pass. The canyon narrows to 12 meters. The width of the train is 4.3 meters. The rock walls on both sides are less than 4 meters from the train body. A perfect ambush terrain. Lin En's mouth did not change its curvature, but his pupils contracted by a few millimeters. If he were the commander of this attack operation, where would he deploy the most lethal firepower? The answer is self-evident. The Serpent's Belly Pass. The snipers and biomodifiers ahead were merely appetizers used to exhaust the escort force and probe the internal combat configuration of the carriage. The real killing blow must be buried in that unavoidable narrow path ahead. Gene rescanned the thermal source distribution within 6 kilometers ahead of the canyon. Executing. 2 seconds later. Detected a large number of abnormal thermal sources. Above the rock walls on both sides of the Serpent's Belly Pass, a dense thermal source response of no less than 40 was detected. At the bottom of the pass entrance's rock wall, 6 sets of large alchemical devices' spiritual energy radiation characteristics were detected. What model? The radiation waveform highly matches the Imperial standard heavy alchemical landmine characteristics. But the power far exceeds the standard model, suspected to have been modified or used illegal amplification components. Heavy landmines. Buried at the entrance of the pass. Once the train enters, the landmines will detonate directly, scrapping the front. The subsequent carriages will be compressed and stacked under inertia, blocking the entire train in the 12-meter-wide canyon. Then over 40 firepower points will rain ammunition down from the rock walls on both sides. A textbook-style annihilation tactic. The appetite of these attackers was far greater than he had anticipated. They were not just here to rob. They were also here to eliminate witnesses. To wipe out all witnesses in one go, burying the train wreckage deep within the canyon. By the time the Imperial military investigation team arrived, they would only see a pile of blasted, unrecognizable scrap metal and charred remains. Lin En took a deep breath of the cold air mixed with the scent of gunpowder and decay. No, he did not take a deep breath. He merely allowed the rise and fall of his chest to exceed the usual measure by 2 millimeters. Fragments of information in his mind rapidly reassembled. Over 40 fire points. 6 groups of heavy landmines. The troop deployment at various ambush nodes along the route. Such a scale of combat resource investment could not possibly be provided by any local force. It must be due to infighting among military factions within the Empire. Alternatively, it could be the covert hand of the Church. Or perhaps a deep-seated force he had yet to encounter. Regardless of which, they all pointed to the same fact. The value of the girl in the coffin far exceeded that of 30 pounds of ancient active silver. So great that it warranted the mobilization of a small army to launch an overt military strike on the railway line deep within the Empire. But these were leads that needed to be investigated later. The most pressing issue at hand was singular. How to survive the death trap at the shaped gorge while utilizing the impending catastrophic explosion to erase all traces of the girl in the coffin from carriage number 4. Lin En's fingers once again brushed against the edge of the detonator in his inner pocket. Not to sever the carriage connection, but to ignite the final spark for carriage number 4 at the right moment. The explosion caused by the external attack would obliterate most of the physical evidence. The 4 high-explosive bombs he had preset would eliminate the remaining traces of spiritual energy. The double layer of destruction would be sufficient to prevent any identification method from restoring the truth. The version he intended to write in the incident report was, Carriage number 4 suffered a catastrophic strike in the external attack, with the bottom compartment's sealed chamber utterly destroyed in the explosion, the high-value target along with the coffin obliterated, and the wreckage scattered deep within the gorge unrecoverable. Clean. Complete. Flawless. Provided he could manage to secure the target under the watchful eyes of his teammates. A violent tremor once again surged through the carriage. A series of blinding red tail flames swept past the window. High-explosive armor-piercing rounds struck the armored shell, booming explosions echoing in succession. Shattered metal shell fragments ricocheted into the carriage, carving deadly arcs through the air. It's happening again. The mage shrank behind cover, his voice high-pitched. The newly born shield warrior raised his cracked tower, shield once more, his entire arm convulsing. Lin Ke stood at the front of the team, his dark iron greatsword upright, the broad blade serving as a temporary bulletproof shield. The newly born shield warrior raised his cracked tower, shield once more, his entire arm convulsing. Lin Ke stood at the front of the team, his dark iron greatsword upright, the broad blade serving as a temporary bulletproof shield. With each shockwave. Jean, report the source of firepower. 7 o'clock direction on the cliff. 8 new fire points have appeared. They do not belong to the same group as the previous 12 sniper positions. There is a difference in ammunition types, suggesting different supply lines. Different people, different ammunition, different supply lines. The same railway, the same target. Segmented deployments along the way. How long is the railway from the border to Silvermoon City? 1,400 kilometers. How many ambush points were set up along the 1,400 kilometers? The number made Lin En's neck hair stand on end for half a second. Not from nervousness, but from a sense of confirmed realization. An operation of this scale would require at least 3 months of planning. Intelligence, infiltration, route surveying, troop deployment, supply transport, communication, encryption. Each step required substantial time and resources. 3 months ago, the girl in the coffin may have still been quietly sleeping in a secret military facility. Someone knew about the transport plan in advance. Someone had preemptively deployed an interception plan. Someone had embedded a nail within the core decision-making body of the Empire's military. These deductions in Lin En's mind formed a neat logical chain pressed into the queue for long-term analysis. Now was not the time to trace the source of the intelligence. Now was the time to utilize the ensuing chaos. The assailant's frenzied firepower provided him with the perfect cover. Shifting a girl who had lost most of her mobility amidst the bombardment was 1,000 times easier than stealing a high-value target from a military sealed chamber during peacetime. Because no one would count the goods while shells were flying. Another round of armor-piercing rounds struck the outer wall of the third carriage. The metal plate dented inward, rivets flying off, embedding themselves into the opposite wall. The mage curled behind the wreckage of a seat, fingers gripping the floor, seams tightly. His nails split into 2, and he did not react. Lin En crouched in the dead corner of the wall, his right hand brushing against the corner of the detonator in his inner pocket. Cold. Hard. In perfect sync with the rhythm of her heartbeat at that moment. Jean scanned the track ahead. The 6 sets of heavy landmine arrays at the entrance of the Snake's Belly Gorge are still in standby mode. The train is currently maintaining a speed of 47 kilometers per hour, expected to reach the first landmine trigger zone in 3 minutes and 40 seconds. 3 minutes and 40 seconds. Lin En stood up. If we stay in this carriage, we are sitting ducks. I have a suggestion. Lin Ke had just blocked a shot from a stray bullet, a new burn marked the width of a thumb appearing on the blade. He turned his head, sweat mixed with blood dripping down his jawline. Go on. What is firing at us now is just the suppressive fire deployed along the way. The real killing move lies ahead. Lin N's index finger pointed in the direction of the train's movement. The Snake's Belly Gorge. The narrowest point of the canyon is 12 meters, while the train's width is 4.3 meters. There are at least 40 firing points above the rock walls on both sides. If the entrance of the gorge is buried with alchemical mines. No one in the carriage spoke. In the gap between explosions, only the howling cold wind rushed in through the bullet holes. Once the front of the train runs over a landmine, the first 3 carriages will stack and compress under inertia. Blocked in the 12-meter-wide canyon, 40 firing points will rain down from above. Lin N's speech did not speed up or slow down. Not a single survivor will remain. Alex's amber vertical pupils glimmered in the darkness. His right hand unconsciously clenched the contract mark on the back of his left hand. Hot. Hotter than before. Lin N, hurry up and tell us your plan. TIA's voice emerged from the shadows, dry and steady. The last carriage. Lin N turned and took 2 steps towards the end of the carriage. The heel of his boot crushed a shell. Everyone retreat to the last carriage, severing the connection with the front section. When the train rushes into the gorge, we will have already detached. The last carriage will naturally decelerate due to inertia and terrain gradient after losing power. The explosions and fire coverage ahead will all pour down on the front section. Once we break free from the shackles of the carriage, how hard could it be to take out these snipers? Lin Kess, not because the plan was flawed, but because the plan was too simple. So simple that he, a veteran extraordinary being at the peak of the second tier, could only think of charging out and fighting for his life after thinking for a long time, while a newcomer could outline a complete escape route in 3 sentences. The hydraulic lock at the carriage connection needs to be manually released. Shios finally interjected, his voice still trembling, but his mind was already turning. There is an emergency decoupling device between the last carriage and the second to last one, but both upper and lower mechanical locks need to be released simultaneously. He'll handle it, he'll use physical destruction. Lin N interrupted him, waving the alchemical revolver in his hand. He was already on the move. Everyone follow. Alex at the rear, Tia on the side for vigilance, Lin Ke leading the way. The mage and shield bearer in the center, do not stray. No one objected. Lin Ke hefted his heavy sword onto his shoulder, striding over the remnants of limbs and flesh on the ground towards the rear passage. He paused for half a second as he passed Lin N. His lips moved slightly, but no words came out. He left. 9 people traversed the narrow passage between the third carriage and the last carriage. The vibrations of the metal floor grew more intense. In the distance, a sustained dull sound echoed as external firing points conducted their final round of saturation fire on the front of the train. Lin N walked in a position slightly behind the middle of the line. Viti was 3 steps ahead on her left. Alex was 5 steps behind. Tia had already merged into the shadows of the passage wall, with only the occasional reflection of cold light from her crescent-shaped silver earrings exposing her location. The people ahead were squeezing through the entrance of the last carriage one by one. The passage was narrow, requiring everyone to turn sideways to pass. A blind spot in visibility. Lin N's right hand ventured into the inner pocket of his coat. His fingertips brushed against the metal casing of the pocket watch. The surface of the chrono ash was warm, its pulsation frequency perfectly aligning with the spiritual energy vibration frequency of her silver earring hanging from her left earlobe. The microfurnace core inside the pocket watch had entered standby mode. Jean completed all preparations the moment he touched it. Target's current state. Integrity of the coffin structure has dropped to 31%. The remaining amount of golden liquid spiritual energy is less than 1/5 of the initial value. Target's spiritual energy output has dropped below the second tier lower limit. The runes in his eyes were nearing a standstill. Containment conditions met. The target currently cannot effectively resist the containment process. It is recommended to complete it within 3 seconds. 3 seconds. Lin N's pace did not change. His breathing did not change. The swing of his arms did not change. As he passed through the half-collapsed partition between the fourth carriage and the passage, his body instinctively leaned aside, avoiding the falling broken beam above. This sidestep action aligned his torso directly towards the fourth carriage. He pressed the crown of the pocket watch. No light. No sound. No abnormal fluctuations detectable by the naked eye or conventional spiritual energy perception. The devouring field of genes silently unfolded from within the pocket watch. Extremely thin spatial folds covered the suspended, transparent coffin of the fourth carriage within 0.4 seconds. The densely packed cracks on the coffin walls ceased to spread at the moment of contact with the folds. The golden liquid spiritual energy stopped leaking. The coffin, along with the curled silver-gray-haired girl inside, was completely pulled into the essence of Jean at the end of the first second. Second. The air in the original position of the coffin filled back in. The traces of spiritual energy residue were simultaneously cleared by the devouring field of Jean. Third second. Lin N's thumb released the crown. The pocket watch's temperature dropped sharply, returning from warm to body temperature. His hand withdrew from the inner pocket. His fingertips pinched a high-explosive bomb. Lin and hurry. Shios waved at her from the entrance of the last carriage, setting up a rear device. He pressed the bomb against the load-bearing column of the passage wall. The motion was smooth. The rationale was sufficient. No one would connect the few seconds of pause with the coffin that vanished from the fourth carriage. Because no one looked back at the fourth carriage. The artillery fire continued to pour down. The landmines ahead were still waiting. Everyone's attention was nailed to the 3 words survive. Lin stepped into the last carriage. Alex was the last to enter, pulling the emergency hatch of the passage shut behind him. The decoupling device is here. Shios squatted beside a maintenance cover plate at the front end of the carriage, gripping the red emergency release lever with both hands. I can operate this upper set, but there's another hydraulic lock below that needs someone to crawl under the chassis to manually unscrew it. Step aside. Lin knelt on one knee, lifting a smaller subpanel next to the maintenance cover plate. A cold wind from the chassis rushed and mixed with the acrid smell of iron track friction. Her upper body leaned into the narrow maintenance hole, her fingers accurately locating the hex bolts of the hydraulic lock in the darkness. Jean assist with positioning. Marked. Rotate clockwise 3.5 turns to release. The metal bolt emitted a dull creaking sound under the torque of the wrench. 1 turn, 2 turns, 3 turns. The sound of the tracks beneath suddenly changed pitch. The sound of wheels rolling over the switch disappeared, replaced by a sharper, more intense metallic shriek. The canyon narrowed. The entrance of the Snake's Belly Gorge was just ahead. Hurry! Lin Kess roar drowned out all noise. The last half-turn. The lock sprang open. The residual pressure in the hydraulic line sprayed a mist of oil, splashing onto Lin N's sleeve. She withdrew from the maintenance hole. Shios pull. The red lever was yanked down violently. The sound of the metallic interlocking structure collapsing reverberated throughout the carriage. The floor shook violently. The connection between the last carriage and the front section was completely severed. The last carriage, having lost traction, continued to slide forward under inertia, but its speed began to visibly decrease. The main body of the train, dragging the remaining carriages, roared into the dark entrance of the Snake's Belly Gorge. Lin N stood by the front window of the last carriage. Her right hand pressed the detonator. In the direction of the fourth carriage, for muffled explosions rang out, amplified several times by the echoes in the gorge. The orange-eared flames erupted in the middle of the front section of the train, thick smoke billowing into the narrow passage. 3 seconds later, a sound far more intense than the bomb's explosion came from the depths of the gorge. The ground trembled. That was the sound of 6 sets of heavy alchemical landmines detonating simultaneously. Flames shot up into the sky. Shredded steel rocks and ice shards were hurled into the air by the shockwave, tracing dense parabolas in the night sky. The last carriage came to a slow stop, less than 200 meters from the entrance of the gorge. The wheels turned twice at last, biting into the tracks, emitting a low, hoarse metallic groan. It fell silent. Lin N stared at the sea of flames churning deep within the gorge ahead, her right hand hanging at her side. Inside the inner pocket of her coat, the pocket watch pressed against her ribcage, emitting a steady, extremely faint pulsation. That was a heartbeat that did not belong to her. 7 times a minute. Before the wheels of the last car had fully gripped the tracks, the first bullet came piercing in from above the right rock. A trickle of blood slid down the mage's ear tip. He froze for half a second before collapsing to the ground. Lin N's shout coincided with the arrival of the second bullet. Lin Cook kicked the emergency hatch door on the left, sending the deformed metal plate flying 3 meters before crashing onto the gravel bed. He sidestepped the edge of the door frame, wielding his heavy Xian iron sword above his head, as 2 bullets struck the sword's surface in succession, sending sparks flying into his face. Get out quickly! The shield bearer was the second to rush out. His tower shield was held in front, and he dashed 3 steps to take cover behind a protruding rock 2 meters away from the carriage. 2 new bullet dents appeared on the shield surface. Shios was dragged up by Tia, half pushed, half pulled out of the hatch. Alex was at the rear, a piece of shrapnel tearing a gash in the edge of his fur cloak. Lin N was the last to leave the carriage. As he landed, the soles of his boots shattered a thin layer of ice on the ground. Cold air rushed into his lungs, carrying the scent of gunpowder residue and the unique metallic tang of frozen soil. Gunfire echoed back and forth between the canyon walls. The acoustic positioning was muddled by the echoes. But Jean did not rely on hearing. 3 sniper positions. Above the right rock wall at a relative height of about 20 meters, spaced 8 meters apart. They were using modified long-barreled alchemical rifles, low firing rate, but high armor-piercing capability. 3-40. The explosion at the inlet buried the main firepower points. The remaining were patrol teams deployed around the perimeter of the pass. The numbers are manageable, but the trouble wasn't just with the snipers. A deep roar came from beneath the carriage, the sound of metal crushing bone. Something emerged from under the carriage. Lin N caught a glimpse of the silhouette. bipedal over 2 meters tall with an irregular gray-black exoskeleton covering its body. Its left arm was replaced with a rough metal tube below the elbow with traces of green liquid lingering at the tube's opening. A biomodified body, similar to the type encountered on the train, but larger in scale. It was followed by two others. Attention ahead. Alex's warning came from behind. His amber vertical pupils constricted sharply in the darkness. The contract mark burned red. It was the instinctive response of a calamity beast tamer to dangerous creatures. These have been modified, their pain receptors severed. They are the type that can't be killed. Lin Ku had already moved forward, sweeping his heavy sword. Infused with peak second-tier spiritual energy, the strike generated a visible air current. The right arm of the first modified body, along with half of its shoulder, was completely sliced off. It did not fall. The muscle fibers at the severed limb writhed madly, and the gray-black exoskeleton began to converge toward the wound. Lin Ku's back teeth ground audibly. Lin did not look at him. The alchemical revolver was already in his hand. His thumb cocked the hammer. The magazine was loaded with holy silver anthem rounds. Blessed with a priest's blessing, they had extra lethality against such twisted creatures. 2 shots. The first struck the knee joint of the nearest modified body. The holy silver round exploded inside the exoskeleton, causing a burning reaction that spread from the point of impact. The soft tissue inside the knee joint carbonized within 2 seconds. Its left leg buckled. The second shot came from below, piercing through the jaw and embedding itself in the cranial cavity. This time it fell. It twitched 3 times. Then it lay still. VD cut in from the side. The ritual sword of silent words silently sliced through the neck of the second modified body. The blade reflected no light. The strike accurately severed the connection between the cervical vertebrae and the brainstem. No need to penetrate the exoskeleton. No need to disrupt its regeneration ability. Directly severing the control center. The modified body crashed forward face down onto the gravel. Its limbs were still twitching, but it had lost the ability to coordinate its movements. Lin Ku used 4 strikes to deal with the third one. He cleaved its entire head along with the spine. The snipers above the rock wall continued to fire. A bullet grazed the edge of the shield-bearer's tower shield, hitting the stone at his feet, sending debris flying into the gaps of his lower leg armor. The shield-bearer grunted, but did not move. Cover me for 30 seconds. As soon as Lin finished saying this, he took off running. Not towards the cover, but towards the slope of the right rock wall. Is he crazy? Lun's voice sliced through. Tia did not comment. Her silver-white braid vanished in the shadows. Lin In's running path was not a straight line. He changed direction every 2 to 3 steps. The alchemical array on the soles of his boots left a brief blue glow on the gravel, wind spirit slide. The revolver was raised. Not aimed upwards, but downwards. A bullet struck the ground 2 meters ahead of his feet. Explosive fruit round. The alchemical grenade exploded in the dirt, sending shards and dust into the air, forming a temporary smoke screen 3 meters high. The sniper's line of sight was obscured for 1.7 seconds. That was enough. Lin climbed up onto a protruding rock shelf under the cover of the smoke. Below him was a gravel slope, and 12 meters above was the first sniper position. The revolver's magazine flipped. Ejected the spent rounds. Loaded fresh ones. His thumb inserted 2 new rounds. The entire motion was completed during his climb. Precise location of the first sniper position. Directly above, slightly left at 11 degrees. The target is adjusting the angle of fire. You have a 4-second window. Lin In's right foot pressed against a crack in the rock wall, propelling his body upwards. Stepping judgment. The miniature gravity alchemical formation beneath his feet activated against the rock surface. The reaction force propelled his body towards the target. In the instant his vision flipped, he saw the sniper. Lying in a rock indentation, the modified long-barreled rifle still mounted on the shooting rest. The eyes beneath the mask were searching for the vanishing target. Found it. But it was too late. Lin In's revolver was pointing at him from above. Less than 3 meters away. 1 shot. A hole appeared in the center of the sniper's mask. His body twitched once, and then lay still on the rifle. Lin landed beside the sniper position, cushioning his fall on one knee. His right hand had already turned the revolver towards the direction of the second sniper position. There was no need to run anymore. He crouched beside the corpse of the first sniper, stabilizing his revolver with the opponent's shooting rest. 8 meters away, the second sniper was hurriedly turning his gun. 2 shots. The first sent his rifle flying. The second penetrated his throat. The third one. This one was a bit smarter. He dropped his rifle and began retreating through the rope passage behind the rock wall. TIA's crescent-shaped mithril earrings glinted at the end of that rope. A very short muffled sound echoed from the retreat passage, followed by a heavy falling sound. Tia stepped out from the shadows, retracting the short blade of lament back into its slot. There was no blood on her fingertips. She used the back of the blade. To knock out, not to kill. Lennon did not ask why. Leaving a live captive was his second choice that he did not have time to express. Tia had already done it for him. The 3 sniper positions were cleared. The surrounding gunfire ceased. The canyon fell into a temporary silence amidst the remnants of the explosion. Only the distant train wreckage deep within the inlet continued to crackle with flames. Lin En stood above the rock wall, overlooking the entire canyon entrance area. The view suddenly opened up. The terrain surrounding the inlet was fully visible from this height. Gravel slopes, frozen soil zones, slanted railway embankments, and 120 meters to the north of the embankment, a set of evidently newly constructed temporary structures. Sandbags, metal barriers, 3 fixed stakes driven into the frozen soil with traces of ropes and pulleys remaining. This was not a sniper position. It was a command post. Lin En jumped down from the rock wall. As he landed, Wind Spirit Slide cushioned most of the impact. He walked towards Lin Ku. Lin Ku was wiping the black bloodstains from his heavy sword with his sleeve. A fresh wound extended from his cheekbone down to his jaw. It wasn't deep, but it was still bleeding. 3 snipers cleared. Lin Ku looked up at him, staring for 2 seconds, his lips pressing together slightly. You at peak first tier executed at least 5 different alchemical skill switches in that combo, just now. How did you achieve that switching speed in combat? Lin En did not answer this question. 120 meters to the north, there's a temporary command post. Newly built. The frozen soil layer on the sandbags hasn't completely frozen, indicating it was set up no more than 2 hours ago. It doesn't feel like an attempt to seize something from a steam train. Someone must know we are on the train, and this is an ambush against us. That's indeed strange. Lin Ke's attention was pulled back. He glanced in the direction Lin En pointed. We can't linger here. But we can't just walk away either. Lin En removed the revolver's magazine. 5 empty shells fell to the ground, clattering as they rolled a few times. He began loading fresh rounds from his ammo pouch into the magazine. An ambush of this scale cannot be without a field commander. The snipers are dead, the modified bodies are dead, but if the commander is still alive, he will mobilize the reserve team. We'll be running across an open frozen plain pursued from behind. That's worse than being a target in the canyon. Lin Ku fell silent for 3 seconds. Do you want to take people up there? I want to understand whether the people here are after seizing items from the imperial military, or if they are trying to ambush us. If it's the latter, don't you think it's terrifying? Take the shield bearer, and you. The others will wait in place. Tia will maneuver on the flank. Lin En finished loading the last round and flipped the magazine back into place. Alex will stay behind. His contract mark can provide early warning. Shios and Vidi will keep watch over that live captive. He nodded toward the sniper that Tia had knocked out. Before we retreat, there's one more thing. Lin En snapped his fingers, releasing the brass servants, self-destructing alchemical automatons. 3 of them, set to delayed detonation mode. 3 fine alchemical threads fell at 3 different positions on the slope. The moment the threads touched the ground, the snow surface bulged slightly, and 3 palm-sized brass constructs formed from the alchemical formations. 6 mechanical eyes glowed with dark red lights before quickly burrowing into the snow, disappearing from sight. Concealed mines. We must leave some backup on the path we came. Lin En stood up, brushing off the frost and debris from his hands. Lin Ku watched him set the concealed mines, his hands calloused from years of sword fighting, tightening around the sword hilt. This kid doesn't seem like a new student. A peak first-tier mechanical alchemist, his skill switching speed in combat is more fluid than some second-tier practitioners. His revolver shooting skill was absurdly precise. More importantly, that battlefield instinct that seeps into the bones, laying mines after firing, cutting off avenues of retreat before withdrawing. This is something you can't teach from a textbook. Let's go. Lin En stepped northward, the revolver held in his right hand, muzzle pointing down. Lin Ku shouldered his heavy sword and followed. 120 meters. Frozen earth. No cover. They did not walk in a straight line, but advanced along the low slope of the embankment, using the slight undulations of the terrain to obscure their shapes. The shield bearer was in front, his tower shield lowered, running in a crouch. Lin En was in the middle. Lin Ku brought up the rear. At 80 meters, Lin En spotted a figure behind the fortifications. To be precise, he saw a silhouette. It was nearly twice as wide as an average person. The shoulder lines were wrong. Too thick, too hard, not the kind that merely wore thick armor. It was a density that came from the bones and muscles themselves. Standing over 2 meters tall with broad shoulders and a thick back. The skin of its entire upper body presented an abnormal gray iron color with muscle fibers arranged in a pattern completely different from that of a human. Thicker and denser with bulging muscle fibers stacked together, making its surface look like patched wrought iron. The left arm was nearly twice as thick as the right. The outer side of the forearm was covered with a layer of dark silver metal exoskeleton, not worn, but grown from the skin. It was using that deformed left hand to hold a communication device, intermittently issuing commands. Target identification. Lin Ku, as expected of a second-year student, displayed the knowledge he should have. Known personnel dossier of the Steam Party. Lunz. Codename Iron Gorilla. A high-ranking member of the Steam Party. Characteristics: fully reinforced body, extremely high physical defense. Known abilities: impervious to blades and bullets. Impervious to blades and bullets. Spiritual energy level assessment, mid-second tier. Physique type enhancer. Conventional ammunition is unlikely to cause effective damage. Matches the records of number S07 in the known dossier of the Steam party. Lin N's footsteps paused. Alias Iron Gorilla. Real name Lunz. Behind the sandbag fortifications, that unusually large figure slowly stood up. He turned around. Standing 2 meters 1 in height, the exposed forearm displayed an unnatural bluish-gray metallic sheen. Each hand had 6 fingers. The 6th finger was a metallic prosthetic that grew from the back of the hand, its tip shaped into a cone. A pair of murky small eyes peeked out from beneath the low brow, staring at Lin N, staring at the revolver in Lin N's hand. Then Lun smiled. The metallic prosthetic tapped against his chest. A dull sound. Clang, clang, clang. Little brat. His voice was rough, tinged with a metallic rasp. Did you think the one commanding was just a civilian? Lin N's thumb rested on the hammer. He did not respond. Clang, clang, clang. The muffled sound of metal striking a chest echoed back and forth between the canyon walls. Lun's mouth stretched open, revealing 2 rows of uneven metallic teeth. Lin N's thumb rested on the hammer. He did not pull. 35 meters away, an expanse of frozen ground lay between him and the sandbag fortification. No cover. No changes in elevation. A hard charge meant death. Jean, what's the armor coverage percentage on the target's surface? 92%. The uncovered areas concentrated around the eye sockets, the inner walls of the mouth, the armpits, and the inner sides of the knees. However, these areas were all protected by secondary hardened layers, making the probability of penetration by conventional ammunition less than 7%. 7%. 6 bullets, the highest probability weak point, with an effective penetration rate of less than 1/10 for each shot. Are there any other weaknesses? The steam exhaust valves of the boiler boost system are located on either side of the spine at the back. When the exhaust valves open, the armor's closure briefly decreases. But the triggering conditions are unknown. The exhaust valves at the back, he would need to get behind him and wait for him to open the valve. The conditions were too harsh. Yet there was still a way. Lunz had already moved. His 2-meter frame stepped out from behind the sandbag fortification, each step leaving shallow pits in the frozen ground. The speed was not fast. There was no need for speed. He walked straight toward Lin N, arms slightly spread, his 6-fingered hand clenched into a fist. Kid, that little handgun of yours feels like a tickle against me. What he said was the truth. Lin N's revolver caliber was insufficient to penetrate the fully tempered surface. The holy silver bullets had extra lethality against bioengineered bodies, but Lun's was not a bioengineered body. He was purely physically enhanced. Metal fused with bone muscle fibers replaced multi-layered alloy armor plates implanted beneath the skin. If it couldn't penetrate, it just couldn't. Lin N. A shout from Lin came from the side. 7 or 8 figures emerged from the shadows of the canyon behind Lunz. Some carried modified rifles, others held chainsaws, and there were 2 smaller bioengineered bodies. The remnants of the steam party. They'll hold off those punks behind. Lin K's heavy sword rested across his shoulder. Second-tier peak spiritual energy coalesced into a faint blue light membrane on the sword's surface. He charged toward that group, taking large strides, causing the ground to crack in a spiderweb pattern under the pressure of his spiritual energy. Cook, keep up. Shield-bearer Cook gritted his teeth, pressing the tower shield in front of him, iron boots grinding over gravel as he rushed out behind Lin Ku. TIA's figure disappeared in the same instant. The cold light of her crescent-shaped silver earrings flickered in the shadows of the rock wall. 3 people blocking 8. What was left for Lin N was only Lunz. Unknown. First-tier peak against second-tier midstitch. A mechanical alchemist against an indestructible. Lunz was still walking. 20 meters. 15 meters. He showed no intention of accelerating. Crushing ants did not require running. Lin N pulled down the hammer. He fired. 2 shots. The first shot hit Lun's left chest. Sparks flew. The bullet struck the tempered skin, ricocheted, rolled 3 times in the air, and fell into the snow. Not even a white mark was left. The second shot hit his throat. Same result. The crisp sound of metal clashing. The bullet deformed, embedding itself into a fold of muscle on Lun's neck. Lunz looked down for a moment. With that extra 6th metal finger, he pried the bullet out of the fold. He crushed. Powder spilled from between his fingers. Just a tickle, he repeated, grinning wider. The probing was complete. Direct shots were ineffective. Data verification was complete. Lin N turned and ran. It was not a retreat, it was purposeful. The alchemical array under his boots activated. The blue glow of wind spirit glide traced an arc across the surface of the frozen ground. His movement trajectory was not a straight line. It veered left, cutting toward the rocky slope he had come from. Lunz was momentarily stunned. A first-tier kid fired 2 shots at him, and then turned to run. An insult. Running. Lun's back emitted a piercing metallic screech. Steam erupted from the exhaust valves on either side of his spine, a column of white high-pressure gas shooting up 0.5 meter. Boiler boost. His movement changed instantly. The originally slow crushing transformed into a full sprint. The frozen ground exploded beneath his feet, each step creating fist-sized craters. A 2-meter-tall body carrying hundreds of kilograms accelerated to a speed that should not belong to such a body type. The ground trembled. Lin In felt the frequency of that vibration traveling up his spine, dense, heavy, and approaching. 10 meters. 8 meters. 5 meters. Lun's fist came crashing down. A brass-heavy strike. The fist did not hit Lin In. It struck the ground. The shockwave spread from the impact point. The frozen layer was lifted entirely, gravel and ice shards blasted 3 meters high. Lin In completed a lateral jump 3/10 of a second before the shockwave arrived. Shadow step spatial fold. His body folded briefly in midair, leaving a residual shadow that was torn apart by the shockwave. He landed 4 meters away, one knee touching the ground. The revolver lifted. Another 2 shots, this time aiming for the inner side of the knee joint. The first shot grazed Lun's right knee bend. The bullet bounced off the secondary hardened layer and flew away. The second shot had a more cunning angle, drilling into the gap of the knee joint, but it only penetrated 2 millimeters before getting stuck. Lunz looked down at his knee. The bullet was embedded in the joint, stuck tightly. He slapped his knee with that deformed left hand. The bullet, "You aim pretty well," Lunz said. There was no sarcasm, just a statement. "Too bad it's useless." He charged again. Lin In distanced himself once more. Wind spirit glide. Change direction. Jump back. The revolver's chamber was empty. All 6 shots had been fired. Eject the empty cartridges. Reload. His thumb pressed each new bullet into the chamber as he ran. Lunz could not catch up to him. That was the only advantage. A second-tier midstage heavily modified body with peak power and defense, but speed was its shortcoming. Boiler boost could provide explosive sprints, but not for long. After each boosted sprint, Lunz needed 2 to 3 seconds to recharge. Those 2 to 3 seconds were Lin In's window. But what could he do in that window? If it couldn't penetrate, it just couldn't. Lin In's steps did not stop. His movement path drew an irregular arc across the frozen flat ground, gradually shifting toward the rocky slope he had come from. The path was laid with deceptive mines. 3 brass golem self-destructing magic dolls were buried beneath the snow at 3 positions on the slope. Delayed detonation mode. Trigger range, 3 meters. Lin In needed to lure Lunz into that area. "Where are you running to?" Lunz initiated a third boosted sprint. White steam poured from his back. The ground exploded. His fist, carrying a faint golden alchemical flame, swept toward him, a precursor to molten steel charge. Lin In leaned back. The fist's wind brushed past the tip of his nose. The scorching airwave singed some of the loose hair from his forehead. Too close. The judgment of trampling. The microgravity alchemical array underfoot activated its reaction force, launching his body backward at an angle. 6 meters. He landed precisely at the edge of the slope. Gravel crunched under his boots. Lunz caught up. The inertia from the boosted sprint extended his braking distance by 2 meters, his iron boots plowing 2 deep grooves in the frozen ground. He stopped less than 4 meters from the first mine's burial point. Not enough. One more step. Lin In raised his revolver. Not aiming at Lunz. Aiming at the ground in front of his feet. One shot. The exploding fruit bullet nailed into the frozen ground. The alchemical grenade exploded in the soil, sending gravel and dust flying. Lunz instinctively raised his forearm to shield his eyes. Gravel struck his tempered skin with a clattering sound. No damage, but his vision was obstructed. It was in this second. Lin In fired another shot from the slope, striking Lunz's side. This shot was not meant to harm. It was to provoke. The bullet hit Lunz's temple. It ricocheted, but the sound of metal clashing was piercing enough. Lunz, he charged forward. 2 steps. His left foot stepped into the trigger range of the first mine. Beneath the snow, the 6 mechanical eyes of the brass golem lit up with a dark red glow. Boom. The first one. Close range, self-detonation. The shockwave from the alchemical explosion tore upward from Lunz's left ankle. His body was lifted half a meter. A crack appeared in his left leg below the knee. Not a crack in the skin, but a crack in the tempered armor plate. Before he could land, the second mine detonated 2 meters away. The shockwave slammed in from the side. Lunz's body tumbled sideways in midair, crashing into a protruding rock on the slope. The rock shattered. Lunz's right shoulder armor dented inward. The third one. This one was buried the deepest and contained the most explosive charge. The explosion penetrated from directly below. Lunz's entire body was thrown 2 meters high by the shockwave. When he fell, the frozen ground was smashed into a human-shaped crater. Dust filled the air. Debris flew. Target status. Multiple cracks in the surface armor. The integrity of the armor below the left knee has dropped to 30%. The right shoulder armor had fallen off. The exhaust valve system on his back was damaged and steam leaked. Pause. Core armor remains intact. Target's life signs are stable. He could still move. Sure enough, a dull roar emanated from the crater. Lunz crawled up from the rubble. His left leg trembled. The broken armor revealed the underlying gray-white reinforced bones. Steam irregularly spewed from the cracks in his back, enveloping his upper body in a white mist. Yet he still stood, indestructible, truly deserving of the name. Only his eyes. The shockwaves from the 3 explosions, the debris, and the hot airwaves concentrated on his face. The tempered skin blocked most of the damage, but the secondary hardened layer around his eye sockets developed spiderweb-like cracks. Those murky little eyes were bloodshot. The whites of his eyes turned dark red. His tear glands burned liquid, uncontrollably spilling from the corners of his eyes. He blinked frequently. His vision became unstable. The integrity of the target's eye protection layer has drastically decreased. Current penetration probability has increased to 61%. 61. Enough. Lin En removed the remaining ordinary rounds from the chamber. From the innermost compartment of his ammunition bag, he pulled out 2 bullets with differently colored tips. The shell was a standard brass color, but the bullet tip was dark red, etched with extremely fine alchemical runes. The runes warmed slightly at the moment his fingertips touched them. Alchemical armor-piercing rounds. The cost equaled half a week's income for a middle-class family specifically designed to deal with heavily armored targets. The core of the bullet was compressed alchemical alloy. Upon impact, it would release an alchemical corrosive reaction within the target, dismantling the metallic structure from the inside. 2 rounds were pressed into the chamber. The chamber flipped back into place. Lunz wiped the liquid from the corner of his eye. His bloodshot eyes locked onto Lin En. Kid. His voice changed. The metallic, grinding noise intensified. Steam leaked from the corner of his mouth. You made me bleed. Not anger. It was murderous intent. The steel armor reacted. A faint golden light membrane erupted from Lun's entire armor. The passive defense skill activated. Any physical attack against him would be rebounded unchanged. But Lin En had no intention of hitting hard. He raised the revolver. With one hand. Unsupported. At a distance of 30 meters. The target was 2 bloodshot eyeballs less than 4 centimeters in diameter. The opponent was still moving. The wind was blowing. The dust from the gravel had not yet settled. The revolver's sights found an anchor point on the midline of Lun's face. The index finger rested on the trigger. Breath stopped. Not holding his breath. The rhythm of his breathing was compressed into the intervals between heartbeats. Gun kata. His fingertip twitched. The first shot. The dark red bullet sliced through the air. There was no superfluous sound. Only a thin red line extended from the muzzle to Lun's left eye. Lun's pupil caught that red line. There was no time to dodge. No time to raise his hand. The bullet penetrated the left eye socket, the shattered fragments of the secondary hardened layer drilling into the cranial cavity. Lun's body froze. His left foot hanging in midair, not having landed. Lin En adjusted his wrist by less than a degree. The second shot. The right eye. The bullet penetrated from the front through the eyeball, shattering the bony structure behind, embedding itself in the brainstem. Lun's mouth hung open. White steam seeped out from between his metal teeth. The faint golden rebound light membrane peeled off in patches from his surface armor, shattering into glowing dots that dissipated in the cold air. The 2-meter frame pitched forward. Boom. The frozen ground shook. Debris was blown away by the airwave. The dust rays slowly settled around Lun's corpse. It was quiet for 2 seconds. A metallic clash and screams sounded from the side. Lin Kess' heavy sword cleaved through a Steam Party member's modified rifle and half an arm. Cook's tower shield knocked away a small modified body. TIA's crescent-shaped earrings flickered in another direction, followed by a guy with a chainsaw collapsing to the ground, a long wound appearing on his neck. Lin En turned around and walked back toward the battlefield. The chamber ejected. 2 dark red empty shells fell beside Lun's corpse. Clink, clink. He slowly reloaded regular rounds from his ammunition bag. A small Steam Party member peeked out from behind the sandbag fortification. He saw Lun's corpse. Saw the 2 pitch-black hollow eye sockets. Lun's is dead. His voice trembled. Another Steam Party member beside him, documented as Do It, suddenly grabbed his collar and pulled him back. Run, run quickly. That kid shot through Lun's eyes. Do It's face was pale. His lips trembled violently. He turned and ran deep into the canyon, too late. Lin Kess' heavy sword blocked his escape route. Tia stepped out from the shadows, blocking another direction. Cook's tower shield sealed off the last gap. The remaining Steam Party members were compressed into an area of less than 20 meters. 7 people. 3 modified bodies. Having lost their commander, heavy firepower, and retreat route. Lin En walked to the edge of the battlefield. The revolver gripped in his hand, muzzle down. He did not fire. No need to. Lin Ku was enough alone. Each spiritual energy slash from the heavy sword carried the suppression of second-tier peak, making the Steam Party's modified rifles and chainsaws seem like toys in the face of that power. Vitus' silent words silently harvested the scattered soldiers attempting to break through the flank, each sword precisely severing the connection between the cervical spine and the brainstem. Alex's contract mark glowed 3 times, and the 3 modified bodies moved sluggishly under the suppression of the disaster beast tamer being knocked down and finished off one by Cook's tower shield. 3 minutes. The last steam party member lay still on the frozen ground. Lin Ke plunged his heavy sword into the ground, propping himself up with the sword hilt, gasping for breath. He turned to glance at Lin En, then looked again at Lun's corpse 30 meters away. How did you hit him in the eyes? Lin En closed the chamber. The leather strap tightened. First blow off his leg, then blind him. If it can't penetrate, don't shoot the body. Lin Ke's mouth opened slightly, then closed. He opened it again. The 3 mines you laid. Were they meant for him from the start? They were buried casually on the way. Casually. Lin Ke swallowed hard. The tactical manual taught in the academy did not say this. The manual stated when encountering a high-tier enemy, new students should immediately retreat and call for support. No manual ever mentioned a first-tier newbie lures a second-tier midstage into a preset minefield and then shoots him in the head twice. Xiaoxi stood in the distance, his mouth having not closed since the battle began. Alex silently walked past Lun's corpse. He looked down at those 2 hollow eye sockets, the amber vertical pupils swirling with complex emotions. The contract mark on the back of his hand was no longer warm. Not because the danger had passed, but because the blonde newbie standing beside him felt more unpredictable than anything on this battlefield. Tia was the last to sheath her blade. The crescent-shaped earrings swayed slightly. She looked at Lin En for 2 seconds, said nothing, then pulled out a leather notebook from behind her waist, using special ink to write a tiny line in the corner of a certain page. She closed the notebook and tucked it away. Let's go. Lin En nodded toward the direction of Silvermoon City. The steam party won't just send this few people. After staying too long, there will be follow-ups. The 9 of them reformed their ranks, advancing along the frozen roadbed beside the railway toward the northeast. Lin En walked in the middle of the line. In the inner pocket of his coat, the pocket watch pressed against his ribcage pulsed with a faint rhythm that did not belong to him. 7 times per minute. 1 more than before. Gene containment status of the target. Target's heart rate increased from 7 beats per minute to 8 beats per minute. The rate of spiritual energy decay has slowed. Golden liquid spiritual energy stopped leaking in the containment environment. Core life signs are stabilizing. Alive. Lin En's thumb rubbed over the surface of the pocket watch. 30 pounds of ancient era active mithril. He only needed 3 ounces, but unfortunately he could not obtain it from the target as it would harm her life. He still had to go to Silvermoon City to acquire it. But first he had to bring these 8 people to Silvermoon City alive. The wind on the tundra whipped the ice particles against his face. The railway extended into the distance under the moonlight, disappearing at a gray-white horizon. The frozen wasteland stretched for 4 hours. The tracks broke in the 3rd hour. The wooden sleepers were shattered, the steel rails twisted like a helix, and charred remains of cars were scattered along the sides of the embankment. After communicating with the academy, it was confirmed that the steam party and the hidden cult belonged to the opposing faction of innate awakened beings, possibly participants in the New Shoot's cleansing operation of the Extreme Path hidden cult. Lin En did not stop. He maneuvered around the wreckage and continued to advance northeast along the embankment. At the end of the 4th hour, a spire appeared on the horizon. It was not a church spire. It was made of metal. At the top of the spire was a massive gear structure with 3 blades slowly rotating high above the alchemical runes embedded in the blades, refracting pale blue light in the morning sun. A wind energy collection tower. Lin En paused for a moment. He had seen such a thing. In the Victor family's library, he had come across an already yellowed volume of the Blueprints of Imperial City Engineering Volume 3. The section on Silvermoon City. The book depicted design blueprints. What lay before him was the actual structure. It was 3 times larger than the design. We have arrived, Lin Ke said, shouldering his heavy sword and pointing with its tip toward the spire. Lin En's gaze crossed over Lin Ke's shoulder, looking into the distance. As the group climbed over the last frozen slope, the full silhouette of Silvermoon City rose from below the horizon. No one spoke. Zaius' mouth opened again, this time without him even realizing it. Silvermoon City did not resemble a city. Or rather, it did not resemble any city Lin En had seen before. The cities of Solar Yin were made of stone and brick with cobblestone streets where sewage flowed from drainage ditches, the air perpetually filled with the mingled scent of coal, dust, and remnants of sacrificial rites. Silvermoon City had none of that. The city was built in a vast circular valley surrounded by ridges cloaked in silver fir forests. Every 200 meters on the ridges stood a wind energy collection tower, their rotating blades keeping a consistent rhythm. The buildings within the city were divided into 3 tiers. The outer layer consisted of low residential areas with 3 to 5-story apartment buildings arranged in neat rows, their exteriors clad in light gray metal panels with shining copper window frames. The middle layer rose higher. Commercial buildings and research institutions of 8 to 12 stories were interspersed, connected by enclosed aerial corridors, the inner walls of which were embedded with luminescent spirit crystals glowing softly even in the morning light. The innermost layer, Lin N's gaze fixed there. 3 towering skyscrapers. Constructed entirely of dark gray alloys and transparent spiritual glass, the tallest building had at least 40 stories. Steam pipes spiraled up the surface of the buildings, periodically expelling white steam at the joints, forming a thin mist high above. This was not the medieval era. This was a product of the Industrial Revolution. No, it was even further back. The deep integration of steam and spiritual energy, the seamless intertwining of machinery, and the extraordinary. Lin N's right hand unconsciously reached for the pocket watch in his coat. Ancient active secret silver. If this city truly possessed such a scale of alchemical industrial foundation, there would be more than one means of access. What's wrong? Lin Ke's voice came from beside him. Lin N withdrew his gaze. Who leads the way? Lin Ku tilted his head towards a female member of their team who had been relatively quiet. Celia. Brown short hair, round face with a pair of round-framed glasses perched on her nose, the lenses made of a material not ordinary glass, with miniature alchemical arrays etched along the edges. She wore a modified mage robe shortened above the knees for ease of movement. "He'll lead," Celia said, adjusting her glasses as she stepped to the front of the group. She glanced back at Lin N's team. Her gaze lingered for half a second on Taya Vidi and Erexis, finally resting on Lin N's face. "Lin N, did you take down Lun's alone?" "Not exactly alone. I used 3 deceptive minds." Celia stared at him for 2 seconds. Her eyes behind the lenses blinked slightly. "All right then, follow me. There are rules when entering the city. Do not touch things indiscriminately. Do not kick the cleaning machines." Last month a foreigner kicked a cleaning automaton and was flagged by the city defense system for vandalism and was detained for 3 days. The group entered the outer city along a neatly paved alloy road. The road was remarkably clean. Not the kind that had been cleaned. It was clean from systematic maintenance. Lin N noticed that every 10 meters along the sides of the road was embedded a palm-sized circular metal cover from underneath, which faint sounds of gears meshing could be heard. A half-human-sized mechanical entity turned the corner. With an oval body, 4 spider-like legs, a rotating brush disc hanging from its abdomen, and 2 slender mechanical arms extending forward, it was picking up a fallen leaf from the ground. As it passed by Lin N, it paused momentarily. The sensing crystal on its head flickered, scanning the group. No alarm was triggered. It continued sweeping. "Cleaning uniform series model C7, Celia said. Without looking back, there are about 3,000 of them in the city. They patrol 3 times a day. Cleaner than humans." Xiaoxi leaned closer to Lin and lowering his voice. "Is this place for real? I haven't seen such clean streets, even in the imperial capital." Lin N did not respond. He was observing the details of the buildings along the street. The polishing technique of the copper window frames. The ceiling design of the drainage pipe joints. The wiring spacing of the spirit lighting crystals. Each element was a mature, standardized product. It was not something a workshop could produce. There was a complete industrial production chain behind this. The pocket watch in his inner pocket ticked again. The pulsing occurred 8 times per minute, steady and continuous. After 20 minutes of walking, Celia led them into a 6-story building in the middle layer. Safe house. One of the Academy's contact points in Silver Moon City. The main contact point has gone dark. This is a backup. I confirmed it when I last visited home, I have the key. She took a thin chain from around her neck from which hung a brass key. The door opened. Inside, the furnishings were simple yet complete. There were enough rooms, each with a bed, a storage locker, and a long table on which lay a paper map of Silver Moon City. The kitchen area was shared, surprisingly featuring a semi-automatic vending machine, its exterior brass-colored with the words Silver Moon Municipal Supply Station No. 7 engraved on the side. Lin Ke leaned his heavy sword against the wall. The iron blade hit the ground with a dull thud. He turned around, crossing his arms over his chest, leaning against the wall, appraising Lin N's teammates. "All right. We didn't have time on the way, so let's do it now." Lin Ku raised his chin toward Lin. "And your people you Lin N took the revolver from its holster, removed the cylinder for inspection, and then reattached it. Only after completing the entire motion did he look up. "Taya Celis. Shadowhunter. Flanking and assassination. You've already seen her in the canyon." Taya stood by the window, her silver braid cascading over her shoulder. Erexis tersely. Calamity, beast tamer. The contract brand can warn of dangerous creatures and distorted energy, equivalent to a living radar. Erexis leaned against the doorframe, his fur cloak still torn. His right hand unconsciously rubbed the contract brand on the back of his hand, and upon hearing Lin N introduce himself, his amber vertical pupils lifted slightly before dropping again. "Vidi Aliel. In-game saint. Close combat reaping. The silent word sword can sever neural connections, more effective against modified beings than your iron plate." Vidi sat on the edge of the military cot, her long black hair trailing down on either side of her knees. Her ritual robe was stained with the black blood of modified beings, but she did not wipe it off. The gray-white veil of her robe billowed slightly. "Xiaoxi. Elemental mage. Long-range firepower." Lin N paused. "There are still injuries on his ears, but it doesn't affect casting." Shiosi unconsciously touched his right ear, which had been grazed by a bullet. It had scabbed over, and still hurt a bit. After listening, Lin Ku nodded. His gaze lingered on Vidi for an extra second. In-game saint. That legendary burial profession. Her fingers slowly slid along the blade of the silent word. Not to bury. Just to send away. Lin Ku's throat moved slightly. He turned his head to look back at his side. You should also get to know my people. Celia, a local of Silver Moon City, mage class proficient in barriers and area control. You know Cook the Shield Guardian. And Lin Ku. He paused, gesturing with his chin to the tall, thin man in the corner who had hardly spoken. Scout. Quick on his feet, speaks little, but is a good man. Sellers was crouched in the corner, whittling a stick with a dagger. Upon hearing his name, he lifted his eyelid, slightly moving his lips without making a sound. That was somewhat of a greeting. The atmosphere in the safe house rose from below freezing to a few degrees above zero. It wasn't warm, but at least it wasn't as clear-cut as it had been on the road. Those who have fought together quickly dissolve barriers. Those who have killed together even faster. Lin In walked to the long table and unfolded the map of Silver Moon City. The map marked several red points indicated in the Academy's mission document. The main contact point was in the inner city about 3 kilometers from here. The other 3 markers were scattered at different locations in the middle layer. 2 were suspected hidden cult activity bases, and 1 was an intelligence exchange point. First, let's rest. Lin In's finger pressed on the map at the location of the main contact point. Everyone takes turns sleeping. 4-hour shifts. Those awake will reorganize equipment and replenish ammunition. He pulled out a folded blank form from his coat pocket and laid it beside the map. Hazard Investigation Assessment Form. Academy Standard Format. Tomorrow morning, we will check each mission marker one by one. Celia will provide local intelligence, and I will plan the route. Lin In's pin tip landed on the first column of the form. Lin Ku. The canyon ambush was or was it an attack aimed at the official train? If it was specifically targeted at us. Lin Ku's arms dropped. Do you suspect there is a mole? I suspect the Academy's operation route has been leaked. The safe house fell silent for 3 seconds. The vending machine's compressed air pump suddenly started emitting a low hum. The copper exterior with the words Silver Moon Municipal Supply Station No. 7 glowed faintly under the spirit lighting. Lin In's pen tip hovered over the blank space in the second column of the form. The main contact point has been offline for more than 2 hours. According to the Academy's standard emergency protocols, if it is offline for more than 90 minutes, the backup communication chain will be activated. He looked up, but until now the backup chain hasn't activated either. Celia's hand stopped midway as she adjusted her glasses. The pupils behind the lenses constricted slightly. This was her city. You mean, it can't be, is the situation that dire? Celia retracted her hand from adjusting her glasses. She bit her lower lip, not arguing. The locals. She knew better than anyone how redundant. Celia retracted her hand from adjusting her glasses. She bit her lower lip, not arguing. The locals. She knew better than anyone how redundant the communication network in this city was. The main liaison point going dark could be explained as an unexpected incident, but the backup communication line going silent simultaneously. This was beyond mere coincidence. Let's set that aside for now. Lin In folded the map and tucked it into his trench coat pocket. We'll discuss the investigation tomorrow. Tonight, everyone will take turns resting, and no one is allowed to go outside alone. He scanned the people in the room. Celia, you will draft the duty roster. Cook for the first shift, Link for the second shift, and Sellas for the third shift. I will arrange my own personnel. Link opened his mouth wanting to say something, but finally just nodded. The group dispersed, each choosing a room. Lin In chose the room at the end of the corridor. The room was small with an iron bed, a metal storage cabinet, and a window facing north revealing the silhouettes of Madris buildings outside. The cold wind seeping through the gaps of the window frame carried the scent of metal and machine oil. He closed the door, locked it. Standing in the center of the room, he did not sit down immediately. His right hand reached into the inner pocket of his coat, retrieving a pocket watch. The brass casing pressed against his palm. The pulse that did not belong to him was still beating. 8 beats per minute. Steady. Lin In placed the pocket watch on the iron bed. The casing struck the metal plate, producing a crisp sound. He took a step back. Jean. Here. The response did not come through any external device. It was information that directly manifested in his cognitive realm. Precise, clean, devoid of unnecessary embellishments. Is the energy shielding of the safe house sufficient? Scans are complete. The safe house is equipped with a level 2 energy isolation array capable of blocking medium-strength energy fluctuations from leaking out. The current environment meets the minimum safety standards for containment operations. Minimum standards. Not overly generous, but adequate. Lin In retrieved a copper tube from his space. The copper tube was about 20 centimeters long, sealed at both ends with wax, and etched with miniature alchemical arrays along its walls. This was a portable containment field generator he made himself before departure. Cost-effective, but highly portable. He stood the copper tube upright on the floor and pried off the wax seal at one end with his fingernail. A faint blue glow emerged from the opening, spreading along the floor and forming an almost invisible membrane around the room. A level 2 isolation field combined with a portable containment field, sufficient to suppress energy overflow in the short term. The preparations were complete. Lin picked up the pocket watch again. His thumb pressed the hidden button on the side of the case. The pocket watch opened, not in the usual way. The mobile terminal Jean could also sense the space within the main body of Jean far away in underground No. 109, expanding, unfolding, and extending under the folds of alchemy. Inside the coffin, golden liquid energy flowed slowly. The body curled within the liquid was clearly visible. The form of a girl around 15 or 16 years old. Delicate, frail, silver-gray hair floated in the golden liquid, obscuring most of her face. The exposed jawline was cold and hard, and her pale lips were tightly pursed, devoid of any color. At the chest area, there was a palm-sized, neat black void. The edges of the void were smooth and even. Inside there was nothing. No flesh, no bones. Only pure, unfathomable darkness. Lin stared at the void for 3 seconds. Since he first discovered this coffin among the train wreckage until now, he had seen this void no less than 10 times. Each time it would evoke the same feeling. The darkness seemed to draw towards him, not a physical pull, but a cog. If his gaze fell into it, he would be stuck, needing to actively pull himself out with willpower. He diverted his gaze. Jean current assessment of the containment body. Humanoid, extraordinary anomaly, provisional designation, empty vessel. The form is that of a 15 or 16-year-old human female, with no signs of living organisms on the surface. 2 core anomalous areas: the black void at the chest, which acts as a devouring energy entry point, the dark golden rune array at the bottom of the eyes, which serves as an energy control hub. Pause. Currently in a state of deep dormancy, with stable supply of golden liquid energy. Dormancy conditions have not been triggered, and there are no tendencies towards awakening. Vital signs, if that term applies, are maintained at the minimum threshold. Another brief pause. 2 disposal suggestions are available. Lin waited. First, I directly consume it. The material of the coffin is unknown, but my infinite consumption ability is not limited by material. The entire containment body, including the coffin golden liquid energy and the anomaly itself, will be completely decomposed and transformed into materials for my structural upgrade. Estimated benefit: medium. The rune array of the anomaly contains unknown energy control principles. Consuming it may provide a chance to analyze its operational logic, offering a new template for my structural reorganization. And the second, enlisted. I will establish a one-way link incorporating the anomaly into your command system, retaining its independent form and combat capabilities, but implanting my control anchor point to ensure it does not escape control. What are the risks? The consumption plan carries extremely low risk. The enlistment plan carries medium risk. The anomaly possesses autonomous consciousness, but its rune array has a passive defense mechanism, and the process of implanting the anchor point may trigger a rejection reaction from the array. If the rejection reaction is too strong, there is a chance the anomaly may awaken prematurely. Awaken. In this safe house room of less than 15 square meters, 8 people were sleeping next door. Lin gently rubbed the surface of the pocket watch with his thumb. Consumption was the prudent choice. 0 risk, high reward. Any rational commander would choose this route. But he did not choose. Enlist. Reason. I need Jean fell silent for a moment. Precisely what you lack is a combat unit that does not need to eat, sleep, betray, leak information, or fear death. You summed it up well. Lin placed the pocket watch back on the bed. It will be my first containment employee. Received. Initiating enlistment protocol. You need to provide energy authorization. Lin extended his right hand palm up. Jean's reaction was quick. A circle of fine dark golden patterns appeared in the palm of his right hand. Not his own alchemical array, but the interface array projected by Jean. The patterns rotated halfway and locked in place. Authorization confirmed. Establishing link. Estimated time 90 seconds. Please do not move during the process. Lin stood still. The miniature hologram inside the pocket watch changed. The surface of the transparent coffin started to develop fine cracks. Not physical damage, but a microscopic channel opened by Jean's consumption ability on the coffin material. The cracks spread along the coffin slowly but precisely, like a scalpel drawing a line. A trickle of golden liquid energy seeped out from the cracks. Inside the coffin, the coiled anomaly's body trembled slightly. Very faint. The limbs did not move. Only the frequency of the silver-gray hair floating in the liquid changed, from a slow natural drift to an irregular quiver. A chill ran down Lin's spine. Not physical cold. It was the biological instinct sensing death. The blue membrane of the containment field rippled. The energy isolation array of the safe house emitted a low-frequency hum. The rune array detected an external connection. Rejection reaction initiated. Intensity low. Within controllable limits. Jean's link continued to advance. In the miniature hologram, a thread thinner than a hair penetrated from the crack in the coffin, passing through the golden liquid and touching the anomaly's right shoulder. At the moment of contact, the anomaly's eyelids moved. Not an occasional twitch. It was a deliberate lift, from half-closed to one-quarter open. A faint dark golden glow shone from beneath the eyelids. Runes awakened on the surface of the eyeball. Layer upon layer densely packed began to continuously reorganize and deconstruct. The dead energy fluctuations surged out from within the pocket watch. Extremely weak, but Lin En felt it. The temperature in the room visibly dropped. His breath turned into white mist. A thin layer of frost formed on the metal surface of the iron bed. Rejection reaction intensity rising. Current level medium. The rune array is attempting to sever my connecting thread. Can it be suppressed? Yes, but it requires accelerating the implanting of the anchor point, which may cause significant energy fluctuations to overflow. The safe house's isolation array can withstand it, but the people next door will feel the anomaly. Lin En took half a second to make his decision. Proceed. Jean's connecting thread exploded into several dozen finer branches on the anomaly's shoulder, spreading along the pale skin's surface, advancing towards the core area, the edge of the chest void. The anomaly's eyes completely opened. Dark golden runes covered the entire surface of the eyeball. Stacked runes flipped and restructured at a high frequency, emitting an obscure, yet dominant energy aura. Those eyes devoid of pupils and irises stared straight up in the miniature hologram, towards Lin En's direction. There was no consciousness, but there was instinct. A pure desire to devour the vitality of living beings. The golden liquid began to boil. Bubbles surged from the anomaly's body. The cracks on the inner wall of the coffin were expanding. Anchor point implantation progress 40%. A muffled sound came from the walls of the room. The neighbor was awakened by the energy fluctuations. Footsteps. It was Lynx. Lin En, what's going on in your room? Energy fluctuations. An alchemical experiment for training. There was a slight deviation. Don't come in. Just 2 minutes. Lin En's response was devoid of hesitation. Steady. Natural. The footsteps outside paused for 3 seconds. All right. Just don't blow up the room. The footsteps receded. 65%. The rejection reaction of the rune array has reached its peak. The anomaly's limbs slowly unfolded from their curled position. Silver gray hair floated away from the side of her face, revealing her complete features. Cold hard lines. Skin so pale it was nearly transparent. Bloodless lips tightly pressed together. And those eyes completely covered in dark golden runes. The face was that of a young girl. The black void at her chest began to emit a faint devouring pull. Jean's connecting thread was pulled and elongated at the edge of the void, with several threads being directly torn apart by the devouring force, dissipating into dark particles. The void is consuming my connection lines. Jean's statement was calm. Adjust strategy. Bypass the void area and implant the main anchor point from the spine. The threads replanned their path on the surface of the anomaly, descending from the shoulder blades, penetrating deeper tissues along both sides of the spine. 82%. The anomaly's mouth slightly opened. No sound. No breath. Just a narrow gap formed between those pale lips. Within the gap was darkness. The same pure, all-consuming blackness as the chest void. Lin En did not step back. 93%. The end of the thread reached a certain node in the middle section of the anomaly's spine. Jean's structure anchored, expanded, and rooted at that node. The anomaly's body suddenly arched. Silver gray hair exploded, forming a radiating fan in the golden liquid. The flow rate of the dark golden runes skyrocketed to the limit. Then it stopped. All runes simultaneously froze. 1 second. 2 seconds. The runes began to flow again. But the frequency changed. From a frenzied high-frequency reorganization to a stable low-frequency cycle. The anomaly's body slowly relaxed. Limbs curled up once more. Mouth closed. Eyelids gradually drooped. The dark golden glow faded from the depths of the eyes. Finally they closed, leaving only silence. Anchor point implantation complete. Link established successfully. Enlistment protocol effective. As Jean's feedback arrived, a wave of heat surged in the palm of Lin En's right hand. The dark golden patterns flickered 3 times in his palm before sinking into the deeper layers of his skin, vanishing from sight. The temperature in the room began to rise. The frost melted from the surface of the iron bed, droplets falling along the metal edges. The blue membrane of the containment field regained its calm. Lin En looked down at the miniature hologram inside the pocket watch. Inside the transparent coffin, the anomaly had once again fallen into dormancy. The silver gray hair returned to a slow, drifting rhythm. The boiling of the golden liquid energy had ceased. Everything was the same as 5 minutes ago, except for the invisible anchor point deep within the anomaly's spine. Jean, what is her current status? Completely under control. Anchor point stable. Can be activated or put to sleep at any time. Upon activation, the anomaly will act within your command range, and independent actions that exceed the command range will be suppressed by the anchor point. Lin En closed the pocket watch. The sound of the brass casing snapping shut was particularly clear in the quiet room. He placed the pocket watch back in the inner pocket of his coat. The first employee will be named Z. He said this to himself. Then he looked down at the palm of his right hand. The dark golden patterns had completely vanished, but he could feel the existence of that link, thin, resilient, and firm. At the other end of the link was a death vessel without a heart. On the iron bed, the melted frost water converged into a thin stream dripping onto the floor. Drip, drip, drip. In Lin En's palm, synchronized with the pulse of 8 beats per minute, there was a second layer of vibration. Deeper, colder, without temperature. The heartbeat of the empty vessel still existed. The heartbeat of the empty vessel did not cease. Lin En opened his eyes amidst the vibrations. The iron bed was hard against his spine. The thin mist of spiritual energy outside the window was penetrated by the morning light, casting a gray-white beam that slanted into the room, illuminating the dried frost marks on the floor. He sat up. The pocket watch in the inner pocket of his trench coat pressed against his ribs, its steady pulse at 8 beats per minute. The second layer of vibration was deeper and colder, offset by half a beat from the first, alternating and striking against his perception. The link was unbroken. The anchor point was stable. Gene collect the nighttime data of the containment unit. 0 anomalies. The rune array maintains a low-frequency cycle, and the anchor point shows no rejection response. The consumption rate of the golden liquid spiritual energy was 0.03 per hour, which based on the current reserves, could maintain a dormant state for approximately 420 hours. 17.5 days. That should be sufficient. Sounds of footsteps and metal clashing came from outside the door. Someone was rummaging in the kitchen. Lin En opened the door. At the end of the corridor, Cook was squatting in front of a semi-automatic vending machine, repeatedly inserting a copper coin into the coin slot. The coin got stuck. It only accepts the municipal tokens of Silvermoon City. Celia's voice drifted from the kitchen. There are spares in the second drawer of the counter. Cook grunted in response, stood up, and went to rummage through the drawer. The long table had been cleared. The map of Silvermoon City was spread out again, with ammunition boxes weighing down its corners. Link stood by the table, his great sword leaning against his leg, arms crossed. He turned his head and saw Lin En nodding slightly. Everyone is here. Tia stood by the window, her silver-white braid hanging by her shoulder. Alex leaned against the door frame, having changed into a different fur cloak, still torn but in a different spot. Vidi sat on the chair opposite the long table, his silent word resting on his knee, fingers gliding slowly along the sword's spine. Shoes was in the corner, touching his scabbed right ear. Sella squatted in his previous spot, whittling a new wooden stick. 9 people. Everyone was present. Lin En approached the long table. His fingers pressed against the map, gliding over the 3 red marked points. The mission is divided into 2 groups. Group 1, Tia and Vidi, go here. His finger pointed at a mark on the eastern side of the mid-level area. Suspected information transfer point. The location is in the alley behind an abandoned alchemical materials warehouse. Tia is responsible for scouting the perimeter, while Vidi will provide support on the retreat route. Avoid contact, avoid exposure, only observe if anyone is using it. Tia nodded slightly. The crescent-shaped mithril earring swayed. Vidi did not look up. His finger lingered momentarily on the sword's spine, a response in itself. Group 2, Alex and Shoes. Outer City, residential area. Lin En's finger traced to the lower left corner of the map. Do not check the stronghold. Check for people. The bottom-tier residents are the most sensitive to abnormalities in the city, but they are also the least likely to speak up. Alex contract mark can sense residual distorted energy. He will circle the outer city and mark all areas of spiritual energy anomalies. Shoes is responsible for cover and recording. Alex amber vertical pupil lifted slightly. His right hand unconsciously rubbed the mark on the back of his hand. How large is the range? From the southern area of the outer city to the western district. Enough for you to walk half a day. Alex did not ask further. Link's chin lifted slightly. You take Celia, Cook, and Sellas to the main contact point. His finger landed on the position slightly north of the center of the map. Inner city. The contact point has been out of touch for more than 12 hours. You're not going to restore communications. You're going to see if the contact point still exists. Are the people still alive? If you can enter, then enter. If not, observe from the periphery and record all abnormal details. Link stared at the mark on the map for 2 seconds. What about you? Lin En's finger withdrew from the map. I will act alone. The safe house was silent for a moment. Link's arms dropped from his chest, his right hand resting on the hilt of the great sword. No. Reason. You are a first tier. If there is a traitor, it means the enemy is hidden while you are exposed. Being alone makes you a target. Let Celia accompany you. She is a local. Celia needs to go with you to the main contact point. She is familiar with the layout of the inner city. If you don't take her, you won't even know which way the door opens. Link's Adam's apple moved slightly. Lin En glanced at him. Who killed wrens in the canyon? The safe house fell silent again. Shu's hand on his ear froze. Cook's hand holding the municipal token hung in midair. Sellas' knife whittling the stick paused for a moment. Link's mouth opened slightly. It closed again. Those two pitch-black hollow eye sockets, Ren's corpse, probably flashed through his mind once more. 3 cursed mines. 2 armor-piercing rounds. Unsupported shots from 30 meters away. A first-tier new life, soloing a second-tier mid-level opponent. Fine. Link's hand relaxed from the hilt. But you carry a communication stone. Report back every 2 hours. If you miss the deadline, I will send people to find you. Understood. Lin En reattached the ammunition pouch to his waist. The grouping was confirmed. Prepare separately. As Tia walked past Lin En from the window, her footsteps paused for half a second. A glimmer flickered in the depths of her purple pupils. She said nothing and walked away. Viti stood up, sheathing silent word. The hem of the gray-white sheer robe brushed over the chair, carrying a faint trace of gray. As she passed Lin En, she tilted her head slightly. The bone-white ends of her pitch-black hair brushed against Lin En's sleeve. Don't die out there. 3 words. There were no extra embellishments. The way a final saint bids farewell to the living. Alex and Shoes were the first to leave. Before Shoes departed, he glanced back at Lin and opened his mouth, but did not speak. Perhaps he wanted to say something like be careful, but saying be careful to someone who can solo a second-tier opponent seemed Link's team set out last. Celia pushed her glasses as she walked past Lin En, her pupils flashing behind the lenses. The black market is in the northwest corner of the mid-level area. Make sure to take the 3rd turn in Copper Rust Alley. Don't go wrong, the 4th turn leads to the city defense outpost. Thanks. The door closed. The safe house was empty. Lin En stood at the long table for 10 seconds. His fingers slipped into the inner pocket of his trench coat, touching the copper shell of the pocket watch. 8 pulses. The second layer was cold and vibrating. Stable. He folded the map neatly and stuffed it into his pocket, moving to the window to push open the copper-framed window. The silhouette of the mid-level buildings cut sharp geometric lines in the morning light. The spiritual energy crystals of the aerial corridor still glowed with warm light. Copper Rust Alley lay in the northwest direction, but Lin En did not head northwest. He climbed out of the window, the alchemical array on the sole of his boot, activating, landing on the maintenance platform of the outer wall of the opposite building. Silent. The real target was not the black market. On the last page of the mission document, beneath a folded corner, lay a double mark point marked in crimson ink. The smuggling warehouse, sealed by the Imperial Security Bureau. It was also marked as a temporary stronghold by the Intelligence Department for the Extreme Path Hidden Sect. 2 layers of identity overlapped at the same location. Lin En had analyzed this mark before coming to Silvermoon City. The smuggling warehouse being sealed by the Empire meant it was officially abandoned. But the hidden sect chose to establish a stronghold in an abandoned and sealed location, indicating that they either bribed the one who enforced the seal or that the seal itself was a cover. Regardless of which, this location had the highest information density. Of course, the black market was also a destination, but that was just a side trip. Lin En moved laterally along the maintenance platform for 30 meters, then climbed down beside a ventilation duct of a commercial building, landing in the enclosed corridor of the mid-level area. The inner wall of the corridor cast a uniform warm light through the spiritual energy crystals. The air mixed with metallic lubricant and the heat from the steam pipes. There were few pedestrians. The mid-level area of Silvermoon City in the early morning had not fully awakened. Lin En lowered the collar of his trench coat, walking along the corridor towards the southeast. He walked for about 200 meters. His footsteps stopped. Cold. Not cold in the physical sense, but a sense of death and silence seeping through from the other end of the link, characteristic of the empty vessel. Lin En's feet were planted in place. His right hand unconsciously pressed against the inner pocket of his trench coat. The pocket watch showed no anomalies. The pulse remained at 8 beats per minute. The child has not awakened. Yet that layer of silent perception was spreading. A very small range centered on Lin En with a radius of about 3 meters. Within this range, all living beings' life fluctuations were passively sensed and relayed to Lin En by the child's dormant instincts. 12 meters ahead in the corridor, beside a maintenance hatch of a steam pipe, stood a middle-aged man in gray work clothes holding a toolbox. The brim of the hat was pulled low. An ordinary maintenance worker. But the sense of death and silence told Lin En. This person's spiritual energy fluctuations were off. Underneath the work clothes was a very thin layer of spiritual energy shielding membrane. The weight distribution of the toolbox was uneven, leaning heavily to the left. The breathing frequency beneath the brim was excessively stable. Not a maintenance worker. Lin En's pace did not hesitate. He shifted 20 degrees, turning into the fork on the right side of the corridor. His rhythm remained unchanged. His speed did not change. An ordinary pedestrian who took a wrong turn and turned down a corner. The fork led to another parallel corridor. The light from the spiritual energy crystals dimmed by half a tone. The range of silent perception slowly receded. The life signal of that false maintenance worker disappeared from the edge of perception. He had not been detected. Lin En's thumb rubbed against the surface of the pocket watch. Jean, here. Can the effective radius of the silent perception be expanded? currently in a passive permeation state. The child is in deep dormancy, allowing only a minute amount of deathly fluctuations to be relayed through the anchor point. If the perception sharing function of the link is actively activated, the effective radius can be expanded to 8 to 10 meters. However, it will accelerate the consumption of golden liquid spiritual energy. Consumption rate from 0.03 per hour to 0.12. The duration of dormancy will shorten from 420 hours to about 105 hours. 4.5 days. Lin unclosed his eyes briefly. The deep dark golden patterns on his palm began to warm slightly. The channel of the link widened a bit. The radius of silent perception expanded from 3 meters to 8 meters. Every living thing in the corridor became a light point in his perception network. Warm, pulsing, vibrant light points. Ahead at the fork there were 2 light points. One had stable spiritual energy fluctuations, an ordinary resident. The other, Lin, tilted his footsteps 5 degrees. The spiritual energy fluctuations of the second light point had a very shallow layer of anomalous texture originating from the shielding membrane on the earlier false maintenance worker. An undercover watchman. Approximately 800 meters away from the smuggling warehouse. The perimeter had already been set with at least 2 layers of surveillance nets. Lin flipped out of a ventilation opening in the parallel corridor, landing in a narrow alley between 2 buildings. The alley was cluttered with discarded steam pipe parts and several decommissioned cleaning machine shells. He moved silently along the wall. His sense of death continued scanning. The third undercover watchman, disguised as a homeless person smoking at the alley entrance. The wear patterns on the soles of his shoes indicated military boots. Circumvent. The fourth, technician squatting on the opposite roof repairing an antenna. No tools in the toolbox. Continue circumventing. 800 meters in a straight line took Lin 40 minutes. The outer wall of the smuggling warehouse appeared at the end of the alley. A gray metal panel exterior with the Imperial Security Bureau seal affixed to the iron door. The edges of the seal had already curled up, revealing a layer of new paint underneath. The seal was a patch job. The door was not truly locked. Lin crouched behind an abandoned pipe at the entrance of the alley. The 8-meter radius of silent perception just covered the outer wall of the warehouse. Behind the wall, 3 light points. One on the first floor, 2 below ground. Between the 2 underground light points was a mass of lifeless shadow. Not an inanimate object. It was a spiritual construct. Some kind of defense mechanism or alarm system. Gene. The underground structure of the warehouse has been scanned. The first underground level, approximately 200 square meters. 2 life forms 1 spiritual construct. The type of construct cannot be remotely determined, but its spiritual energy features match 73% with the Eclipse Eye early warning array commonly used by the hidden sect. The Eye of Annihilation. Lin crouched behind the abandoned pipeline, his thumb pausing for half a second on the surface of his pocket watch. The spiritual energy characteristics of the warning array were transmitted back to his consciousness through the sense of silence. A dark energy structure loomed in the center of the underground first layer, covering an area of at least 20 meters. Any unauthorized spiritual energy fluctuations that entered that circle would actively send their coordinates to the array's creator. However, the Eye of Annihilation had a design flaw. It detected spiritual energy fluctuations, not physical existence. A purely physical infiltration that completely suppressed spiritual energy output could theoretically bypass the trigger threshold. The problem was that there were 3 living people and 1 spiritual creation in the underground warehouse. It was impossible for him to silently sneak and observe everything and retreat unscathed. This was not a reconnaissance mission. It was a theft. Next to the double marking on the last page of the mission statement, a smaller font added a piece of supplementary information. Within the temporary stronghold of the hidden cult, there was suspected to be a batch of smuggled extraordinary materials, including ancient epic active secret silver. Active secret silver. Felix needed this to save his life. One of the scarcest alchemical materials within the Empire, with current mine depletion rates exceeding 97%. The core component of the modified revolver in Lin's hand required this material for the armor-piercing bullet coating. Without it, his firepower output limit was firmly capped at the first tier. The Victor family's commercial network could procure it, but it would take at least 6 weeks. 6 weeks. He did not have 6 weeks. The situation in Silver Moon City deteriorated with each passing day. The main contact point was lost, the backup communication chain was silent, and internal infiltration was suspected. Lin straightened up from behind the pipeline. Gene, the precise value of the Eye of Annihilation's trigger threshold. A spiritual energy fluctuation strength of 0.7 or above will trigger it. Your current alchemical equipment's standby state spiritual energy radiation value is 0.3. But the alchemical array in the sole of the boot will spike to 1.2 when activated. The boots were unusable. Lin crouched down, unfastened his boot straps, and took out a pair of ordinary leather shoes from his spatial storage. He stored the alchemical boots back into the spatial storage. What about now? 0.31. Within the safety threshold. However, this sense of silence is still active, and the spiritual energy fluctuation being transmitted back from the anchor point is 0.08. After overlaying, the total value was 0.39. That was enough. Lin In observed the exterior wall of the warehouse through the gap in the drainage pipe at the end of the narrow alley. An iron door with a warped seal was on the left. There was a half-a-man-high ventilation grill at the base of the right wall, rusted and missing 2 fixed bolts. He did not use the front door. His right hand pulled out a folding multi-tool knife from his inner pocket, wedging the blade into the gap of the grill bolts and twisting. The sound of metal scraping was mostly muffled by his left hand covering the grill frame. The first bolt fell off. The second, the grill loosened. He pushed the entire iron mesh inward by 3 centimeters and squeezed into the ventilation duct. Rust from the duct's inner wall brushed against his trench coat, producing a faint rustling sound. The sense of silence continued to scan within an 8-meter radius. No life points were detected ahead. The duct sloped downward, leading to the underground. After about 40 seconds of crawling, he reached another grill at the end of the duct. Outside the grill was the ceiling maintenance layer of the underground first layer, an under half-meter-high interstitial space filled with dust and discarded cables. Lin In lay in the interstitial space, peering down through the gap in the maintenance opening. The underground first layer was more complex than the scans conducted by Jean. The 200-square-meter space was divided into 3 areas. To the left was the storage area piled with dozens of wooden boxes and metal containers. In the center was an empty ground with a 5-meter diameter circle array painted in dark red on the floor. Not an alchemical array, the lines twisted, and the node positions deviated from all the array systems Lin In had studied. A cult ritual array. To the right against the wall, an iron table held a black box. The surface of the box was engraved with high-level anti-theft runes which emitted a faint bluish-white glow. 3 people. One was bald, wearing a gray robe with a strong physique. His left eye was entirely replaced with some distorted organ with dark red irises that constantly rotated and 3 serrated metal rings embedded in the iris. He stood in the center of the ritual array holding a serrated curved blade. Peak second tier. The spiritual energy fluctuation was so intense that the sense of silence slightly trembled. The other 2 gray-robed figures stood next to the storage area, their spiritual energy fluctuations ranging between mid to peak first tier. Next to the black box on the iron table, no one was guarding it. But the Eye of Annihilation was hovering 1 meter above the box, a fist-sized dark gray sphere, its surface covered with dense sensing patterns, slowly rotating. Lin In remained motionless in the interstitial space. He was waiting. Not waiting for an opportunity, but for a variable. On the edge of the sense of silence, the light point on the first floor of the warehouse showed signs of movement. Not a single light point, but 7 new arrivals. The sound of footsteps echoed from the direction of the iron door on the first floor, heavy, accompanied by metallic clinks. Armor. City Defense Army. The iron door to the underground first layer was pushed open. 7 soldiers in standard armor of the Silver Moon City Defense Army entered in single file, led by a middle-aged man, wearing a captain's shoulder insignia, his hand resting on the sword hilt, his face showing reluctance. The items have been checked. The higher-ups said there are no issues. The City Defense Army captain tossed a document tube onto the iron table. The bald steward took the document tube, unscrewed it with one hand, and glanced at the parchment inside. The metal rings in the distorted left eye spun 3 times. The pass only has a second-tier seal. I need a first-tier one. A first-tier pass requires the signature of the City Defense Commander. Do you think the commander is my family relative? The City Defense Army captain's neck muscles bulged. Behind him, the 6 soldiers stood loosely with 2 even glancing around. Ordinary people. At most at the early stage of first tier. Pawns caught in the lower level of extraordinary forces transactions. The bald steward stuffed the parchment back into the document tube and tossed it back onto the table. Fine. Second tier it is. He smiled. That smile sent a chill down Lin In's spine, not from Z's sense of silence. It was pure biological intuition. The bald steward's left hand moved beneath the gray robe. The dark red ritual array suddenly lit up. The twisted lines on the ground erupted with glaring dark red light, and a layer of blood-colored translucent barrier rose from the edges of the array, sealing off the height of the underground first layer's ceiling, forming a closed dome. The barrier sealed off the entire underground space. The City Defense Army captain reacted the fastest, drawing his sword halfway. It was useless. The bald steward's serrated curved blade had already cleaved into the shoulder armor of the soldier to his right, taking along the collarbone and half of the chest cavity. Blood sprayed onto the inner wall of the dark red barrier, sliding down the arc. The other 2 gray-robed figures almost simultaneously sprang into action. The explosion of first-tier peak spiritual energy created a shockwave in the sealed space. The heads of 2 soldiers detached from their bodies in the same second. Screams. The sound of metal breaking. The sound of bones shattering. All muffled tightly by the barrier. Lin En lay in the interstitial space, his heart rate dropping to 45 beats per minute. He did not move. The slaughter below lasted less than 40 seconds. 7 members of the City Defense Army 5 were dead. The City Defense Army captain was still struggling, his armor slashed open by the curved blade in 3 places, his right arm already incapacitated, his left hand desperately holding the sword to block. The last surviving soldier cowered in a corner, shaking a large wet patch on his pants beneath the armor. The bald steward did not rush to finish him off. He leaned his distorted left eye closer to the City Defense Army captain's face, the back of the serrated curved blade pressing against the opponent's neck, applying pressure little by little. First tier pass. He'll ask again. Blood foam surged from the City Defense Army captain's mouth. Get lost. The bald steward sighed and flipped the blade over. With the serrated side facing down, he was enjoying himself. Lin En's gaze shifted from the slaughter scene to the black box on the iron table. The bald steward had stepped away from the area where the box was located. The 2 gray-robed subordinates also crowded near the ritual array to watch the excitement. The Eye of Annihilation continued to spin above the box, but all 3 living beings were gathered at the other end 15 meters away. 5 seconds. From the interstitial space to the iron table, open the box, take the secret silver, and return to the interstitial space. He needed 5 seconds. The Eye of Annihilation was detecting spiritual energy fluctuations. His total radiation value was 0.39 below the threshold. As long as he did not activate any alchemical equipment, the Eye of Annihilation would not sound an alarm. The problem was the anti-theft runes on the black box. Touching it would trigger an alarm, unless he had Jean directly swallow the spiritual energy nodes of the runes. The Victor family's dictionary contained no excess sympathy. Those city defense soldiers were not his people, not his mission, not something he could save. The only thing he could do was take the items before these madmen finished playing. The bald steward's curved blade pierced through the City Defense Army captain's throat. The serrated edge churned within the cervical vertebrae. The captain's body spasmed 3 times, and then lay still. The bald steward straightened up, shaking the blood off the curved blade. Clean it up. Toss the remains into the ritual array. Tonight's sacrifice is just shy. His distorted left eye turned towards the soldiers still alive in the corner. All 3 gray-robed figures looked towards the corner. Now, Lin En's body silently fell from the maintenance opening of the interstitial space. 10 meters high. During the fall, shadow step activated. Not through alchemical equipment, but his own extraordinary ability. The spiritual energy consumption was drawn from within without using external equipment, keeping the fluctuation value below 0.6. His body folded in the air. A faint ghostly blue afterimage swept through the air. He landed, silent, half a meter in front of the iron table. His left hand covered the surface of the black box. The anti-theft runes flashed wildly, their bluish-white glow intensifying. Jean's devouring power seeped from his left hand. Not a large-scale devouring, but a precision surgical operation. Several dark golden threads drilled into the spiritual energy nodes of the rune array, sucking dry the energy of each logical anchor point. The flashing of the runes changed from violent to chaotic, and then from chaotic to weak. Finally, they extinguished. Click. The box popped open. On the velvet lining, the active secret silver emitted an ancient aura, its liquid metal surface flowing with silvery white light patterns. Lin En flipped his wrist. The secret silver slid into the storage compartment of his trench coat's inner pocket. 2.1 seconds. His foot had already stepped onto the edge of the iron table, preparing to leap back into the interstitial space. The moment his foot left the table, a very faint mechanical sound came from the base of the box. A spring mechanism, purely physically triggered, unrelated to spiritual energy. The base of the box was equipped with a weight-sensing device. When the weight of the secret silver disappeared, the spring released, and a firing pin struck the metal sheet. Ding. The sound was not loud, but in this enclosed barrier space it was enough. The bald steward's distorted left eye suddenly rotated. The 3 metal rings spun in reverse simultaneously, the dark red iris precisely locking onto the direction of the iron table. Locking onto Lin En. The murderous intent of Peak's second tier exploded in the enclosed space. That pressure directly pressed down on Lin En's shoulders, causing his movement towards the interstitial space to pause for 0.3 of a second. 0.3 of a second was enough. A little mouse has stolen our sacrifice. The bald steward swung down the curved blade at the incomplete head of the City Defense Army captain, purely out of venting frustration. Before the blood on the blade could be fully shaken off, he had already turned towards Lin En. The reactions of the 2 gray-robed subordinates were equally swift. One to the left, and one to the right, blocking the retreat towards the interstitial space. The third one circled around from the storage area, blocking the direction of the iron door. Surrounded. The dark red barrier sealed off the entire underground space completely. Lin En stood beside the iron table, surrounded by bloodied gray robes. The bald steward stepped closer by 3 steps. The metal rings in his distorted left eye spun, once completing the scan. The murderous intent on his face faded by half, replaced by a kind of disdain. First tier. He looked at Lin En's figure. Tall. Slightly thin. There was no outline of heavy armor beneath the trench coat. A modified revolver hung from his left waist, finely crafted, but the spiritual energy fluctuation was pitifully low. A first-tier alchemist had barged into the territory of Peak's second tier, stolen a sacrifice, and was now cornered. The bald steward laughed. Blood dripped from the serrated blade onto the ground, merging with the blood of the city defense army. A new student from the academy. Or a spy from some minor family. You are not from the extreme path hidden cult, right? Lin En replied. He stood his ground, his back straight. His right hand reached into the inner pocket of his trench coat. The bald steward raised his curved blade 3 inches, the remaining blood on the blade reflecting the light of the dark red barrier. Don't rush to pull out your hidden weapon. Inside the barrier, your little spiritual energy reserve is insufficient for anything. Lin En pulled out the pocket watch. He lowered his head, opened the cover, and glanced at the dial. The bald steward's words caught in his throat. Not interrupted. This action completely deviated from his cognitive framework. An aspiring first-tier student surrounded by a dozen extraordinary beings pulling out a pocket watch to check the time. The gray-robed figure on the left froze for a moment. The one on the right instinctively glanced back at the bald steward. Lin En closed the watch cover and looked up. The periodic communication of the city defense army should be interrupted in 2 minutes. His azure blue eyes were calm, without a trace of ripple. The main force will arrive in 3 minutes at the earliest. The pocket watch flipped half a turn in his fingers. I'm in a hurry, so I want to accompany you through the process. The bald steward's face twisted. The serrated curved blade, enveloped in the spiritual energy frenzy of Peak's second tier, swung towards Lin En's head. The blade was less than a meter from the skull. Lin En's thumb pressed down on the hidden latch on the side of the pocket watch. The command to clear the area. Restrictions lifted. Within the pocket watch, the folded space exploded open. The transparent coffin shattered. Golden liquid spiritual energy scattered in midair, each drop that hit the ground scorching a black pit. A curled body rose from the liquid. Silver-gray long hair burst open, without wind, spreading into a radiating fan shape. Skin pale to the point of transparency. Cold, hard facial lines. Closely pressed, colorless lips. The palm-sized black void on the chest faced the bald steward. Inside the void, pure darkness began to swirl. The eyes opened. Dark golden runes covered the surface of the entire eyeball, overlapping and flipping, densely packed, high-frequency deconstruction and reconstruction occurring simultaneously. No pupils. No iris. Only an incomprehensibly suffocating light of runes. The sense of silence emanated from that body. Not seeping, but pouring out. The temperature in the underground first layer plummeted below freezing in a second. A layer of white frost formed on the inner wall of the dark red barrier. The breath exhaled by the bald steward condensed into solid ice crystals hanging on his stubble. The serrated curved blade aimed at Lin En's head halted in midair. It was not the bald steward who actively stopped it. It was his arm that froze. The body at Peak's second tier, in the face of that sense of silence, had limbs that would not obey. The 3 metal rings in the distorted left eye spun wildly, emitting sharp shrieks. A dissonant syllable squeezed out from the bald steward's throat. High tier anomaly. The gaze of Z slowly scanned the underground first layer. No consciousness. Only instinct. A pure desire to devour the vitality of living beings. The black void on his chest began to release an invisible, devouring gravity. The closest gray-robed subordinate was the first to be affected. His spiritual energy shield shattered in the gravitational field, blood seeping from his pores, condensing into dark red mist, which was devoured thread by the void. The gray-robed subordinate opened his mouth to scream. No sound came out. The vitality of his vocal cords was also drained. Lin En took 2 steps back, leaning against the iron table. The pocket watch closed in his hand. He lowered his head, brushing off a drop of city defense army blood that had splattered onto the sleeve of his trench coat. Z took a step forward. The child stepped forward with pale bare feet, hovering 3 inches above the ground. A thick layer of white frost instantly covered the inner wall of the dark red barrier. The smell of blood in the air was completely frozen. Dark red ice crystals fell like rain, striking the ground and producing a delicate crunching sound. The bald steward held his serrated curved blade arm stiffly in midair, while the tumor on his deformed left cheek twitched wildly, veins bulging beneath his skin. The Peak's second-tier spiritual energy in his body came to a complete halt, ceasing its circulation. High tier. Dangerous level anomaly. The bald steward's throat squeezed out fragmented syllables. His vocal cords spasmed in the extreme cold. How could a first-tier little brat like you? Lin En leaned against the edge of the iron table, one hand tucked into his coat pocket. The villain's lines were as stable as ever, like a decade-old routine. Full of rhymes. You preparing for a graduate exam. He didn't even bother to draw his gun. In the face of absolute numerical superiority, any action was superfluous. His primary goal now was to collect combat data on the child, evaluating the spiritual energy consumption ratio of heir anomalies in regular combat. This concerned the frequency with which he could use his trump card in Silvermoon City. Not a single drop of golden liquid spiritual energy could be wasted. Every drop of spiritual energy was his bargaining chip for survival in this chaotic city. The child paid no heed to the noise from outside, slightly tilting her head. In the disordered Scara, dense dark gold runes reconstructed at a high frequency. Her pale fingertips gently pointed in the void. Hundreds of dark golden blades formed out of thin air composed of lifeless spiritual energy. The blades were about half a meter long, their edges shimmering with obscure rune auras. The two gray-robed subordinates closest to her turned and fled, crashing into the dark red barriers set up by their own people, only to be rebounded back. Swoosh! The dark golden rune blades sliced through the air. The dozen or so elite members of the hidden cult on the periphery had their protective spiritual energy shattered. There was no room for resistance. One gray-robed man attempted to construct a defensive wall with earth-based spiritual energy, but the dark golden rune blades sliced through the stone wall and also cut through his skull. His brain matter froze instantaneously. Gray-white ice shards splattered from the cracked skull as another gray-robed man tried to activate a teleportation scroll. The rune blade severed his hands. The severed hands along with the scroll fell to the ground, crushed into powder by the pressure of lifelessness within a second. A dozen people were sliced into flying chunks of flesh, leaving no intact organs behind. The scattered remains hit the ground, producing a dull thud. The blood had not even had a chance to spurt before it was frozen into ice shards by the pressure of lifelessness. Lin brushed off the frost clinging to the hem of his coat. This efficiency in mowing down enemies was even more relieving than his past life's invincible games. Jean, record the combat data. Command confirmed. The vital signs of the target group have dropped to 0. Current spiritual energy output of the child, 3%. Only 3%. Lin raised an eyebrow. These people are weaker than even test dummies. These cultists usually acted like tyrants, but now they faced a true ancestor. 3% output could annihilate more than a dozen first-tier extraordinary beings. This indicated that the child's regular extermination capability far exceeded his expectations. As long as she didn't encounter anything above 3rd tier, he could use her as a conventional tactical weapon. The premise was to control the duration of each awakening, preventing the rune array from overloading. The bald steward's knees weakened, leaving only piles of debris and ice shards around him. The escape route was sealed by the barrier. The girl ahead radiated a suffocating wave of death. He bit his tongue. The peak's 2nd-tier spiritual energy surged wildly. Breaking through the blockade of lifelessness, his skin rapidly shriveled, veins bursting at the surface. He was burning his life essence, and the 3 rings of metal in his deformed left eye shattered from overloading. Dark red blood streamed down his cheek as his gray robe was torn to shreds by the violent spiritual energy, revealing a torso inscribed with evil incantations. "My lord grants me strength." The bald steward roared as tangible dark red blood flames ignited on the serrated curved blade, creating a vacuum in the frost from the flame's high temperature. Countless wailing soul phantoms surfaced on the blade. "They'll fight you to the death." The bald steward transformed into a streak of bloodlight, slashing towards the child's neck. His speed was incredibly fast, accompanied by a piercing sonic boom. Lin yawned, finding the preamble too long. The villain died from excessive talking. He also perished due to the skill's preamble. An attack of this level couldn't even breach the child's passive defenses. He couldn't even be bothered to take a step back. His gaze locked onto the trajectory of the bald steward's blade, calculating the energy neutralization rate at the moment of contact. The child showed no intention of dodging. She slightly puffed her chest, facing that earth-shattering strike with the palm-sized black void on her chest. The blood-colored blade light slashed into the void without a loud noise. There was no backlash. It was instantly devoured completely, not even causing the slightest ripple. The bald steward's eyes widened, his eyeballs bulging out of their sockets. Covered in blood vessels, the black void erupted with terrifying gravity. The bald steward couldn't even let out a scream as his entire being, along with his peak 2nd-tier bones, an alchemical curved blade, was pulled in. He was forcefully torn apart. Flesh, bones, spiritual energy, and even fragments of his soul were all sucked into the void, completely obliterated from this world. Not a single drop of blood was left behind. Lin stuffed his pocket watch back into his pocket. Flashy and ornate, it was no match for a black hole. This dimensional suppression was truly marvelous. From the beginning to the end of the battle, it lasted a total of 13 seconds. In the vast underground warehouse apart from Lin, there was not a single living creature left that could catch its breath. The child quietly hovered in midair, not a drop of blood staining her. Indifferent, with no emotional fluctuations, she remarked, "Well done." The incorporation effect far exceeded expectations. Lin En's thoughts shifted slightly as the dark gold patterns beneath his skin flickered. Child lie low. The girl's phantom and the wave of lifelessness retreated back into the pocket watch in an instant. The temperature in the underground layer began to slowly rise. Lin En walked over the blood and ice shards scattered on the ground, approaching the edge of the near-collapsing dark red barrier. Raising his left hand slightly, the devouring power of Jin bit open a gap. He leisurely stepped into the outside night, concealing his achievements. With the active secret silver in hand, Felix's life was preserved. The next focus was to analyze the purity of this batch of secret silver and complete the coating upgrade for armor-piercing projectiles as soon as possible. The situation in Silvermoon City was becoming increasingly chaotic. He had to raise the upper limit of firepower output. Without heavy fire coverage, he, a first-tier alchemist, felt a constant lack of security while walking the streets. 3 minutes later, a large number of Silvermoon City defense forces surrounded the smuggling warehouse. A heavy battering ram smashed open the iron door on the first floor, and the commanding officer raised a bright flashlight. Charging down the stairs, he shouted, "Everyone get ready. There may be high-tier extraordinary beings inside." He kicked open the iron door to the underground layer. The bright light illuminated the interior scene, and the commander's footsteps froze in place. The soldiers behind him crashed into his back, peeking their heads out to take a look. Sounds of vomiting echoed one after another. The ground was littered with chunks of flesh and frozen pools of blood, with the walls bearing traces of extreme violent cuts. Not a single complete corpse was found. Not even a chunk larger than a palm could be located. The commander stared at the bits of flesh on the ground. He tried to piece together the identities of the deceased, but could not. It was entirely physical remnants like dumpling filling. He had been in the city defense forces for 15 years. Having dealt with countless gang wars and cult sacrificial scenes, he had never witnessed such pure physical destruction. This was not a battle at all. This was a one-sided slaughter. He saw a cornered city defense soldier who was scared to pee. The soldier had gone mad, muttering, "Monster void man-eater." The commander grabbed the soldier by the collar. "Who did this?" The soldier rolled his eyes, foaming at the mouth and faint. The commander's legs weakened and he knelt directly on the ground. The lantern fell into the blood, extinguishing itself, cold sweat soaking his back. To be able to eradicate a peak second-tier stronghold in mere seconds, the opposing side was definitely a large, well-trained, and cold-blooded killer organization. Or it could be an indescribable, terrifying existence. Either way, it was beyond what this small squad leader could provoke. This was already beyond the jurisdiction of the city defense forces. It must be reported to the Imperial Security Department. Trembling, he took out the communication stone. "Quick! Hurry and report. The warehouse has been blood-washed by an unknown high-tier force. Extremely dangerous. Lock down the entire city." At the same time, deep underground in Silvermoon City, at the secret base of the extreme, Tao-hidden cult, the leader, the one-eyed saint, Carol, sat on a throne of bones. On the stone table in front of him lay dozens of black life tokens. Crack! The central life token, representing the bald steward, shattered into powder without warning. Immediately after, all surrounding life tokens exploded within the same second. Carol's remaining right eye widened in shock. He sprang to his feet, causing the throne of bones to crack from the spiritual energy erupting from him. "Who did this? Who dares to touch my people?" He strode to the stone table, grabbing a handful of token powder, which carried a faint yet soul-chilling aura of lifelessness. Carol's fingers began to tremble. This aura surpassed the third tier, even exceeding the fourth tier. The Millennium Plan had just begun. The human purity cleansing plan hadn't even started before an important stronghold and a batch of smuggled goods were lost. Most critically, that batch of active secret silver. That was the core material for constructing large sacrificial arrays. Without secret silver, the energy conductivity of the array would drop by 40%. The entire plan's margin for error would be infinitely compressed. His 10 years of hard work had been forcibly taken away, a crucial puzzle piece tonight. Investigate. Carol kicked the stone table over. "Even if I have to turn Silvermoon City upside down, I will find this person." Dozens of black-robed followers in the hall knelt in fear. Shivering, no one dared to look up at their enraged leader. Carol's right eye fixed on the powder on the ground, his chest heaving violently. He had to uncover the truth before the Imperial Security Department intervened. Otherwise, the hidden cult's plans in Silvermoon City would completely collapse. "Search. Even if we have to turn Silvermoon City upside down, we must find this person." Carol's roar echoed in the underground hall. In the middle district of Silvermoon City, a safe house. Lin En slammed a copy of the Silvermoon City Entertainment Weekly onto the long table. The bold red headline read, "The Yeti of Antarctica hand needs rotten blue cheese, and after the food critic's tasting, he ascends to heaven, claiming the taste is unforgettable." Lin En stared at the accompanying image. A lump of green mosaic. Next to it was a photo of the critic rolling his eyes. It's hard to forget this. After all, once eaten, one ascends in a physical sense. Has the culinary world of this other realm evolved to such a hellish stage? Even old Ba would have to pass a cigarette. He pushed the colorful magazine aside. He picked up the Empire Morning News pressed underneath. The front page headline. Black background with white text. It occupied half the page. The extreme way hidden cult publicly announced the cleansing plan has officially begun. Lin En shook the newspaper. These cultists aren't even pretending anymore. They directly issued a server-wide announcement. Looking down at the main text. The first item, gene hunting dogs deployed. Specially modified hunting dogs have entered various districts of Silvermoon City. They specifically sniff out traces of non-human beings, which means individuals with extraordinary potential. The second item, Judgment Day Protocol. Members of the hidden cult will simultaneously deploy martyr serum in the capital and other major cities. Those injected will gain rapid regeneration abilities. The cost is a genetic collapse after 24 hours leading to certain death. The third item, Cleansing Standards. Anyone marked by the hunting dogs will be purified on the spot. Anyone protecting the unclean will be cleansed along with them. Lin En laid the newspaper flat on the table. His fingers tapped the surface, issuing a 24-hour time-limited external boost along with a permanent account ban package. This operational strategy is 100 years ahead of the industry. He looked at the supplementary page. The three major churches jointly issued a declaration of extermination. The Judgment Knights have already sealed the city gates. The Demon Hunting Association announced its full intervention, launching indiscriminate hunts against the hidden cult. Silvermoon City has entirely turned into a battle royale server. Lin En flipped the newspaper over. On the back was a missing persons notice. A noble had lost their purebred Persian cat, offering a reward of 500 gold. In this world where lives are worth less than dogs, cats are more expensive than people. The door lock turned. Link pushed the door open. The hilt of the heavy sword was stained with half-dried blood. Blood dripped onto the floor. Celia followed behind. The outside of her uniform jacket had been torn open, revealing a protective vest underneath. Cook and Sellers brought up the rear. Both were covered in dust. Lin En looked up. What happened? Did you run into trouble? Link leaned the heavy sword against the wall. He pulled out a chair and sat down. Yeah, outside there are gene hunting dogs everywhere. Celia walked to the table and adjusted her glasses. We encountered two groups on the periphery. One group was the city defense forces engaging in a cleanup. The other wore gray robes and led a breed of hairless mutant dogs. Lin En pushed the Empire Morning News over. His finger pointed at the front page headline. Gene hunting dogs. Lin En flipped to the second page, his fingertip gliding over a blurry black and white photo. The creature in the photo looked like a hyena whose skin had been stripped and stuffed into a washing machine for 3 spins, then forcibly sewn with some kind of insect's mouthparts. This level of aesthetics indicates that the art director within the hidden cult was likely recruited directly from a mental asylum's morgue. Lin En slammed the newspaper down on the table. These cultists' operational strategy is truly 100 years ahead of the industry, issuing a 24-hour time-limited external boost along with a permanent account ban package. This kind of killing the goose that lays the golden egg strategy, if proposed in a game company from my past life, would result in players sending death threats the next day, achieving a physical sense of ascension. Link leaned the heavy sword against the wall corner. The sound of metal clashing against the tiled floor reverberated in the cramped safe house. He tugged at his collar, revealing a bloodstained scratch. That beast ran faster than a rat, with a taste of rotten salted fish on its teeth. Link picked up a glass of cold water from the table and gulped it down. If it weren't for Celia's quick reaction, my skin would have been sacrificed there. Celia took off her glasses and wiped the lenses with her clothing. The cuffs of her uniform were missing a section with clear tear marks at the break. Those dogs don't rely on sight to track people. They are sniffing for frequencies of spiritual energy. As long as the spiritual energy within a body exceeds a certain threshold, they will pounce like flies smelling dung. Celia put her glasses back on and pulled the newspaper towards her. Lin En, the unclean mentioned here is defined very vaguely. Lin En took a silver coin from his coat pocket and skillfully flipped it between his fingers. Vagueness is precisely the point. The explanatory power belongs entirely to the hidden cult. As long as they find you displeasing, you are the unclean one. This is called targeted cleansing, conveniently creating panic. Lin En stood up and walked to the window. He opened a small gap in the heavy curtains. Outside, the streetlights flickered ominously. In the distance, a few sharp barks echoed, followed by the dull sound of something heavy falling. The peacekeepers of Silvermoon City are probably busy writing their last letters right now. This scale of extraordinary chaos cannot be suppressed with just a few nightsticks and rusty swords. Lin En turned around, looking at Cook and Sellers. You two go start the backup generator in the basement. In the coming days, municipal power supply will likely be interrupted. I don't want to lose experimental data due to a power outage while analyzing the active silver. Cook and Sellers nodded and quickly walked towards the secret door leading to the basement. Lin En returned to his seat at the long table. He took out the container filled with active silver from his inner pocket. The silver liquid metal slowly swayed in the transparent bottle, reflecting a cold texture. Gene, begin scanning. Command confirmed. Active silver purity 92.4%. Detected trace ancient era residual radiation, recommend secondary refinement. Estimated conversion time 4 hours. Lin En placed the bottle on the experimental table. 4 hours. Just enough time for me to recalibrate the revolver's ammunition system. He rummaged through the drawer for a set of precision mechanical tools, wrenches, screwdrivers, and a few probes as thin as hair. The modified revolver had been disassembled into dozens of parts neatly arranged on a white cloth. Lin En picked up the core rotor and adjusted the internal spiritual energy engravings with a probe. This thing's upper limit is severely restricted by its materials. It's like trying to fill aviation fuel into a tractor's engine. It's a miracle it doesn't explode. Link leaned closer watching the pile of parts. Can this thing really kill a peak second tier? I just saw those gray robes, each one looked like they were on steroids. Lin En didn't lift his hand precisely, plucking out a broken spring with the probe. Peak second tier is still carbon-based life. As long as the kinetic energy of the projectile is sufficient with enough dead spiritual energy, even gods would turn into dumpling filling. He tossed the spring into the trash can. Celia stood by watching Lin En's skilled movements. Was that thing you used in the warehouse? The Victor family's trump card. Lin En's hand paused. He recalled the image of Z stepping through that pool of blood. Pale skin, a hollow chest, and that chilling aura that froze the air. Sort of. A not very obedient consumable. Use it once, and it's gone. So we need to quickly ramp up our conventional firepower. We can't deploy strategic nuclear weapons every time we run into a rabid dog. Lin En picked up a piece of chamois leather and carefully wiped the barrel. The noise outside was growing louder. An explosion sounded from the southern district, the flames painting half the sky red. The hidden cult's cleansing plan was clearly not a joke. They are genuinely planning to turn these cities upside down. Lin En set down the wiped barrel. Since the hidden cult wants to play Battle Royale, then we need to find a good spot to wait. He picked up a bottle of deep blue alchemical potion and dripped it onto the revolver's firing pin. Wisps of white smoke began to rise. A layer of fine scale-like patterns appeared on the metal surface. Jean raised the refinement priority of the active silver to the highest. I need the first batch of ultimate armor-piercing rounds ready before dawn. Understood. Adjusting energy allocation estimated to shorten to 3 hours. Lin En holstered the assembled revolver back into his waist. Lin En returned to the front hall because something was happening outside. A figure in black appeared in front of the door. The person held 3 iron chains. The other ends of the chains were tied to the necks of those dogs. The gray-robed figure stopped and pulled out a compass-like alchemical device from his pocket. The needle on the compass spun wildly, eventually pointing firmly towards the safe house. Lin En watched the gray-robed figure. The other's hood was pulled low, obscuring their face. But that eerie aura could be felt even through the door. A peak first tier, or perhaps a second tier disguised as a first tier. Lin En placed his hand on the grip of the revolver. Link, Celia, prepare to receive guests. Remember to roll up the carpet. It's quite expensive and bloodstains are hard to clean. Link grinned, resting the heavy sword across his chest. Don't worry, you'll try to keep them from dying on the threshold. Celia conjured a pale blue wind blade in her hand. She stood to the side of the window, pressing her body against the wall. Lin En walked to the door. He did not draw his gun. His right hand pressed against the door panel, feeling the subtle vibrations coming from outside. The sound of the dog's claws scratching the ground grew closer, along with the rustling sound of chains dragging on the ground. The gray-robed figure stopped at the door. He did not knock, nor did he attempt to break in. He simply stood there, letting out a low, rumbling laugh. That laughter sounded like 2 rusty iron plates grinding against each other. I know you're in there. The little mouse who stole the silver. The gray-robed person's voice penetrated the door, carrying a nauseating thickness. I can smell it. That decayed yet alluring scent from the ancient era. Lin En raised an eyebrow. This villain's sense of smell is sharper than a dog's. He turned his head and made a hand gesture to Link. Link understood, crouching slightly, like a black panther ready to pounce. The gray-robed figure continued to talk to himself outside. The saint is very angry. The consequences will be severe. If you hand over the item now, I might consider letting you die a bit more artistically. Lin En sighed. He could not stand this kind of self-righteous, humorless pervert. He suddenly flung open the door. The gray-robed figure was taken aback. He clearly did not expect the other party to be so proactive. Lin En stood at the door holding the Silver Moon City, and he rolled the magazine into a tube and pointed it at the gray-robed figure's nose. Telling cold jokes at someone's door in the middle of the night. Didn't your mother teach you manners? Under the gray-robed figure's hood, a pair of murky eyes fixed on Lin En. He suddenly loosened the iron chains in his hand. The 3 Gene hunting dogs let out a roar and transformed into 3 gray shadows lunging forward. Lin En didn't move. Link's heavy sword swept out from his side. The massive blade whistled through the air, directly slamming into the head of the foremost dog. Puff! The dog's skull shattered instantly, its body flying out like a lump of mud crashing against the opposite wall. Celius wind blades followed closely behind. 2 arcs of blue light sliced through the air, accurately severing the necks of the other 2 dogs. Blood gushed out, splattering onto the hem of the gray-robed figure's robe. Lin En shook the magazine in his hand. See, the carpet is safe. The gray-robed figure's laughter abruptly stopped. He glanced at the 3 corpses on the floor, then looked back at Lin En. You are not a first tier. Lin En stuffed the magazine into his coat pocket. Whether I'm a first tier or not is irrelevant. What's important is that you are alone now. And we have 3. Oh wait, make that 4. Cook and Sellers from the basement had already rushed up with firearms. The gray-robed figure took a step back. He pulled out a red glass vial from his pocket. That was the martyr serum. Lin En's pupils constricted slightly. Stop him. Link shouted, swinging the gray-robed figure let out a sinister laugh and crushed the glass vial. The red liquid seeped into his palm, through his skin. His body began to swell violently. The gray robe ripped apart, revealing dark, blue muscle underneath. Countless twisted veins bulged beneath his skin, looking like wriggling earthworms. His eyes turned a blood red. Power. This is the power bestowed by the master. The gray-robed figure let out a monstrous roar, catching Link's heavy sword with one hand. The sound of metal grinding was excruciating. Link's expression changed. This guy's strength was multiplying. Lin En drew his revolver. Although the armor-piercing rounds weren't ready yet, the ordinary spiritual energy rounds should still make a noise. He pulled the trigger. Bang! The pale blue beam struck the gray-robed figure's shoulder, bursting into a spray of blood. But the next second the muscle at the wound began to squirm madly. In less than 2 seconds the wound completely healed. Rapid regeneration. Lin En clicked his tongue. The strength of this external boost is indeed a bit over the top. The gray-robed figure suddenly swung his arm, sending Link and his sword flying. He turned his gaze towards Lin, a twisted grin spreading across his face. Now it's your turn, little mouse. The ground beneath him cracked, and he shot towards Lin En like a cannonball. Lin En stood his ground. He did not dodge. He simply pulled out the pocket watch from his coat. Since you want to see art so badly, Lin En pressed the hidden button on the pocket watch. Dark golden light burst forth in the corridor. Z, come out to receive guests. A pale girl's phantom appeared behind Lin En. She slowly opened her eyes. Those pupils filled with runes coldly stared at the oncoming monster. The gray-robed figure's movements froze. His body, enhanced by the serum, began to tremble violently in the face of the suffocating pressure. The blood red in his eyes quickly faded, replaced by endless fear. What is this? Lin En closed the watch. This is your notification of title. Please sign for it. Z raised her hand, her fingertip lightly touching the gray-robed figure's forehead. A black void exploded in the gray-robed figure's chest. No screams. No struggles. That monster, swollen to over 2 meters tall, was instantly reduced to a dry corpse. Then it turned to ash, dissipating into the air. Lin En clapped his hands. Done. He turned to look at the stunned Link and Celia. What are you staring at? Clean up. Although it didn't stain the carpet, the smell in the corridor is still quite strong. Lin En walked back into the room, casually closing the door. He sat in front of the experimental table, looking at the bottle of refined active silver. It was almost dawn. The revelry in Silvermoon City was just beginning. Gene Hunting Dog. Lin En's finger pointed at the green-tinted mosaic image on the front page of the newspaper. A long howl echoed from outside. Sharp. Ear-piercing. The air in the safe house solidified. Link wiped the blood off the heavy sword. The lockdown circle is shrinking. In at most 4 hours the inner city gates will be completely locked. By then not even a fly will be able to escape this city. So we need to find something to do. Lin En pushed aside the newspaper and grabbed a map of Silvermoon City. His finger pointed to a mark on the edge of the middle district. Abandoned clock tower. The communication hub of the Hidden Order. The final target of the Academy's mission. Shiosi leaned closer, touching his scabbed ear. Shall we go now? Outside it's all those hairless, ugly dogs and crazies. Exactly, because it's chaotic outside, the base will be vulnerable inside. Lin En tapped on the table. They've dispatched forces to find people, so the defenses of the communication hub will undoubtedly be downgraded. Once we take down the formation, the mission ends, and we can find a hole to hide until dawn. Logical and convincing. In reality, Lin En's right hand was tucked into his trenchcoat pocket. The dark golden patterns beneath his skin flashed at a high frequency. Gene intercepted an extremely weak spiritual energy frequency. The source is right at the abandoned clock tower. That frequency resonates highly with the activated secret silver she just seized. There's a big haul. Not going to get it would be a disservice to her identity as a traveler. Link stared at the map for half a minute and nodded. We can fight. But the tactics need to change. He turned to Lin En. You first tier. Fragile. Stay with Shiosi on the perimeter. They'll take Sellers and Cook for a frontal assault. Tia and Vidi will take the flank. Lin En drew the revolver from his waist. All right. He agreed too readily, causing Link to pause. Don't be reckless. Link patted the hilt of the heavy sword. Last night you killed a second tier with luck and terrain advantage. Today this is a siege battle. Ordinary bullets won't even make a sound against the barrier. It's safest for you to stay back. Lin In pushed the magazine back in. Click. Understood. I want run around. It's better to earn a fat salary than to ask how everyone is doing. You don't understand the terror of inadequate firepower. Night fell. 9 people split into 3 groups and left the safe house. The streets of Silver Moon City had completely changed. All the streetlights were out. The air reeked of sewage and a faint hint of blood. Lin In walked in the middle of the group. At the upcoming intersection, Tia signaled. The group halted. A squad of city defense forces ran across the cross street. The sound of armor clashing was extremely jarring in the dead of night. Once the city defense forces moved on, the group continued forward. They had just passed 2 blocks. Lin In's footsteps halted. Stop. Link turned back. Lin In pointed to a narrow alleyway to the right front. There's something in there. The Gene's micro-sensing network has been deployed. Within a 10-meter radius, no spiritual energy fluctuations can escape detection. In the depths of the narrow alley, a mass of distorted biological heat sources was slowly moving, accompanied by chewing sounds. Link signaled. Celis took out a small mirror. Peeking around the corner, the mirror reflected a hairless deformity over 2 meters long, covered in pus, crouched over a corpse gnawing. Celis retracted the mirror, swallowed hard, and suggested a detour. For the next half hour, the group's route became extremely bizarre. Turn left. Stick to the wall. Stop. Wait 10 seconds. Step over that brick on the ground has a triggered spiritual energy trap. Lin In walked in the middle, casually issuing commands. Tia, responsible for scouting, was at the front. Each step she took required a glance back at Lin In. A faint glow flickered in Tia's purple eyes. That was her proud spiritual energy reconnaissance talent. But she found nothing. Lin In stopped, pointing to a raised brick on the ground. Stepping on it will lead to death. Tia looked down. There were no runic markings on the brick's surface. Tia took out a probe and inserted it into the crack between the bricks. The tip of the probe melted instantly. Tia withdrew half of the probe and turned to look at Lin In, who was already 3 meters away. An ordinary first-tier alchemist. Hadn't even pulled out reconnaissance equipment and had precisely avoided 3 hidden sentries, 2 invisible barriers, and 4 gene hunting dogs. Tia halted. When Lin In approached, she asked, "How did you do that?" "Intuition," Lin In replied nonchalantly. Tia stared at her for 3 seconds. She turned and continued leading the way. They reached the abandoned clock tower. The towering spire pierced the night sky, its outer walls covered in withered vines. Lin In crouched behind a low wall. In the spiritual energy view, the clock tower was not an abandoned building at all. A layer of high-density composite barrier wrapped it tightly. The surface of the barrier flowed with dark purple runes. The defense level. Even a third deer would lose a few teeth. "Tia, go check it out," Link ordered. Tia turned into a silver-white shadow, merging into the night. 5 minutes later, the shadow returned. Tia landed behind the low wall, breathing slightly heavier. "The situation is off." Link pressed the hilt of his sword. "Speak." "There are 2 layers of hidden sentries on the outside. The first layer is the Hidden Order's gray robes. The second layer." Tia paused, wearing black battle armor and bearing the Faceless One's emblem. The safe house team fell silent. Shiosi gasped. "The Thorn family's death warriors. How could an old noble family from the imperial capital be mixed up with these cultists?" "It's a matter of mutual benefit. Or they might be working together from the start," Link snorted coldly. "No wonder the Hidden Order dares to be so arrogant in Silver Moon City. So they have a powerful backing." Lin In leaned against the low wall. "The Faceless One's emblem. The Thorn family. The Victor family's archenemy in the imperial capital. A narrow road for enemies. How strong is the barrier?" Link asked. "Composite type. Dual defense against physical and spiritual energy. A strong attack would require at least 3rd-tier destructive power to tear a hole." Tia replied. Link frowned. He was only at the mid-2nd tier. The strongest in the team, VD, was only at the peak of 2nd tier. "They'll take Celas and Cook to the front door. Use explosive runes to blow open the barrier. VD and Tia will take advantage of the chaos to cut in through the 2nd-floor window. Shiosi, you stay with Lin In on the perimeter. Find a high ground. Signal if anything happens." A typical suicide strategy. Link planned to use his life to fill that barrier. Lin In nodded. "All right." She turned and walked toward the other side of the building. Shiosi hurried to catch up. The 2 climbed to the top of a nearby water tower. The view was excellent, just enough to overlook the main entrance of the clock tower. Shiosi set up a long-barreled sniper rifle, aiming at the clock tower's main door. "Lin In, just stay behind me. Don't expose yourself," Shiosi instructed. "Got it." Gene. Current ammunition type, high-grade anti-demon armor-piercing bullets. Penetration rate against composite barrier, 95%. Lin In pushed the magazine back into the chamber. Click. The crisp sound of metal echoed in the night wind. Since a trap was set, let's see who the true prey is. Below, Link, along with Celas and Cook, crept to within 10 meters of the clock tower's main entrance. 3 explosive runes were affixed to the surface of the barrier. "Fall back," Link hissed. The 3 quickly retreated. Boom. Flames shot into the sky. The power of the explosive runes detonated on the barrier's surface, sending debris flying from nearby trash cans. As the smoke dissipated, the dark purple composite barrier remained intact. Not a single crack. Alarms blared inside the clock tower. The main door swung open. A dozen faceless death warriors clad in black battle armor charged out. Heavy spiritual energy crossbows in hand. Fire! A hail of crossbow bolts rained down. Link swung his heavy sword, forming a barrier of sword energy in front of him, blocking a portion of the bolts. There were too many bolts. Celes was hit in the thigh and screamed, collapsing to the ground. Cook raised a tower shield in front. The shield's surface was pocked with holes. I can't hold it. Withdraw, Link yelled. It was too late. Two Gene hunting dogs sprang from a side alley. They lunged directly at the fallen Celes. At the water tower, Xiaoxi was sweating profusely as his attacks struck the faceless death warrior's armor, leaving only a few white spots. Damn, can't break through. Their armor is so tough. Xiaoxi turned to Lin En. Lin En, quickly send a retreat signal. Lin En had not taken the signal gun. She stood up, the hem of her trench coat flapping in the night wind. She walked to the edge of the water tower, raising the modified revolver. One-handed grip, arm extended. The gun's muzzle aimed at the dark purple composite barrier below, at a distance of 120 meters. Wind speed at level 3. What are you doing? Xiaoxi exclaimed in shock. Ordinary bullets won't even tickle them. Lin En ignored him, pressing the thumb down on the hammer. Bang! A plume of azure flame erupted from the gun's muzzle. The dark silver bullet tore through the air, creating a visible spiral airflow. The bullet struck precisely at the center of the composite barrier. No explosion. No deafening sound. Only an extremely faint crack, like the sound of a glass cup shattering on the ground. The next moment, the indestructible dark purple composite barrier cracked from the point of impact. The crack quickly spread, instantly covering the entire dome of the barrier. With a crash, the barrier shattered into countless light points, completely collapsing. Below, the faceless squad leader, who was about to issue a chase order, was stunned. Cook, struggling to hold up the tower shield, was also stunned. Link, swinging his heavy sword, froze in place. The two Gene hunting dogs lunging at Celes halted midair and fell to the ground. The entire scene fell silent. Everyone's gaze followed the trajectory of the bullet to the water tower 120 meters away. At the top of the water tower, Lin En held the gun with one hand. Smoke still wafting from the muzzle, she tilted her head slightly. Xiaoxi. Zias's mouth fell open, his jaw almost hitting the ground. Huh. The barrier is down. You can launch your attack now. Lin En holstered the revolver and turned to walk back into the shadows. Below, the faceless squad leader suddenly reacted. Sniper. High-level sniper. Find cover. It was too late. Link charged into the crowd with his heavy sword. Without the barrier's protection, these death warriors were as fragile as paper against the sword energy of a mid-second tier. The second-floor windows of the clock tower shattered. Vidi and Tia, like two sharp blades, sliced into the enemy's rear. The tide of battle turned instantly. Lin En leaned against the railing of the water tower, listening to the screams below, her right hand fiddled with the pocket watch in her pocket. Gene. Scan the interior of the clock tower. Scan complete. High-intensity spiritual energy reactions detected on the top floor. Target confirmed. Communication formation. Additional information: 3 third-year life forms next to the formation. 1 bears the core elder emblem of the Thorn family. 3 second tier. Lin En's finger paused for a moment. This was not a level Link and the others could handle. He drew the revolver. Withdrew the magazine. There were still 5 high-grade anti-demon armor-piercing bullets inside. Enough. Lin En vaulted over the water tower railing and slid down the drainpipe on the outer wall. The movements were light. He didn't go to the front door to join the chaos, but circled to the back of the clock tower. A rusty iron door. A massive alchemical lock hung on the door. Lin En stepped forward, pressing his left hand against the keyhole. Dark golden threads surged in. Click. The lock opened. He pushed the door open and stepped into the darkness inside the clock tower. The stairs spiraled up. The air was thick with the smell of stale dust and pungent chemicals. Lin En ascended the stairs. The footsteps were completely absorbed by the sound-dampening array in the soles of his boots. At the second-floor corner, a faceless death warrior in black armor was running down. They crossed paths. The death warrior raised the spiritual energy crossbow in hand. Lin En raised his hand. Bang! The dark silver bullet penetrated through the death warrior's specially made armor, piercing through the heart. The death warrior's body fell backward, rolling down the stairs. Lin En stepped over the corpse and continued upward, reaching the 3rd floor. Voices were heard from above. How was the barrier outside broken? An elderly voice filled with evident anger asked. Unclear. A strike shattered it, at least 2nd-tier destructive power, another voice replied. Useless. That idiot Carol can't even control Silver Moon City. Go activate the self-destruct program. Take the formation and evacuate. We must not be exposed. He continued upward. 4th floor. 5th floor. The door to the top floor was slightly ajar. A ghostly blue light emanated from within. Lin stood outside the door, peering through the crack. A massive communication formation. 3 individuals stood beside the formation. 3 elderly men in black robes adorned with the Thorn family emblem. One was in the process of placing some kind of explosive device on the formation. Lin raised her revolver, aiming at the elder who was setting the bomb. Jean's warning sounded explosively in her. Warning. Ultra-high-risk spiritual energy reaction detected. Spatial coordinates are overlapping. Lin abruptly turned her head. In the center of the top-floor hall, the air twisted. A pitch-black spatial rift was violently torn open. A pale hand reached out from the rift, grasping the neck of the elder who was setting the bomb. In the top hall, a rift in space was torn open without warning, the edges flickering with a violent black light. A pale hand reached out from within. The 5 fingers closed together. The elder who was placing a bomb had no room to struggle. The crisp sound of his cervical vertebrae breaking echoed in the empty room. Lin hesitated not at all. She retracted her revolver, turned around, and the soles of her boots scraped against the floor tiles, quickly descending the spiral staircase she had come from. A super high-risk reaction at the 3rd tier and above. An unknown space was tearing apart. This had exceeded her planned tactical redundancy. Should she stay back to test the enemy's hostility? That was something only a fool who couldn't survive 3 pages would do. Survival was the first principle Lin deduced after countless simulations. He climbed out of the window, gripping the cold downpipe on the outer wall with both hands, feeling the rough iron scraping against his palms as his body slid down vertically. He vanished into the shadow of the building, his mind replanning the route, heading straight for the water tower where Shiosi was located. He needed a vantage point. He needed to regain control over the overall situation. At the same time, at the main entrance of the clock tower, dark golden fighting energy clung to the wide blade of the sword. Link's arms bulged with muscle. He exerted force from his waist, the heavy sword sweeping out with the power of thunder, producing a deafening roar. The half-meter-thick ironwood door shattered into pieces, wooden splinters mixed with iron nails flying in all directions. Link stepped into the hall, facing not an enemy, but 3 dark red orbs of spiritual energy. The high temperature instantly deprived the surrounding oxygen, distorting the light. Link's feet were rooted to the ground. He could not retreat. Behind him were the exhausted Sellers and Cook holding a damaged tower shield. Take half a step back and the firepower net would completely shred them. The heavy sword was lifted from below. The blade precisely pierced the center of the fireball. The dark golden fighting energy clashed violently with the dark red spiritual energy, sparking a shower of embers. A few sparks crossed the barrier of sword energy, striking Link's chest plate. The metal surface instantly melted, creating several black holes, and the smell of charred flesh filled the air. Link lowered his center of gravity. His gaze swept across the interior of the hall. 12 death warriors in black battle armor. Their formation was tight, divided into 3 rows. The emblem of the Thorn family reflected on their heart shields. The front row crouched, holding heavy tower shields that were half a person tall. The defensive runes carved on the surface of the shields emitted a ghostly light. The back row stood with loaded anti-armor crossbows. On the thick bolts, the faint glow of demonic disruption flickered in and out. The mechanisms clicked into place. A torrential rain of arrows poured down. Link swung his heavy sword, the dark golden sword energy, weaving a defensive net before him, the sound of metal clashing deafening. Sparks flew. One crossbow bolt broke through the gaps in the sword net, grazing Link's cheek as it flew past, leaving a burning sting on his skin. Flesh rolled back, blood dripping along his jawline. Link's mind raced. A strong charge. The formation of the Death Warriors was too dense. The reloading time of the heavy crossbow was only 3 seconds. If he couldn't rush through in 3 seconds, he would be shot into a lifeless mass. The spiritual energy reserves were rapidly depleting. His meridians pulsed with a dull ache. He could last at most another 2 minutes. The flank. Someone must break this turtle shell from the side. The colored glass window on the 2nd floor shattered violently. Glass shards fell along with the moonlight into the hall. Vidi and Tia transformed into 2 afterimages, cutting into the space above the hall. Vidi held the ritual sword, silent words. The blade was matte, reflecting no light. Tia held 2 specially made throwing knives between her fingers. The 2 had a unified target, heading straight for the crossbowmen in the back row of the Death Warriors. Midway down, the dark purple runes on the surrounding walls suddenly lit up. They formed a bizarre web of light. The bricks flipped and several fist-sized mechanical eyeballs protruded. The metallic sheen on their surfaces was cold and lethal. Extinction Eye variant array. The pupils of the mechanical eyeballs flashed a crimson light. Intertwining red rays formed instantly, creating a 3-dimensional cutting net that enveloped the air. Vidi forcibly twisted her waist in midair. Her flexible body created an unnatural arc. A red ray skimmed past her left shoulder. The blade-resistant vest silently tore open. Flesh rolled back, blood gushed forth, staining the grayish-white battle robe. Tia's wrist twitched. 2 throwing knives flew out, whistling towards the mechanical eyeballs. The surface of the eyeballs instantly expanded into a hexagonal energy shield. The throwing knives struck the shield and were violently repelled. The two used the momentum to land on a supporting. Below them was the heavily fortified crossbow position surrounded by a deadly web of approaching rays. Trapped in a dilemma. From the shadows at the staircase entrance on the second floor came rhythmic footsteps. A man in a dark red robe emerged. On the collar of the robe, a dark golden badge symbolizing the leader of the Thorn family was pinned. In his right hand, he toyed with a pulsating mechanical heart. The sound of gears clicking accompanied the expansion of the heart, and thick black oil dripped through his fingers, leaving mottled stains on the wooden stairs. The holy war is about to begin. The man looked down at Link, a mocking curve forming at the corner of his mouth. First, let me take your flag. He raised his left hand, fingers together, swinging downwards. The formation of the Death Warriors instantly transformed. The front row of shield bearers crouched lower. 6 heavy crossbows simultaneously raised their mechanisms, aiming at Vidi and Tia in midair. The arrows were knocked. The mechanisms tightened. Outside the clock tower 120 meters away, Shiosi crouched behind a low wall, beads of sweat pooling on his forehead. Sweat slipped down the corner of his eyes, causing a stinging pain in his eyeball. He blinked and turned to the side. Linen had returned at some point. He knelt on the rough concrete ground. The hem of his trench coat hung over the dusty floor. In his hands he held an extremely exaggerated heavy sniper rifle. The Tunterlong gun bore the dark luster of ancient secret silver. There were no unnecessary reflective parts, and the outer surface of the barrel was covered with intricate mechanical patterns. Dark, golden light flowed within the grooves of the patterns. Zaius' mind went blank. He was obsessed with firearms. He could recite the models from the black market and the military standard by heart. But this was not any model available on the market. There was no magazine, no traditional firing mechanism, and a micro-energy matrix floated and slowly rotated at the chamber position. This completely exceeded his understanding of firearm structures. Lin In ignored Zaius' shocked gaze and pressed his right eye close to the scope. The deep blue of his eyes reflected the cold crosshairs. Lin In's mind was in a state of extreme calm calculation. The retreat from the top floor earlier was a tactical necessity. In the face of uncontrollable ultra-high-risk variables, exiting the core area to rebuild intelligence advantage was the optimal solution to minimize losses. His gaze locked onto the leader in the scope. Fool. Standing on a high ground lacking cover to issue orders without confirming that the enemy's long-range firepower was completely eliminated, was tantamount to placing his head on the target. Lin In's index finger rested on the trigger. He pressed back. The trigger was pulled. There was no deafening sound of gunpowder exploding. There was no massive recoil capable of shattering the shoulder blade. The air within half a foot of the gun's muzzle collapsed, and a thin silver light shot out. The speed surpassed the sound barrier the moment it left the chamber. The light streaked across the pitch-black night sky, leaving a straight white line instantly penetrating the remaining barrier surrounding the clock tower. The surface of the barrier rippled violently before being brutally pierced. It then struck the red shield on the leader's body. The shield didn't hold for even a millisecond. It shattered into light spots. Next was the inner blue shield, and finally the golden shield close to the skin. Each layer shattered one after another. The physical penetration was devastating. A dull explosive sound. The head of the Thorn family leader disappeared in an instant, red and white liquid mixing with shattered bones. It splattered radially against the back wall, flowing down through the gaps in the wall. The headless corpse, now out of control, swayed twice in place. The mechanical heart in his hand fell, and the torso rolled down the wooden stairs, crashing heavily against the edge of the front row Death Warrior's tower shield. The entire scene fell silent. The Death Warrior's fingers stiffened on the triggers of their heavy crossbows, stopping their fire. Link maintained a stance with both hands gripping the sword at a diagonal. Vidi and Tia hung on the crossbeam in midair, all eyes focused on the twitching headless corpse. Zaius' mouth opened to its limit, his jaw emitting a dangerous dislocation sound. 3 layers of advanced shields. The defensive strength of the initial Tier 3, pierced through from the front by a single shot. What kind of terrifying kinetic energy output was required? Was this damage really something a first-tier alchemist could inflict? Shiosi stiffly turned his neck to look. Lin In's expression remained unchanged as his right hand leisurely pulled back the bolt, ejecting a metal shell smoking with high temperature from the ejection port. It fell onto the concrete platform with a crisp and pleasant metallic sound. Zaius' worldview shattered completely. He had always seen Lin In as a fragile alchemist needing protection. Now this fragile mage wielded a heavy artillery of unknown caliber, killing a Tier 3 shield with a... The commander's sudden death caused a slight chaos in the tightly packed formation of the Death Warriors. Link seized this gap and stepped forward. The heavy sword struck the ground with a bang. The remaining dark golden fighting energy erupted along the stone slab, forming a small shockwave that toppled 3 of the front row tower shield Death Warriors. The defensive line was forcibly torn open. Link crashed into the crowd, his heavy sword swinging widely. There were no flashy techniques, only absolute power crushing everything. Blood spattered into the air. Severed limbs and broken armor scattered across the ground. On the second floor beam, Vidi and Tia seized the moment when the mechanical eyeball's control center froze. Both leaped down from above. Vida's battle boots landed silently, and the ritual sword's silent words carved a cold arc, cutting the throats of two death warriors. Tia darted through the shadows, her throwing knives piercing the enemy's vital points. The situation was completely reversed in 2 seconds. A man clad in a gray robe of the Hidden Order stepped out from the shadows. He glanced at the scattered remains of the bodies on the ground, his eyes filled with fervor. With his left hand, he pulled out a red crystal stone, emitting a bloody scent from his pocket. Clenching his fingers tightly, he crushed it. The crystal turned into a thick mist of blood. The blood mist seeped into the stone slabs beneath his feet. The ground on the bottom level of the clock tower trembled violently, revealing a massive dark red array spanning 10 meters. Crimson light illuminated every face in the room. The sacrificial array activated. The stone slabs shattered and collapsed, revealing a pitch-black underground space. 3 colossal creatures crawled out from the edge of the collapsed area, each over 3 meters long, their surfaces lacking intact skin, entirely stitched together from the corpses of various creatures. The seams exposed, thick metallic stitching and dark green viscous pus flowed across their surfaces, filling the entire hall with a nauseating stench. Second-tier aberrations. They had no eyes, only a massive mouth filled with interlacing sharp teeth. As the mouth opened and closed, light yellow slime dripped onto the stone slabs. They emitted a hissing sound. The stone slabs were corroded into deep pits. Link abruptly halted, the tip of his heavy sword resting on the ground. His chest heaved violently, breathing heavily. Sweat soaked through his inner lining. His spiritual energy had completely depleted. Vidi and Tia quickly retreated, flanking Link on both sides. Both wore damaged armor, bleeding in several places. Behind them, Sellers and Cook had no strength left to stand. The 3 second-tier aberrations roared. A strong smell of blood and decay hit Link's face. He gripped the sword hilt tightly, his arm muscles trembling uncontrollably. He couldn't win. This was pure numerical oppression. There was no chance of victory. A first-tier newborn's maximum output was already inadequate to deal with the Death Warriors. Faced with such pure killing machines, there was only a dead end. The air above his head suddenly tore apart, accompanied by a sharp sound of breaking air. A slender figure leaped down from the broken window on the second floor. The military boots landed heavily on the ground, filled with rubble, producing a dull thud. Dust rose as the figure landed steadily between Link and the 3 aberrations. Lin stood upright, his right hand gripping the oppressive Tunderlong heavy sniper rifle. He pulled back the hem of his trench coat, rustling in the gust created by his descent. His golden hair shimmered under the dark red glow of the array. He did not look back at his battered teammates behind him. In his left hand was a rugged-looking flamethrower, and he carried a heavy hydraulic fuel tank on his back. The brass nozzle was aimed directly at the open maw of the foremost aberration. "Step back. You are blocking my trajectory." A burst of sparks flashed inside the brass nozzle. The hydraulic valve opened. The high-pressure pump sent the concentrated fuel from the storage tank into the spray gun. Boom. A dark blue pillar of fire gushed forth. The diameter of the fire column exceeded 0.5 meter, directly scorching the massive maw of the second-tier aberrant creature in front. The high temperature evaporated the moisture in the air. The temperature in the underground hall skyrocketed instantly. Link stood frozen, holding the heavy sword. This development was seriously deviating from the norm. A first-tier alchemist facing off against a second-tier aberration. A fragile mage rushing to engage a heavily armored tank in close combat. "Get back. You can't withstand its corrosive bodily fluids." Link shouted hoarsely, his vocal cords tearing painfully. The water tower's shoes leaped up from behind the low wall. "Damn it. Lin, are you insane? Physical flames won't harm those mutated monsters. Get out of the way." The tip of Celia's staff glowed with the aura of wind magic. They prepared to forcibly pull Lin out of the attack range. Everyone assumed Lin was walking to his death. But the aberrant creature's reaction shattered all common sense. The monster did not charge through the flames. Instead, it rolled on the spot. Its piercing roar penetrated the entire bell tower's floor. The dark blue flames clung tightly to its flesh. The highly corrosive dark green pus that was just secreted was instantly burned into a wisp of white smoke. The thick metal sutures melted apart. The connections between various biological corpses collapsed directly. The burnt smell completely masked the originally nauseating stench of blood. The cloaked caretaker of the Hidden Order stood in the back, his face twitching. He strode over the corpses of 2 fallen soldiers, pointing at the stitched beast gradually melting in a sea of flames. "This is impossible." The caretaker pointed at Lin. "The skin of genetically modified beasts has been reinforced with holy blood, making them immune to flames below 500 degrees. You think you can burn our gene beast to death with a flamethrower? You're dreaming. He shouted loudly, attempting to mask his extreme panic with volume. But he quickly sensed a fatal dissonance. At the center of the dark blue fire column was a layer of extremely blinding white light. The moment the bluestone on the ground came into contact with the white light, it melted into red viscous magma. This is not conventional fuel at all. The caretaker's voice broke his finger trembling. Your flames are not ordinary flames. Lin En stood firmly, his military boots firmly planted on the stone slab. The recoil transferred through his arm was perfectly dissipated into the ground by his skeletal structure. I added a bit of high-tier explosive concentrated thermite. Also mixed in some holy phosphorus. By the way, I poured in half a bottle of a rare substance you don't need to know, the physical superheating accompanied by magical holy purification. Suitable for all ages. Cures all ailments. The caretaker of the hidden order retreated repeatedly, utterly astonished. What kind of inhumane chemical formula is this? Never underestimate a mechanical alchemist with severe fear of insufficient firepower. Lin En pressed the trigger with his right index finger. The fire column expanded once more. My alchemical products come in only 2 states: use and manufacture. The other 2 second-tier aberrations flanked from the sides. Their powerful hind legs propelled them forward, their massive bodies leaping onto the hull's support columns. Using the force to turn back, they pounced toward Lin En's blind spot, one to the left and one to the right. Their speed was incredibly fast: 5 meters. 3 meters. Their enormous mouths, filled with jagged teeth, opened wide. The foul wind rushed toward Lin En's face. He spread his hands, releasing the trigger. The flamethrower, weighing dozens of pounds along with the hydraulic tank behind him, vanished into thin air. The internal folding space of the ember swallowed it. The next second, a tunterlong dark silver heavy sniper rifle appeared in his hand. There was no action of drawing the gun from behind, nor the process of aiming. He directly assumed the perfect horizontal shooting stance, the stock resting against his shoulder. The muzzle's micro-energy matrix spun wildly. Bang! The muffled sound of collapsing space. The dark silver streak of light pierced through the left side monster's huge mouth. It penetrated out from the back of its head. The bullet, carrying terrifying kinetic energy, crossed the hull, accurately exploding the heart of the monster that was charging up in midair on the right side. One shot, one kill. Penetrating through 2. The 2 massive broken bodies fell to the ground under the immense inertia, sliding several meters away. Green pus splattered everywhere, corroding large holes in the front row of tower shields. The first burned monster was not yet dead. The remaining large portion of its torso twisted madly on the ground. Lin En held the heavy sniper rifle with one hand, his right leg exerting force as he leaped backward. In the moment of suspension, his left hand brushed against the tactical belt, pulling out a brass grenade engraved with a micro-detonation array. His thumb flicked the pull ring. He smashed it downward with a backhand. The grenade accurately landed inside the half-open stomach of the monster below. Boom. The shockwave overturned all the tiles within a 10-meter radius. Chunks of flesh accompanied by a foul stench sprayed onto the ceiling of the hull's second floor. The last second-tier aberration was completely shattered into a jigsaw puzzle. Lin En landed lightly, stepping on a charred bone fragment. The heavy sniper rifle in his hand vanished again, and the heavy flamethrower returned. The pressure gauge of the side hydraulic tank stopped in the red zone. Inside the space of ember, the automatic logistics assembly line completed reloading in just 1 second. Pull the tube, fill with liquid, lock it in place. Efficiency crushed all conventional troops. Continue the music. Lin En pulled the trigger again. The dark blue fire column swept across the entire hull's front end. It accurately covered the squirming remains of the monsters on the ground. The sustained high temperature incinerated them, ensuring no remains would pollute the environment again. The entire hull fell into a deathly silence, only the crackling of the fire remained. Link swallowed hard. Vitus' sword, the silent word, hovered in midair. The dagger that Tia was holding dropped to the ground. In the distance, Cook held a shield riddled with holes, forgetting to put it down. Is a mechanical alchemist this fierce? One person, treating the 3 second-tier aberrations capable of wiping out an elite squad as mere wild monsters, covering them with firepower, swiftly switching to a heavy sniper rifle. Kiting tactics. Grenade finishing moves. Seamless transitions. Fluid movements. He didn't even move more than 2 meters in radius. In the corner, 2 originally stationed lower-tier cultists huddled together, shaking like leaves. They dropped their weapons on the ground. They completely dared not pick them up. The trump card was shattered by a bullet to the head, and their superior was turned into a sieve. The 3 invincible second-tier monsters had become a platter of cooked meat. All this was done by that first-tier alchemist in a trench coat. The cultists' professional ethics were utterly obliterated in that moment. Survival instincts took the highest priority. The 2 of them very tacitly lay flat on the ground, smearing their companions' blood on their faces, playing dead. The Hidden Order caretaker knelt on the ground, gazing at the charred remains scattered across the floor. His prideful trump card had turned to ashes without even grazing his opponent's clothing. His mental defenses collapsed. Monster. What kind of monster are you? The caretaker scrambled to his feet, turning to flee towards the underground passage the monsters had dug out. Run. Must run. He needed to bring back the intel on this humanoid arsenal to headquarters. He pulled out a short-range teleportation scroll from his pocket. His thumb pressed against the wax seal of the scroll, ready to crush it. Lin raised his hand, the flamethrower vanishing. The sniper rifle reappeared. The muzzle pressed down, completely devoid of using a scope. Bang! The bullet penetrated two thick wooden load-bearing pillars, accurately shattering the caretaker's right hand. It also broke half of his thigh. Blood splattered. The short-range teleportation scroll rolled into the ruins. The caretaker let out a piercing scream, his face hitting the ground. Sliding out 5 meters. Leave a survivor for the church and the imperial tribunal, hoping they will receive him. Lin rested the hot barrel on his shoulder. He turned to Link. Do you need me to give the remaining minions a burning enhancement buff? Link shuddered violently. No need. He shouted, charging into the remaining formation of fallen soldiers with his heavy sword. The dark golden battle aura erupted, sending 3 minions flying out the door. Vidi and Tia transformed into 2 afterimages, leaping down from above. Without the monster's intimidation and lacking on-site command, the Thorn family's soldiers instantly collapsed. The situation turned into one-sided slaughter. 5 minutes later, the hall fell completely silent. The acrid smell of blood mixed with the aroma of burnt meat. Extremely high spirits, Lin approached the massive communication array in the center of the hall. A corner of the array had been shot off by stray bullets. The core position still flickered with a dark purple glow. Task objective. Lin drew his tactical dagger from his side, inserting the tip into the metallic gap of the array's core. With a forceful pry, a click sounded as the cover popped open, exposing a fist-sized energy control crystal inside. Lin tore several energy connection lines apart with his bare hands. He pulled the crystal out entirely. Got it. Lin tossed the crystal to Link, who reached out to catch it. Link's expression changed completely upon seeing Lin's reaction. Mission accomplished. He stuffed the crystal into his tactical backpack, wiping the blood off his face. But the Judgment Knights outside are still sniping the hidden order, and the city gate is completely locked. How do we retreat? Do we need to expose our identities? Change routes. Lin turned around, pointing with his chin towards the underground passage that was still oozing with viscous fluid. Those monsters came up through the sewer system. Follow their path. It connects to the main drainage system of Silvermoon City, leading directly to the abandoned industrial zone outside. Link nodded, showing no objections. The 9 of them quickly counted their gear, lining up in tactical formation as they entered the damp, dim underground passage, leaving behind the chaos and the dismembered Hidden Order caretaker in the Bell Tower Hall. Outside, Silvermoon City had turned into a closed-off survival game. Solarian's situation was equally grim. The Academy's ridiculous assessment task had also completely changed in nature. But the objective had been achieved. The mission was considered complete, a sure profit. The sewer passage was overgrown with glowing moss. Green unknown spores floated in the air. Lin walked at the back of the line, the sounds of heavy armor clashing and heavy objects falling echoed above. The city defense forces finally cleared the perimeter and reached the first floor of the bell tower. Lin raised his left hand, pulling up the dust mask of his tactical coat. To block the foul wind blowing towards him, he departed. Lin display my personal attributes. Occupation: mechanical alchemist. Current rank: first stage, forging apprentice. Proficiency: 99. 9I promotion requirements: collect basic enchanted metals and complete the second stage, Qingwen Rune Craftsman Resonance Ritual. Lin lifted his heavy military boots. He crushed a half-meter-long mutated centipede that was crawling towards him along the sewer wall with his foot. Green acidic juices splattered everywhere, landing on the cement wall with a piercing corrosive sound accompanied by billowing white smoke. Conducting a promotion ritual in this stinky sewer filled with mutated creatures. That's 1,000 times more outrageous than holding an outdoor French barbecue in a public restroom. The abilities of a first-stage forging apprentice are too limited, merely polishing metals and concocting some high-explosive thermite. He had exhausted all his trump card formulas fighting those 3 second-stage stitched monsters. Upon reaching the second stage and unlocking the Qingwen Rune Craftsman, he would be able to independently forge mechanical components and inscribe various runes. Only then would the true heavy artillery doors be fully open to him. Endure. Force it down. Survive and return to Solarian's headquarters first. Mentioning Solarian, Lin's thoughts instantly drifted back to No. 109. His underground base at home hid the various high-level enchanted metals he had painstakingly hoarded. On the workbench lay 2 unfinished self-propelled heavy artillery chassis. There's no place like his private workshop, regardless of how affluent it is. After finishing the frustrating tasks assigned by the Academy, he needed to rush home. Anyone who dared to obstruct a worker eager to clock out would undoubtedly be sent off in a physical manner. Half an hour later, at the endpoint of the underground drainage system, Lin Ku at the front of the line exerted his arms upward. His waist muscles bulged as he forcibly pushed open the heavy rusted iron manhole cover. 9 people crawled out one after another from the narrow passage via the maintenance iron ladder. This was an internal parts processing factory located in the industrial zone outside Silvermoon City. Rusty giant gears and discarded stamping machines cluttered the corners of the workshop. Half of the skylights on the factory roof were shattered, pale moonlight filtering in and casting several slanted beams on the dust-covered ground. As soon as Shoes landed, he immediately lunged at a nearby abandoned chemical drum, gripping the edges tightly with both hands, and began to retch violently. VD walked to the dimly lit side of a load-bearing column. He tore off the thin veil stained with green pus and dried blood, and changed into the black tactical suit he had spare in his bag. With a swift motion, he zipped it up to the top. Tia leaned against another column, holding a piece of specialized sandpaper, methodically wiping the bloodstains off the fate-severing throwing knife. Linka took a couple of steps, then plopped down on the ground subsequently, giving up on struggling, and lying flat on the cold cement floor, his chest heaving violently as he gasped for air. The heavy shield-bearer Cook slammed the corroded tower shield onto the ground, producing a loud metallic echo. Lin pulled off his mask. He took out an aluminum water bottle from his tactical thigh pouch, unscrewed the lid, and poured water over his hands clad in tactical gloves. The murky water washed away the unknown goo from the back of his hands. He took out an aluminum water bottle from his tactical thigh pouch, unscrewed the lid, and poured water over his hands clad in tactical gloves. The murky water washed away A balding middle-aged man wearing a deep red high-level mentor's robe from Eris Academy appeared on the screen. The balding mentor's gaze pierced through the projection, swiftly and accurately scanning the 9 disheveled individuals in the factory. His speech was rapid, devoid of any unnecessary words. Reporting urgent strategic directives to your department. Linka struggled to stand upright, His speech was rapid, devoid of any unnecessary words. Reporting urgent strategic directives to your department. Linka struggled to stand upright, his right fist heavily pounding on the armor-protected chest plate. Standard protocol for executives. Confirmed: the original 5-member core execution team stationed in Silvermoon City's main urban area has been completely uncontacted, and the situation is unknown. The mentor raised his hand to strike the table on his side, the sound resonating with a dull thud. The Academy's Supreme Adjudicative Council will issue the latest order across the board. Lin Kest's team of 5 will immediately take over the task of guarding Silvermoon City. Conceal themselves and be responsible for intelligence gathering in Silvermoon City. Please confirm upon receiving the directive. Linko opened his mouth, his throat rolling, but not a single syllable escaped. He mechanically turned to glance at the 4 teammates slumped on the ground. Cook's shield had been shattered into iron scraps. Mage Sellers was so drained of spiritual energy that he could hardly stand. The other 2 lower-ranking disciples were still trembling. All members were in a critically low health state. 0 ammunition resupply. Potions running low. Would the higher-ups really leave these 5 behind in a death city that could unleash aberrant stitched monsters at any moment? Linko bit down on his back, molars blood seeping from his gums. Received the directive. The balding mentor in the holographic projection turned his head. The image locked onto Lin, who was attempting to retreat. Lin Luo Victor along with Alex Viditia and the Suntor turn Adrian. He was called out. Lin halted his retreating steps and stood up straight. The situation in Solarian is equally dire. The mentor's hands were crossed under his chin. You 4 return immediately. Continue the task of guarding Solarian. Lin's brain began to operate frantically at a speed of hundreds of thousands of times per second. Solarian, the second largest city in the Empire with a permanent population exceeding 1 million. Its area is more than 3 times that of Silvermoon City. He raised his right hand, gloved in tactical gear, extending 5 fingers. Mentor ID, like to confirm a basic math problem with you. Lin pointed at Alex in the corner, then at Vidi and Tia, organizing their equipment, finally, pointing at his own nose. 1, 2, 3, 4. A total of 4 freshmen who haven't even completed their first-year credits. Plus 1 sophomore, Adrian. The mentor nodded slightly. Responsible for collecting intelligence across tens of thousands of square kilometers in Solarian. Lin raised his voice. The mentor nodded again. Lin enraged laughed sarcastically. The red progress bar filled in an instant. He stepped forward, leaning his body forward, dramatically, almost pressing against the mentor's projected face. In such a vast city like Solarian, you're only assigning us 5 people? Even the production team's donkey wouldn't dare to schedule like this. Capitalists would write a 30,000-word reflection overnight after seeing this work arrangement. Alex frantically tugged at Lin's coat hem, trying to calm him. Vidi turned her face away, her shoulders shaking uncontrollably. Lin Ku and his 4 critically wounded teammates were petrified on the spot, criticizing the Academy's unreasonable scheduling, cursing the mentor of the Supreme Adjudicative Council as a capitalist. Is this something a normal carbon-based life form can do? They watched as Lin, just a second ago a cold-blooded killer, who could blast apart a third-stage shield, seamlessly transitioned into a furious worker lambasting his direct superior for unreasonable scheduling. The trio of Lin Ke's teammates experienced an irreversible shock to their worldview. The balding Minter was completely unprepared for such a wild street-like reaction. The Minter was at a loss for a full 5 seconds. The Academy is currently severely understaffed, and the movements of the hidden cult are occurring throughout the entire empire, not just in these 2 cities. This is an absolute execution order issued directly by the higher-ups. There is no room for negotiation. The Minter suddenly waved his right hand, unilaterally cutting off communication. The dark golden light of the Book of Resonance instantly retracted. The abandoned factory was plunged back into extreme darkness. Silence. Even the sound of a needle dropping onto the dust-covered ground could be heard. 15 minutes later, at the edge of the abandoned industrial zone outside Silvermoon City, a small reconnaissance airship painted in dark night black belonging to the Academy was parked on a weed-choked landing area. Lin stepped into the cabin. Alex, carrying 2 oversized tactical equipment bags filled with loot and mechanical components, squeezed into the cabin sideways, and the alloy floor emitted a sharp metallic fatigue sound. Vidi moved lightly, her combat boots making no sound as they touched the boarding ramp. Tia followed closely, her figure flashing twice in the blind spot of the spotlight, settling into the dark corner by the window in the back row. Ignite both the main and auxiliary engines, and overload the cloaking shield to full power. Lin issued the takeoff command, bypassing the standard operating manual. The responsible driver pulled his hands across the control panel, leaving behind afterimages. The multi-level hydraulic valves opened in sync. High-frequency spiritual energy exhaust flames erupted from the 4 nozzles at the tail of the airship. The violent retro thrust uprooted the wild grass dirt and several 100-pound concrete slabs from the ground. Below 30 meters away from the remnants of a broken wall, Linka stood in the wind and sand, looking up. His gaze was glued to the airship that was forcibly ascending at an extraordinary angle. What a fierce heavy artillery user, treating second-stage aberrations like dogs in battle. Cook, the heavy shield bearer, rubbed his reflective scalp, confusion etched on his face. Running faster than a rabbit chased by hyenas? The airship vanished into the thick cloud cover, leaving no trace. Lin Ke's neural circuits finally straightened out the chaos that had transpired in the abandoned factory. He took a sharp breath. Lin, in the virtual world of the Book of Resonance, never thought about protesting personnel allocations during such ridiculous and violent output. It was entirely to preempt any unexpected changes. What if they were stationed in Silvermoon City? He took the initiative, throwing out an irrefutable logical knot with an extremely aggressive attitude. Taking advantage of the few seconds when the higher-ups were stunned by his tirade, he cut off communication and unilaterally declared his exit. No need for reasoning, just escape. A textbook-level tactical deception. Linka pressed on his throbbing temples. What in the world was this freak? Inside the airship's cabin, the pressure from the vertical ascent began to lessen. The pressure maintenance system began to operate. Lin leaned back against the leather chair, removing his tactical gloves and tossing them onto the adjacent empty seat. The cabin was very quiet. Alex was intently checking the contract energy within the bone ring on his finger. Vidi was meditating with her eyes closed, and Tia was polishing the blade. Home promotion clocking out. Don't expect him to work even 1 more second in this city. Departure. Lin slapped the tactical gloves against his knee. The roar of the airship's engine vibrated through his gums. The cabin pressure relief valve hissed with a release of air. Alex kicked 2 heavy tactical bags under the seat, plopping down and sinking into the soft cushion. I would call the Academy's operation this time the strongest freebie of the year. Alex rubbed the contract brand on the back of his right hand. Did they take us for fully automated intelligence harvesters? Hey. Lin leaned back against the chair. He not only wanted to complain, but also wanted to send a box of high-explosive thermite to that bald Minter. Working is impossible. Oh, I could never give the Academy a freebie in this lifetime. Lin closed his eyes. His mind was filled with the treasures from Basement 109. Those demonic metals, the unassembled artillery frames, were his spiritual pillars. We're heading back to Solarian. Vidi sat across from him, her silenced long sword resting on her knees. The tips of her long black hair swayed in the dim light. Adrian has already gone back. Tia peeked out from the shadows, her purple eyes shifting. He sent the coordinates and is already lying at home. Lin opened his eyes. Solarian Rose Street 109. He announced an address. Let's go to my place. Alex paused for a moment, his amber vertical pupils contracting. To your house. Now. Lin nodded. Yes, let's relax a bit while prepare some food. By the way, I need a completely safe place to handle these spoils. The airship wove through the clouds. The outline of Solarian gradually magnified in view. It was a colossal structure wrapped in steel and steam. Countless massive smokestacks belched grayish-white smoke into the sky. The sound of turning gears could be faintly heard even at high altitude. The airship slowly descended onto the private takeoff and landing platform of the outer city. The cabin door opened. A cold breeze carrying the scents of machine oil and coal smoke rushed in. Lin En was the first to descend the gangway. His military boots hit the solid ground. A long-lost sense of safety surged through him. "Alex, contact Adrian," Lin En said. "Tell him to go to Rose Street 109. Alex pulled out the book. The four of them traversed the dimly lit streets. The nightlife of Solarien was much livelier than that of Silvermoon City. The whistles of steam locomotives echoed in succession. The gas lamps by the roadside emitted a hazy light. Lin En walked in front, the hem of his trench coat fluttering in the wind. He passed a familiar corner bookstore and the fountain square that always had a missing brick. Rose Street 109. An unremarkable three-story stone building. The outer walls were covered in withered vines. Lin En stopped at the door. He took a brass key out of his pocket, inserted it into the lock, turned it twice. Click. The door opened. A faint scent of lubricant and fur would rushed out. "This is the smell of money. This is the smell of safety. Young Master Lin, and you are 3 hours and 15 minutes late than expected." A gentle voice came from deep within the living room. Samuel Graham stood by the fireplace. He was wearing a faded shirt with the cuffs neatly rolled up to his elbows. Holding a fine screwdriver, he was adjusting a joint of a mechanical limb. He looked up. His gaze swept over Lin En's 3 teammates behind him. "It seems this mission went quite smoothly." Samuel set down his work. He walked towards the kitchen. "I prepared fresh thunderhorn beast hind leg meat along with a few bottles of wine from the southern region. The bathwater is ready. I suggest you wash off the corrosive slime on you first." Samuel pointed at the tattered leather armor that Alex was wearing. "Especially you, Mr. Tesray, your smell is about to extinguish my fireplace." Alex awkwardly ruffled his messy hair. "Sorry, that's mainly the fault of those Frankensteins." Vidi and Tia exchanged glances. They habitually scanned every corner of the room. But soon their gazes were attracted by the things hanging on the wall. There were various calibers of gun barrels, disassembled gear sets, and dense blueprints. "This is no home. This is clearly an armored Tothateeth private armory." Lin En slumped directly onto the largest single sofa. "Samuel, Adrian will arrive in half an hour. Prepare an extra set of utensils." Samuel tied on an apron. "Understood, by the way." The sound of oil sizzling in the frying pan came from the kitchen. A rich meaty aroma began to waft through the living room. This contrast of instantly returning from hell to paradise nearly brought Alex to tears. "Lin En, does your housekeeper need apprentices?" Alex stared towards the kitchen. "I feel my lifelong dream might not be to become a contract summoner, but rather a cook." Lin En replied with his eyes closed. "Samuel doesn't take in useless people." Half an hour later, there was a hurried knock on the door. 3 long and 2 short. Samuel walked over to open the door. Adrian had arrived. He caught a whiff of the meaty aroma in the air. His entire body jerked up as if he had suddenly awakened from a dying state. "Meat? Is that thunderhorn beast meat?" He scrambled towards the dining table. Samuel emerged carrying a large plate of sizzling meat. "Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy your meal." The dining table was filled with a sumptuous feast. Golden roasted potatoes, tender meat drenched in sauce, and red wine exuding fruity aromas. Alex, disregarding his image, grabbed a piece of meat and stuffed it into his mouth. Vidi and Tia also sat down. Though their movements remained graceful, their eating speed was anything but slow. Lin En cut a small piece of meat. He leisurely placed it in his mouth. The meat of the thunderhorn beast was firm with a hint of a slight electric tingling. This is the unique flavor of this high-tier magical beast. The task items have been obtained. Lin En set down his fork. He took out the energy crystal from his pocket. The crystal shimmered with an eerie purple glow under the light. "The Academy wants us to lie low." Lin En looked at everyone. "But the term lying low does not exist in my dictionary." She pointed towards the basement. "After dinner, Alex, help me move things. Vidi, Tia, you help me keep watch over the 3 surrounding blocks. I want to advance." Alex's mouth full of meat asked incoherently, "Advance? Now, didn't you?" Lin En stared at the crystal. "Wait until I advance to the 2nd-tier Azure Pattern Rune Craftsman. Then I can double the power of this sniper rifle. At that time, if they dare to knock on the door again." Lin En pointed out the window. "I will let them know what it means to be forcibly relocated in a physical sense." Adrian swallowed a mouthful of saliva. "You are truly a madman." Lin En ignored him. He turned to look at Samuel. "Is the demonic metal in the basement ready?" Samuel nodded. "A total of 37 types, all categorized according to your requirements. The Azure pattern ink needed for the advancement ritual has also been prepared." Lin En stood up. He walked towards the secret door leading to the basement. "Alex, stop eating. Get to work." The basement door was pushed open. A cold metallic air surged up. Lin En walked down the steps towards the mechanical body of Ember. The spiritual lamps on the walls lit up one by one, illuminating this mechanical maze hidden beneath Rose Street. On the huge workbench lay complex precision instruments. In the corner were various oddly shaped metal components. Lin En walked to the center of the table. Occupation mechanical alchemist. Current rank first tier, refining apprentice, proficiency 99. 9. Detected advancement conditions have been met. Would you like to initiate the second tier Azure pattern rune, craftsman resonance ritual? Lin En took a deep breath. Initiate. The alchemical array for advancement activated. A cold glow of spiritual energy spread from the central array of the basement, like a web woven from pure energy, enveloping Lin En. At the edge of the array, the 37 types of prepared demonic metals seemed to come to life, slightly quivering in their respective grooves. They were not merely placed but arranged in a precise energy conduction path, with each metal's magical properties calculated, ensuring perfect resonance when the ritual began. Lin En stood at the center of the array, his azure eyes reflecting the flow of the runes. His right hand pressed against the main body of ember, feeling the unique warmth of the mechanical core. This advancement was not just a simple accumulation of power, it signified a further broadening of the boundary between theory and practice. The first-tier refining apprentice focused more on materials smelting and basic structural building, while the second-tier Azure pattern rune craftsman meant he would be able to independently imprint runes. This was the Azure pattern ink in the energy slots at the edge of the array glimmered, exuding a faint crisp scent of metal and herbs. This was the result of Samuel's painstaking efforts over several days. Every component and every step strictly followed the formula given by Lin En. He needed this extraordinary ink as a medium to inscribe spiritual runes onto mechanical components, fundamentally altering the nature of the machinery, making it not just a product of physical laws, but a vessel of extraordinary power. Fear of inadequate firepower is no joke. She needed stronger power. A force strong enough to deter any enemy, one that wouldn't even dare to entertain the thought of getting close. Accompanied by a deep hum from the depths of the array, an ancient and majestic wave of spiritual energy surged from the depths of the earth. This was the energy hidden within the veins of the earth, extracted by ember to provide the purest power for the advancement ritual. Samuel stood nervously in a corner, tightly clenching his fists. He could feel the concentration of spiritual energy in the air rising at an astonishing speed, making it hard for him to breathe. At that moment, all the mechanical components in the basement seemed to come to life. They emitted faint vibrations. Countless dark blue runes appeared on the walls and floor. Samuel stood at the staircase, watching the figures shrouded in blue light below. This commotion is quite significant. Before he could finish his sentence, the array under Lin En's feet erupted with a blinding light. A terrifying wave of spiritual energy expanded outward from 109. The gas lamps at the street corner instantly extinguished. A stray cat napping under the streetlight was startled awake, its fur bristling as it darted into the shadows. Lin En kept his eyes closed. He sensed countless streams of information flooding into his brain. Those were about the arrangement of runes, the whispers of metal, the soul of machinery. Advancing. Structural reorganization starting. Ember has connected to resonance. A layer of fine blue patterns appeared on Lin En's skin. These patterns pulsed like blood vessels. He suddenly opened his eyes. The deep blue in his pupils was replaced by a profound azure glow. It worked. Lin En looked down at his hands. He casually grabbed a piece of demonic iron from the table. His fingertips brushed across it. A complex defensive rune instantly formed. The surface of the iron glimmered with a metallic sheen. Its strength increased at least threefold. Is this the second tier? Lin En clenched his fist. He turned to look at the heavy sniper rifle and the airborne support missile. Now we can discuss how to equip this with automated cruise and rune armor piercing. He walked out of the basement. Outside, the night and solar yin remained heavy. But in the shadows of Rose Street, a future terrifying monster seemed to be slowly awakening. Lin En lowered his head, gazing at his own hands. He casually grabbed a piece of demonized iron from the table. His fingertips glided gently over the rough metallic surface, guided solely by pure spiritual energy, without any tools or carving knives. Delicate azure lines thinner than a strand of hair materialized out of thin air. They intertwined and coiled, ultimately forming a complex defensive rune. Buzz. The surface of the iron glimmered with a visible metallic sheen, transforming from a dull block into a lustrous piece, its texture completely altered. Its strength had increased by at least 3 times. Damn. Lin En uttered a single word. Is this the second-tier Azure runesmith? Directly crafting runes by hand. This efficiency, this convenience compared to the previous tedious process that required a multitude of tools and hours of hammering as a melted equipment apprentice, was akin to leaping from a manual workshop to a fully automated assembly line. He tossed aside the piece of iron that could now serve as a small shield and turned to look at the heavy sniper rifle Judgment that lay quietly on the weapon rack, along with a neatly arranged row of aerial support missiles beside it. Now we can discuss how to install auto cruise and rune penetration for you. He spoke to himself, then strode out of the core area of the basement's formation. Alex and the others had already returned home, while Samuel was in the living room on the first floor meticulously cleaning the internal gears of a brass clock. Upon seeing Lin and come up, Samuel merely raised his eyelids. There was quite a commotion. The gas lamps for half the street have gone out. The municipal repair team will probably be busy tomorrow. It's a small matter, just get used to it. Lin waved his hand and walked straight toward the storage area on the other side. He had no time to argue with the municipality. For someone suffering from severe firepower inadequacy, the first thing to do after gaining an upgrade in capability is always to upgrade their arsenal. What is a sense of security? A sense of security means that as long as my firepower is strong enough and my range is far enough, then all dangers cannot catch up with me. Lin opened a massive metal cabinet. Inside, various rare alchemical materials were categorized and protected by a constant temperature energy shield, each piece worth a fortune. Even taking one out could bankrupt an ordinary alchemist. He retrieved a crystal core the size of an infant's fist, entirely dark blue, with what seemed like a galaxy swirling inside. Deep-sea whale fat crystal core. This was an energy core extracted from a deep-sea giant beast that had lived for over 100 years, containing immense water-related spiritual energy and essence of life. First step, let's process the raw materials. Lin placed it on the experiment table, his hands hovering over the crystal core. Azure runes glowed from his palm. This time he did not use any physical means, but directly constructed a miniature alchemical array with spiritual energy enveloping the crystal core. Structure: stripping, impurity, purification, energy reconstruction. He muttered, his fingers flying, leaving trails of azure afterimages in the air. If the old professors in the academy saw this operation, they would probably suffer a heart attack on the spot. To construct a high-precision alchemical array by hand. Was this something a freshman could do? This was a mobile humanoid precision machine. The crystal core rotated rapidly within the array, its surface blue brilliance being peeled away layer by layer, revealing a purer, nearly transparent core beneath. 10 minutes later, the brilliance faded. The original core had disappeared, replaced by a transparent crystal the size of a longan, flawless and devoid of impurities. It floated quietly, emitting no energy fluctuations, appearing just like an ordinary glass bead. Lin, satisfied, placed it into a specially designed lead box. It worked. The perfect level of purification compressed and sealed all the violent energy, transforming it into the most stable solid-state energy source. This thing was now the top-tier hard currency in the alchemical world, a strategic material. In jargon, this is called asset optimization. It was like turning a raw house into a top-notch property ready to cash out. Next, he pulled out a piece of black or rough and pockmarked, weighing at least a pound. Mystic crystal furnace, or a special mineral that only forms deep within volcanoes after thousands of years of earth fire, forging, renowned for its high magical resistance and toughness. This needs some extra materials. Lin tossed it into a nearby smelting furnace, then threw in 7 or 8 types of auxiliary metals. He did not cover the furnace, but instead reached his hand above the furnace, which was thousands of degrees hot. Azure runes gathered in his palm, forming a massive vortex, precisely controlling the melting speed and fusion ratio of each metal inside the furnace. Rejection, reaction, neutralization, amplification, structure, construction, flexible matrix implantation. Complex calculations flashed through his mind as his hands manipulated the furnace from midair. This was no longer alchemy, it was akin to performing a ritual. Half an hour later, a silvery, liquid metal flowed slowly from the bottom of the furnace's channel, automatically cooling and taking shape. It appeared soft enough to be pulled into noodles, but when Lin yanked it with alloy tongs, the tongs deformed, yet the metal showed no signs of yielding. Memory soft steel. A super alloy with liquid metal properties capable of withstanding massive physical and energy impacts and possessing self-repair characteristics. Lin gazed at his 2 semi-finished products, lost in thought. Inspiration, he needed a bit of inspiration. He exited the basement and returned to the first floor. Samuel had finished cleaning the clock and was now reading a thick book capable of killing a person, titled Modern History of the Empire, the Industrial Revolution. Samuel. Young master. Samuel did not lift his head. What do you think represents life the most? Lin suddenly asked. Samuel turned a page. The heartbeat. Lin paused. Right. The heartbeat. What could represent vitality better than a heart that beats tirelessly and powerfully? What he wanted to create was precisely a sufficiently powerful heart. A true heart for his mechanical creation. Samuel, I'm giving you a learning task. Lin suddenly spoke. Please go on. In addition to mechanics and intelligence studies, starting today you will take on 2 more subjects. Mysticism and ancient history. Samuel finally looked up from his book. A hint of crack appeared on his usually calm face. Young master, I am just a butler. No, you are not. Lin replied sternly. You are my chief technical assistant and strategic advisor. Your knowledge reserves will determine the upper limit of our team. I can't handle this alone anymore. I need someone to share the burden of knowledge with me. Lin silently grumbled. In the future, I will be responsible for technical implementation and you will provide the theoretical basis and inspiration. Giving employees a vision is a basic quality of a qualified boss. Samuel was silent for 3 seconds before closing his book. I understand. He actually accepted it. Lin turned and left fearing he might change his mind. Back in the basement his thoughts were clearer than ever. He needed a heart. A heart crafted from the finest alchemical materials and driven by the most profound runes. A mechanical alchemical heart. From the innermost safe he retrieved 2 treasured items. 3 ounces of ancient era active secret silver, flowing like liquid moonlight. And a piece of heart steel tendon taken from a 7th-tier magical creature still retaining its terrifying elasticity and toughness even after special processing. Lin took a deep breath and placed both items on the operating table. He extended his finger condensing azure strands of spiritual energy. This was spiritual energy thread, a suture thread made from his own spiritual energy, 100 times stronger than the toughest spider silk. He began to stitch the active secret silver into the heart tendon ounce by ounce. This was an extremely intricate, tedious task with nearly zero tolerance for error. The reactivity of the secret silver and the vitality of the tendon repelled each other. A small mistake could trigger a violent energy explosion, sending this invaluable basement straight to the sky. Time ticked by. Fine beads of sweat formed on Lin's forehead, but he remained utterly focused, as if the entire world had shrunk to this tiny space before him. When the last spiritual energy thread was tied off, the originally dark red tendon had transformed into a peculiar creation, its surface adorned with silver mysterious patterns as if it had its own breath. Only the final step remained. Lin sliced his fingertip open. A drop of blood crimson with hints of golden light fell. This was not ordinary blood, it was the essence he refined after practicing ancient alchemy infused with some properties of ember. Each drop contained a top-tier alchemist's supreme understanding of matter and energy. The essence dripped onto the tendon, instantly merging with it. The entire heart suddenly trembled. Now is the time. Lin placed both hands forward, his fingers dancing wildly on the surface of the heart. Ancient alchemical symbols representing energy, transformation, pulse, firmness, and life were forcibly inscribed at a nearly frenzied speed. As the last symbol was completed, all the spiritual energy lights in the basement extinguished in an instant. In the extreme darkness, the heart lying on the experiment table began to glow slowly. First it was a faint red light, then it grew brighter and more dazzling. Thud! A dull, heavy, yet explosively powerful heartbeat resonated from that heart. The sound wasn't loud, but it seemed to strike directly at the depths of a person's soul. Thud! A surging, domineering, completely unreasonable vitality erupted with that first heartbeat. A powerful and domineering vitality erupted with the first heartbeat, shaking the air. Dust fell from the ceiling of the basement. Lin stepped back, sporting 2 large dark circles under her eyes. One day and one night. A full 24 hours of intense work. She now felt as if 10,000 screaming chickens were crowing simultaneously in her head. The alchemical heart on the console continued to beat, flashing red light. Lin grabbed the energy detector beside her, jabbing the probe into the surface of the heart. The needle on the dashboard instantly maxed out, getting stuck in the red alert zone on the far right. Damn! Lin tossed aside the broken detector. This thing was overpowered. It was initially meant as a backup engine for that unlucky Felix. It seemed the plan needed to be changed. This fully powered 7th-tier monster heart, combined with ancient active mithril, was to be placed in Felix's low-tier extraordinary chest. The image was too beautiful. It would likely result in a bloody firework display with ashes scattered across a 10-mile radius. The one for him needs to be a toned-down version. Lin marked a large cross on the blueprint at her workstation. Replace the mithril with ordinary enchanted copper and lock the output power at 15%. Samuel walked down the stairs holding a tray. On the tray were 2 cups of strong black coffee and a plate of golden brown toast. Young master, your hairline is protesting against you. Samuel placed the tray on a clean table. Lin walked over and gulped down the coffee in one go. The bitter liquid slid down her throat into her stomach, forcibly rebooting her nearly crashed brain. Capitalists never complain about working hours. Lin picked up a slice of toast and took a bite. I only complain that there aren't enough workers. She turned and walked toward the heavy metal door at the deepest part of the basement. A sign hung on the door, containment area. The access card was swiped. The pressure valve emitted a hissing sound as it released air. The heavy metal door slid open. A cold breeze hit her face. In the center of the containment area stood a cylindrical, transparent incubation chamber filled with a light green preservation nutrient solution. A pale humanoid form floated within the liquid. It had no hair, no sexual characteristics. Most notably, there was a hollow the size of a bowl in the center of its chest. It was transparent from front to back. This was Lin's first bizarre containment object. Codename Z. Lin approached the incubation chamber and pressed the drainage button. The light green liquid quickly descended. The chamber door opened. Z lost buoyancy and tilted forward. Lin In reached out to steady its shoulder and dragged it onto the nearby operating table. The body was cold with a texture between rubber and dead skin. Lin In turned around and brought over the still beating alchemical heart. Samuel lent a hand. Samuel walked over and held down Z's limbs. Lin In aligned the heart. The size was just right. She pressed down hard. The heart fit snugly into the hollow. The edges of the active mithril connected with the flesh of Z, instantly extending countless silver threads. The threads pierced into the pale flesh, forcibly connecting nerves and blood vessels. Thump! The heart beat once within Z's chest. Z's body jolted upright, then was firmly held down by Samuel. Under the pale skin, purple-blue veins began to emerge. Lin In took a step back, crossing her arms. The panel of gene popped up in her retina. Containment object connecting. Energy source match perfect. Awakening consciousness program initiated. Lin In stared at the codename on the panel. Zoi. She tapped on the interactive interface of Gene in her mind. Why is it called this? Does it have a special meaning? The characters on the panel flickered rapidly. Containment facility naming rule randomly generated based on underlying logic. Current sequence 12 earthly branches. Lin In was taken aback. 12 earthly branches. Z-Rat Chooxing Tiger, and so on. You mean my shabby containment facility needs to contain at least 11 more of these things to complete a full Zodiac alliance? The panel flickered. In theory, yes. Lin In rubbed her temples. What a bizarre card collection game. The movements on the operating table ceased. Z lay straight, the heartbeat in its chest growing steady. It opened its eyes. There were no whites or pupils in its eye sockets, only two pure black vortices. It sat up, its movements stiff, joints cracking as they rubbed against each other. It turned its head to look at Lin In. No vocal cords vibrated. A thought directly impacted her mind. Lin In raised an eyebrow. You can talk. IQ online. Z lowered its head, gazing at the silver-veined heart in its chest. I feel the boundary. The thought came again. Lin In pulled over a chair and sat down. Z raised its right hand. 5 pale fingers clenched in the air. A slight distortion appeared in the space before its fingertips. The surrounding light refracted through that area. Immediately, an extremely pure aura of death oozed. The edge of the metal operating table, upon touching this aura, instantly disintegrated into a pile of gray-white powder. There was no corrosive process. It was direct death. Samuel swiftly drew his sidearm, aiming at Z's head. Lin In raised her hand, pressing down on Samuel's gun barrel. Space cutting combined with instant death judgment. Lin In stared at the pile of powder. Z lowered its hand. The spatial distortion vanished. It's not just space. Z's thought carried a mechanical stiffness. It's the death of distance. I erased the concept of this portion of space's existence. Lin In stroked her chin. Space death compositability. She turned to look at the panel of Gene. Containment object Z original ability space folding incomplete. After installing the alchemical heart, an unknown mutation occurred. Current ability rating extremely dangerous. Lin In smiled. 1 + 1 = 3. She stood up and walked to Z. A flawed spatial anomaly combined with a heart containing immense vitality. Extreme life colliding with extreme death. Gave birth to this unreasonable composite ability. Lin In patted Z's shoulder. The touch had grown warm. From today on, you are my first ace in hand. Z tilted its head, the black vortex-like eyes fixated on Lin In. My existence is to clear obstacles for you. Lin In turned and walked toward the workstation. Samuel, running around naked is indecent. Samuel holstered his gun. Young master, it has no gender. Should I dress it in male or female attire? Lin In did not look back. Suit. A worker should look like a worker. Samuel left the basement. Lin In picked up her tools again. The downgraded heart for Felix still needed to be completed. Z stepped down from the operating table barefoot on the cold floor. It walked into the shadowy corner, standing quietly. The heart in its chest pulsed rhythmically. Thump, thump. Lin In cut the enchanted copper while calculating in her mind. 12 containment objects. This was definitely not a small number. Each containment of a bizarre item came with, but risk often correlates with reward. The appearance of Z had directly elevated her high-end combat capability to a new level. Spatial death compositability. This thing in actual combat was simply an unpreventable assassination technique. Gene, Lin In called out in her mind. Are there any clues for the coordinates of the next containment object? Database searching. Insufficient permissions. Need to upgrade the containment facility level or trigger specific events. Lin In pouted. Squeezing toothpaste, huh? The engraving knife